die. And I'm a piece of shit and asshole. And Garfield is the claws. Mm-hmm. No, Deadpool's way more badass than me, but I'm about as unkillable as Deadpool. Turns out. Basically. That's why I'm terrified. Garfield's about as unkillable as Wolverine. Except for he's not. I don't think he is, but he might be, huh? I'm scared of him getting captured by a big cat. Or a human being who wants to torture. They just love torture, man. Some of these fucking people, they're like, I just love to torture things. What's wrong with that, Taran? I'm like, well, it's fucking evil. What do you love to torture? Animals? Kitties? Sometimes. Well, cats torturing a mouse. Mice, you can be worse. But typically not, but you can be. It's your fate. It's not a nice one sometimes, and I accept that. But humans, you do it so fucked up, even to mice, man, that like, yeah, you have nothing on the cats anymore. Fuck. Human beings, man, they're gross. Yeah, yes, pretty much. Admitted to everything he's done wrong. Openly, to the people he's done it to. So they don't talk to him anymore. Because he's just too fucking honest. And gets out of control sometimes, and he knows it. He does and he doesn't. Like he will, and then he'd be like, you know what, check it out. Nope, fucked up. He hates secrets. Kind of, but not really. Not really. So what do you want to know about? Yeah, it is. Because they hack me and I know it. No, they do all the time. I'm on Chromebook. So now I can't even do that anymore. So I'm like, whatever. Because it'll be recorded. To make me look like more of a weirdo. So I'm just like, okay, fine. Totally chased now. Sucks. Pretty much. I could basically prove it now. Because I did experiments. I'm like, okay, well, was this still recording somehow? Oh, now there's two recording at the same time? How's that happen? Yeah. I'm like, okay, whatever. Record every little thing I do. I'm a different fucking species. Anyways. And I can prove it. Now, you're all homos. I'm not a homo. I'm a Taran. It's the next genus of homo. Australopithecus to homo to Taran. which actually makes a lot of fucking sense. You know that I am a different fucking species. My concern is Garfield might be too. My little yam-eating cat. Did you become a vegetarian, Garfield? Not trying to, but he might have to. Become a different species. To adjust to our diet. I know you don't believe me, but I know for a fact that I'm a different fucking species of human. And we'll all get rich. Rich. No, rich. Yeah, rich. Just for putting up with me. Unless you're fucking evil. In which case, many guys will get poorer. No, more poor. Yeah, more poor than before. Because I will sue you. No, those ones that I will sue are fucking evil. That's assuming I get enough money to become rich and make you guys rich. Are the people who have to put up with me the most. If I can get there. See, I'm fucking different. Might have to go prove it today, but going outside again, pointing out which tree's going to blow next. It makes me nervous, but I'm really good at it. No, like, we're statistically fucking freak at it. That's so many different things, it's ridiculous. You're not trying to put me up somewhere or kill me. See, they want to think that that's my other option. I know it's not. I know my other option is sitting here and being fucking annoying to my family for a few more months until I get fucking famous. For being immortal. Steal it. Yeah, steal it. My cat. Garfield, I'm be wandering right now. Do you want to go outside? A little bit, right? There we go. A little bit. Not quite today. Not yet. Mine's what? I love you. I love you to death. It's a killer thought. Garfield does. The fucking Gar paw. It's the Thanatos crushed into a paw. The death paw. No, his paws are fucking painful. Garfield's. See, George has some painful paws too, but he had the life paws. Yeah, George had life paws. Garfield has death paws. George would beat the life out of you. Garfield would beat you to death. Brett, she just kill you. He's just killing you. It's all the same thing. We understand this now. You know what hurt? That. Would it break my thumb? Nah. Of course I am. Consciously trying to control the wind again. Some days it's harder than others. I try to. I'm not really that good at it yet, but sometimes I'm really fucking good at it. It's just kind of random. We're controlling the wind. And now from dancing that day. Not consciously of it. See, I didn't really bring this wind in necessarily, although I kind of did yesterday. Like, I was expecting this wind to come through with it, though. But I guess I was, bring the spirits here, and here they are. So I'm not taking credit for everything, but I can take a little bit of credit if I'm consciously trying to control the weather. Everyone can if that's what their goal is. If you're trying to control the weather with your mind, you can't do it. Can you dance there? Yes. And then when it's cool weather, you can take credit for it a little bit if you were trying to make it cool weather. Why the fuck not? Life is but a dream. A dream of Vishnu. Yeah, the Vishnu, the Yahweh. The same fucking God. And I know him. Pretty damn much. No, pretty damn much. Go with their coughing fits. The evil ghosts. Damnation. It's not for too long. See, I can say that because you're constantly interrupting the experience of these millions of other ghosts here. We're trying to have a good time. Selfish. Mostly cats and dogs. I got smoking tea. That sounds good. Never had it. They'd love me to. Destroy my primary sources of entertainment and education.
Navagraha are the 9 heavenly bodies and deities.
They're like, well, they don't give it to you behind bars. I'm like, well, I'm not going behind bars.
According to
Better
Hinduism
not be.
and Hindu astrology. Ancient Indian scholars extensively studied the stars and other celestial bodies in the never-ending spatial sky. This thorough study of astronomy and astrology
There's no real reason to put me there.
created the Jyotish Shastra,
You
which
tried.
explained how the Navagraha, literally meaning the 9 planets, influence the life of the earth dwellers.
You'd be pretty fucking evil.
Although not all the members of the Navagraha are planets, the Earth, Uranus, and Neptune are not included in the Navagraha. The 7 days of the week in the Hindu calendar also corresponds with the Navagraha and are named accordingly in various languages of the Indian subcontinent. Most temples in India have a designated place dedicated for Navagraha worship. Surya, the god of sun,
Because
is
statistically,
considered
trying to get me in trouble.
India amongst the Navagraha. Rightly so.
It's the easy way to get yourself in
other
trouble.
members of the celestial
Not really, but it
revolve
seems to go
around
that way.
Surya. He is considered the creator of the universe and the source of all life. He is the supreme soul who brings
Because I'm a
light
good
and
person.
warmth to
People
the
have lied
world.
about me to the cops before.
The god is
A lot.
often
What happens to those people? They end up
with
fucked
4
up.
arms, out of which 2 hold lotuses, one holds a staff,
Or in
and
rehab.
another one has a chakra. Each day, he travels across the sky in his golden chariot.
And he doesn't have to do anything. He
pulled
just
by
sits
the
at his
7
house.
horses. The 7 horses.
Not all of them, but you'd be surprised.
Gayatri, Brihati,
People have lied about me a lot.
Jagati, Trishtubha, Anushtuha, and Pankti. This is a
So the cops,
symbolic
not typically actually, but you'd be surprised where it gets around and who it gets to.
into 7 colors of the vivid pure spectrum. The driver of this golden chariot is stated to be
It already has kind of guys from their perspective.
personification of dawn, who is seated. Surya first appears in literature.
See, not always would be fucking surprised. I don't even know completely.
The Vedas, sacred texts, and composed between
Some of them could hit, the hammer could hit them hard.
and 1000 BCE. The son of sage Kashyap and Aditi.
I'd rather avoid that.
In Hinduism, and is often considered
But they're called liars.
as Indra. Vedas. The
They lie about
day
me
designated to
consistently.
Surya is Sunday, also called Ravivar.
Then God's gonna hit him with a hammer.
which literally translates
Not gonna be fun.
Sun's day. The color associated with the sun god is orange.
Already has a
and
couple of them,
gold.
turns out.
And to evoke the blessings of
Was it about
Surya,
me?
one
Not
must
completely, but
also
almost.
pray to the god by offering water to the deity by pouring it from a vessel. Surya, as a Navagraha, embodies qualities such as leadership, ego, strength, authority, and vitality of a person. The birth of Surya begins with the creation of the universe through Brahma, the creator god. Brahma began the creation process by first creating Daksha and his wife from the tips of his right and left thumbs respectively. One of the 13 daughters of Daksha and his wife was Aditi, the mother of Surya.
The ones it has,
Aditi was
because
married
I'm
to a sage
actually,
named
I want the
Kashyap,
best for them.
with whom
Ones
she
that it
gave
hasn't,
birth to 12 sons. These sons were known as the 12 Adityas. Kashyap also had other wives to whom
are struggling through it
other
right now.
children, including the race of demons and also other species of animals and birds. A conflict arose between the Asuras and the Devas when Brahma allowed the gods to have a share of what was received from the
Or will.
sacrificial offerings or the yajna. This did not sit well with the demons, and as a result, a war
Who's like
ensued
shaking now,
in which the
dog?
Devas found themselves losing and were forced to give up their place in the heaven and their portion of the yajna. Seeing her son
Dogs can be
tormented
liars.
this way saddened Aditi greatly, and she reached the
Oh, you
son
didn't know you
of
lied.
Vivaswan and begged him for his help. After
A little different than humans with dogs.
fasting and devotion,
Dogs believe they're
the sun
bullshit.
god
They're like,
was
no,
pleased and
it's
allowed
me.
Aditi
Me.
to make a request of him. The sun god was born as an Anshavata to
Cats can't lie.
Indra
They have a really hard
and
time
declared
doing
a war against the Asuras, and it was seen
So
that
when I switched from
Surya
cat
turned the
from dog to
Asuras
cat,
ashes merely by looking at them. In the end, the Devas regained their place in the
over those
heaven
few years, I was like,
and
whoa,
parted
man,
with
whoa,
us once
whoa,
again.
whoa.
Surya
I was a young little
was
dog.
married to
I lied a lot.
with whom he had 3 children.
It's kind of weird
Nandishwara,
sometimes.
who was one of the 14
Now I'm a
original
full-grown
men
cat man. I'm
of
like,
Malum,
fuck, man.
Yama, the god of death,
What a fucking little
and
wretch.
Yami, the goddess of
Do I
the
feel bad at my dad's house? See, not really this part.
Samudra is often referred to as Sanjana in various scripts. Vishnu Puran tells the story that unable to bear Surya's intense heat,
Should I?
Samudra, after
Yeah,
giving
I
birth
should.
to her 3 children,
This one's been complicated.
decides to the
No, a bunch of
forest to
fucking
practice
liars.
harsh austerities in the form of a mare, leaving her shadow image Chaya
Some other
behind.
people weren't liars. They're cool to me,
Is
and I
the
kind of
Hindu
fucked them over a couple times.
personification
And I
of
feel
the
really
goddess
fucking
of
bad
Shiva.
about it now.
Chaya Devi looked exactly like Samugnya, and Surya could not make out that she was a shadow.
Some other people, I was just too open with shit openly when I didn't need to be, and I knew better.
Shani, and 2 daughters, Dhabadi and Vyati. However, Chaya became partial to her own children and ignored those of Samugnyas. Yama suspected the behavior.
A couple times recently, I was literally just hacked to my computer and almost got me in trouble.
Chaya cast a curse
And I kind of know that too.
which revealed to Yama and
It's not that hard to do, it
that
seems.
Chaya
At least
was
not with him, because he
true
fucking X's out of the tab and it's still recording.
After extracting the truth from Chaya, Surya finds Samugnya and brings her back.
I'm like, whatever, I'm a different fucking species anyways. And I'm investigating MS and it's all the symptoms.
Chandra, also known as Soma, is the Hindu god of the moon and is associated
Some of
with
which
the
suck,
night,
especially for
plants,
men.
and vegetation. The second day of the week, Monday, is dedicated
This
to
man in his
the sun
20s.
and is known as Somvar in Hindi. One must offer white or silver colored articles and wear white to please the celestial god. Chandra is depicted only with a face and has 2 hands holding
Nope,
white
not much with
articles,
teeth.
but no body. The lunar deity is never depicted with a full
Also,
body,
I'm just a little too curious.
symbolizing his waxing and
I never want to take anything. It's like, what the
there
fuck
are
do you have?
multiple stories behind the birth of Chandradev.
Like, there not be
In
any
the
drugs
first
in here, dude.
version, Chandra was born in the ocean of milk and nearly blinded the Devas
I don't even know
with
why.
his bright
It happens when I'm not sober.
The Devas unanimously
I never mean to
decided
take
to
anything.
give
It's like,
Chandra
just
the
curious.
status of a planet and sent him to the cosmos. The second version goes as follows. Lord Brahma began creating the universe. As he created the 7 rishis, he instructed them to aid him in his creation by engaging in procreation.
Except for 1 or 2 places where I was just being kind of bad.
Vashishta, Marichi,
And I kind of know it now, but I was way, way younger.
Atri, Angiras, and Kratu. Atri was married to Anusuya.
So I can't even
and
really
had
take
no
responsibility for
children.
that, but I can.
Anusuya was a very virtuous woman.
I don't want to get into those
So
details.
the Trinity, Brahma,
They weren't that
Vishnu,
bad.
and Shiva wanted to
I
kill
just shouldn't
her.
have been using drugs there.
They transformed themselves into 3 sages and appeared before Atri and Anusuya, asking them to serve food. They were welcomed into the house.
Because they had no
and
idea
Atri
either.
said that they follow
I
some
did anyways.
principles, and only if the food is served adhering to those principles, they would accept it.
Recently? Not
The
really.
Trinity said that
But
they
maybe
wanted
once.
to see Anusuya
Recently,
naked,
not.
and
But
then
not
she would
anytime
serve them
really
food.
recently.
Atri was shocked to hear this. Anusuya immediately agreed and transformed the Trinity into infants and began feeding them naked. Sage Narada learns about this and informs the Devis Parvati, Lakshmi, and Saraswati. The Devis come to meet Anusuya and request her to release their consorts from infancy and give them back their divine Trinity form. Anusuya agrees to this request, and the Trinity now appear as Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. All the gods, pleased with Anusuya's virtuousness, offer them a boon, to which the couple asks for a son who will be remembered
But see, I'm almost
forever
blind.
by
I have a hard time
Mother
fucking picking up. And then they
and
judge
who
me
will
on that too.
prove useful to human and other forms of
I'm like,
life.
I'll try.
Thus were born
Kind
the
of do.
3 sons,
Don't believe trash.
Chandra, Durvasa, and Dattatreya. Chandra was married to the 27 daughters of Daksha, the son of Lord Brahma. Those 27
There we go.
daughters are
Oh,
the
there we go.
27 lunar asterisms
That's what I'm
or
talking about.
stars. When Daksha gave away his 27 daughters in marriage to Chandra, he asked for a promise from Chandra that he would never look down upon any of his daughters and would treat them all equally with love and care. Chandra too promised Daksha that he will love and care all his wives equally. But amongst all his 27 wives, Chandra was the most fond of his 4th wife, Rohini, and spent most of his time with her. The other 26 wives were unhappy with this. They went to their father and complained about
Summon
this.
lightning. I can
By listening
occasionally.
to the complaints of Chandradeva,
I almost
his
did the other
daughter,
day.
Daksha
Working on
got
it.
angry. In his anger,
There are
Daksha
lights in the
cursed
sky
his
since Tiri
son-in-law
thunder.
that all his powers will decline with each passing day, and he would live
Almost
to
recorded them too.
while suffering from a disease named Shayarog. Chandra begged Daksha to take the curse back, but it was too late.
You fuckers,
The
dude. They
dying
drive me crazy with their fucking fire
prayed to
tricks.
Lord Shiva,
You can tell
to
that it's
bless
them
the
doing
moon
it
god with
almost
rain,
in the recording.
which in a way balanced the
And someone's trying to possess my body. He makes a lot of these
They
faces.
established the waxing and waning of the moon.
Those fucking troll faces I was making. Fucking
The
weird
moon
fucking people
increases in
who can almost do
brightness
this to me
for
because
15
they're
days
cannibals.
in Shukla Paksh and decreases in brightness for 15 days.
And
in
cannibals.
Krishna
They're
Paksh.
cannibals too.
Chandra was disappointed at the thought of waxing and waning.
Human eaters and cat
His
eaters. They eat
present
dogs
shape
too
would
sometimes.
just be a constant reminder of the curse. And he
Why?
reduced
Because they
further.
like to torture
Shiva
sentient beings.
consoled him
And they
by saying
recognize that people really
that the
love their
present
fucking animals.
indicates that he would still retain some of his powers.
And vice versa.
Shiva also proposed to wear the crescent moon on
So what
his
they do, they
head
torture
to
animals.
show his devotees that they are dear to him
To get at
even
people.
in their lowest moments.
And they get fucking government funding
Shiva
for it.
came to be known
Often.
as Chandrasekhara,
No, it was that close to
meaning
me.
the one with Chandra mounted on his head.
It was on Joe Rogan. What I'm going through right now. This thing's talk about it
The
really.
moon does not have
And I
children
know it.
from his 27 wives. However, before
Like the
his
fucking
death,
animal testing. I can feel it.
Chandra fathered
Because I'm not a fucking human being.
or Mercury with Tara, the wife of Brihaspati, who is the guru of the Devas.
I used to
As
be.
per this story, once Chandra
But human
decided
beings
to
gross
perform
me
the
out.
greatest of
Mentally.
yagas,
Mostly.
Rajasuya Yagya. Chandra requested the guru of the Devas, Brihaspati,
No, mentally, they're fucking weird.
to
So am I. I used to be, but never really.
Yagya.
No, I get possessed by a
For
human.
some other reason, Brihaspati could not go. And
Now I'm
asked
not,
his wife
I'm never,
Tara
like
to
myself, the one
decide
I've always
the yagya
identified with,
instead.
is not even close to like that.
As the yagya was progressing, Chandra began to attain a more
And I knew it then. I'm like,
beautiful
fucking humans are
His
getting to
divine
me.
beauty kept increasing to such an extent that all the apsaras, including Devaguru's wife Tara,
See, not
began to
really,
fall for
but almost.
Chandra's beauty. Tara returned
I'm not trying to make
pregnant,
excuses. That's just
and
how it feels from my
everybody
perspective.
questioned whose child was in her womb.
Because that's what it seems like when I'm like putting it off on this. No, that's really what it felt like from my perspective. But guess what? I could have done better.
Listening to this,
I didn't have any self-control.
Brihaspati was infuriated and cursed the
MS or
child
whatever.
that he will
But that's
become
actually a pretty
God
fucking
in
good
his
argument.
being. Therefore,
Deteriorating white matter in
the
your
Buddha
prefrontal cortex,
is neither considered a male nor a female.
which has improved, seemingly. Magically.
Is the Navagraha deity that rules the planet which is closest to the sun in the solar
No, he's got all paperwork on his MS.
Mercury.
Right there.
Wednesday, also known as Budhavar, is dedicated to this planet. Buddha or Mercury is depicted having 4 hands, bearing
Yeah,
a
it is.
sword, a thal, a gada in his 3 hands, and the 4th hand in a Varamudra position. Lord Buddha has a golden crown
I
on his
legitimately
head
used to be out of your fucking
and
mind
wears
sometimes.
ornaments of yellow flowers and yellow clothes. He is the most intelligent planet of all, and he removes all the obstacles of those who worship him.
More than
As
schizophrenia is
far as
often.
possible, he causes no
Because it divides your soul.
inauspicious events, but rather
Like, I
creates
can't control
prosperity
myself,
for
but I hate it.
everyone.
Schizophrenia is like,
Buddhism
I'm God and I know it.
was married to Brihaspati, but the biological father of Buddha is Chandra. The
No, I'm not
story
schizophrenic, not really. I mean, I guess I could be considered that almost, but I'm fucking super psychic.
Chandra decided
It's
to
not the
perform
same thing.
greatest of yagyas,
I guess it kind of is though.
Yagya.
Schizophrenia is just where it gets to you
Requested the
too much.
Devaguru, Brihaspati,
Maybe a little more open than I am
to
right now,
preside as
probably.
the main priest to perform the yagya. Due to some reason, Brihaspati could not.
We still have these
do this
shamans that control people
and
with fucking
asked his
ropes.
wife Tara to preside over
And when we
the
try
yagya.
to, they're so fucking sick nowadays that they know that they must be more important and know more. Every fucking time.
His divine beauty kept increasing to such an extent that
So I found the ones that really are more important no more. My cats.
Wife Tara began to fall
Humans,
for
I haven't
Tara's
met one yet.
beauty. Tara returned home pregnant, and everybody questioned whose child was in her womb.
I think I have a couple times,
Tara
but I don't really know for
revealed
sure
that the
because their
child
free
in her
will
womb
can still
is
determine
of
how important they will be
Chandra,
later
the
on.
moon god. Listening
In
to
the last
this,
6 months has been a major test that they've all been failing. Big fucking time.
and cursed the child that he
I'm the
was
only one who's been like,
intentionally
okay, become a different person, not more of myself.
his genderless. It also
Find who you really
explains
are.
why Buddha is not friendly with the moon in astrology. For this reason, when Buddha is conjunct with Moon in the birth chart is said to be disturbing.
Everyone else is just deluding themselves. Oh, I'm better. I'm getting better. Oh, I got better. No, you didn't. You got worse. You got worse, and you back to the same.
Buddha heard about the story behind his birth and how he was not a legitimate child. He grieved for a while about his misfortune. He then decided to leave home.
Only a couple people. I'm like, okay, cool. But they're like convinced.
Buddha meditated upon
And they must be the chosen one.
Severe penance to receive his blessings.
Like, I know that I'm not.
Having been blessed by
But I know I kind of am, in a way. Supposed to be.
Filled with
but I'm probably not anymore.
One day, an Apsara descended from the heavens.
But I know who they are, and they don't live around here.
Fell in love with him. She was ready to give away herself to him. Buddha, remembering his own story of how such indulgences
I kind of was supposed to be around here.
Children was very firm in
they
his mind
fucked me up big time. The fucking government.
As his father Chandra. Thus, he turned down the Apsara's proposal. This angered the Apsara.
And more than that too.
That he would be transformed into a eunuch. This explained Buddha's role as the go between one's emotional mind and higher mind. He occupies the middle ground, the discriminating, practical, worldly intellect. Buddha is often depicted as a deity with green skin, holding a mace, a shield, and three arms. The ambiguous gender identity of the green-skinned deity is also in a way reflected in their choice of Vahana. Buddha rides a yali, which is a combination of a beast-like animal with parts of an elephant.
They're talking to the kids, not just their parents sometimes.
Horse, and sometimes
they're adult. They're like, dude, you're fucking up.
Of fluidity and ambiguity is also maintained with Buddha's consort, Ila, a gender-fluid goddess who transitions into a man from a woman and vice versa after every month. Mercury, or Buddha, is the planet of intellect and communication. It can be seen in the morning and evening as a shining star following the sun.
Once they're 18 and you know better, why don't you say something, dude?
Because of its power of radiation.
See, I do.
Mercury is the smallest planet of our solar system. Buddha rules education.
Have I always pretty much?
Lecturers.
Am I not stop my brother from smoking weed? No.
And businessmen. It rules intelligence, speech.
Did we share a fucking vehicle for a while, basically?
Wit, astrology, mathematics.
Did we get along in it? No.
Journeys. Shukra or Shukracharya is the deity of the planet Venus. Shukra literally means white or bright.
Do I feel guilty? No. Why? Why? I showed him what not to do.
Is dedicated to this planet. This wise and learned Navagraha member plays the similar role of a mentor
with their kids and with themselves.
The teacher of the Devas. But unlike him, Shukracharya serves
as a member to the Asuras. Show up on me, they're doing better now. They're still fucking struggling a lot. Because they're liars. And I know it.
He is of white complexion, middle-aged, and of agreeable.
They lied about me, they got away with it. A lot. So they're like, okay, what else can I lie about and get away with?
On a camel, horse, or crocodile. He holds a
not much, but the shit adds up.
And lotus, and sometimes a bow and an arrow in his hand.
Was that big of a lie sometimes? Saying that I was this, and that when you have no fucking clue, kid? I'll beat your fucking little ass, skinny little fuck.
And healing.
Legally.
Shukra was one of the sons of sage Phrigu, and thus the grandson of Lord Brahma. When they were young, Shukra and Brihaspati studied under the same guru, sage
Someone has to be hard to beat.
Who also happened to be Brihaspati's father.
But I have to get it done. I needed to.
Was known to be more knowledgeable than Brihaspati.
But I'm not really like that. I just feel like that inside. I'm fucking Catman.
But he was disturbed by Angiras'
fucking Catman.
For his son.
I know my own spirit's a fucking big old cat.
And then went on to study under Rishi.
George.
Due to the favoritism of Indra, Brihaspati.
Most powerful animal souls of all time.
Therefore, Shukracharya started.
That's why he chose us. Little wretches.
As it was
Taran Garfield.
Take revenge for his partiality. Shukracharya.
Garfield's never a wretch. No, never. He was a badass, fucking fierce little kid. I'm a wretch.
What he perceived as a murder of his mother. Initially, under the protection of Lord Vishnu, it was
but compared to you guys, I even kind of badass and fierce myself.
Having lost several times,
but wretched.
The guru of the Asuras.
Different values, completely different values, often.
To obtain the
but if you were in my position, You would share my
responsible
values.
for bringing back the dead to life. Meanwhile,
No, not the opposite of yours. It's just bigger than
Shukracharya
yours.
asked the
So I
Asuras
understand
to
your values.
engage at his father Maharshi
Big
Pru's
fucking time.
ashram. The Devas and Indra used this opportunity to attack the
I just expect you to try to understand mine a little bit. Which sometimes you do,
The Asuras fled to Brigu's
but
wife,
never really,
Kavya
because you make too many
Mata.
assumptions.
Kavya Mata used her yogic powers to immobilize Indra and protect the Asuras. Frightened by the immobilization
Like,
of
I'm not a
Indra,
fucking bad
the
person.
Devas decided to
Garfield's not a
sacrifice
bad
the
fucking
child
person.
feet of Lord Vishnu.
You still don't understand their values all the time.
Therefore, Vishnu decided to enter the body of Indra to save the Devas. Kavya Mata was enraged by this and wanted to burn them down to ashes if they did not
Everyone
leave.
thinks I want attention. Sometimes I do,
Indra
sometimes I don't.
instigated Lord Vishnu to annihilate Bhrigu's wife, and therefore Lord Vishnu
I can't
used the
fucking help it.
chakra on her. So
Because I'm on a
Brihaspati
fucking watch list
sent his son Kacha
for my
to
fucking
learn the
soul.
secret of Mrita Sanjeevani mantra from Shukracharya. The idea was to help the
So I
Devas
refuse to
with
go.
the knowledge of the secret who were about to lose the war.
Their fucking facilities,
also advises his son
their
to
fucking
first
houses,
impress Devyani,
or
the
their
daughter of
fucking institutions.
Shukracharya, in order to impress Shukracharya, who was very fond of his daughter. Kacha followed this
Done my
advice,
fucking best
and
recently
unknown
to
him,
avoid it.
Devyani fell in love with him. In the meantime, the Asuras wanted to
And I always see
kill
kind of,
Kacha,
but not really
as they
sometimes.
feared that he might
I just
be
figured,
dangerous if he
not that big of a
learned
fucking
the
deal. Sometimes
mantra.
it is.
Every time they killed him, Shukracharya revived his body using the Mrita Sanjeevani
But not really.
on the insistence of his daughter Devyani.
Just trying to think about it. From my perspective, sometimes it is. I'm really trying to think what I could have gotten in trouble for. That, did I? No. Why? Because that guy was a fucking freak to me.
His meditation, and he rushed to the court of the Asuras and consumed all the alcohol. Later, he tried to revive Kacha, who was now in his stomach. He teaches Kacha the mantra to Mrita Sanjeevani and tells him to come out. Kacha comes out by tearing his guru's stomach open and brings his life back with the help of the mantra. Kacha started his journey back to the Devalok when Devyani expressed her love for him and asks him to marry her. Kacha told her that she was like a sister to him as she was the daughter of his guru. This infuriated Devyani and she cursed him that he will not remember the mantra when he needs it the most. During a fierce battle between the Devas and Asuras, Kacha decided to use the Mrita Sanjeevani mantra to bring back all the dead Devas to life. But in this moment, due to Devyani's curse, Kacha could not remember the mantra. The planet Shukra in astrology
See, have they tried
has
to
immense
recently?
power to
Yes.
induce beauty, harmony, deep feelings, and sympathy in your life. It will play a
And now,
profound role
I
in
can't get to my
marriage and
fucking
other
neurologist
relationships,
appointment.
business, art, and in the quality of your social life.
Because the assholes down the street called to cops me again for some bullshit.
Mangal is the astrological ruler of the red planet.
When that could be life or death.
The theme of the color red is reflected
When I'm getting
in
hacked
Mangal's
on my computer
iconography,
all the time.
as he is
What'd you call him
often
on for?
depicted to have red skin. Just like
Oh, you thought, yeah,
the Hindu
hacked.
god of war, Mangal is also affiliated with war, battle,
Burn in
and
fucking hell.
victory, which is reflected
Neighbors.
in his visual depictions as he is shown armed with multiple weapons like a sword.
I just don't want to deal with me anymore. Too fucking bad.
Tuesday or Mangalvar is the day associated with this celestial deity. Mars or Mangal is taken to be the son of Earth, personified as Bhumi Devi. When Earth was lying submerged under
He
the
didn't
Pacific
do.
Ocean, stolen by the demon Hiranyaksha, Vishnu, in his incarnation as Vara, brought it out on his tusk and placed it in its orbit. He embraced Bhumi Devi and gifted her a red coral as a token of their courtship. But Bhumi Devi dropped the coral into the ocean. From the coral emerged a beautiful red child who got the name Lohitanga, which translates into red lemon.
Well, his brain's fucked up. Get him out of here. Now I can't get to his fucking brain appointment, assholes. Burn in hell. Burn in hell. No, burn in fucking hell. Because he's trying to save people's fucking lives in the process. And what are you guys doing? Sitting there talking shit. They're getting tortured across the alley.
The child went to forest and did penance for a long time. Pleased with his devotion, Brahma accorded him the position of a planet in the celestial sky. A variant describes Mangal as the son of Shiva and Earth. According to this version, Once, when Shiva was engrossed in meditation on Mount Kailash, 3 drops of sweat from his forehead fell on earth.
And the cats know it,
From those
so I know it
was
too.
born a
I can
beautiful
smell it.
infant with a reddish complexion and 4 arms. Shiva handed the child to Mother Earth for upbringing. Brought up by Bhumi, the child was called Bhoma. In astrology,
Right across the alley.
a person
See, the one I was concerned about. I was concerned about, the other house I was
not
looking at.
considered favorable for marriage. Mangal is the commander of the planets.
But I know it's more than that too. So if you try to get those people in trouble, maybe they'll snitch on the fucking other ones.
Strong, exalted position in one's horoscope. It bestows courage, vitality, vigor, initiative,
For what?
aggression.
Planning
In
shit
an
in my
unequal
house,
position, it results in violence,
breaking in,
anger,
trying to kidnap my cat,
dishonesty,
and murder
jealousy,
and torture.
disposition.
And poisoning too.
A weak
All of
mind
us.
makes for a lack of ambition, stamina, and drive in a person. Articles like wheat, red cloth, red flowers,
And what about that
and
fire
sandalwood
possibility
are
out
offered
there
to deity during prayers.
that I'm still trying to save you guys from? Who contributed to that, Taran? I can tell you who I saw out there one time
Representing the giant planet Jupiter.
dumping fucking grass that time.
Considered to be the Lord of Satan.
I'm trying not to though, but they report me for everything it
With
seems.
his immense wisdom, he was appointed as the mentor of all the devas, and thus.
But not everything, so they're good. Except for they made me miss my fucking neurologist appointment.
Both Brihaspativar and Guruvar, which is the day associated with this deity. When Lord Brahma began creating the universe, he created.
They're hacking my fucking computer all the time.
And
they're just good enough to fuck me up a couple times.
By engaging in procreation. The 7 rishis were Vashishta, Marichi, Pulastya, Pulaha, Atri.
Everyone just jumps in that part and doesn't take the rest seriously? Why?
Brihaspati or Jupiter was born to sage Angiras. Brihaspati grew up learning all the 4 Vedas and mastered them. He then performed severe penance to Lord Shiva.
Well, getting me there is just as bad as getting me out here for you guys, trust me.
Granted him a significant planetary position and appointed him as a Devaguru. Thus, Brihaspati also came to be known as Guru.
Out there and protect me for everything done wrong out here in there, I would not.
Devas in the heavens. Brihaspati being the official Guru of the
Except for a few of you that I don't really give a fuck about.
With the consistent war between the Devas and the Asuras. Although the
Call me a fucking rat and I'm a cat. Are you a cat killer?
The Asuras, with the help of their Guru Shukracharya, would rise from the dead with his Mrita Sanjeevani mantra. This resulted in constant tiring out for the Devas, who went pleading to their Devaguru for a.
Not even though. Taran been negligent about fire. A couple times, inside, indoors.
Eventually,
that was not negligent. That was freezing to death and an accident.
Instructed to a Sishya,
that he put out
would lose his
safely.
Of using this
in his garage. Yeah, one time he was like, whoa, I'm on fire.
His son
And he got it out. So that wasn't safe. But on the hill, no, he wrapped it in greens. And it was not very big at all.
Who were about to lose the war. Brihaspati also advised his son to first impress Devyani in order to impress Shukracharya, who was very fond of his daughter. Kachya followed his advice, and unknown to him,
really?
Devyani fell in love with him.
Why couldn't I fucking get a hold of my neurologist?
The Asuras wanted to kill Kachya.
How the fuck am I gonna get there? I know how to get there. Just beg for a fucking ride again, which they'll give me. I know they will. I just feel sick about asking all the time. I should have been able to get a hold of Medi-Cal and I could not. They would not answer the phone for me.
The Asuras finally killed him.
It's like I don't get any mail around here.
And mixed his ashes in the alcohol. Shukracharya learnt of.
But I still have Medi-Cal. I still got food stamps. It's not that big, but it's something, huh?
Later, he tried to revive Kachya, who was now in his stomach. He teaches Kachya the mantra and tells him to come out. Kachya comes out by tearing his guru's stomach open and brings his life back with the help of the mantra. Kachya then started his journey back to Devalok when Devyani expressed her love for him and asks him to marry her. Kachya told her that she was like a sister to him as she was the daughter of his guru. This infuriated Devyani, whereby she cursed him that he will not.
Let's say they can't hack my computer.
And would never.
They just don't want to get caught.
With the Sanjeevani mantra.
Probably hack my phone too, like that, huh?
The most. There is also a story of how
what if they can't?
Brihaspati left the Devas to teach them a lesson. When things were seemingly fine in the lives of the Devas, Indra began taking his guru for granted. and eventually disrespected him several times. He thought they no longer needed a guru, so Brihaspati left the side of the Devas. Once, when required the assistance of a
Yeah, that's what he's doing here,
Indra
exploring his
appointed
disease,
Devas a
technically.
new guru named Vishwarupa.
And finding out some weird
Vishwarupa
fucking shit.
was related to the Asuras
He's like, I
from the
can't
eternal
lie
and
anymore.
therefore, out of his affection, would secretly perform yajna
If I believe something, if I even think something, I can say it out loud. I try fucking not to sometimes. I think you might be fucking guilty.
The Devas became suspicious of Vishwarupa's intentions, and when the truth was out, an
Right over this
infuriated
time,
Indra beheaded Vishwarupa. Vishwarupa's father learned about his son's death, and in anger performed the yajna, and out emerged a powerful demon.
Try and get me out of here when they don't know shit.
Vritrasura was created with a lot of powers, and his only goal was to vanquish.
When I talked to my dad a few times, he's a fucking liar. I told him that.
Indra's court to kill him. Indra escaped from there and surrendered to Lord Brahma to protect him.
And never asking me once when I'm an adult too.
And
he's a worse addict than I am.
It was then
I'm just a wretched little fool.
Indra's plea and joined the Devas again.
With a fucking brain
Indra
disease.
the solution that only the bones of sage the lychee could make a weapon that could.
Who gets taken advantage of a lot.
To know this full story,
But not anymore. Now we take advantage.
Brihaspati is often depicted
Which is not okay.
with glorious golden complexion.
But it was necessary, because otherwise he'd have fucking lost his son. Both of them. A long time ago.
This celestial god is said to embody qualities like
And
spirituality,
he knows it now.
wisdom, dignity, morality, and luck.
But he could have done a little better,
Complexion
been a little cleaner, and maybe keep George around for just a little bit longer.
Like ramples of flower.
But it turns out he had cancer
and turmeric.
for a long time and I didn't know about it. My dad didn't fucking help by trying to take him from me.
And the ruler of the planet Saturn. He is the god of karma, justice, and retribution, and delivers results depending on one's thoughts.
Who knows what disease I have
This powerful god
and how it affects me.
karmic deeds of humans.
It's not just regular MS.
Judgments upon them during
No, it's something fucking different.
Like his brother
Now I'm super psychic and it's driving me fucking nuts. And it makes me pissed off when I can't do anything fucking about it.
As he was injured while fighting with his brother Yama in his childhood.
Because no one fucking believes me, but the paperwork's right fucking here.
Or a vulture,
Shut your fucking mouths and ask me a question next time.
And carrying a bow and an arrow. He's usually depicted with dark skin, wearing black clothes. The Vishnu Puran tells the story of the birth of Shani, that unable to bear Surya's intense heat, that his wife Samugnya, after giving birth to her 3 children,
See, then not even the last one's work.
to practice harsh austerities in the form of a mare, leaving her shadow.
Last people over there were, and I know it. Them, see, not so much, I don't think.
The Hindu personification of the goddess of shadow. Chaya Devi.
Garbage like they have dogs, and I pretty much just don't trust people with dogs around here.
Did not make out that she is her shadow. He lived with Chaya Devi, and she gave birth to 2 sons, Savarni Manu and Shani, and 2 daughters, Dhabati and Viyati. When god Shani was in the womb of Chaya, Shiva Bhaktini Chaya was so engrossed in the penance of Lord Shiva,
Even though they bark as much as I
did
do.
not care for her food.
But not even anymore,
So
right?
intensely during her penance that the prayers had a profound influence on her child. As a result of such great penance of Chaya, without food or shade,
What have I done in my life?
Sun, the complexion of Shani became
Worse than your average dog or cat.
Shani was
Nothing.
black. Right from his birth, Shani had inherited great powers through his mother's penance.
See, a dog that kills 40 cats
Surya,
should be
her
put down.
son, who was eager to look at
A
his
person's
son,
killed 4,
was only disappointed. to
almost,
see
in my opinion.
He even
You don't care about
suspected
suffering.
Shani was his own child. At the
You don't
birth
care at all.
of Shani,
See, a fish you don't really identify with. A cat? Why fucking not?
Bad luck. Receiving an unjustified and wrong treatment from his father.
I think it's the
Shani
fact that we
was
can
also
identify them with them just enough
treated
with
his
their
mother
flat little
with
human-like
respect.
faces and their whiskers and their
He saw that
beautiful
his
eyes.
father was insulting his mother.
that when we cause them pain or just don't give a fuck, we feel powerful, huh? Powerful, tough.
Surya's body was also charred black. Lord Shiva advised Surya and explained to him about what had happened. Surya accepted his fault and apologized.
See, I'm guilty of doing the same thing one time in my life, taking advantage of a smaller creature.
which is
A cat, too, when I was like 5 years old.
Or Shani Jayanti. Shani is said to
And
not
hurting it.
cause any effects on an individual
And it died.
until 16 years of age. This
But I
theory
felt bad about it every
originates
day
from
pretty much for the rest of my
story
fucking
Shah
lifetime.
Jahan,
I don't even like
whose
talking about it. I don't even like
father
mentioning it.
was
I'm like, I'm not that guy.
and his wife's were
But I guess I
born.
was.
At the time when the Rishi gave up his life to donate his bones to Indra to help him defeat the demon Ritra,
That's a honest die. What have you
his
done?
virtue
That's
was
worse, and you know it.
Pipaladu. To know the full story behind the death of Sage the Rishi, watch the video linked above. When Swarcha came to know about the
See, when I
death
get a
of her
fish,
husband, she placed
I
the
crack it on the
demon
head
Pipaladu under a
and put it out of its
tree.
misery. Before I gut
Then she
it,
committed suicide to reunite with her husband. The infant Pipalada was taken care of by the Richi's sister, the Dhimati. Pipalada was upset over his father's
my
death
opinion, it's the worst thing I've
and
ever done by far.
he was told
Hurting
by
a
the
cat like
Devas
that.
the reason
Like people do
behind
all the fucking
his sudden
time
death
and just laugh
was
about
the
it.
trouble of Shani on him. He wanted to avenge Shanidev for causing trouble to his father during his lifetime.
But I'm pretty sure I've already paid for that one.
Forced Shanidev to not be a part of the universe anymore. As a result, Shanidev fell from the galaxy. However, after the Devas intervened, Pipalada agreed to forgive Shani on the condition that none below 16 would get affected by his adverse effects. Shani, to
How?
save his life, promised the same.
Well, by
and
doing my
not
fucking
treat
best in my
anyone
life
below 16 years of age. In Hinduism,
to extend the lives
Hanuman and Ganesh are the two gods who are not affected
and happiness
by Shani.
of every
In Ramayana,
fucking
the
sentient
home
being
of Lord
that gets
Shiva
around me if I
and
can.
Brahma
Mostly animals
was
because people
Ravan
can't stand me.
invincible. He wanted a similar fate for his son Meghnad. And so when Meghnad was about to be born,
So I always acknowledge them,
Ravan
unless they're evil to
gathered
me.
all the 9 planets and placed them in the 11th position. So his newborn too could be immortal and invincible. This made him lock
Tell them they're
all
awesome, tell them they're
planets,
beautiful,
including the
tell them they're a
Sita,
dog or a
that
cat.
is Shanidev, in a place where it would be difficult for them to get out. However,
Tell them I
Hanuman
recognize them
used
just like I recognize
when they were
myself.
searching for Ma Sita in Lanka after she was kidnapped by Ravan. It was
Even give them a
then
chance to
that
bite me
Hanuman
sometimes, or
rescued
scratch me,
Shanidev
if they
from
want to.
Ravan. As a
If that's how they
thanks,
fucking feel when they're running at
Shanidev
me.
gave a boon to Lord Hanuman that the effects
Sometimes
of
they do, and they
Shani's
just don't get there and bite me. They
would
get there
never
and lick
affect
me.
him in any
So I
way.
kiss them back.
In return, Lord Hanuman mentioned that none of his devotees should be affected as well. Shanidev obliged. This
I'm
boon,
gonna get him.
while
I'm gonna
keeping
get him, man.
perfectly
I'm gonna
in
get him.
today,
I'm not gonna
and
fucking
why
get him. No, he
Shani
smells
not
good to
cause
me.
adversities to Hanuman's devotees. Feeding black dogs is also said to overcome the ill effects of Shani. Driven by astrological prescriptions, many people feed black dogs and are
Oh,
sometimes
Garfield,
also advised to
eat your
keep
yams,
a
boy.
black dog in the house.
You're not a yam man?
Is said to trouble and
Oh, you
hurt
want some
those
kibble?
individuals under
I
the
don't have any more
influence
kibble.
of
No, you
sadness.
gotta eat yams now to
But
clear you
this
out.
is entirely false.
That's all your dad's
Shani
eating today
and
is
Hanuman
yams.
are the lords of justice.
Unless he wants some
And
rice
only
later.
give
I'll make
fruits
some
of
rice
one
too.
fruit. Shanidev only punishes those
He's a
who
different
act
fucking
in
species, the
all evil.
Garfieldus.
Like a judge, he also rewards
No,
those
he's fucking
who do
different.
good deeds
George was too.
and gives them purpose to
Basically
their
a different
lives.
species of cat, the way he was
He
shaped
forces
and the way he
people to be
acted.
disciplined, to understand that one needs to be humble,
See, Garfield,
focused, patient,
even more
and
so.
hardworking to
His
achieve
biology.
success.
He does not get ill. And they're both
Rahu
fucking
and
geniuses.
Ketu, unlike
Like, that's
other
why
Navagraha members, do not
Garfield and George didn't get along at first, huh?
They are
George got along with every other cat, but Garfield was like, oh, fuck that guy.
planets
No, he's smart and
and
he's
are hence
fierce.
responsible for eclipses of the sun and the moon.
And we're the same
Two
fucking
shadow
color.
planets were once a single entity. Swarga
So he's almost
and
they're almost
Rama
reverse
were
racist at
inspired
first.
to become invincible.
Like I
He
can
cast
be.
himself as a deva
Very much
to
so,
consume
turns
the
out.
nectar of immortality during Samudra Manthan.
I am a little bit of a
Swarga
reverse
and
racist. I
Chandra,
don't mean to
through
be.
their celestial light, were able to identify
I actually typically get along with white people a little bit better, but not even necessarily.
Mohini, the female form of Lord Vishnu. Rahu
Because they're
was
fucking
responsible
racist.
for the eclipse of the sun.
Anyways, back to George and Garfield.
By a young Hanuman
And then they got
who
racist
wanted
later.
to consume
George and
the
Garfield.
thinking
Well, because they're like,
that the
okay,
flaming star
okay.
was a giant fruit.
Well, I don't care what the
This
people, the humans
Navagraha
look
is
like.
depicted without a body,
The dark ones are okay, but the dark cats
Vahana, a black lion.
come around us. No, see, we're all
Since
lighter.
the deity lacks a body, people believe
No, we're
that the
orange.
influence of this deity
And she's a
causes
calico.
them to harm. People donate
So I almost understand that, guys. It was never really like that, even for the cats.
and pole to appease
I was like that for you guys sometimes.
Ketu is the headless body of
You don't think it is, right?
And it represents
But isn't it?
the southern lunar node. Ketu is responsible for the
Goes for
eclipse
everybody.
of the moon, where the deity is said to completely swallow the lunar celestial body. The
But why?
Navagraha is depicted without a head, with 4 arms and a serpent tail instead of
Must be.
legs, mounted on his vahana, a vulture. His name Ketu.
No, see,
means
that doesn't make you
comet,
different species.
and his
Like some people
serpent
want to
tail
argue.
is a symbolic representation of a comet.
Makes it a little different.
People believe that Ketu represents immorality, violence,
So is George a different
attachment,
species, or is he a little bit different? See,
mindlessness, and impulsive.
I think he might have fit. Garfield
Above
definitely
the
fucking
images
is.
of the celestial god, people donate saffron,
He's just fucking
sesame,
different.
lead, and sugar, and offer food to a black and white
His
colored
intelligence and his
dog.
face.
Since the incident of being beheaded
No, his
by
eyes.
an enemy,
They're binocular like an ape's.
constantly chase the
I mean,
sun
all
from the
cats have
moon
that
for
vision.
revenge,
But
and
Garfield has
the
it more than
blood
any
of
cat I've ever
the
seen now,
king
almost.
and the body of
It's
Asura's
changing.
honey.
No, his adolescence
It is
isn't
a
ended yet. He's
popular
fucking
belief
5.
that when they succeed in catching the sun and moon,
See, neither is
they
mine.
follow them,
And I'm
causing
26.
solar and lunar eclipse. But they can't hold on to them.
My adolescence. No, I'm still in adolescence as far as I'm concerned. The way my brain works.
As they also had the nectar of immortality.
Does that give me excuses? No. Just letting you know how the world is nowadays. Adolescence lasts much longer than it used to.
As they move around the celestial sphere. Therefore, Rahu and Ketu are respectively called the north and the south lunar nodes. Sometimes,
Because we're all
when
safe all
Venus
the time.
passes these nodes, it is aligned perfectly between the Earth
All comfortable
and
all the
Sun
time.
to create eclipses.
Pretty damn much, huh, Garfield? You see what I mean, Garfield? Hey, that's pretty fucking good, dude. He complains a lot. He's like, nah, I'm all trapped. I'm all trapped. I'm like, dude, you've got it fucking good. The other cats understand this. Like, dude, no, see, we get chased everywhere we go. No, just chased around, chased around, chased around. And we get fucking sick of it, Garfield.
Religion was never meant to unite humanity.
You really don't
It
get
was
sick?
meant to divide.
We'd like you to join us, kind of.
Now,
Without a cat or a dog. Both, kind of. Can't pick sides, dogs. I don't trust you like that. But can I? You get scared up there?
go
They try and shoot
strike
you.
Amalek and devote to
They do.
destruction all that they have.
They try and
Do
shoot you all the
not spare
time.
them, but kill
See, that's not really
both
cool.
man and woman, child and infant.
No, they're sentient
ox
beings. They're
and
doing their
sheep,
fucking thing.
Camel and donkey.
And they are replacing a niche that we fucking
That's what
drove to
religion
extinction if we go out
does to
there.
us.
The wolf.
Fear of punishment, fear of questioning, fear of.
So it's just scary because wolves are terrifying.
Where there is
Wolves are
fear,
fucking terrifying.
There is control. Because if
But I
we
see this
fear,
big shadow of
we
a
obey.
fucking dog over the mountain
If
right
we
now.
fear, we
Like,
worship.
fuck. Is that good or bad?
If we fear,
Both.
we bow to someone else's power. This is how the Anunnaki control.
I've seen it for
humanity
fucking months
through
now. This
religion.
big shadow of a dog
But this
a coyote
is not
spirit
just a
over the
theory.
mountain. Maybe it's a wolf spirit because the wolves aren't here anymore, but a few of them are.
In this video, I
But
will
Coyote helped
show
build the mountains of the
scientific
dogs,
and
man. The dogs.
historical
Taking over out there a little bit.
from ancient texts, archaeology, and recorded history, so you can see the truth for yourself.
At least they work. We're working hard
Because
against
the
it, but I think there's
facts
more
have
out there than we know
always
about.
been there. You just
There's a
want
lot of
to
fucking
find
coyotes.
them.
The
And
few
once
fucking
you
wolves
see
even.
them, you can
Now there are.
never unsee them. Once you take this path, there is no turning back.
And they're fucking smart.
Because knowledge is a door that only.
So they don't want to
opens
eat me,
one
do they?
way. Are you ready to step through?
It's not an excuse, dogs.
The word.
They're like, dude, we don't want to eat
from
you.
the Latin
We just
term
know we could eat your
religare,
cat if
which
you're not
means
careful.
to bind or to tie back.
We're fucking wolves. What
They
do you want
told
from
us
us?
that
I want you to
religion
go
was
get
meant
something
to
else.
reconnect us with the divine. But
Or I'll
that's
have to
a
kill
lie.
you myself.
Religion does not liberate. It binds. It controls. It enslaves. Instead of bringing us closer to true divinity, religion has severed our connection with it.
No, they're psychic.
Instead of expanding
dogs,
our
all of them.
consciousness,
They're all.
it has narrowed our perception. They
Yeah, they're
have
getting their own.
removed the divine.
They put a
from
wedge between me
religion
and those ones because
and
they're enlightened.
replaced it with obedience. Religion was never meant to unite humanity. It was meant to divide and control.
You were
This
getting
is
sick?
not an accident. It is not a misunderstanding. It is by design. From the very beginning, the
Why don't they tell me
gods
this kind of shit?
commanded absolute obedience.
In
They
my
did
yard,
not
drink some
offer
still
wisdom
water
freely,
out back.
nor did
See, I was
they
done with dump it
encourage
out, but I didn't want to
obedience.
make him sick by
They
dumping it
ruled
out.
with an iron hand,
So I just
establishing
let the snow
laws,
cover it up,
demanding
but I think it was clean by then.
sacrifice, and instilling a deep and unshakable fear in those who dared question their authority. The
Look, this
early
is knock 'em over right now.
civilizations did not arise from
Bring it
enlightenment,
inside.
but
Wherever you
from
tied
some
up.
natural human progression toward order and knowledge. They were shaped, structured,
Not
and
really, Dad. Do I have to
controlled by
be?
those who declared themselves divine. And the first
Yeah, a little bit,
commandment
dude. A
was
little bit.
always the same.
I love you.
Obey, fear. And if you do not, then you would suffer the consequences. This pattern is not unique to any one culture or time period. It repeats itself throughout history because it is the foundation upon which all religious and political systems were built. A civilization cannot be controlled if its people are united. They must be divided. They must be conditioned to fear one another, to see outsiders as enemies, and to blindly trust those who claim to speak for God. This is the essence of divide and conquer. Set one faction against another. Create differences where there are none. Turn men against their brothers, and they will never turn against their rulers. This is how kings, priests,
Criminal
and
negligence, not even that.
emperors have always
Shut my
maintained
fucking gate.
power.
Out
And
front.
this strategy was not invented
Hey,
by
Garfield.
men. It was
By
handed
my-
down by
no,
those
keep
who ruled before them. From the first written texts of Sumer to the modern world, we see the same unbreakable cycle. The gods chose their representatives on earth, elevating them above the common man and granting them the authority to rule. These chosen rulers were not necessarily wise, nor were they just. They were simply obedient. They understood the system, and they enforced it with unwavering devotion. The earliest city-states were not democracies. They were theocracies. The king was chosen by the gods, and his rule was absolute. The priest dictated laws, declared wars, and ensured that no one ever questioned the divine order. And what was this divine order? It was a hierarchy, a system where the gods ruled over kings, kings ruled over men, and men were little more than workers, soldiers, and worshippers. This
I'm
was
pretty
the
sure they're fucking
blueprint
immortal
that
now, I'm
would
pretty
be
sure.
copied and expanded upon for
A few of
millennia.
these dogs around here.
Egypt followed it, declaring
cats
their
too, turns
pharaohs
out.
to be gods on earth, their power unquestionable.
Only one human though.
Babylon refined it, using religion not just to rule, but to justify war and conquest. The Hebrews
Other than
took
me?
it further.
See,
by
I know one other
eliminating
guy who's
all
died a few
other
times for
gods
sure.
and declaring that theirs was the one true
Maybe
power.
two that I know for
Making
sure.
disobedience not
But
just
more than that,
treason,
more than that, more than that too,
blasphemy.
turns out.
This was the true evolution of religious control. At first, there were many gods, and each city, each nation, had its own pantheon. This allowed for flexibility, but it also left room for doubt. If another city's god could rival your own, then perhaps your gods were not all powerful. This was a weakness in the system, one that had to be removed. Over time,
Oh, so you just, when you found out people were reinstantiated around here, you just didn't tell anybody.
monolatry gave way to monotheism. No longer
See, I
were
did what I
gods
did
rulers of specific
because
cities or people.
I told some people so they
Now,
could take
there was
advantage
only
of it
one God,
monetarily.
and he demanded
Because they helped me out one time.
Worship was no longer a matter
But I didn't want to tell the
tradition.
world
It
because they're going to have to go to
became
prison
law.
for how I treat my work.
Question was sin. To sin was to be punished.
Right.
With
No,
this
right.
shift,
Right.
the final level of control was achieved. The kings no longer
That's why I
needed to
didn't
be
say
gods
they're
themselves.
reinstantiators.
They only needed
What happens if you
rule
eat a
the way of
reinstantiator?
God.
You get
No
real
longer
fucked
did they
up.
need to prove their power. Now, their power was ordained.
See, cats,
To rebel
they
against the
reinstantiate
king
all the
was
time.
to rebel against the divine itself. This was the ultimate consolidation of control. What followed was bloodshed on an unimaginable
So some people
scale.
fucking eat the fuckers.
Wars no longer needed political motives. They were now holy. The Crusades.
Animals you do
the
not want to,
Islamic
it's toxic.
conquests, The
Garfield
destruction
is.
of pagan traditions
No,
across
it's
Europe
toxic.
and the Americas, all were carried out in the name of God. But the gods did not descend from the heavens to fight these wars alone. They did not lead the armies or
'Cause he's a
spill
fire
the blood
spirit.
by themselves.
No, or
It
a
was
spirit like
the
the rest of you
wars
guys.
of gods and men, manipulated and controlled, slaughtering one another for the glory of unseen rulers. And while the people fought, the priests and kings sat safely.
See, most of us
on
actually
their
are earth
thrones,
spirits.
untouched, their power growing with every battle won
I'm not.
and every enemy destroyed.
Garfield's not either.
Religion has never been about bringing people together. It has
Ghosts
never
are
been
typically
about
air spirits.
elevating mankind. It has
Or
always
light
been about
spirits.
submission.
Basically the same
To
thing
submit is to obey,
in different ways.
and to obey is to serve. But who are we serving?
Off like
Those who
electromagnetism.
sit in temples and palaces.
You can think of it this
Those
way
who write
almost.
the laws and
It's not
deliver
a
the
perfect one for one.
punishments, or something far older. Something that has been pulling the strings
You don't have that thing's
since
done
the
yet.
very
We want to think of
beginning.
this way.
They
He's
tell
like
us
a
that
weak and
religion
strong
was
force
meant to
creature.
reconnect
Or maybe-
us with the divine.
Maybe even more weak
This
force
is the
than
true
strong force.
meaning of the word
See, we're all hooked
religion,
up
to
with
reconnect
our
us.
fucking
That
protons.
was meant to guide us, to illuminate
Sticking
our
together.
path. But the reality
So your
is
Earth's
far
strong force.
different. Religion has
Air is weak
severed
force.
our connection
Or fire is
to
weak
the
force, huh?
divine.
It makes more
It
sense.
has locked
It's
us
radiation.
inside a system where we no
It's
longer
radioactive.
seek truth. We accept
Like
doctrine.
a jet,
We
like a
no
genie.
longer question. We submit.
He's weird,
we no
man. He's
longer
weird.
look beyond. We obey. They have removed the divine.
Some of you guys are
from
spirits of
religion
light,
and replaced
like
it
air.
with fear. They have taken
Electromagnetic.
and turned it into dogma. They have ensured that
See,
we
I'm like a
rise,
gravity beam.
we kneel.
Watery.
Because religion was never meant to unite humanity. It was meant to divide.
Well, because
and
they're strong
control.
force fuckers. Because you run out protons.
And all of this didn't start now. This beginning accompanied the dawn of civilization from the very start, where it all began, in ancient Sumer.
How does that work exactly biologically? I don't
Sumer
know,
was
but I bet I
not
can
just
prove it
the
someday.
first civilization. It was the first theocracy. Before Egypt, before
We're just
Babylon,
fucking different.
before
Garfield
Greece
died.
and Rome, there was Sumer. And it was here that the first
I'm just
gods
guessing,
did
shooting
not
shit at the
merely
wall, throwing shit at the
reside
wall,
in
see if it
heavens.
sticks.
They
Some of us were like,
walked
oh, that's
here.
interesting. Is that how it goes sometimes?
They ruled
When you get really
as
powerful.
kings. They demanded
And they can't just figure out what's wrong with you.
And they established a system.
It's like,
that
no, my soul's just
defined
fucking
human
different.
Civilization for thousands of years.
And I
to
know
come.
it. Stop treating me like a
We are
fucking
told
Homo
that
sapien.
civilization
Start treating me like a
began
terror.
as a natural progression.
I'm assuming that I know the treatment I need.
Settling into villages, growing crops.
I'm not
and
fucking
slowly
stupid.
Evolving into complex societies. But the evidence tells a different story. The Sumerians themselves did not claim to have built their civilization alone.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
They wrote in their
Lock this door safe with my cat.
that their knowledge was given to them by the gods. The gods gave them law, kings, language, writing, and architecture. And above all else, the gods gave them order.
The big problem when you're on fucking, this kind of medical insurance.
And absolute
With his cat. Oh, with his cat.
But these were not
That's with his
gods
cat.
the way we think of them
Yeah.
today. They were not distant, abstract beings ruling from beyond the clouds. They
Or you
were
just won't go.
present.
Won't participate.
They had names,
And even your
faces,
society.
homes, and temples.
He already
They
does.
were physical rulers, and they owned their creation.
If you guys have acted like he doesn't have any rights,
Texts do not
He just
describe
assumed
a
that
world
he,
of divine guidance, but of
you follow the
divine
same rules he
rules.
does sometimes.
And like all rulers, these gods had an elite class of enforcers, those who ensured that the system
not in an evil way.
remained in place.
Why not fucking listen to your opinion?
Ancient Mesopotamian government was built on the fundamental understanding that human beings were
Judges, you
created
too.
to serve the gods.
Sometimes.
Society itself
Lawyers, you too,
structured
sometimes.
as an extended household where the king and the high priest acted as the fathers of civilization.
But mostly,
responsible
no, they're all right,
for their
typically.
people in the same way a patriarch ruled his family.
Yeah, regular fucking people.
This was not symbolic. This
No,
was
it's your
the
bullshit.
literal framework of their political and religious
People who work
system.
with fucking
A
law a
system
lot.
in which the entire
it's fucking weird
structure
out
of
there.
civilization was
They're kind of
modeled
paranoid,
under
I
divine
think.
authority. The king was not merely a political figure. He was appointed by the gods to enforce divine will on earth. He
I guess
was
we do and we don't
supreme
sometimes. I don't know how weird it is.
administrator, the highest judge.
I think we're getting the
military
baddest of the
commander,
bad guys
and the
sometimes. We
earthly
ain't ever, are we?
representative of the gods who had
Never.
granted him his rule. Below him were the priests and governors, who ensured that the
Missed the
people
mark.
remained obedient and that the cities functioned according to
Dude, someone
religious
really
law.
thought that Taran Miller was the baddest of the bad
The
guys.
priesthood
They thought they
controlled
found
the
something that I knew
the
about.
economy and the distribution of
How to do
wealth,
maybe some like
while regional
like a
governors
deer.
managed territories on behalf of the king. Beneath them were the scribes, judges, generals, and officials who
Oh, is this
administered
a
daily affairs,
human bone? Must be a
collecting
fucking
taxes, overseeing
human bone, not a cow bone or a
construction
horse
projects, and
bone.
ensuring that divine order was maintained.
What if it was? Oh well, right? One
This
archaeologist.
hierarchy, the workers, the laborers, the soldiers, and the slaves, those who toiled under
Did you
the
find anything else
weight
there?
of
Let me also
divine
use
law,
that site.
their lives dictated by a ruling class that claimed to act in the name of the gods. One of the most revealing documents regarding the divine nature of kingship in
I
Mesopotamia
did my work with kings there.
is the
A lot of it.
Sumerian king list. This
It wasn't literary
ancient
to me at the
text,
time.
first discovered in 1906
Stash.
by the German-American
Spiritual stash.
scholar Hermann Hilprecht during
Or gifts.
excavations in
No, I didn't need drugs there.
modern-day Iraq.
Find some?
Is
Got it.
inscribed in Sumerian cuneiform and dates back to approximately 2100 BCE. Since its discovery, multiple versions of the king list have been found, each inscribed on clay tablets or stone prisms, all following a remarkably similar structure. The text itself is a record of kingship in Mesopotamia, listing rulers, the length of their reigns, and the cities they governed. But what makes it truly
So
extraordinary?
you think Muslim motherfuckers are really
is
fucking
the
sneaky
claim
around
that
here?
kingship did
They're not really.
emerge
Some
from
of them kind of
human
are.
society, but was given to humanity by higher
But really,
beings.
they just know when you're not paying attention
After the
somehow.
kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. This phrase is the key to understanding.
I just
the
always assume someone
origin
is.
of divine rule
Always.
in ancient
Leave them
Sumer.
alone. Someone's always
In
watching.
academic and university circles, scholars interpret this as evidence that the Sumerians believed kingship was divinely sanctioned, that rulers were chosen by the gods, blessed with authority, and tasked with maintaining cosmic order. According to this mainstream interpretation, the phrase does not imply a literal descent, but rather a metaphorical relationship between the divine and the ruling class. In this view, kings did not gain power through military conquest or political strategy alone. They ruled because the gods chose them. To challenge the king was to challenge the gods. To disobey was to defy the divine itself. But this is not the only possible
What,
interpretation.
Ghost? You want to say more about me?
While
What, do you want to say more about me?
itself to metaphorical readings, refusing to acknowledge any alternative meaning, the actual wording
When he snuck up on me a few times, you know what I was doing?
makes a
Breaking
far
into my
bolder
fucking
claim,
yard.
one that is almost never openly discussed. It does not say that kingship was granted or ordained. It says that it descended from heaven.
Oh, really? Yeah, my bad.
This is not a vague
I usually not.
spiritual concept. It is a direct statement.
But I'm really open about when I am.
Something or
People around.
one came from above and established dominion over the earth.
See, right now, I just want one around me
The
because
text
I'm
does
fucking
not
spiritual.
describe the gods as distant,
They're not.
formless deities. It lists them as
Period.
actual rulers, reigning over cities before human dynasties
Good.
even began.
I'm in trouble with somebody
According to the
not the
king
cops,
list, the earliest
who's
rulers
really
were
big
not
fucking
human at
deal.
all. The pre-flood kings, figures
They think they're
like
big
Ulu
fucking deal.
and Dumuzid,
in the U.S. government
have
almost.
reigned for tens of thousands of years. And
I don't know their
impossible
names,
if these
but
were
I think I know a
born
few who know some of them.
Historians
Probably voted for a
dismiss
few
these
who know some of
figures
them.
as mythological. But why would the Sumerians, a civilization known for its meticulous record keeping, list them in the same historical framework as later human rulers? If we take their words at face value, the implications
But some people
are
share
staggering.
protected for reasons I don't
The
understand.
gods ruled the earth before humans. They descended from the heavens, from the stars, from what modern terminology would call outer space. They established kingship not
Need a
as
euro?
a human institution, but as a system of
That
control
would suck, huh?
designed to keep humanity subservient. This is
He
not
died being a hero.
speculation. This is what the texts state. And yet, modern academia refuses to acknowledge this perspective, choosing instead to sanitize ancient history into something comfortable, something explainable within the boundaries of conventional thought. But we do not have to rely on the interpretations of scholars who dismiss what is right in front of them. We have already explored this topic in depth in a 2023 video here,
That's where you have to go, Garfield.
where we break
No, the
down
peaks.
every detail of the Sumerian king list, its
And not the little peaks
implications,
either, the big
and the
peaks.
timeline of when these beings
That's where we'll be
arrived on
safe.
Earth. If you want
You
to
just gotta
see the
survive
full
up there.
picture
I don't get
of
altitude
the
sickness. Maybe
origins
he
of
does.
religious
Oh well.
control, I invite you to continue.
Keep him around longer, huh?
the video. And after watching, you can check out this earlier video.
I just don't get altitude
insights.
sickness.
According
I'm
to
sure I
this,
do. I get
the
tired.
Sumerian king list.
Well, am I
kingship
sick?
was
No,
not
I don't think
something
so.
Humans created. It was given to them by the gods. Rulers did not.
You know, I've given my friends altitude sickness. I'm like, chase me up this mountain, but you can't.
Alone. They ruled because the gods.
They
chose
tried
them.
the same things to me,
To
but guess
challenge
what?
The king was
Because
to
you
challenge
guys were
the
logging more
gods.
than me.
To disobey was to defy the divine.
You got a
itself.
flag grand, I'll beat your fucking asses.
But who were these gods?
But now, I'll
Ancient
beat 'em up a hill.
Mesopotamian
All
texts
pretty much.
describe a pantheon
Because they
of
quit.
flesh and blood
Shitty
beings
job.
who
Getting paid.
descended to Earth and
Blogging.
established their dominion over mankind. The most powerful
No, it's a good job. Check it out.
The
You want to be a
Anunnaki
fucking name,
were
want to
not
prove yourself?
distant
Go be a logger.
creators, but active rulers who controlled cities, dictated law,
And then think about the military, maybe.
They did not guide
Not a bad option.
humanity.
They're really
owned
good
it.
at
The
hypnotizing you over
organization
time.
of this dominion
Turns
was
out.
not left to chance. It was structured, deliberate. and
Get mad at me, guys, if you want to.
One of the most revealing texts about this system.
I'm not trying. Yeah, they're good people
is
typically.
the ancient
But fuck,
Sumerian
guys, come
tablet
on.
known as Enki and the World Order. Discovered in 1905 in the ruins of Nippur, one of the most sacred Sumerian cities, the tablet
they're supposed
was
to do.
unearthed during excavations led by the University of Pennsylvania. This text, inscribed in Sumerian cuneiform, is estimated to have been written
Get you ready for
around
war.
2100 BCE, during the third dynasty of Ur, though the myths it records are undoubtedly far older, passed down through
Which I'm
centuries
concerned,
of oral tradition.
we're getting to that
before
point right
being
fucking
put
now.
into play. Unlike many ancient texts that focus on mythology,
So people can protect their
or
reputations, guys.
cosmos, this
Like what,
tablet is
reputations?
an administrative document, a record of how Enki
Or this
organized
generation.
the world and assigned dominion to various gods. It is a blueprint of how divine rule was established on Earth. According to the tablet,
Whole generation
Enki
of
was
children
not
wiped
merely
out
a creator deity.
around the
He
world
was a ruler,
right now.
an architect
That could
of
happen.
civilization. He did not oversee the world alone, but instead delegated power.
Children get more sick
ensuring
than adults
that
from
each
viruses.
god and goddess had a
Say you want to
specific
kill all the young
function.
people.
Some were given control over cities, others over rivers, mountains, or agriculture. He determined which deities.
It'd almost
would
be easier to
oversee
do because your
war,
immune systems are
trade,
better.
fertility.
We think the
writing,
Spanish flu
and
did.
law,
Kill people
ensuring
between
that every aspect of civilization was
like 16 and my age,
The
mostly.
document describes how Enki assigned responsibilities to the gods, structuring their domains like a vast empire.
'Cause we're the
where each
healthiest.
Deity played a role. But this was not an act of generosity. This was an act of control. The text makes it clear that this was
Could it be a little
not
different
simply
today? Yeah, it
a
could.
divine act.
Because we're so unhealthy, we
It
don't
was
even
a
realize it.
strategy. Enki's method of rule.
See, smoking
was not
tobacco,
brute force.
not fucking even, guys.
It was a meticulously designed.
No, it's
system
cars.
of bureaucratic
A lot of
efficiency.
it.
He understood that to
I don't work
maintain
on fucking
dominion
cars.
over Earth, the gods needed structure, and so he implemented three fundamental principles. First, he established economic.
Let's say the
and
spirits we let out of the
territorial
ground
bonds between Sumer,
with our wells.
its cities,
We're not
and
happy
neighboring regions,
that they got let out like that.
trade routes and
And
resource distribution were controlled. Ur was designated as the central hub of commerce, with all wealth flowing through its port. Second, Enki created a structured administration, assigning
Now, what did Enki do?
specific gods and goddesses to oversee different aspects of civilization.
Exactly.
This prevented chaos or competition among deities, ensuring that each had their
See, more
place
direct than we
and
do
that
nowadays.
power
Everyone wants
was
their fucking tentacles and everything.
Enki's
But we
government
need specialists
eliminated disorder and
who
enforced
know about
strict
that
oversight.
fucking thing.
Third, he placed a
See, science has that right almost.
at the top of the system, ensuring.
But you have to be generalized. Some scientists get way too deep in the webs of this fucking science, usually physics.
He appointed Utu,
They forget about everything else.
the sun god, as the ultimate enforcer of law and justice.
But not just physics.
The all-seeing eye.
Chemistry can be the same
He
way.
would ensure that the system remained intact.
That's why biology is really fucking
no
cool.
Power struggles disrupted the balance.
When you're like that,
and that all deities operated within their designated role. This was not the
you're like, fuck, dude, why not, dude? Life fucking cool.
This was the
This is fucking cool, too. It's all alive, isn't it?
Dominion. The gods did not operate independently.
See, geologists can almost be the same way, because they're like, fuck, I can't really admit it or prove it. I know this rock's alive, because I love it like that.
Overseeing everything. His decree was final.
They don't accept that all the time, but their soul knows it.
And his rule unchallenged. The role of humanity within this system was not one of equality, nor
Ecologists are even cooler, because they know the ecology is one organism. Every time, almost.
Great gods of heaven and earth, I have given their divine powers.
Mathematicians
great offices.
can be the dumbest or the smartest. Depends on how they use it.
Temples, their rights. To the black-headed people, humans, I have given the decrees of civilization, so they may work and toil in the service of the gods. The implications of this text cannot be overstated. It tells us that civilization was not a spontaneous development. It was an engineered system of control. The gods did not create.
Well, I feel your ire. Don't go there.
Or spiritual enlightenment. They
You'd be
created
surprised.
for labor, for servitude, for obedience. Every aspect of life, from agriculture to law, from trade to warfare.
Just how smart and how stupid certain things can make you at the same time.
The hierarchy.
See, I know this problem well.
Their domains, their responsibilities, and their privileges. Humans had only one duty: to serve.
See, if I'm
And this
on a good one,
was not temporary.
I'm a fucking
Designed
genius,
to be eternal.
but very focused on one thing, so I miss everything else.
The designation of
I'm not super conscious.
the hierarchy.
So it's not really a good one, is it?
It was all structured to ensure that divine.
So I guess maybe not.
Could never be challenged.
But without it,
Even when
I
the
can't
gods
concentrate at all.
eventually Withdrew from direct involvement in human.
Like, where is my happy medium? I'm like trying the nicotine, trying caffeine. It almost gets me there. Like, what does my neurologist have for me?
The priesthood.
I have to get
their
there.
Rituals.
I have to ask them soon. I'm gonna be mad when I do it. They're gonna be mad too a little bit.
Had never left. What began as a divine order became a.
The guy over to help me even more.
In which humanity.
But I can't really because Garfield's out there.
The laws and
those dogs
established by the gods. This text is one of the clearest pieces of evidence that the Anunnaki were not mere myths, but rulers, administrators of the world, enforcers of law.
No, they would not fucking answer me at all.
Civilization itself. And their influence did not disappear. It evolved. The idea of divine rule, the notion that kings and priests act on behalf of the gods, continued through every major civilization that followed. From Sumer to Babylon.
So they'll see me anyways.
Egypt to Rome.
So I'm getting this kind of treatment from everyone around here, almost. Little mistake here, little mistake there. That could get me in trouble.
Remains intact. There is much more to uncover.
Some won't accept.
This text, and for that reason, we have an entire video dedicated to exploring Enki and the world order in depth. In that video,
I'll just call them up and be like, "Hey, check it out."
Tablet line by
That's
line,
too much. How much money do I have in my car?
How the gods established dominion.
Did I spend anything but
The
food?
Sumerians
No.
recorded these events, and what this means
Ever.
for the origins of religious control. The link to that video will be available at the end of this one.
Yeah, I guess maybe I have.
Make sure to watch it.
Bought
because
people's food 'cause they're friends of
understanding this
couple
document is key to understanding
That illegal?
how divine rule was established.
I didn't think so. I was living with them at the time.
And how it still affects us today.
It's just like that when you're homeless, almost.
Archaeologists in modern-day Iraq discovered a series of ancient clay tablets dating back to approximately 1700 BCE. These tablets contained one of the oldest recorded myths of creation and divine rule, the Atrahasis epic. Written in Akkadian cuneiform, this text provides a chilling
They want my
revelation
fucking organs.
about the origins of humanity. Unlike the biblical account of creation, where God lovingly forms man from dust,
So they're hoping
the
I die.
Atrahasis epic
The government.
tells a very different story. It reveals that humanity was not created out of divine benevolence, but as a
I'm an
labor
organ
source
donor.
for the gods. When the gods, like men,
And I know it.
bore the work and suffered the toil.
But it's been more than that, and more than that, and more than that too. So that's how they're trying to get me now.
Stress was much.
I'll stick it up there.
So they created
Down there
men
to Reading.
bear the load.
Me pissed off how I have to do it.
This was humanity's
gotta beg for it
original
again.
purpose. They created mankind to serve them. The Sumerians did not view their existence as a divine gift. They saw themselves as the laborers of their gods, perpetually indebted, bound by duty, born to
No,
obey.
fucking bunch of times.
And yet, this truth
They
was
didn't even
never
answer the phone.
openly admitted. The gods were not foolish rulers. They understood that
All of them.
absolute tyranny creates rebellion. And so, the system was masked. The gods were not our owners. They were our protectors. They were not our oppressors. They were our saviors. They were not here to enslave us. They were here to give us purpose. And
You should have
so
called more times,
the great
probably.
deception began. Obedience became faith. Submission became devotion.
But I'm not sure I could find the right number
Became
online.
worship. To keep this order intact, the
Was
gods
it not?
built
Whatever it
great
was.
temples,
Then what?
ziggurats, towering structures that dominated the landscape. These were not places of prayer. They
Then
were
what does that
command
say
centers.
about our medical system on
The
YouTube, huh?
religious structures of human civilization were not
I had a
places
stroke.
of worship in the way
Went to
we
ER and let me go.
understand them today. They were not built for communal prayer, for gatherings of the faithful, or for spiritual
I
enlightenment.
ate poison.
They were built
Went to ER, let me go.
control. Long before churches,
I'm saying, hey,
temples, or cathedrals,
I'll go anywhere.
stood the
Get out of here.
ziggurats, massive
Just have to take the cat with me. They're like, no.
that dominated the skyline of ancient
We don't do that
Mesopotamian
here.
cities. These were not places for the people. They were fortresses of divine power, constructed not to invite worshippers in, but to keep them out.
And that sucks.
Each city
Because I ain't doing that there then.
operated as an independent kingdom.
Well, going back to rehab and smoking tobacco too much?
Protection of a specific patron deity. The ziggurat was not a public place of worship. It was the literal home of the god, an artificial mountain raised high above the city, where the deity was believed to dwell. These structures were not built for human gatherings or rituals, but as exclusive abodes for the divine, where only the highest-ranking priests were allowed access. The construction of ziggurats dates back to the Uruk period between 4100 and 2900 BCE, when the first great cities of Sumer were established.
We're thinking this, and we're thinking that. We're thinking this will save us more money. How? Oh, because this company's a liar about how much treatment that costs? And we kind of know it.
By earlier highland cultures.
Why?
The word ziggurat
was there a smile there,
comes from the Akkadian zigguratum, meaning
peak, they pay you big time?
Pinnacle,
for what, your
while
job?
The Sumerians referred to them as unir, meaning high place. The function of these structures was clear: to elevate the god's earthly dwelling closer to the heavens, and, in doing so, elevate the priests who served them. Herodotus, the Greek historian, described the great...
I'm still alive because I smoke tobacco.
Babylon, known as Etemenanke, the
weed
foundation
sometimes.
of heaven and earth, as a place where the god Marduk himself would
Because otherwise I'd be fucking insane, and I know it.
Woman. This temple had no statue of the god, only a sacred chamber where he was believed to manifest.
Because it's physically toxic? The psychiatric medication?
Not symbolic monuments. They were thought to be literal.
I don't feel like I'm insane at all.
Gods and men.
Being who I am, always, no matter what.
Chosen to serve the deity, acted as the god's caretaker, ensuring that offerings were made, prayers were conducted, and that no mortal dared challenge the divine presence ruling over the city. Access to these sacred spaces was strictly limited. Towering staircases and massive platforms were not meant for public use. Only a select group of priests, the guardians of the divine, had the privilege of ascending.
Pretty much, except not always. Not myself still. Almost.
These priests wielded,
but never quite. See, physically more than ever now.
They were the only ones permitted to communicate with the gods, making them some of the most powerful figures in Mesopotamian society.
Because they always try to possess me.
They became
all the time. All
of divine will, controlling not only religious affairs,
to make me seem more crazy.
Economic,
really,
legal, and political matters. The economic function of the ziggurats
further
cemented their role as centers of control rather than places of worship. These towering structures were not just religious sites. They were administrative and economic hubs. Each ziggurat functioned as a storehouse where grain, silver, and other resources were gathered, distributed, and taxed.
Oh, you're guilty on this plane now, almost all of you?
Priesthood
for your treatment of us? Again, the Watchers?
Tributes from the people and redistributing resources in the name of the gods. The people of Mesopotamia were required to pay offerings not just in devotion, but in mandatory taxation, a system that allowed the priesthood to accumulate vast wealth and power. One of the most remarkable pieces of evidence supporting this reality comes from the Gudea cylinders, two massive clay inscriptions discovered in 1877 in the ruins of the Sumerian city of Girsu. These cylinders, dated to around 2150 BCE, describe the construction of a great temple under the command of the god Ningirsu. But what is striking is not just the temple's construction. It is how the king was commanded to build it, and how the people were forced to obey.
He knows it.
The great temple was built according to the divine plan. The god gave the command, and the king followed.
That cat knows it.
For this was their duty. It was the will of the gods. This was the
who really got this division? Big George did.
The gods did not appear before the
That's why I'm
masses.
fucking this prophet
They
now.
spoke through kings, through priests,
Like, no,
through
check it out.
intermediaries who alone
Powerful
had the
spirits being
divine
around here.
right to interpret and
Not the
enforce
Lemurians
the
anymore.
dream. This was the beginning
my fucking
of
dead cat.
absolute religious power.
Who's
where
still alive
questioning
somewhere.
Authority was not just rebellion; it was heresy, and thus
His name
the
is Big
foundation
George.
was laid. The template for religious
And he likes
rule
Horu
was
Ring.
perfected. Sumer was not just the birthplace of
So
civilization.
I'm going, okay, George.
It was the birthplace of
Is that true? He's like,
control.
Dad, no, I get him all the time.
System did not
All the time.
fail
That's why I'm getting him off you. These demons, I'm
spread.
killing him. I'm
As
killing him dead.
Babylon rose,
No, we're fighting about it on
Assyria
this plane.
expanded.
And I fucking win every time.
Flourished as Rome conquered.
No, they kill me to
The same
death, but I
laws
win. No, I get him. I get him, Dad.
and
I get him.
expanded. The gods changed names. The rituals evolved. But the hierarchy remained untouched.
Because he's in so much
Still
pain.
dictated laws and
Everywhere he
rules
is.
of the divine. Kings still claimed to rule with divine authority. And the people, they still obeyed. The priest kings of Mesopotamia had set something into motion that could not
Because they
be
took him
undone.
from me.
The structure of power they created, where rulers were not merely political figures, but divine
He
representatives.
didn't even die like I thought he did.
Became the
Because he was twice as heavy when I buried him.
every major empire that followed.
Because he was so
These
thin when he
rulers
died.
Understood something fundamental about control. Power was never enough on its
And
own.
I fucking know it now.
Sword could cut down an enemy.
Is that crazy
It
to
could
you?
not rule over a nation.
I mean, I guess it is, right?
True control required more.
If they tried it with us too,
It
I
required
know they have.
The people had to see their rulers not as conquerors, not as men, but as chosen by the gods themselves. Their word had to be more than law. It had to be divine.
Especially with your cats.
Babylon, Assyria, Egypt, Greece, and
Garfield should stop
all
power.
inherited this same fundamental system, shaping their civilizations around the idea that kings did not rule
But now they can try and switch us up a little bit.
but by divine will. The
How?
rulers of
By seeing how
Babylon
powerful you
claimed
fucking animals are.
on behalf
By
of
trying to kill
God.
them.
Their laws carved in stone.
Did I?
as divine
No.
Commandments.
Is that probably toxic in my yard right there? Yeah, it probably is.
Declaring their
Don't in my yard.
as holy wars, justified by
That
the
talks-
gods
no.
themselves.
Talk to your dog
Their
sick.
bloodshed was not an act of ambition,
Of your cat.
but a sacred duty.
Some fucking mess in my backyard. I don't know how to clean it up right.
Egypt were not just kings; they were gods in the flesh, living deities who could not be questioned or
See,
defied.
technically, is it toxic? No.
Greece and Rome,
Just kind of moldy
the same
food. But I'm worried about the kind of
monarchies
mold's been going around here.
tying themselves to the divine, claiming direct
not from my house.
from the gods,
Not really.
ensuring that
No, it's not even growing here
would
anymore.
never be seen as merely mortal. The laws of these civilizations were not simply rules to maintain.
Be careful about your fucking
order.
food, guys.
They were divinely.
I'll set that in a petri
sanctioned
dish
mandates.
just to see.
Every law, every punishment, every decree was enforced not just by kings and judges, but by the very will of the gods. To disobey was not merely to break the law.
But I think it's more than that, more than that, more than that. Who's putting it around
in
here?
itself. And what awaited those who disobeyed?
Get in the ground, kill the flowers I was trying to grow.
Gods.
Won't work though.
Floods, plagues,
It's
war,
magic.
and famine were all presented as punishments for those who defied divine order. The people were not ruled.
That's what I know how to do if they won't listen to me.
Kings alone.
Fucking
They
whatcraft.
were ruled through fear of divine punishment.
So if the government won't listen,
in this life and
God can't get to them yet.
This fear.
Then
was
witchcraft
the
it is.
ultimate tool of control. It was not enough for a ruler to be feared.
Theurgy.
It was not enough for an army to be strong.
Not Goisha. Theurgy.
The true power of a ruler came from making the people fear
Little bit of
something
both.
greater than him, something invisible, something omnipotent, something inescapable. Kings
No, not
could be
really. But in
overthrown.
some people's minds they are. The
Gods
opposite almost.
could not. And so religion
Not
was
high,
woven
low
into
magic,
the
high
very
magic. You can
fabric
you
of
can make low
society,
magic, but you know it's high magic.
showing that people obeyed not just out of duty, but out of terror. Fear was the foundation.
Make your
Worship
food better.
was submission. Obedience was survival.
Just ask
But
God
over
to do it.
time, a flaw
Don't
in
get a
the
fucking
system
big
began
grimoire
to
and do all these fucking crazy spells if you don't know what
The
you're
old
fucking
world
doing.
was filled with too many gods, too many rulers claiming divine favor, too many priests.
Unless you're a really powerful soul.
Power. A
Sometimes we are.
Babylonian king could claim Marduk's blessing, but so could an Egyptian pharaoh with Amun-Ra, or a Roman emperor with Jupiter.
And we're kind of cursed forever.
This diversity of gods
See, I know a few of those
left
people.
Too much room for doubt.
See, more powerful than
Too
you
much
though.
room for defiance.
Because you never even went there.
If one god
Now
could
you're
be
scared.
challenged by
You're a
another,
coward.
then perhaps none of them were truly all
Or
powerful.
you're just that faithful. Good for you.
And if the gods could be
But really?
questioned,
Well, I
so
never
could
looked into it
those who
for-
ruled in their
You're
name.
scared.
This was a dangerous realization. one that threatened to unravel the entire structure of
Of what?
religious control.
I guess demons,
This had to change.
but not even. I think you're scared of God.
The gods were consolidated.
I think God terrifies you.
The transition from polytheism
I kind of know God to be that way.
was not a
She's
spiritual
even
awakening.
worse.
It was a power move. The old gods,
No, they're terrifying.
their conflicting domains and rival priesthoods,
The gods.
merged into a single.
That's why he says, "Abide in me."
Deity, a god with no equals. No
Because he knew it then.
no room for defiance. One nation, above all others, would lay the foundation for this new religious order, a people who would redefine the gods themselves.
Welcome to the age of Aquarius,
This was
almost.
the final stage of religious control.
Welcome to the Kali Yuga.
Under polytheism, rulers still had to justify their divine favor, competing
No, she's
with
coming
rival
back,
gods and
And she's
their
fucking
priesthood.
scary. The mother.
Under monotheism, all divine authority was unified, and with it,
He said,
the
"Father this
power
and Father
for
that.
those
Oh,
who
Father.
claimed
Oh,
to
Father.
speak on behalf of this
Who art
one
in heaven."
true God. No longer was kingship a matter of regional gods.
Because of what she can do to you.
Now it was the will of the one God.
You're not like that. You're like me instead.
This transformation did not happen overnight. It began with a single kingdom, a people who dared to rewrite the rules
Scared.
of the gods
No, scared.
themselves, a people who went from many gods to one, a people who would build the foundation of
For your
what would
safety,
become the greatest
for your
religious
life,
empire in
For your
history.
sanity.
The transition from polytheism to
And just don't
monolatry
love enough
and finally
when it's
to
deserved.
monotheism was not just a theological shift. It was the ultimate consolidation of power, a move that ensured total control over both the minds and the lives of entire populations. And it began with a man who emerged from the very heart of Mesopotamian civilization. His name was Abraham. The story of Abraham is more than just the tale of a man receiving divine revelations. It is the story of a transition, a pivotal moment when the religious structure of Mesopotamia began to evolve into something far more insidious. Abraham was born in Ur of the Chaldeans, a city where the polytheistic tradition of Sumer were deeply entrenched. The dominant
If you don't
deity of
respect
Ur
every
was
word
Sin,
of what she has
the
to say to
moon
you.
god, whose towering ziggurat stood as a visible symbol of divine authority. This was the world
Through
Abraham
nature.
was born into. A world ruled
The
by
stars,
many gods. A
the
world
wind,
where priesthoods
the birds.
dictated law, where kings justified their rule.
Through every
through
word you
divine
hear,
sanction.
right or wrong.
But something changed. The Bible tells us that Abraham's father, Terah, took his family and left Ur, migrating towards
Exactly.
Canaan. The reasons for this journey are unclear.
Not who I am.
Political
Not who I am.
instability, economic necessity, a divine
So she is.
calling. Whatever the cause, the movement took Abraham directly through the religious epicenter of Mesopotamian influence. First to Haran, another stronghold of the moon god Sin, and then further west.
Moon
into
god Sin.
Canaan. Canaan was a land filled with many gods, many traditions, and many competing centers of religious power. It was here that the true transformation began, where the old gods of Mesopotamia began to be stripped away, and a new form of religious control was established. The Bible itself hints that Abraham did not immediately abandon polytheism. He and his ancestors had once worshipped other gods, but a process had begun, a gradual shift.
That sometimes too, weird wormholes.
An
Keep your windows
evolution
open,
that would
which I did.
redefine religious history. The first step was monolatry, the exclusive worship of a single
When I told the
God
fungus
without
amongst to get it
denying
on,
the existence of others.
To bring nature back around here.
Abraham's God was not yet presented as the only God, but he was the one Abraham and his descendants
And yes,
were commanded
Officially
to
declared
serve.
war on Manzanita.
This was a revolutionary
Spiritually.
shift in religious thought. It did not yet impose a universal doctrine on all people.
I don't
It
want
did
to.
create a central figure of worship.
You guys
a
did
God
it
who
first.
demanded exclusive loyalty. At this stage, Abraham's God was still El, the Canaanite high
I was
God,
stealing shit.
often referred
Making it
to
really hard
as
to get
El
back.
Elyon, God Most High, El Olam, Everlasting God, and El Shaddai, God of the Mountain. He was not yet called Yahweh. That name
Yeah, we
would
do
emerge
eventually.
later.
I'm not that worried about it.
At this point, Abraham's
Gus,
God was one among
I will go
many,
back and clean up
but
every
he
mess
was
I've
being
made.
elevated.
Some of those aren't my mess. I was just there.
His traits expanded, his dominion broadened. He was becoming something
It'd be hard to clean up some of it.
something that would soon erase all others.
But take me seriously about my fucking
He built altars in
report
Shechem,
out there,
Bethel, and
which I'm
Mamre,
sure they will, right?
sites
if
already
they don't?
associated with Canaanite religious traditions, but now rebranded in the name of his
Wouldn't
God.
be my fault.
The monolatry of Abraham was a stepping stone, a way to move away from polytheism without immediately destroying the religion.
Oh, I wouldn't think it's Taran's reporting it, or what? Is that really what they think about me?
Was still
False
imperfect.
reporter?
The existence of other gods still implied that power could be shared, that divine
Never has been.
authority could be divided.
Never has been.
This was
Ever.
a weakness in the system, one that
I
had
literally
to
think
be
I'm a liar because they
removed.
believe my fucking dad.
If you want to better understand the relationship between Abraham and the Anunnaki,
Who's lied to them a lot more than I
there's
even
an
fucking
entire
knew.
video on this topic here on the channel. I'll leave a link to it on the end screen.
But all of us, guys.
The final transformation came with Moses and the introduction of absolute monotheism. The Hebrew
no, and
God
yes, we
was
have
no
been.
longer one
That
of
bad,
many,
kind of.
nor simply the greatest among them.
All of us, not
He
really,
was now
but kind of, I guess,
the
from his perspective.
All others were
He's under hypnosis, and I kind of fucking know it now.
non-existent. The old
When he's
gods
around here,
were not
special.
just ignored; they were erased, demonized, cast as idols or.
What do you want? Go outside a little bit?
No longer could
Hold on.
divine
Want some water,
power
fresh
be
water?
divided. Now there was only one absolute authority. With this transformation, the power structure of religion was perfected. No longer could kings and priests invoke different gods to justify their rule. Now there was only one divine authority. No longer could rival
I love you.
temples or priesthoods challenge each other. Now
Clean up
there
that
was only
case.
one absolute
It's not
doctrine.
cloudy.
And most importantly, no longer could people seek alternative paths to the divine.
Dad, fuck him.
Now,
I think they're learning to like it down there. Poison.
Now was rebellion.
Bleach himself and shit. That's not giving it to him.
Not just in this life, but
That kinda makes sense, too.
eternity. Judaism, Christianity,
But it's not good for the whole ground.
took this system to its final
Like, okay, I gotta do this magically.
No longer did rulers need to declare themselves
Does that belong to my
gods
septic
as the
tank?
pharaohs of Egypt once did.
No, it's always been kind
No
of like that.
longer did kings need to justify their rule with signs.
It's thicker
and
ground right
wonders.
there because the fucking bleach
Now,
field.
they ruled in the name of the
Moped.
one true God. This
I don't use
was
much
an
water.
even stronger
It's not like that.
position
It's like
than
that. I also
before.
have things like that kind of.
Kings could die, but God was eternal. A mortal ruler could be questioned, but divine
can
law
be.
was beyond challenge. This shift eliminated
Let's get the right kind of mold maker cleared out.
entirely. It
Because that could have been.
entire populations to submit to a single religious authority with no alternatives, no rivals, and no possibility of escape. No
See, I'm just
longer
wondering.
did rulers need to claim divine power for themselves. Now, they only had to act in the
So the leaf field doesn't come back. I'm not gonna blow it up.
The
But at least it seems like it is.
called themselves gods, but now kings and emperors.
Motherfucker hasn't been cleared out in, like, a long time. Most of ours hasn't been.
Representatives of an unseen,
What do you think it goes to?
unquestionable authority. This was the true shift in power. A system where rulers no longer needed to prove
It's
themselves.
right below you. A lot of it.
Divine legitimacy was now inherited,
Your waist.
passed through bloodlines and royal families. Kings no longer needed to perform miracles or command armies personally. Now, their power was simply assumed, written into law,
What was
and
happening?
justified
Sewage?
by divine decree.
Where's that go?
But why was royal blood so sacred?
How long has it been since they
Why was it so
uptake
carefully
that?
preserved, protected, and passed down? Across civilizations, from the Egyptian pharaohs to the medieval kings of Europe,
See, even 10 years can be
the
too
idea
long.
persisted that rulers
be every
were
5.
more than human. That their
Technically.
blood carried
But
something
20 years? I
unique.
mean, really? You know what
In
you're doing?
Sumer, Akkad,
With magic?
and Babylon, kings traced their ancestry directly to the gods. The Merovingian dynasty of
See, we're
medieval
hoping.
France was rumored to descend from divine beings, their sang real, royal blood, later becoming the legend.
You take
of the
advantage of it,
Holy
but you
Grail.
killed one of our most powerful allies.
Even today, royal
Local
families
fucking cats.
intermarry, preserving an unbroken lineage that has endured for thousands of years.
What happened when the hyenas took over the
To
fucking
the
pride?
degree that the rulers of ancient civilizations were not just claiming divine favor.
No, bears
they
are
were
good that way.
absolute
Bears are
descendants
awesome.
Of the gods.
They're ecosystem engineers. Quit chasing them off. Give them your trash. It's a sacrifice.
Pure
And clean it up after them.
Arranged
That's what I did.
marriages and strict genealogies be more than just tradition? Was it a way to preserve something ancient, something that was not meant to mix
See, few
with
things,
ordinary humans?
Not so much. I've been
And if that
neglectful a
was
few
true,
times in
then
ways
what
that I probably
if
haven't
those
caught out
who
yet, but I will
these
go clean it up
sacred
if I can find it.
bloodlines? Were they merely subjects or something more dangerous? Outsiders who could disrupt the system.
Even when I was alone a few times.
Throughout history, those who questioned royal legitimacy, those who dared challenge divine rulers, were not just seen as traitors. They were
See, I know a lot of us have.
but
almost the
could
same
be
way.
Something more, something hidden beneath the surface of religious dogma and royal decrees. The idea of the divine right to rule did not emerge.
See, Garfield, come with me. Stop being a little bitch.
For thousands of years, royal
We finished cleaning
bloodlines
up.
have been protected, carefully
All of our
preserved,
messes.
and passed down through generations.
My friends and mine.
Why was it so vital to maintain the purity of royal blood? Why was it believed that kings were not just chosen by God,
Who are all getting
but
sober
different
now.
from ordinary
Pretty much.
men? Across the world, from the pharaohs of Egypt to the emperors of China, from medieval Europe,
Whether they went to prison or not, most of them didn't. Most of them just got that way because they got that way after a while. Some haven't. Oh well. They're outcasts too.
That their blood was sacred, divine, untouchable.
Catch me if they do anything wrong.
They were not simply appointed by the gods, but descended from them.
Garfield.
This belief persists even today, buried.
But often doing wrong things to each other sometimes. So we don't take it seriously.
Legends of
Kind of
the
evil,
Sangue
but maybe
Real,
not because
the
they're
royal
often the
blood,
evil ones
the
too.
Holy Grail,
Women.
speak of a lineage that traces back not to ordinary humans, but to something greater. Some say it was the blood.
Turns out men can be too that way.
Others claim it was the bloodline of the gods themselves, the Anunnaki.
But not even though. Not going to go to court and say I'm a liar.
The rulers of the ancient world were not
I
merely
lied.
humans who
Had a headache.
claimed divine favor, but the actual descendants.
That's what I did the only time I ever fucking said anyone else's name to a cop.
Could the
Pretty much.
insistence on royal bloodlines, the obsession with genealogies,
Except for hers.
arranged marriages,
Stole my
and
fucking
dynastic
stuff, wanted it back.
continuity
Like, what was the
be
person
more
charges?
than
No.
just tradition?
They didn't do anything about
Was
it.
it a way to preserve something
might have had-
ancient, something not meant
They
to
kind
be
of knew it.
diluted by common blood?
So I understand that too, kind of.
The Anunnaki no longer needed to rule openly.
Miles is safe guys pretty
There
much.
was no need
What
for
was that about?
gods to walk the earth, no need for direct intervention. The control structure they created was now self-sustaining. Kings, priests, and emperors became the new gods
Just
on
think Black
earth,
Book because they had a brain
enforcing
injury.
the system on behalf of their unseen masters. An invisible ruler at the top, human puppets below, and beneath them, a population bound by obedience, submission, and fear. The pharaohs of Egypt had once claimed to be
I'm doing
divine,
trash service. What the fuck you want me to
even
do?
as
Go
Egyptian
live in the snow?
civilization faded, the blueprint remained.
I would love to. Garfield would not.
The Roman emperors, who had once demanded worship,
But we'll get out there
now
soon, I
ruled
hope, because
under
he's going to be
the blessing of
cold.
the Christian God.
I have an
The
appointment to
church
make.
and the state
So big to get a
merged
ride
into
there.
a single force, each reinforcing the other, ensuring that
'Cause Medical wouldn't
remained
fucking pick up.
unchallenged. In Europe, the medieval kings ruled under the doctrine of the
Now I'm wondering why the
right of
fuck not?
kings, a principle that stated that their authority came not from the people, but from God himself. It was no longer about personal power. It was about divine destiny. This doctrine spread across the world, shaping empires and defining the fate of civilizations. The Chinese emperors ruled under the mandate of heaven, a belief that as long as an emperor governed justly, the heavens would favor him. The Islamic
You're guilty of being a weirdo.
established religious
So you reported
law
me.
as the foundation of governance, ensuring that no ruler could be questioned without challenging the word of God.
That happens often.
Even in Japan,
I think it's what they're saying with me.
was
Kind of, but not
considered a
really.
direct
Because
descendant
I'm always
of God.
honest with them. They kind of know it.
Unbroken lineage
But they question a lot of the shit I say.
absolute
Think I'm
rule.
fucking nuts. But I'm
The
not.
popes, too, became kings
I'm very
of all
concerned.
name. The Vatican was not just a religious institution. It was a seat of power, a kingdom disguised as a church. The Pope was declared the supreme authority.
And I think the Trumpers message about me like, what if and what if and what if. I'll tell them the truth about all of it. If they really want to fucking know,
Kings bowed
it's not the
before
names
him.
all the time.
Emperors sought his approval, and those who dared defy him often met their end in blood and fire. The system had reached perfection. It was no longer about gods ruling openly. It was about men ruling in their name. And so, the Anunnaki control structure evolved into its final form. No longer did the gods need to descend from the heavens to enforce their rule. They had created a system so powerful, so deeply ingrained into human civilization that it no longer required their presence. The kings, priests, and religious elites became the new gods on earth, their authority beyond question, their power eternal. And the people, they still obey. For centuries, religion has been the most powerful weapon ever wielded. It has justified conquest, slaughter, and unspeakable atrocities, not in the name of kings or empires, but in the name of God Himself. Religious wars were never truly about faith. They were a tool, one that kept empires expanding and populations in check. From the battlefields of the Old Testament to the Crusades and the Inquisition, holy war served one purpose: ensuring the cycle of obedience and bloodshed never ended.
No, he does not drink
But
alcohol.
war itself
There are
was
bottles in
never
his house. I
the
think
true
there are
object.
in a room I do not go
The
in.
real goal
My dad
was
is
the
staying.
perpetual cycle of conflict, a world where faith was used to justify slaughter.
Drugs of any
and
kind?
where the
No.
blood spilled on
Marijuana.
the battlefield
Is that a drug to you?
only
Yes, it is to
strengthened
that.
the very rulers who orchestrated it
Rolling
all.
it illegally? No.
And so, the strategy of divide and conquer was perfected, not just through politics, not just through kingdoms, but through holy war. The first wars in history were not fought for wealth alone. They were fought for the gods. Sumerians slaughtered Akkadians in the name of Enlil. Babylonians waged war under the banner of Marduk. Egyptian pharaohs led armies with the blessing of Amun-Ra. Religion was not a tool of peace. It was a tool of war, a justification for endless conquest. But these wars were only the beginning. The bloodiest conflicts had yet to come. The Old Testament is filled with tales of divinely sanctioned warfare, where Yahweh commands the Hebrews to annihilate entire nations, sparing no one, not even the children. The Quran, too, speaks of holy struggle, justifying violence in the name of faith. The Crusades saw Christians and Muslims butcher each other for control of lands they both considered sacred. The Inquisition hunted down heretics, burning them alive for daring to question the official doctrine. In every case, the justification was the same: God demands it. But was it truly God who demanded these wars? Or was it the priesthoods, the kings, the unseen rulers who stood to gain? When warriors marched into battle, they believed they were fighting for heaven. But heaven did not bleed. The priests did not fight. The kings did not die on the battlefield. It was always the people who paid the price, sacrificing themselves for wars they did not start, for causes they did not understand. The truth is, holy war was never about serving God. It was never about righteousness, salvation, or divine justice. It was about control. Keep the population fighting amongst themselves, and they will never question the ones who control them. Keep them blinded by faith, consumed by hate, and they will never see the hands pulling the strings.
No.
from
Never crept
above.
on anybody.
And so, the blood
Almost
continues
never.
to flow. The wars rage on. The
You want to take a
people
shortcut,
suffer,
right?
and the ones who started it all,
Like must
they
be.
remain in power, just as they always have. And the
You
greatest
know, taking the
trick
route
of
I
all,
always took, and you're like,
these
must be.
wars never truly ended.
So I started taking a different route,
Even
always knew.
today, the world is consumed
And always
by
knew.
religious conflict. Nations go to war in the name of faith.
And Tori's a fucking liar.
Terrorists slaughter innocents, convinced
I wasn't
they are
there, I was
serving
away
a
from her.
divine cause. Governments
Almost
use religion
always.
to justify their conquests, their genocides, their oppressions. And through it all, the rulers remain untouched,
Unless I was
watching,
protecting her in some way, I thought.
profiting.
That's kind of fucking nuts. Maybe I was.
For thousands of years, humanity has lived under an illusion, the illusion of divine authority. We have been told that the gods rule us, that our kings and leaders are chosen by heaven, that the wars we fight and the sacrifices we make are justified by the will of the divine. But now, after unraveling the layers of deception, after tracing the origins of
Every
religious
claim everyone could have made
control
about
back to
a
its
liar and
source,
liar.
one
A liar.
undeniable truth
Liar.
remains. The gods of
You?
the
Yep.
past
I was a
were
liar,
interpreted
and I was a
as
liar, and I was a
demons,
liar.
And even here, we use this term. But in the sense that we interpret this
A
word,
couple might claim
they
the other
were
way
never
around.
gods at all. They were rulers. They were the architects of civilization, the enforcers of hierarchy, the masters of control. Their dominion did not end when they vanished from the historical record. Their system remained intact. It was passed down through kings, priests, and emperors, through popes and sultans, through monarchs and presidents. It adapted, it evolved, but it never disappeared. The same forces that ruled in ancient Sumer still rule today. They rule through governments, shaping laws and economies that keep the masses in servitude.
Now, somebody just knows the root of the word.
Using faith to bind.
Doesn't care what the word means to you.
They rule through fear.
Like, what does this word come from?
Obedience is maintained.
So I use the word that way. I'm like, does that work, guys? We're like, not really, but I get it.
This is the ultimate prison, the prison of the mind.
The Greeks, often.
But every prison has a key.
Who invented etymology,
and the
often.
First step to breaking free
Often.
is seeing the cage for what it is.
Where'd this come from? Where'd this come from? Oh, this is different than me.
Understanding where this system came from, how it was
I know it's
built,
not,
and
dude.
why it still persists is the only way to dismantle it.
You guys look right there.
The chains
Because you
that
made a
bind
different fucking meaning for it later.
are not made of iron. They are made of belief.
Amen
For
and
centuries,
amun.
we have been taught that submission is righteousness, that obedience is virtue, that suffering is holy.
You start your prayer with it,
These
you end
are
your prayer
not
with it.
spiritual truths. They are mechanisms of control. Yet, before we break free, we must ask, were the Anunnaki truly evil? Or is this simply our limited human interpretation? The concept of good and evil did not exist in the same rigid way before monotheism.
So you guys, not only you guys liars, just liars.
Became the only God. A paradox
It's formic.
emerged. If he was purely good, where
It's more
did
of a
evil
genetic
come from? The
linguistics.
solution was to separate the two. God became the force of light, while evil was cast outside.
That's what all repressed nowadays. I'm like, fuck this and fuck that and fucking this and fucking that.
Before this separation,
This
the gods were neither
motherfucker.
fully good nor fully evil. They simply acted. And when the Anunnaki came to Earth, they did not just impose control. They created life as we know it. If it were not for their intervention,
Yeah, even N-word this and N-word that, which I do not like. Because they're right there watching you.
Altering the genetic material already present on this planet. They shape
Where does your family
humanity,
come from?
guiding our evolution, transforming us from primitive beings into intelligent creators, thinkers, and builders. They
Well, originally, guys, yeah,
use
Africa,
their
often, if you're a
thoughts.
human being.
Without them, there would be no civilization. They taught us to write, to speak, to count.
Well, you'd be surprised. But yeah, mostly Europe and Africa. Well, primates,
medicine, and science.
apes actually started in Europe when it was a jungle. They moved to Africa later. With the hominids, yeah, came out of Africa.
Fire and metal. And beyond
Almost always. Something about that place. The Red Land, I think.
other things in life. Music, art,
Even more, it's the
poetry,
jungle.
The joy of creation.
And the
They
fucking
showed us
cats.
How to tell stories. How to
I've almost always been like that in
how to
Africa.
Celebrate life itself.
Where those motherfuckers came from originally.
Some Anunnaki sought control.
Actually, the north, I thought. But I don't know for
If
sure.
Anu imposed strict rule. Enki gave us knowledge. If some saw us only as laborers, others saw us as their legacy.
I know where house cats came from.
The god of wisdom.
Same place we did, pretty much.
Is linked to ancient teachings.
That's why they're that fucking powerful.
Esoteric knowledge and hidden truth.
Yeah, they've been following us around for a long time.
Perhaps
we leave a lot of remains, and we attract rodents. So Felis found us a long time ago. Little ones did. Because the dogs are fucking vicious. They get our babies. The little cats, no way. They just want to bite.
In 1945, a set of ancient texts known as the
Even bobcats can't be that way.
Was discovered in Egypt. Scriptures that had been hidden for centuries, containing secret.
You'd be fucking surprised how often they get your kibble.
Thought we knew about creation.
So if you poisoned it, then you are a felony. Yeah, felon.
The God
you should be.
worshipped by mainstream religion.
So you're a criminal.
Not the true creator, but an imposter.
A felony walking if you have. I can prove it.
Saklas, the fool, also known as the demiurge. He was not a being.
What do you guys lie about?
But a deceiver
Without ever
who
asking
away
me.
from the higher realms and, in his arrogance, created
crazy,
the
huh?
material
Crazy
world,
and retarded.
not as
Almost
an
though,
act
huh?
of love, but as an act of enslavement.
See, I almost was. I kind of know it.
One of the most revealing
I didn't give a fuck.
Describes
Like, that's
how
just
this
hard.
false god set
Being a regular
himself
fucking person, I don't even want
as
to try.
the one true creator, demanding worship, obedience, and sacrifice. Does this sound familiar? It should, because this is the same pattern of control we have seen since the beginning of civilization. The Gnostics understood
What do you want to do,
that
Garfield?
this
Got to the
world
potty?
was never meant to be paradise.
I think he does.
It
Let's
was
go.
designed
I'm going to heat that up too much. See how they
the
do it?
rulers of this world,
Every little thing.
both earthly
Let's
and
kick it a fire
cosmic,
going.
do not seek our enlightenment. They seek our servitude. But here is the most important truth. Not all gods sought to enslave. If the false god Sackless is the deceiver, then
And
there
every little
must be
motion
a
on my
real
body, even when I'm
divine
untying this,
source beyond
they're
this
doing it somewhere
illusion.
else.
And if we strip away the layers of dogma, we find that this idea is present in nearly every
And we can
ancient
find that,
spiritual
right?
tradition. Yes, religion has been used as a tool of control, but spirituality itself is not the enemy. If we go beyond the dogma, beyond the blind worship, we can still connect with the true divine. We can feel the presence of the real creator, the source of all spirit. This knowledge has never been fully erased. It has survived in ancient wisdom traditions, in mystical teachings, in esoteric schools hidden beneath the surface of religious institutions. It is the same enlightenment the Gnostics spoke of, the same awakening sought by the alchemists, the same transformation taught in the mystery schools of old. And perhaps it is the same knowledge the Anunnaki once gave to us. Because if we study them, not just as rulers, but as teachers, we begin to see a different path. A path toward evolution, self-realization, and enlightenment. Because we are like them. We are descendants of the gods, both physically and spiritually. We are not meant to be slaves. We are meant to awaken, to evolve, to reclaim the divine spark that has been buried within us. This is the true path to liberation. Not blind faith, not submission, but knowledge. The Anunnaki built civilization, but they are not its final architects. We are. We will rise. We will awaken. We will reclaim what was hidden from us. And we will return to the source, the true divine force beyond this illusion. Namaste.
That's what happened during the Big Bang, during Otope Kaga. And there's an ordering of 16 of these deities, these entities. All of these contain truths about who we are as human beings and principles, really, to guide us in our evolution, in our thinking, in our conduct, in our behavior. Pretty much every culture on the planet has knowledge about the flood, that human beings are the youngest of creation, of God's children. We were the last in the world of waves and frequencies and vibrations. Things that other beings are perceiving are not necessarily what we're perceiving as human beings.
We all need to find ways that we can reconnect to spirit and come together.
A re-spiritualized reality in metaphysics, which I believe the human spirit is yearning for. Those who now call themselves white people were once and are indigenous people. These altars, these spiritual disciplines, they're still with us. We should be offering it to the world.
It's been a hard road for your people, man. It's been a hard, long road. Chase Ionize. We're going to tell some stories today, and good stories often start with a good name, and you've got a good name. And so what's the story of your name? Where does your name come from?
Well, that's a good story. I have my mom to thank for that. My father's surname is Little. His brother went into the movies and he became Little Sky. But my mother's name is Iron Eyes. When I was born, she had been working for this particular medicine man from where I now live on the Pine Ridge Reservation. His name is Mark Big Road. All of his family, the ones that I know, I talked to some of them. They're still there, and he was called Chase Alone as a small child for some reason. And so he told my mom went to one of his ceremonies, and he told her, and he didn't know that she was pregnant. He said, Doak Shah, you're gonna have a boy, and if you could, name him Chase Alone. So Chase Alone Iron Eyes, that's my full name. But on the birth certificate and the corporate identity, it was Chase Alone Little first. So I went through until I was 18 years old, and then I changed my name to Iron Eyes to honor my mom.
Mm-hmm.
So my mom hooked me up. Chase Iron Eyes, Chase Alone Iron Eyes.
And where did she get that name Iron Eyes from? What's that story?
Yeah, well, her father, my grandfather, is named Eddie. Eddie's father is named Jerome, and Jerome's father is named Iron Eyes. That was his name. Back in the day, we just had our Lakota names or our Indian names, right?
Mm-hmm.
No surnames. And you can have multiple names throughout your life. You get a name at birth, and that's either a family name or something happens that you're given a certain name, like Red Cloud. Like he's one of our greatest leaders, but he got his name because of something that happened at his birth. And then when you're in puberty, when you graduate into another state of being, and then when you're an adult, you do something and you've got to earn a name. And so Iron Eyes is the name that my great grandfather was given because he was around when European Americans were coming into our lands, and he was one of the first to have the iron rimmed prescription glasses.
Oh,
bro, I don't usually tell a lot of people that because Iron Eyes sounds like a superhero. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's not a lot of people ask. You know what I mean? Like that's how Iron Eyes came into being. And so that's 140 years ago or whatever it was.
You say, coming into being, there's a deep lineage and a deep history. And one of the reasons why I was so excited to invite you on this podcast is we sat in a sweat lodge ceremony together with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as unbelievable experience. And I just got to hear some stories.
Well, they're trying to see. Sometimes
feel your heart.
They really listen. Sometimes it's getting chaotic. My God, let's see that West Wind.
I started to really.
Sometimes it's her though.
Even though I
got
got exposed to the Lakota's kind of culture in different ways, you seem to carry, some of the stories and the prayers and the remembering in a particularly strong way. So, what is
that's the hardest thing for me to do. So I try to get to another ways with other names often
about your people. I mean, what is like the genesis? If we're going to start from
so what about those Orphic hymns though?
What is
my favorite ones, Taran?
And then maybe we'll even go to the genesis story of all of creation.
Yes. Okay.
As well.
Thank you for that, because that's where my mind immediately went. I was like, oh no, here we go.
See, I don't think I did. Because I'm powerful.
That's our story about the Big Bang. But for us as a people, there's a level of.
Do you think she's the goddess?
Knowing
literally.
That when we tell the stories and when we pass on.
You're a priestess. Oh, you're a priestess.
Pertaining to our people, the Lakota people.
See, I'm not
now,
a priest.
After traveling and just being a little older, these are generally applicable. But every people, every spiritual discipline, every knowledge system is like that. It is locally or ethnically applicable to the people, but it is also in a macro sense, giving guidance to humanity. So the way that we tell it, and a man that I never knew this man, but I've
You feel it?
studied
Yeah, almost.
things that he put out.
Almost though.
His name is Pete Catches. He's a Wakani.
He's like a synchronicity fucking master.
And he tells a story around in linear.
And I've done this, that, and the other thing.
Side of the Ice Age, the last Ice Age. So
Try this,
however
Garfield.
long ago that was.
That's delicious, huh?
200
Yeah, that's delicious.
years or whatever it was.
He's a kitty.
There was
He's a kitty.
blood clot. He called it
Hungry kitty.
a mass of
Want some food.
blood
Love you, kitties.
and water and whatever else. There's a clot, and this is a time when there's buffalo here on the earth, and so this female buffalo, this woman buffalo, hears this voice, and it is saying "Wani Wachielo," which means "I want to live." So this woman buffalo is hearing this voice, and she don't know where it's coming from, and so she leaves her herd, goes over to where she thinks this voice is coming from. She hears it again.
What is
So
wrong
she
with you
goes
guys?
back and tells everyone else, "Hey, all the other buffalo, there's a
All these
voice
fucking
over
hungry
there, something
ghosts.
over here."
They're all like, no, I'm upset at the cat.
And she goes back for 4 different.
Because I want to be God one day.
All
Well,
the other buffalo think she's like crazy.
You are God.
Like she's hearing things, right? And she goes back, and this mass of blood and water, we just call it blood clot. And this female, well, the way that we tell it is this female buffalo breathed consciousness into this clot and formed the human being. Now that's one creation knowledge. There's also another of us emerging from a cave in the Black Hills of what is now called South Dakota. That is kind of the spiritual epicenter of our people. Not just our people, but other tribal nations. And that is another story. It's another emergence story. We also
You
have
didn't take me
another
too
emergent
on purpose.
story
See, they have.
when
And I was
the great
just went along.
flood covered the earth.
Like American government, get me right.
However long ago that was.
My intentions are always good with everybody,
On the
pretty much.
planet has a knowledge
But
about
we're trying to do work. I didn't care anymore.
So I
'Cause
did
they
my
killed me
best
anyway.
to learn these knowledge systems, and I really had to pick it up and to pick up the pace because I wasn't indoctrinated, and I wish I would have been indoctrinated. I wish I would have been able to, either from my elders or from my mom or from
Or tried to hurt some people I knew.
Been able to learn all of this sacred knowledge. This is power.
Like fucking destroy me then.
Knowledge.
Destroy me. What else have you done to me that I forgot about?
But
Probably a lot.
I just had to
Who fucking
seek it
cares?
out, through different medicine people, reading whatever I could get my hands on. Since I was probably 16 is when I started reading and exploring it that way. But it all sped up.
It's blackmail mostly.
Really, really quickly when I had children. When me and my wife had children, and then your children started asking me, "How did we get here? What
Guys, you're gonna charge them. You
Why
charged
are
me back
we
then.
here?"
You knew I was.
And you have to.
You didn't.
You have to.
And I'll get to you.
Tell them something.
Like one or two people.
Something of depth and substance, So I had to kick it in the fast.
Yeah, it's interesting to explore these stories and like what that deeper meaning might be. But the first story about
You see, when you're a kid and you're just going along with something,
a lot of blood and water,
trying to be cool.
Was
It's happened to me a couple times when I was younger. Trying to remember all the details.
Connects your people to the buffalo,
But I just can't right now.
and this is a connection.
So I'll find those people
that
individually.
extended.
Not just talk about it on here.
Until basically, the European colonialists tried to break that connection.
No, just vandalism a
And
couple times.
That
I was a
connection
kid.
between
Like a little kid.
Dakota and the buffalo is deep as deep as it gets. So it makes sense that there would be an origin story that you're actually, your people actually came from
The oldest was
the death
19.
of the buffalo itself.
Yes.
Can I get in trouble with that technically
All
still?
of us have
Yeah,
it,
maybe,
not just a lot.
but I doubt it.
There are other buffalo people that we call ourselves buffalo people. Teoyate. And like the Blackfeet Confederacy are buffalo people. The Cheyenne Nation, the Crow Nation, They're probably even further down Kiowa, maybe Comanche, wherever the buffalo are or were.
I know it
It's
would.
all the way
Like we get a cage,
northern Texas,
put my cat in
all the way up into
while I'm working.
what is now called
Full on cage because he's like that.
But
Garfield,
those
which I kind of have, but it's really
connections,
a little too big.
cosmological
And I think the spirit didn't it.
connections, those cultural, mythological connections,
It's still out there.
they
Yeah, I think
speak
that
to
might work for
something that
Garfield.
is not.
That cage right there.
It's
I forgot
beyond
about it.
reason.
Almost.
It's beyond what the human
he's fucking
mind
smart.
is trying to think
Yeah,
of,
Garfield.
or that is capable.
I got you now.
analyzing.
A little rat
like I
spirit.
said, I
No, not the one in my
grew up
fridge.
in an American school system on the reservation, so
Well, maybe it was the same rat. I kind of have a theory about that one. Why Garfield was whooping his
what
ass.
came from Western civilization,
But let it live.
and what came from there during what we call the Enlightenment.
See, they sent the baddest rat
in American Western
to meet the baddest cat.
systems.
Guess who won?
Rationalism, scientific supremacy.
No, Garfield did. No, he's fucking smart.
Empiricism.
See, he's a serpent bear. Garfield is.
Science is a truth. Science.
No, he's a cat. He's a cat that likes to kill snakes the most,
It is a truth, but what is
which is kind of evil to me because they're not really that bad.
religions-
No, they're really cool. Snakes can be.
Well, there's a longer story there about religion.
Just their personalities, believe it or not.
Good. Then they're leading a human being toward.
But they're tricksters too. They're just wiser than we are because they're immortal and they know it.
Yeah.
A sacred reality, and that's not.
So when you
what
kill one-
has happened with Western civilization.
Not being very nice.
And something else has happened, which has led us to kind of a spiritual dead end, maybe. But
The oldest myth of all time is how the snakes stole immortality from humans.
Were once.
So why isn't it real?
And
That's real, and that's real, and that's real too. I bet it fucking is. Guard of Eden.
They're capable of the
It's like, no,
same,
eat this fruit. I already ate the tree alive.
sacred cosmologies.
I'm hogging that for myself and hung around it. No, try that fruit, woman.
Ritual and ceremonial cosmologies that.
No, the man's dumb. He'll listen.
As native people here, it's just that whatever.
That's how it was back then, often.
With Rome and the way that they took over
Empire.
Could she
church
kill
and
me?
so
Yeah,
forth.
she could.
All the European people were subjected to that colonization before us, and so now we're all here. Now we're all in America, and we're all searching. We're all
Hardcore back then, hardcore. And ever shifting.
We want to know how can we connect?
It wasn't static ever, huh?
How can
Never.
we deconstruct the metaphysics and myths that we were taught
Even on the
in school,
fucking
that we just learned?
Savannah,
That,
it's not. Motherfucker, stop it.
the self.
Get it better.
or the
Because this shit
ego,
don't work for nobody.
or,
Now you smell.
even the myth of
Just
of
that fucking burn paper.
anthropocentric
What do I got better?
supremacy.
some paper over here, I
Like, we
believe.
teach ourselves that we're the apex.
Oh, my MS paperwork. Who gives a fuck, Taran?
And that's
You already showed it
not
up.
how-
No. Enough's enough.
that's not how I was taught. That's not how my people.
Not really, though. Not ever.
How to?
No,
What
these
what
fuckers.
is the way that these people view things?
My family,
we're
mostly.
The human beings are the youngest.
Anyone thinks they can quit smoking?
The youngest of creation,
Mm.
of God's children. We were the last, and we have to learn everything of how to have divine order and how to have a civilized way. We learn that from the older beings, the older relatives.
I'm literally better now. Like, so much better. And I'm wide awake.
Beings,
And I hate myself because of it, kind of.
our prophet, or not, I wouldn't say, I don't know about prophet.
Yeah, I know I'm fucking wretched now.
But
In a way I did not accept before.
there was a woman who brought our people the.
Then I'm getting better neurologically.
Which was
Miraculously.
at the sweat lodge at the Oinikaga, the Yanipi. And these are.
I'm not trying that hard.
Very
It's just so
powerful
easy for me because of life force energy. I don't even use my brain
we
hard.
still have that are our sustenance and provide a way to salvation.
When I get some things wrong, I get embarrassed a little bit, but it still worked, huh?
But even in our metaphysics, the mind, which is the seat of reason and
My flag almost blew off the second time.
free will and self-determination, very, very powerful. I'm not saying
And I couldn't get the trees to quite dance like I wanted them to.
But
Well, it's 'cause it's big old waves now.
But the mind is the lowest on the totem pole in our system of cosmological order.
Let's see how tough they are.
Very, very powerful. But in our way, we're the youngest and the smallest and most humble, I should say.
Would you say, and it seems to me, obviously I've been steeped in medicine lineages of many different
Are they battling
cultures
again?
and many different medicines.
The
And
gods again.
it would probably extend back to
You see, they go to war all the time.
the rock nations, the water nations, like the rock and water and fire beings and the elementals
Right.
are probably
The elementals
like
too.
our oldest relatives. And then
The gods just sitting back like, yeah, they're doing it again. Nope, they're fighting again.
Cosmological,
Like the prophets did.
divine relatives, the origin, the source relatives of where we are, and then it moves into the life, into life and those relatives. But it's actually it's kind of a beautiful way to look at it as, we're actually the youngest, and then going back to the oldest. And one of the things that really struck me that I
He's
never
testing
heard
it too.
is
Garfield's testing how strong he is.
spoke of
The Garfield much more powerful than you think you are
being that was
physically, and he kind of knows it.
to Wakanda.
He can jump high, and he's fast.
That being was
And his claws hurt bad.
Tell me about that. Tell me about
His
that
bite strength is
origin
not the
story
best,
of-
but he doesn't bite hard because he's a
like
kibble eater.
divine
He
creation.
kibbles.
Well,
He doesn't eat them whole all the time.
Wakantanka is all of those, and it's one of those things that's almost.
But his cheeks are
beyond
huge.
being- It's beyond that.
Somebody's got that jaw strength because he's a
It's all
butthead.
different, transcendence.
He's a butthead. You know what I mean, dogs?
But
Little buttheads.
we do have creation knowledge,
Means they bite hard,
and
and we know it too.
it starts when there was a time of in the English
Makes
language,
us
it's
tough,
called
huh?
darkness.
Huh, Garfield?
But in our language, it's called So like when we talk about the moon.
See, I think the dogs around here kind of want me to go out there and do that thing.
It's the
Tame those guys
sun
'cause they're scary.
of the night, of the dark.
He'd be our sacrifice, huh?
But darkness, a lot of people think darkness is like
No, bears are buried, man. They're buried to dogs.
definitely
Cats are like, I'll kill that guy. And I don't even know why.
Now
they
it's
can't,
dark
and they kind of know it.
matter and Dark energy.
Yeah, like the pregnant void. of
Because
all
the other cats
creation.
might get mad.
Like it's there. And so at that time, in our knowledge, there was a
Can't be like that, huh?
primordial spirit, a god, a deity, and its name is Ea. Now we hand it down with the male personification and say that it's a he. But again, since I had daughters, they're like
It's a lot more cats than you think.
So
They're fucking house cats are fucking good in the wild.
It's beyond gender.
They're so good you never see them.
And then in the time of that,
And they go right into your
more
backpack.
than
And you're like,
5
what
billion
is that
years
little
ago,
fucker doing over there?
now.
Come here, cat. I know you, I think.
Ea became lonely, and Ea began to spin. And
Bobcats are the same way, huh?
Create
But some of them are more obvious, just camouflage.
something else. So Ea wasn't lonely anymore.
And you're not always looking up there, you're looking
Spinning.
forwards, humans.
He caused
Often.
this explosion.
Cats
of-
have, yeah,
of
those eyes, like a
unimaginable
snake.
Proportions, intergalactic explosion.
So they can see
In
up and
order
down.
to
And
create
it's so much different than how
during
you
this
see
time,
the world.
during this explosion, which I take.
I can't explain it to you.
His
Their color
power
scale and
flows
everything.
From him,
They're depth perceptors.
and his
And they're the middle of the food
his
chain,
Power was
not the
in
top.
His blood, and his blood is blue.
Birds can still eat them.
Was blue.
So
is
can
blue,
you.
and his blood is water.
Mhm.
And
They're not trying to
this
eat
is
you
how I
dogs
know that
typically.
water is older than the sun.
Don't leave your puppies out.
Which
They get hungry.
I just read something in some scientific journal recently that scientists are confirming and discovering that water is in fact
With the
older than
puppies,
sun.
they know they fucking can.
It's
And they
like,
might.
Yeah, no shit, man. We've been knowing this. And so when Ea did this, it's not just that he became shriveled.
Now some really badass cats around here in the wild.
because
House
he
cats mostly.
sacrificed his
Nowadays,
own blood
believe it or not.
for the creation of
They're that fucking good, what they do.
the unknown expanse, right, of the universe, the ever expanding, infinitely expanding universe. He became the rock, and not just the rock on
No,
Earth.
see, they mostly outcompete, guess who? Coyotes.
Coyotes.
House cats.
We reunite Ea with his blood.
Bobcats are canopy
Pouring
dwellers.
Water on the rock.
They just have to adjust the niche a little bit, but they do outcompete them as well often. Because they get in fucking groups.
It's called the
big groups.
grandfather's breath, or the breath of creation, and so is the Milky Way, the stars.
So we
all
spay and neuter the
creation
fuckers so they don't.
that was a hard sweat, bro. I just want to tell you that.
Yeah, we were right. We were right next
The
to
whole
each
camp, the whole team was in there,
other.
And they're fucking powerful guys, magically.
I decided he couldn't move,
Yeah.
and I was having a hard time. Like I was like,
And Garfield kind of knows it now.
I want to get out. I got to take a break. I got to get. And then I was thinking, I'm the only Lakota in here, man. I can't do that. There ain't no way I can do it. My whole nation's riding on me over here.
Garfield, except they're not
And
always the best
obviously,
of the best of the best,
you know,
sir,
you
in every
nudge
fucking
me,
ecosystem.
and you're like, what did,
See, a group of humans with
Warrior's
guns
heart
thinks they are,
beats
but it's
every
always Mr. Jaguar.
I held your hand.
and you shook my hand, and you held my hand.
Sometimes Mr. Crocodile too, but guess who can win in that fight almost every time? The lion
And,
or the jaguar.
It brought me through.
or the tiger even.
Through. And so that ceremony
Against the bear,
you know,
almost
there's-
always.
that is
Polar bear,
a
be
part
tough.
of a divine order that we as human beings can recreate. And
But
we
who are they
can
gonna be with?
avail
Pumas mostly, guys, but sometimes, yeah, tigers too.
cleansing,
Turns out.
renewal ability. So Ea is not just the stone that is on earth, all the mountains, every stone imaginable, the form, but Ea is
See, they're
also
still out there, guys.
stones
The
of
gods.
asteroid belt that is around our
The ones of
planet,
legend.
you know, at all times.
Often.
All imaginable, the planets, the other planets, the stones.
Even Yahweh
That's what happened
was next to
during-
a badass lion,
during
somewhere in the
Utope
desert.
Kaga.
Mhm.
And so that is
in the storms.
and then
coming in
those
from the
are
east,
stories for
often.
the rest of creation. You know, I don't know how we know these things or how we transmitted them over time, and it's not.
You're like, I know who
it's not
he
like
is.
I was raised with this. I had to.
No, don't go there,
to learn
children.
it and do my best to seek it out. And since I was 9 years old, I've known different medicine. You know, I've only known medicine men, but there are medicine women.
But guess who
And
thinks they're
my
the
first
best still?
teacher was
Humans.
a very good man.
'Cause they can be.
He was kind of like a.
They have
an
guns like
apprentice
that.
or Maybe disciple might be a word.
And,
just somebody.
yeah,
who learned
equipment
from
like
one of
that.
our greatest healers, a man named Chief Frank.
See, they don't want to play the greatest game with me. They want to play
So,
kill 'em dead.
You know, I've been, and I strayed from the path.
It's a
over my
training
years.
exercise,
I'm-
maybe.
I've not always been trying to stand upright.
Because they got their targets figured
you
out.
know, in the light and in the power.
Potential revolutionaries
That is our sacred ability. That's our authority.
with magic powers, and they can prove it.
And it's there for us to do that. So why would we not do that?
Mhm. So when you say that, you know, to go just back to the cosmology, this event happens, Eon gets kind of separated. His blood becomes the water. His flesh becomes the rock.
His blood becomes the water. His flesh becomes the rock.
Somewhere through all of that is
Yeah.
the mystery, right? Or Great Spirit, or Wakantanka.
Mhm.
Wankantaka.
That encompasses everything,
Yeah.
and all of the in-betweens of everything as well, right? Like that is like when the prayers are to Great Spirit,
Yes.
they're synonyms, right? Great Spirit and Wakantaka are synonyms.
Same thing.
Same thing.
So yes, and
The Great Spirit,
when
guys.
the Big Bang happened. When that happened, this is before Earth.
It's many of them. Which one?
Earth wasn't formed yet. But you know, and I'm not, again, this is linear time, but according to what the knowledge that we pass on to each other, Earth was formed at or
How many
about that
times-
time. But
this is
you're
what I'm getting at.
talking more than geological time. You're talking eons.
How many times on Earth
And
has a being
Earth
died
was formed as a disk,
completely
is the way that we
and reinstantiated?
it, and then the rest of creation happened.
Turns out,
Because
way
Enoch
more times than you thought.
himself At that time, sacrificed his blood, gave his blood, so we could all be here, so there could be a universe or a multiverse or whatever. Then the sun became the chief, the first god, so to speak. And there's a
like, so we can do that.
16 of these deities.
What about Jurassic Park?
you know we?
If the memory's in the water, like there's the Emosi name. How long had Glacier been there?
Sun and motion. Shka is like.
The memories are still in the water.
And Shka is motion, consciousness.
For their souls, their forms.
Is one of the words that we use. Makkah
With that, we don't even need the biology. We have the fucking molecules still. Pretty much the same, but not even sometimes. Be fucking surprised.
He gave up his
We have their souls still.
right.
We dig 'em up, and we
each
burn
of those four
And
created
send them to the
others.
space. Up.
The sun created the moon. Shkan
Huh,
created the
Oh yeah,
winds.
big deal.
Tate.
Pump, pump, pump,
Not
pump,
just
pump.
winds on earth.
Broom, 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 broom.
Makkah created something called
Meanwhile, you're disinstantiating living beings.
passion, or maybe the source of that
Painfully.
I don't know if
Broom, my
it's
car.
negative. You could interpret it as negative. The source of that energy. That's a very powerful God, and something that is.
And it
we're all
sucks.
capable of good and bad. And
When they
then
get here and they're like, they're fucking evil.
created Wakia.
Meanwhile,
the Thunderbird.
someone very close
And they
who was doing it to
very
human
important
beings.
in our cosmology. They bring
And house cats.
They bring sustenance. Mini Wakan, the sacred waters.
And they have dogs. And they're fucking evil.
They control the thunders. Control the waters of the heavens. It comes up and it comes.
Which ones we'll find out? We'll find out what everyone's scared of now.
And then there's below that. So that's 8 gods right there.
They're investigating me thoroughly.
Tob, which is like the bear. The bear is a very powerful being. It's one of our most powerful healers. The bear actually becomes what's known as Ksa, which is the bearer of righteous knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
The being that teaches us, the righteous esoteric knowledge. And before that, it was just that Ksa was a title. But Ksa used to serve the gods and then worked with Unk to embarrass the gods and let this woman, real beautiful woman, sit in the moon's place, and that embarrassed the moon, and so Shka banished Ksa, and I know there's a lot of Lakota words being thrown around.
See, I know I still can.
But he became the
They didn't really know back then, but they kind of did, right? They never really believed it.
Gods. And he was sent with,
They're shaking
people
now.
that were associated with him to Earth. And so he was,
But not
all
like
of
that.
these contain truths, truths about who we are as human beings, and principles really to guide us in our evolution, in our thinking, in our conduct, in our behavior. The son didn't only, he also had a child, out of wedlock with this somebody that wasn't his wife. You know what I mean? And that child became the whirlwind, and the whirlwind is a god. There's the 4, and then 4, and then the bear, and then Tatanka, the buffalo. But not just the buffalo that is here. The buffalo here represents the sun, the power, that the life-giving power, but also a constellation of the buffalo. The spirit of the water is another god in the 4-direction wind. The west, the north, the east, the south. In our language, we all have names for them. Those are all those directions, are the sons of the wind, of Tate, and then the lower 4 gods, so to speak, are Nia, which is your breath. All of our breath, our collective breath. When we first come out of the womb, you're connected with your umbilical cord, and then you come into this reality, and you're able to take a breath. And as soon as you take that breath, now you're in union. Now you're part of the unitive power, the unitive experience that is there for us. And that's Nia. The breath is a god. And then there's the Nari, or the how do you say it? Like a ghost, like an eternal soul. The spirit that is here with your mind. And the whirlwind is that one of them, probably say the 15th god, and then your Sich that is the lowest God, so to speak, and that is your mind, the human mind.
Mm.
Very powerful still, though, to be in that, to even be in there. And when you in the sweat lodge, the poles touch the earth at 16 points to represent that cosmology.
There's a huge, swelling of
Yeah.
desire, and here's a lighter to relight your cigar. There's a huge swelling of a desire to reconnect with these, ancient knowledge systems and traditions, and I think that's a very beautiful thing that we're actually experiencing in our time, and because it's not about the facts of the stories, but it's
No, they don't.
the stories themselves.
And this piece
how
of human.
the stories all weave into the grand symphony of all the stories and all the
Neanderthal or otherwise, which I'm not.
When I look at what happened historically, there was a people, and in the South American traditions, they described what their indigenous people, they saw them as like the rainbow warriors, the rainbow beings.
I'm a mutant.
For their own people.
I'm a mutant.
All their chakras were lit with different colors.
See, I'm not
They were all
crazy.
spinning and aglow.
I've proven it.
Different colors, and the
So I have magic
European
powers now.
conquistadors came, and they called them the gray ones.
They don't feel deserved to me
Gray
because I'm using your
all
human
of
standards.
their energy centers were clouded. And
So when I don't, they do.
and what I see, very likely happened is that from the many different empires that came and took power from all of the lineage and kind of indigenous native peoples, and then you fast forward that a few thousand years, where people have lost contact with what it was like to really live with the earth. Then
Almost ever
there's this kind
do I
of
increase the
disease of
suffering of
mind.
sentient beings, except for guess
And,
who?
this
My family.
Can be called Wetiko, which
Yeah.
is also a native word. And this idea of Wetiko, which leads to empire, which leads to this belief that you can just take and rape and pillage, and this idea of ownership. It's the ego enlarged, and the delusion that works both inwardly on the self and outwardly. And this kind of, it was like the first real pandemic that kind of spread was people who had been
no way, right?
from their own native roots and their own connections, that had lost that and then started to spread their own disease.
Oh, it could be, huh?
Throughout
Still,
the
it could
world
be.
through conquest. And by just focusing.
See, I was worried about
on
this.
One
No, I'm not like that. I'm like that. I'll talk to them too, personally.
Of what a person
One of these
is,
days,
which is
I
the
don't like them.
scientific technological mind and the aggression that can come. There was just like isolated into certain vectors without keeping everything in balance. Even as you talk about the bear, I think about, in the Celtic traditions, the word for bear is art, and art is like part of Arthur. It was like the king, the great legendary king who restored the order of Camelot, and like the righteous knowledge of the bear is the king. And so many similarities from so many different cultures, but they were lost.
Just throwing shit at the wall with certain people, God supplies.
The culture that we're living in now
Can really fucking affect their soul, guys.
We're sick, and we need.
And it turns out I've had it happen almost more than anyone I know.
And technology and information we've learned, but remember the old stories and the old
or
ways
met
so that
even
we can heal ourselves and step into a new future that includes all the old stories and the new technology and creates a whole new story for the world.
This is I appreciate that. Technology in itself is,
and I'm almost bad enough sometimes to like, okay, reject them from society. Turns out almost completely. They're like, yeah, can't get into our fucking hospital, can we?
Different myths, and I see one of those myths reflected in our literary works or our television works about uploading your consciousness to machines and
because we're little fucking peasants, dude.
Artificial intelligence and leaving the earth to the myth of the frontier. That's not a frontier to us. Spirit travel is very real. And how could we know the earth is round? How could we know that North America, as it's known, is shaped like a turtle? I don't know how we could know those things, but we know those things. And I believe that you take a look at Standing Rock, take a look at what happened with tens of thousands of people coming together under the invitation and the spiritual guidance of Native people, not just Lakota people or Ocheti Shakoni or
At all.
Sioux Nation, but
Because it triggered
people
alcohol.
who might not think on a daily basis that, hey, my body
Can be a little bit is fine
70,
typically,
whatever
but not always.
percent, composed of mini wichoni, the water of life, mini wakan.
But sometimes
they might not recognize
it can enable
their
weird
divine
shit
flesh and blood, or
that
their
should not happen
bones
otherwise,
even.
from my perspective.
And the way that we look at it,
And not just my
flesh
perspective
and
either.
blood that we're composed of,
Everyone's perspective sometimes. Like a good tobacco hit, shit starts happening magically around.
Fashion, I don't know. The buffalo breathed consciousness into us, or we emerged from a cave. Did we emerge in this form? I don't know.
So I need to stay alive for a while longer
Bones come
because
from
I'm a good
wood,
person.
come from the stone. That's what's in our bones. Like elementally, we're finding.
See, I thought it was just me, right? Like, no, if I get a good tea going,
and you have
just a
big
good tea or a good
extractions, right?
soup.
Big oil.
It's not just like, yeah, just enjoying myself for
I
once.
was just living my life.
Sometimes it can be evil, turns out.
Trying to replace the
And sometimes I don't enjoy it at all. I'm just fucking possessed. Used to be like that, but now it isn't anymore. Now I have total control, pretty much.
Right? In 2014, I moved back to Standing Rock.
But sometimes I still miss little tiny details. But I'm being attacked from many angles.
We're all the same people, though. We're all Lakota.
I figured it out. I woke up to the bullshit.
And
like, oh, Taran's waking up. No, he's waking up.
We're always asking me, how come you're always...
That's what I heard in my head first, was Taran's waking up. No, you're not crazy, Taran. You're waking up. And the gods got to me, too, at the same time.
And the way we see it, yes.
But now it's so noisy.
We want to progress, but we want
So they might have to flood it again.
Civilization is. Civilization to us is...
Because we can get like that down here.
And drink water from any stream.
We pick some people who just can't wake up all the way.
And you just can't do that anymore.
Because they're like that, always trying to kill them. The humans. Always.
Undergirds
now
how civilized we are as human beings. And when that debacle happened, where big oil forced this pipeline, we didn't want
these ultra-terrestrials too.
We were
often
trying to mind our own business, and the oil company moved the location of the pipeline from Bismarck, North Dakota,
in any way we can. We figure it out when they're fucking babies
Euro-American,
who make themselves rejects.
Where the Indians live, right? Where the Standing Rock Nation is. And so we didn't have a choice, but we were standing up because oil and water don't mix, and it's just a matter of time before pipelines leak. And so we stood up. Not only that, but we have tribal sovereignty. We have a treaty with the United States. The United States is our friend. We made friends with the United States, with the Americans in 1851 and in 1868. And we said, we'll protect you. You'll protect us.
And some places I don't even have to get, because it wasn't like that, and they thought I...
We'll stand with your flag, the American flag, forever. So long
they basically do better than talk shit anyways.
As well. This is but they don't teach that in the American educational institutions. So we were out there for those reasons, those political reasons, but we were out there by the tens of thousands for spiritual reasons as well. Mm-hmm. And when we were offering ourselves, our bodies,
see, I'm just trying to get them off me with that. Because it's not that big of a deal.
Putting it online because we wanted a different reality. So we can push ourselves toward evolution, which is what I believe we're doing, and what I believe the United States is capable of. I believe our government is capable of that. But right now they've been captured.
Yeah.
They've been captured. There's no leaders over there. There's no spiritually driven leaders who are willing to take the steps that we need to take as a people, as a society, because we're all in this together.
Oh yes.
No,
so their prescription is, capture me.
It's all these.
Put me in a box somewhere for like 40 years.
That have been assigned to us, that we learned, that we've been conditioned to
take Garfield somewhere separately, torture him to death,
to liberate from. But it's
many times as they can.
It's obviously very difficult because there are real differences in our country.
Maybe in front of me often.
And when George Floyd was killed, this country almost burned to the ground. Like, it was very wild and serious, and obviously that systemic challenge we have to address. We have to address that. But for me, everything that is political or legislative or economic should be informed by a spiritual liberative process. And that happens here and here
The only way it
conceptually
gets involved is if
first. And I'm no expert on
I
this,
knew
okay? I'm
this
not.
shit was real now.
There are men and women who
Abductions.
are much older than me who know much more than me.
Fucking weirdos.
But my path and my ability and my will to build,
Which I am not. I
from
try not
this
to be.
world that I was born into,
As much as I
this
can be.
blood that I was born into, this consciousness.
I'm not always aware of what I'm doing. Though.
Bridge that with
Now I am.
the
Every
dominant
limb,
consciousness.
every fucking piece of my body.
Currently, the dominant consciousness.
Almost.
What was it like for
Except
you
my organs sometimes.
to
Which I take advantage
sit
of.
in lodge with a man who I believe will be the next president?
My
of
brain
the
too. It
United
doesn't really matter.
States?
Your brain.
And I could feel you and really kind of looking around like, wow.
It can if you're a big
there's
brain
a
user.
reality that may be
I'm not so
on the
much anymore.
Like if the leader of this nation is willing to sit in the sweat,
Brains can be
And,
fucked up after a while.
you know, smell the
Traumatized.
sweet grass and the cedar and speak the prayers and sing the songs and be there, you know, ass on the grass with brothers and sisters. Like it's a whole different paradigm that we may be entering in, something that might, I could imagine, be almost unbelievable for you and all of the challenges that your people have gone through and the betrayals from people in those positions of power.
You know, I mean, Bobby Kennedy is he's a different. He's cut from the cloth of the Kennedys. This guy, you know. But his whole campaign team was in that lodge with us. I've never been in a lodge so jam packed. You know, maybe it's been 4 years since I've been in a lodge that jam packed. There was a lot of people in there. And what was profound for me was the sweat lodge doesn't just belong to the Lakota. It belongs to other native nations as well. Every native nation has a version of this ceremony. But what was
Too fucking old, right? To be an organ donor still.
There in that moment,
Nobody's healthier now.
you and Bob Kennedy and everyone else.
So of course I'm gonna get a hold of my fucking Medi-Cal.
There were
A ride for
there
me.
were
My
mostly
what?
European
Or my doctors
Americans
even
in there,
anymore.
except for myself and the Afro-Indigenous.
Who's a write-off insurance-wise?
Kongi.
Yes. Oh, Parangi. How can I pray? Parangi. And I wasn't pouring the water when it came time to sing.
Some do studies. They try
I
to.
wasn't the only singer.
Mm.
There's 5-6 other brothers in there who had sundanced under Chief Leonard Crowdog, who is an absolute legend, who was one of my mentors, one of my teachers. You know, I wasn't a contemporary of his because he walked on. He walks in power everlasting since I believe it was 2021. But he gave me things.
So some private companies
You know, he
have a lot more dirt on people than even the government.
My first teacher, Sonny Richards, he learned from Chief Frank Foolscrow. And these
That does not make me feel safer.
I mean, all the way back to Black Elk. They have a very resmopolitan, very cosmopolitan, very worldly view about our
No, it wasn't even like that. It was like that, huh?
our ceremonies. We do them
Just
on
traumatized,
behalf
huh?
of all humanity, and all
All the
humanity
bullshit.
is
This whole fucking
able
life.
to participate, able to avail themselves of this knowledge.
When he wakes up to it all, he's like, oh, no, they're assholes, and they're assholes too. Liars, 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 and liars.
Not all Lakota people feel that same way. Some are very guarded, understandably, completely understandably. But the teachers that I had and have right now, including Chief Bear Cross, and
But you kinda know it's true.
Passed on Marvin Helper.
Most of it.
Took me under
When you're this fucking small,
allowed me this
live like this,
English speaking, lawyer that came from
are
the
still
States
way smarter than them.
to
It can
allow
still
me
kick
the
their
space
fucking
to
ass, and they
speak
almost know it.
with them, while they're teaching me. So that ceremony that we conducted there and that we offered.
No, he just fucks around sometimes. They spin his hand like this. He's like,
it's not easy. It was not
but
easy.
it would almost be that easy sometimes.
It's
To hurt somebody.
Our
Bad.
is like
Almost.
The hardest
So I
ceremony
really,
ever.
really try not to.
No
So
food,
I did put my hands on my dad on camera,
I spent
but it was a
a lot of
counter
my
punch.
young life-
and I used my fucking pinky and I showed them on camera.
Of course.
Like almost knocked you out my pinky.
Just
So it was
to
pinky
get
knuckle.
back into it. So Bobby Kennedy, that probably wasn't his first lodge. I don't know.
It wasn't. Yeah.
So I don't mean to be like this
And
in my life.
Some people it was their first lodge.
I really never did.
Bobby
I'm like, what
has
the
been
fuck
fighting for indigenous nations
has been wrong with me my whole
probably
fucking life.
even before Quebec. And
Turns out a lot
that's
more
what my uncle meant by
than I'd ever want to believe,
because my uncle was, he was part of the beginning of this tribal water rights.
or that I'm ever aware of sometimes.
And they sent him. This is before the internet, before cell phones, all that. They sent.
But
him
it's
to
not
Quebec
as
to
bad as
represent
what a lot of people think, huh?
Sioux Nation water rights.
A lot of it's
Everybody
based on intentions, but also,
that
yes,
were within
actions
the
as well.
Missouri River watershed. He goes to Quebec, meets Bobby Kennedy. He doesn't know Bobby Kennedy
Because they assume I'm a
Bobby
fucking
is
liar.
there to defend the Cree Nation.
Because some people
and
are
their
liars,
ecosystem
and
that
they know it.
depend on from this large-scale hydropower dam that was going to destroy all of their hunting lands, their trapping lands. Their
See, I've
fishing
been a
lands,
liar, a big
everything
liar
they
for
used
short
to
periods of my life.
sustain themselves. Bobby was there to defend that in the early.
I don't even know why
1900s.
sometimes. Just a couple fucking periods.
And this guy's
A
been
couple
doing
times,
this his
though,
whole life.
when I was really
He
young,
saved the
I was just really
Hudson
imagined.
He's representing all.
And I believe my story so much.
He's
and I think
the
some of them
guy
may be
that
true
talks
now.
about- when he speaks, I don't have to be.
So I just go along with it. A couple times when I was older, though,
I
now
feel
it's getting
like
sick, and I kind of knew it.
This is the guy.
Yeah.
This is the guy I want to support. This is the guy I'm down with. And yeah,
Because I didn't care anymore. I was an atheist.
but who is?
By then I was.
There's more
Because I
than
connected
that.
spirituality
I'm
with
still
insanity.
empowered.
I'm like, oh, well, if that's the case,
That
in
was
this
the-
fucking sick ass world ruled by atheists,
Yeah, I can feel
mostly, guys.
rising in me as well, because I feel the same thing. I mean, this is a time where we need a chief of chiefs, a king of kings, to help lead us. And the way that a king really leads is the one who serves the most.
Yep, even
And I
back then,
watched Bobby
almost,
do that a lot.
but not always.
I watched when
They knew it like that, and like that, and like that, too. Why would they do that and do that and do that too? And smile about it later.
Was passed around, and Bobby just kept passing the ladle.
The mysteries, guys, the mysteries.
And didn't even drink of it himself. Why? Because he serves his people.
The rich and powerful have known for a long time that the poor man knew the mysteries. They might
And
revolt.
People will nitpick this one thing he says.
Unless they were atheists, all of them, by the time they learned
I
them.
trust him to just listen and to be there with his heart, because you can feel it. It's like
Even
his heart
fucking
is
now.
outside of the body, and that's the place where you can really trust. It's
When
not
they're
the
almost
fancy
out in the open.
words or the things that the
More of them than
promises
ever.
made that
But some of us
wrap
find
it
out
up
first,
like
and we're already in power.
in rapid waters.
Like, okay,
Someone gets
how do I
out.
want my power? With
It's
what I
like
know
you can
now.
trust that his word
Garfield.
matters. No matter what it is. I mean, I'll tell another quick story about Bobby. He invited me to go.
Yep, that's all I have for you today. Yeah, yams.
4th of July, in at one of his kind of family homes out in the Hamptons, and he invited me over Christmas. And I said, Bobby, am I going to see you on the 4th of July? And
You should never feed a cat exclusively sweet potatoes.
And then he tells
Exclusively
Stephanie,
tuna, eat it.
Stephanie, what am I
But
doing?
mix
on
it
the
up.
4th of July?
And mix it up, and mix it up. It's like an actual diet.
Thing on this. And he goes,
Which I wanted to do with Big George and Garfield a long time
Cancel
ago.
it.
My family
I'm
ain't fucking
hungry.
impossible.
And she's like, well, and then they just figured it out right there. But it was like there's like principles,
Mm-hmm.
like values there. There's things that are more important than
Sorry, just complaining still.
what's the best,
Ultimately.
most advantageous.
Because I still could have done better, and I know it.
It's like there's real principle and value that lives in his bones.
He's not scripted. He's not.
Yeah, no, I'm actually feeling guilty.
manufactured. You don't get any other person who is going to speak as a politician is almost required to. Certain talking points they got to stick to, and that's not Bobby. Bobby is a real human being, and he's coming from a place where there's a sense of urgency. I think because he's entering his elder years. He's what is he?
If someone would
70
fight
now?
me, they
He's
wouldn't even
still
want
pulling
to.
out 50 pull-ups.
They'd almost know better.
Push-ups, though.
Yeah, they're big old dogs.
Remember that?
More than me.
Bro, I didn't even attempt that. I didn't even attempt that. I was like, man.
They kind of know it too.
In shape right now. But I've been working at it ever since. Though,
Yeah, let's go.
Because that's inspiring to me. This old dude.
That's what I'm wondering too.
He's a mentor. He's a brother.
He can be so strong
He's,
mentally. Why can he be so weak mentally? I don't know yet.
I appreciate.
It's a curse. It has been.
Yeah.
But I'm breaking it now. Trying to.
It's been a hard road for your people, man.
'Cause I just did not believe.
It's been a hard, long road. And
So I know who to call to. The wrong month. Well, I knew they were attacking.
personally,
Now, sometimes physically, even
but
from a distance,
I know
you'd be surprised.
some of what's happened, and I can feel it. And that was one of the questions I asked you when we shared that stage together. Is how you can still show up with your heart open through all the pain and through all the trauma of the history of what your people have endured.
Well, we, how can I say? It's scarred. It's scar tissue. There's no real way to heal fully from it. The whole process of colonial.
So I done anything bad enough to get locked up for? Probably fucking not.
We do heal, and we leave space because that's.
Not if I went and got it all, everything I've ever left in the woods on accident.
Hate. We're trying to liberate. And that's,
But guess what? Some of it wasn't me. Some of it was.
Because
So I'll get to that.
to be forgiving.
Some sort of just lost that terrible eyes. Still my fault,
forgive and
technically.
don't forget.
But really,
And to
How hard is it
see
for you to pair of glasses?
people
Hard.
Where they're at right now is crushing.
anything medically is hard for me.
I live right in one of the ground zero places on the Pine Ridge Reservation. There's no reason why we have to be. We call it the fourth world because it's not even third world. It's tough, and it's forced dependency. There are institutional mechanisms in place on behalf of the United States of America, but nobody's cared to go and look back into it for 90 years. It's been 90 years since these modern reservations were formed, and their forms of government didn't match what we know. And so there needs to be a mass reevaluation. It hasn't really
been like that with some people. With some people, it almost has felt like that, even though it wasn't really like that. But it's this fucking industry we're in, the medical industry.
New here, you know what I mean? And so that's just where my heart.
Just trying to make a living often, which is really expensive, huh? When you have that much of an income.
We do our best. Those of us who
yes, time-wise too, and I understand that as well. But what is most of that time doing?
And we have another ceremony called the Hunga ceremony, which is to make relatives.
Is it studying every patient, every patient, every patient?
And that's what I'm doing.
Should be.
What we're doing is we're making relatives. Like when we're in the lodge that day, and you're.
Some of us are so busy,
holding my hand, and
you just fucking can't.
And I was like, man, I needed that. I was not about to let my nation down.
Someone's like, okay, I'm off work and I'm done, guys. I'm done.
I felt different.
Let me relax.
Good. I felt empowered. I felt ready to go, and that's the.
Some of the other people do, but they're the same way. So who does that?
Breath, that steam, Ia's blood reunited with Ia, and the whole.
Sometimes nobody does. And that's fucked up to me.
About the ceremony.
Sometimes it's people's job for a living.
The human being.
I never see them.
That is the purpose of that ceremony, and it's just.
It's what they really know about me from a distance like that.
Have that in the
they can assume I'm a liar too, unless I'm not.
As President Kennedy, that was just beyond wild to me. I can't even. I just say there's certain moments.
So he really believes.
You go through things and
says he knows. Claims he doesn't like the word believe.
You're just living through it, and then maybe
every fucking thing he says, almost, but from different angles.
Think about it, and
like it's triangular. Everything is. Every relationship.
Something like that. To pay attention to it. Yeah.
And I can see it too.
Just going through it. And then sometimes when
it's like a beautiful mind, and I'm waking up.
If I'm alone driving, then I'll think of.
And it
how
fucking
certain
sucks.
things change the trajectory of my life, and that's really, it's powerful, and I really appreciate how we all were able to go through that experience together.
Yeah.
Because I've been
some really
fucking
mystical
evil,
things that
almost.
happen. I think people can focus on what temperature it was, how long you're in there, how dark it was, and just like the logistics of the experience. But there's something that you can't describe. It's ineffable, and it's different every time. No lodge is the same, and you've spent many more lodges than me, but no lodge is ever the same. In this particular lodge, the third door, which is oftentimes the hardest, although the second door in this time was I think actually that was excruciating. And I was, just so people know, it's not that I'm such a badass, that I was in real good shape when I grabbed your hand. I needed your hand too. I needed your hand real bad. And so we were both supporting each other. But I remember in the third.
See, that's happened for a while, Garfield.
And I'm telling this.
You understand that?
Because I want to open
when you're not a
up
hunter,
space for you to tell.
You're the
your
pride.
own mystical stories and some of the other mystical legends.
See, that's what I'm trying to get the animals out there used to.
Defy explanation. So
no matter where I go,
I was really.
That to me,
I was in a challenging.
And I can help you in a lot of ways. How, Garfield?
That's some
magically often.
Part of the reason is I'm writing a book now that's about,
because I'm a human being.
Tico. It's about what I call anti-you. It's about this force that's beyond trickster.
It's from a Dr. Doolittle.
Beyond trickster. It actually has dark intent, malevolent intent, and is looking down.
And I treat the animals like people because they are.
And like bring us into a ruinous state. And it's this
like I got a slave, technically, from their standards almost. He ties his cat up.
Different terms, Satan, Hasatan.
Why does he tie his cat up?
You want to say it.
Because the other humans, they want to kill that cat.
I've been in this.
No, a lot of them do still. Most of his neighbors right around his house actively want to capture the cat and kill it. For his dad, they say, we really do just silent assholes.
Korangi says, it's healing round. And I've heard it called different things, warrior round.
Now we can see him creeping out the window saying, I'll get that cat from him.
It's intense.
He leaves that fucking house or kills himself.
Yeah.
Told his dad to one time. His dad told him to like 4,000 times. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Sober, no psychedelics, no medicine. And I feel this shiny.
That's how it feels to the birds, at least. Based on your intentions half the time.
Shaped.
That's just parts of you, and he knows it.
Like projectile that's in between.
But some of the other neighbors are that way.
In the back of my neck.
They put it on you guys big time. They want to shut the fuck up.
And I'm like, oh shit.
He's like a bird too.
This is a problem. So I use my energy and my will and my intent, and I like pull it out of the back.
We can see that even.
And I'm holding it in my hand, but it's like a magnet. It's like pulling back towards my spine, and it wants to go back. And I have my left hand. So my left hand is raised up behind my head.
No, he was showing us up out there.
I can't hold it back behind my head.
No, he's blowing some of us around, and we kind of knew it. It's like, I'm sorry. I'll go back. But I'll give you guys a dance at least.
Looking to go lodge itself back into my heart. And
swell, who's spacious sails, guys? A flag? I know he's talking to you, right?
And I'm like, all right.
The trees and their occupants.
I gotta do something with this. So with all my, will, intent, and strength, I push it into the ground, and I start saying prayers to the mother. I said, "Mama, help me. Like help me take care of this because I can't hold this. It's too strong."
What do you guys seem like this? Sometimes cats and dogs, even stiff.
Earth, and my hand is on the grass, down on the earth, and I'm holding it in the earth. And then
when we're living on your house,
there, though, like I was hoping the earth
or under it, and then even no, none of those. It's live too.
Metal was
not as live as these guys though. That's a dead one.
A different place. It wasn't organic.
Oh, it's sleepy.
So the mother couldn't decompose it, and then. As that was happening, I had this vision of all of these like ants and beetles and like stinging insects crawling up my arm, and it wasn't happening in real life.
Oh, now it's a stinker. Now it's a stinker.
And they started crawling in my ears and into my mouth and my nose and my eyes, and I knew it was like this is just a vision. Like don't be afraid. Like fear is the mind killer. Like don't be afraid. Just stay with your focus. Like stay with your intent. And then I called on Tata Fuego. I called on the fire. And I said, like the fire of the mother, come up and like melt this.
Probably was. Looked like him. I took a picture of him when he was dead.
And it comes up from the center of the stones. And it melts.
Almost like he has less pattern on him when I buried him. Almost on.
Terrestrial metal that I put in the ground and melts it down. And it starts to, like resin, it melts and it starts to.
So what were they trying to say about me now?
To smoke, and I couldn't smell it or anything. Again, this is still in my vision. starts to smoke, and it makes this like noxious black cloud, and I could feel the energy of it, this black cloud. And I was like, all right, we got to get this black cloud out of here. So I took a deep breath, and like with all of my will and might, I just blew the breath with the intention that it would blow all the way out to the farthest reaches of the void, the farthest reaches of the whole universe, because only the whole universe in its entirety could hold that darkness and that evil. And from that point,
See, he's trying to set it up in a way.
Dramatic difference
Often.
in my life in this battle. It was almost like a critical.
When someone new bed, don't say literally spine.
Where that experience I had actually.
So one person wouldn't seemingly give a fuck, huh? Does he though?
That I'd been going through, and was just totally unexpected. And this is what is possible when you just enter into a space that has that much healing and that much power. Like you never know what's going to happen.
That sounds like a hero's journey, like you were presented with an unknown. And sometimes there are many stories of in our ceremonies where you're confronted with something challenging, and there are bad doers out there. There are negative energies out there whose purpose it is to pull you away from your path and to entrap you in the senses, and in your own understanding or your own ego. The mind is very powerful. The mind is, the mind is not to be trusted.
And die.
You gotta hopefully that when you call on
quickly
have Lakota names is because that is the name of the spirit that is working with me or with and I don't understand all of it, but I know to respect it. And when you're in those battles, you have to call on your powers.
Yeah.
And you're strong as a person. You're strong as a spirit.
Because sometimes they try.
I used to think that
and what do? I look at them closely, completely fucking fine, and say, "I'll kick your fucking ass. Don't kick me in the fucking head again."
Like Lee Scratch Perry. And
okay, guy. No, I feel that.
Strong things.
You can't just knock him out in one punch.
And sometimes they are otherworldly.
And he's like, dude,
they're
watch me.
We have, when you said that, it made me think of. Now we don't have.
Sorry, not gonna try to go there.
But about ETs and so forth.
Just changed you after a while.
I've asked medicine people about this, and all they tell me is
we just get it done. We should
there are
sometimes.
Good ones just like us, and there are bad ones just like us. But there are also
not with your family though. With your brothers, maybe you should have. But your dad would have fucking got you arrested.
Name for them in Lakota, and
when you were a kid.
Do is one of those energies.
Now they're shit talking little lizards too.
Trickster is one way to, but it's more devious than that. It's to cause misery,
yes,
and to revel in your misery, in the misery that we're creating. But there are others that have.
My dad never did either until he was a little older.
I don't know when they came about, but
did to me a few times.
Like Ganeshki is another one,
but not them so much.
Which is kind of like this insatiable being that just eats, it can't get enough, and it will eat everything. But all of these, according. See, I'm not talking about the back in the day ass and shit. I can't say if Crazy Horse
talking about being drunk and aggressive.
Sitting Bull understood it like this, that those were also within
not like that, but like that
in a mythological sense.
Your kids, you knows ass and kick.
Yeah,
I mean, it seems like that to me right now in our time.
Until you can't.
We're in our time. They did what our ancestors, our grandfathers and grandmothers did what they could.
Sometimes it happens at 12.
Had. And now we're in our time, and we have to stand it. We have to empower ourselves. That's possible. There are stories. There are things that defy, things that have happened to me that defy kind of the physical understanding, like what your physics professor might understand and what they might teach. teleportation. I've not seen that, but I know people who were there when these certain teleportation occurrences have happened. Miraculous healings. Some might call it faith-based healing, or maybe an activation of the cells is occurring. Something beyond our understanding. That's why we use the drum and the voice too. The drum and the voice are two very sacred powers that we have as human beings, because they can pierce corporal reality, right? In the world of waves and frequencies and vibrations, things that other beings are perceiving are not necessarily what we're perceiving as human beings. We have a different capacity, but the voice is something you sing on an appropriate song. The songs that we're singing in the lodge allow those veils to be pierced, and maybe something came for you or something. But it's not that I want to say that I believe. Like, I know. You know what I mean? There's a belief that requires faith, and then there's like shit, I know.
Yeah.
And we better equip ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah. You were telling a
Can
story
be,
of
from your perspective,
some kind of
the wild
myths
angel I've even
involved
discussed
crazy
sometimes.
horse and a relationship he had with
If that's what
with
one uses to
such a
describe him,
stone.
disgusting.
And there's
Good for you.
there's these stories.
I find you guys kind of gross
these
with your gross incomes, even.
things that defy our Newtonian physics that exist. Like,
Your cultures are gross to me.
Teleportations. You mentioned,
My culture's gross to you, but I kind of take it too far, and I realize that now.
Crazy horse that is like.
I did before too, often,
about something that happened.
but I really just thought I was gonna fucking get killed.
There's one story I know from.
Now I'm still alive because I fucking feel like, from my perspective, that I have a few times now.
His father.
Like I should be fucking gore.
Was running a particular ceremony. This man, his name is Vernal Cross.
I got a bunch of little fucking scratches.
He's no longer with us. He
that feel very different from the inside than they look from the outside. I have a story for all of them, kind of, except for this one.
The Gregorian concept, doing a ceremony, and
but it does not feel like that from the inside. What I get burnt with.
Interrupting, saying, "Hey, Vernal, I need to go bathroom. I need to go bathroom." And it's all dark, they're doing.
What happened, really?
Performing a ceremony, a healing ceremony. And his spirits must have got so annoyed or something that
I know I've been abducted.
all of a sudden he's outside.
No, I fucking know it.
And they didn't.
It's always telling the story. Garfield, I think, might have been too a few times. Because how the fuck did he get out of the house before he was tied up?
In another.
He tells me he teleported,
or at least space.
Yeah.
So I believe that, and believe that, and believe that too.
I don't know.
But who does?
And this now that's.
How does nature work down?
But from reading.
Down here.
There is a holy man by the name of Dawson Has No Horse. And, apologies to any of his family. I don't mean to tell his story, but I read it I believe in a story about another. You got to understand, since I was 16, I read everything I could voraciously about my people, about who I am, because I began to think about it differently. I was working at Crazy Horse Mountain when this happened. And another great teacher, he's still with us. But I was a greeter there, and I saw this old man walking in carrying a bunch of books and just carrying a bunch of things. And I was like, whoa, Lakota guy, native guy. I went over.
See, I'm so sorry, guys, to a few of you guys.
And he was selling books. He was selling his book called Madaka.
It's a bad example.
Everything
Thought to be a man
relative. And
in America.
As a reward.
In the 2010s and 2020.
He gave me 2 books. And then I read those, and then I went on to Black Elk Speaks. And then I went on to this other one called Lame Deer Seeker of Vision.
So now I'm trying to be a good example.
And in there, this is a great man, John.
And actually, secretly to my family, too.
My first teacher knew him personally. My first teacher, being Sonny Richards, knew John Fire Lame Deer and Chief Foolscrow, Frank Foolscrow.
Because my dad and mom were all right.
Sonny would tell me.
But not great.
But I read about.
But I know why now, so I can't really blame them either.
I believe they put Dawson himself was on the hill, and then he said his helpers went up to see if he wanted to come down. And on the hill means in a vision quest or in a fasting ceremony. And he told them, just go back to the house and set everything up, because when a ceremony happens, there's a certain way, protocoled way that the altar is set up. And so he told them what to do. Go back and do this particular way, and just start the ceremony. And so they did, and they start the ceremony, and then is in that ceremony somehow.
Weird.
It defies all logic and all understanding.
No, just put the cats all the way back.
It really does. And so now I go through life, and I enjoy being in the red pill world, or in the blue pill world, I should say. You know what I mean? Like when I'm just going around, I don't want to think that, hey man, I might start levitating or certain things through telekinesis or other processes are just going to start happening, because they do happen.
See, I've made several of these fuckers stuck here who are really powerful and evil.
Things like that happen, not all the time, but enough for me to know that, hey, there's something else that is kind of assisting and around, and you need to be aware of it. But there's probably, our people are replete with absolute miracles. I mean, Vine Deloria Jr., he wrote a book called The World We Used to Live In. And that's all it does, is explores not. Have credible sources speaking on miracles. I mean, Crazy Horse himself, now, he had like a bulletproof medicine, or we call it gopher medicine. Certain dust that comes from a certain animal. But his medicine person was a man named Chips.
Focus on, huh? And how long?
And because Chips helped him out.
Like I heard a mouse in the house. My leash is long enough now to where I could catch him theoretically. So I'm gonna stand in this corner all day long, see a portal appears.
His life and told him,
still know how to get in and out.
Followed these certain ways. I'm not the authority on Crazy Horse. There's a man alive right now named Richard Movescamp, who. Richard Moose.
I haven't seen a mouse right there. They're out there. He's fucking blind.
And so Dickie, as he's known on the Pine Ridge, he lives in a town.
Poison.
2 weeks ago, they had like a book signing.
Human beings off.
Whatever knowledge he's authorized to share in that book. And I've not picked it up. I've not read it, I failed to go to the signing because it was cold out or something that day, but. He had an event in Rapid City, South Dakota. These altars, these spiritual disciplines, they're still with us, and they're just below the surface. They're below the feathers and the leathers and the romanticized version of what European Americans or whatever the English-speaking universe might think about Native people. Those I'm not saying those are bad. The feathers and leathers and regalias are good things. But there's another level that, and I'm not authorized to share this on behalf of the Sioux Nation, but I feel, just from my experiences, we should be offering it to the world, because it is a path. It is the red road, and it is a path to what we call ton, or understanding, or enlightenment, or a re-spiritualized reality in metaphysics, which I believe the human spirit is yearning for that. But we haven't come together as a people and said, this person is going to be our Yogananda, who helps us spread, the yogic or the Vedic traditions or the Upanishads, that whole entire cosmology, which I know enough to know that it's very serious, and it's a serious spiritual discipline. And obviously some of them, maybe they went against tradition in bringing it to the West, so to speak, but it happened. And do I want to see that for our people? I want to see us respected. I want to see our knowledge systems on the same level as anything else, because it's definitely on that level, but it's perhaps even deeper. Carries even more substance. And I don't say that in an ethnocentric way. I say that as
not today.
A seeker like you, looking for
I get hot
and trying to avail myself of all these
out of the house today.
Different traditions. And I don't jump in every one of them, but
I can get my laundry.
That's just kind of the mark of a philosopher, somebody who's, I am willing to be challenged on my beliefs and what I think I know, what I've been taught throughout my life, because then it's a real way. It's a true way that has stood up.
Yeah.
And you know, our people have been just discarded and cast aside as primitive, as savage, as uncivilized, as antithetical to progress, and everything else. We've been dehumanized, and we don't deserve to be dehumanized. But we have to teach.
Mm-hmm.
We have to share what we can, the depths of what we can, because that is how an evolution happens.
Yeah.
And that's the state of human affairs is very
Too fucking honest.
tragic right now, very, very serious.
Now he is.
We're hurting.
What's the
All
worst
we
we've
know
done?
is war and consumerism, and
Someone sucks.
the myth of the end of the world is, it's like they brought us to this spiritual dead end,
That's
to this
something weird, like,
nihilistic,
crazy.
this place where there's no meaning. How are human beings
No,
supposed to
that's
find
okay.
meaning and purpose in that world, in that
No,
linear
that's
Cartesian scientific supremacy?
No,
Again,
not even.
all respect due to
That
that.
thing was fun.
That
to
is
us.
only one way. That is only one truth.
Almost.
And,
Some of
and
this was
there's
really
a lot-
fun to
there's
us.
a lot
Like, is
more
it that
here.
bad? Not even.
It seems to me that it
Now, is it that bad? Yes.
it requires at first a great level of forgiveness that has to come, to be willing to share the medicine, because so
How much have you
is
suffered,
taken.
guys? A
And
lot?
It's
Or how much?
understandable. Those people say,
Mr. Great
fuck
Khan.
you guys. You took everything. You did.
For
we
some
were
reason they
willing to
have, so it's
share
not always my
right from the
decision.
drop. But you
But
just
Hitler
took
has.
it and you discarded it. And
But
you
I still have to go
discarded
down
us.
there. Because I
And
don't
so
want him here.
We're not going to
He's
share
evil.
your medicine, and we don't want you in our lodges. We don't want you in our ceremonies. We don't want you to know our ways.
Like, okay,
But
fine.
there's-
Hard corners,
with that
hard
attitude,
corners. How powerful were you? Why did wars happen
as
like
we're
that?
all relative,
The fuck are you,
we're all
Mr.
going
fucking
headed
Roosevelt?
towards the path of
Still in
ruin.
line over
So
there.
It seems like people like yourself.
Churchill,
and
I told you to go to
Protestants
fucking hell a
who
few
opened
times.
Rainbow Lodge opened it up to so many more people. Are these kind of messianic
And all these really,
figures,
really
these kind of
proudful Hebrew
mystic
people who
prophets
come
that
through
say,
here
"Actually,
all the
no,
fucking time,
we
and all the
forgive
fucking
you,
time,
forgive them, for
and
they
all
know
the
not what
fucking
they
time."
do."
So
We're
I'd
going
say
to
for this
share
one
our
got offended.
medicine. We're going to share our, whether that's the Quechua people who are sharing their ayahuasca traditions, or whether it's the Lakota people
Old.
who are
Like,
sharing
Hebrews
their
are old.
Hopi traditions, or
No, worship Yahweh go a long ways.
all
A
of
long
this.
ways. A long ways.
We all need this.
Just some of the texts we have now are not the ones they had. But there are parts of them, and I know that too. I deny that.
And come together. Otherwise, the whole game
Just
is
read
a
it
wrap.
differently. It wasn't written at once.
Like the whole game is a wrap.
Any.
And so
It was written in one
but
fucking
again,
sit down
it requires that
by one hand.
in a deep bow to any native person who's willing to share that medicine because of how much.
Sorry,
they
guys,
take.
I
It's
have
like
to.
That level of forgiveness is
For the
it's
mother.
almost Christic in its
Needs
nature.
to just be held.
It's
Lord,
like
because some
being
people around
on
here
the
are
cross
literally
and
getting
saying,
tortured to
like,
death.
I forgive
They can
you
hear my voice.
and forgive
Always.
forgive the people who've nailed my hands to the wood and my feet to the wood and put the crown of thorns on my head, and like, I forgive you. Like that is
I don't know where they are.
Heroic act. It's a heroic act of the heart, but it's also necessary, in my view, for us to actually move forward together. Is we need all the medicine.
Are they buried alive,
all
maybe?
the medicine to gather.
Likely.
to have
Some
a
of them.
chance.
The bad guys are winning right now.
Yeah.
And it's because human beings are inclined. We're inclined to spiritual liberation, but we're also
And personally, I'm
inclined
concerned
to
about
the easy route and sensory satisfaction and so forth. And it puts our spiritual leaders in a very difficult position.
But I'm pretty sure some of them have been fucking xenobit right now.
Outsiders, non-Lakota people,
And they're still clinging on to life magically, and I don't know how.
A huge issue in my world, in the Lakota world. We have a principle.
Where are they? Outside somewhere, and I kind of know it. Or they're not. Maybe in a shed.
His name is Chief Orville Looking Horse, and he's the 19th generation keeper of the.
You can look at mine.
Pipe.
You can look under my house. I am concerned about it.
With the peace pipe that was brought to us, to our people, by.
So don't clean much for that
the
reason, guys.
daughter of Shkan. by Wolcre or
Slowly for the evidence destroyers.
Sacred white buffalo calf pipe.
Just in case they catch him. I want to come check me out.
Whole knowledge about how
I'm not the only witness, I don't think.
Sacred instrument, which is a wherever you're at, it's the Axis Mundi.
See, you haven't seen enough physically to be like a super high level UAP UFO witness. Yes, I know that I have.
The Black Hills, now called Black Hill Peak, but this idea of sharing of ourselves is
because it's all connected.
Consternation and just deep thought and deep-seated
crazy people too.
Conundrums about should we share, what do we share?
Have they always been there? Yes.
And
we treat them differently, better or worse, depending on how much money they had often.
Walking along, and I'll do something that touches the nerve of my people, like at Burning Man in 2017. I went there for a global.
This guy's different because he's a Dionysus.
And I didn't think about any of what that really was. I didn't really know what Burning Man was.
He's still alive.
I was on
he
trial.
Should not be.
I'm facing 6 years.
He's a dancer now. He should not be.
Because of standing up to protect sacred water and defend, indigenous sovereignty and American constitutional rights. Actually,
still here too.
Federal sovereignty is an untapped.
They took him on Christmas Day.
Our human sovereignty, and American constitutional sovereignty as well. Anyway,
and I got him back by hiking Mount Shasta,
right?
As a test.
Is participating in a global drum prayer.
That night, I'm like, God,
Native people there too, but and there's.
If I get up there tonight, can I get them both back? 50. I didn't make it all the way up,
and
I knew I could.
And they filmed us,
but I made it really far magically somehow.
They're all hitting the drum.
And lost my fucking tobacco, so I turned around. So I knew it wasn't meant for me. I knew I'd get killed or stuck somehow. Garfield was already back to the fucking house. And I kind of knew it. I'm like, nope. I teleported. Garfield's back
to the sun because that's what we do when we're offering.
That was from my perspective.
Anytime.
I just can't lie about it. I can make it sound lamer. Like it's a big conspiracy, which it is.
A portal.
But you just wouldn't understand it all.
And your grounding as well. So I did this.
So is he saying this to get away from his other sins? I'm glad I'm not.
That Iron Eyes is selling ceremony at Burning Man and so forth, and it caused like a bunch of native websites, people that I knew.
Socially, yes. Legally, probably not.
Saying, why is Iron Eyes selling ceremony at Burning Man? Never happened, but it evidences this that we still hold.
Now hold out.
Things to be sacred.
Story this guy's too good. Let it play out.
Touched a nerve. But
legally,
I don't regret it. I feel like I want to bring as many people to this truth, without proselytizing them, without.
See, I'm testing the virtue of certain people when I say that
way or the other, but just.
And they're trusting me.
This is the flesh and blood.
Even though they have none.
And these are the traditions. These are the knowledge systems which sustain me today.
I think it's just dirty. It's been washed out several times.
Sustain our whole nation. Whoever
bring it inside, clean it.
To walk that.
When my gates just shut, it's like, okay, it's not
moldy. It requires sobriety. It requires clarity.
I don't have the room.
My teachers.
My shit's kind of clogged.
Who have incorporated
my sink. I don't really know why.
Who have incorporated.
Kind of my fault, almost. I think.
Other.
Not a plumber.
Sacramental herbs, psychedelics, and.
Trying to leave. Garfield's not ready for it yet. The weather's not, but almost, because I want to get stuck in snow with me.
Much older than us. Plants and.
So I need some better shoes, so I don't get frostbite.
Sacred nations, much older than us. It started with Earth, and there's a whole. And
I got a cage I can carry him with. That'd be hard. Right, and I borrowed my dad's dolly. It's still there. Probably not, huh?
So, like when they say, "Hey, did you come from monkeys, or did you
borrow it? Steal it?
Were you created by God?" Those are not mutually exclusive. Like we're not even challenged by that.
Oh, you borrowed my dad every time they get back.
We have our knowledge of how we got. And the sacred is so ever present.
It can be like that, huh?
And can actually succeed in our lives that we don't need to know how did we get here? Why are we so hung up on it? Let's concentrate on the sacred realities that are available to us right now. And how do we inform our other institutions of
and he knows it. Never as bad as he thinks.
Jurisprudence or even our social institutions to reflect an elevated worldview. But I'll just say that yes, there are some people. We're a complex people, the Lakota people in ourselves. There are people over here who have nothing to do with the ancient knowledge systems and the rituals and ceremonial protocols and the Lakota language. They've become something else.
So it's out there.
And then there are over people on
Best
this
believe
side
my
over here
fucking mind got into
who are, this is only for us. If you don't speak Lakota, you can't come to our ceremonies. If you're not Lakota by your DNA or whatever, you can't come to our ceremonies. And I just wasn't, I wasn't raised.
Sometimes,
like
yeah,
that.
actually,
I
physically
consider
too.
myself fortunate to be raised by universal thinkers. You know, I have Uncle Sonny to thank for that. I'm 9 years old meeting this guy. I don't know anything about anything. And he's just so gracious and patience or patient. Only time I used to come to the medicine people is when I was in trouble. You know, I get in some kind of trouble. Oh man, I'm facing prison time. I'm facing jail time, or I'm sick, or I'm going out of my mind, or you know, then when I was in trouble, then I would show up, you know, knocking on these guys' door, thinking I was the only one. Now that I work directly with medicine people, I realized what a pain in the ass I was. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my journey, and we have something to offer the world, and what we have to offer the world could use.
Yeah. One of the things I was struck by is, you know, I've heard many Lakota songs in the lodge, and I don't know the songs myself. I know some of the things that I can kind of remember, and sometimes there's a call and response, which helps me. But there's a liberation that I heard, particularly in your voice, that was something that struck me. Even before we entered the lodge, you guys had an opening song, and it was so powerful that actually all of the sheep on our farm came and moved towards the lodge and started bleating and singing with you in that moment. And it was what I interpreted as is there is a freeness. There's a freeness in the way that you sing or the way that you cry. And it's called crying. Yep. Because it's like a baby that's crying. There's no inhibition to the wails in the songs that are sung. And it's not about are you on the right pitch or is it the right tone, but it's the absolute liberation of the voice. And in that liberation of the human voice, it's like God is listening. You know, Great Spirit is listening in that. And I was really, really
not
struck
on purpose, but you'd be
not
fucking
only
surprised.
Outside of the lodge, but also in the lodge. Is when you sing, it's like you're singing like a free man, like a full, like a real, like a human being in a liberated way. And I think
it hurt. It's
so
metal and it's hot. It doesn't hurt.
And in our song, by trying to make it sound good or trying to make our moves look right, but we're
better with it than you are.
We're in a prison of our own creation, and to even
getting burnt or not, I catch on fire, right? I'm like, oh wow, I'm on fire. No, I'm on fire.
I can
just don't let the wood catch on fire, and I'm fine. No, it's flesh. I'll heal.
That was true.
Yes,
like that was real. You know, and
some of us understand that.
Appreciate and celebrate that about you, and it just.
I've been dumb about fires a couple times, almost, but not really.
You know, whole.
Because I knew what I was doing.
Whole wakan. That's the voice.
Getting them to pay attention to me. The other ones
is to sing, and I feel that way. That you know, my teachers have taught me
through who? I think the animal spirits around you are really fucking powerful.
It is.
Even though the population's a way down and kind of weird now. But not as bad as you think, guys.
Can create.
They're fucking magic.
And that is the meaning of wakan. It's not just sacred. It's
also the people who protect them. But really work hard to protect them.
Has that power.
They know other people too, don't they?
Carries
when they're studying, sometimes they don't realize when they're studying this really shit. I don't understand that little hearts, I guess.
I don't know how old
they're not even though sometimes they're just fucking like that.
They're
little minds.
And they're given to us by source
scientists often.
Sometimes other entities, wamaka
and doctors too.
Wamakashka is our word for
nurses, big time.
We don't put ourselves there, and the animals are there. You know what I'm saying? We don't have a a divine labor or property.
Government
here,
workers
and
of all
that's
kinds,
the
in all
how
shapes and sizes, every
the
batch.
universe sees itself, as if I have dominion over everything. So
Sometimes I'm
always
counting
trying
on
to
it.
bring everything under my dominion. If I'm a Westerner,
Legally even.
in many ways I am a Westerner, but
Because they kind of get it.
the song and the voice
And often they don't want to.
is just as
Motherfucker.
powerful as the drum. And the drum was also given to us.
And I feel that now, if I was totally honest with all of
through
them.
our own sacrifice, through our own suffering. All of our gifts and responsibilities have come to us because we were at the brink of extinction or at the brink of losing our way. It's not like the Lakota were always the perfect beings. We go wayward. We have free will. We have self-determination, just like the Mexica.
So what are they distracting with in the woods?
Who were
If that's the
painting
case,
their
and that's the
pyramids,
case. And this is the
cutting
case
down all the
too.
forests and
Is it all
human beings
maybe
can
some
use
weird
their
holographic shit? I know they can almost, right?
But the voice
What are the little
is
people?
something that is resonating.
Is that a human
It
being,
is-
maybe?
It is activating
What about the
different
weird squirrel
vibrations
thing
and
out there?
frequencies and waves and doing things that we can't fully understand.
That shape shifts.
But-
Not gonna lie
but
about that
it is
either. It's on
real,
the report.
and you feel it, and something is happening.
Was I on drugs at the time? Yes, but I'm very observant.
That,
And I do
as soon
experiments.
as, they.
And I try to take
people there
pictures, but I
had
often
Chanupa,
don't.
And the people there had danced under Leonard Croto. And when Leonard's here, we call him, even now, we call him Chief of Chiefs. He's a
I'm not
strong,
fucking stupid. I am kind of
strong
blind from a
man,
distance. I
you know?
can't tell.
And he also picked
Fuck
up
that.
the way of the payout.
Someone luring me something out into the fucking woods.
which
Maybe
was
they were.
controversial. At
Then
the
they
time.
weren't. And then they were too.
And
Things
it
can't just
caused
warp
this
to the fucking hill, right?
evolution
When I'm
of,
dancing and singing
if there's a Lakota
with a
fundamentalist
main fire in the middle of the night,
way of viewing things, Leonard Crodog was reaching outside,
which he was very safe about, turns out,
and
from legal
thankfully,
standards. And he's worried about the other
somebody had
fucking fire risks out here,
when
huh?
Korangi is performing.
Yeah, he is, big time.
Earlier at
He lives out here.
Somehow there's a buffalo skull on the stage, bro. That was a moment for me because I'm sitting there and I'm just.
So I want to go live in the woods
Everything that he's doing.
with Garfield.
And
We'll get there
I'm
if I get a little bit of help.
Voice, the drum, the sacred instruments, everything that's coming at me, and is enveloping me. And then I look up and there's a buffalo skull staring right at me, and I'm like, what the heck? It blew me away. And then at the lodge, the skull is there, the chanupas are there, the staffs are there. You had your own staff was there.
Garfield and I want to get him. Garfield's tired.
That's the way to appoint it. That's the way to anoint ourselves before we engage.
And I can tell.
We purify ourselves. We cleanse ourselves. And the voice, we all have to learn.
Oh, they stare at you
our
when you push
voice,
around. Maybe they're
even
interested,
our
Garfield.
dance, too. I don't dance enough. The only time I dance is at Sundance.
But Dad, the ones
And
that look interested often want to
Those
eat me.
experiences, we cherish them forever.
A few of them do. And I know
I knew I had to do that since I was a little boy. But I just avoided it because I was freaked out a little bit, about the piercing aspect of it. But it's not even about.
Hey, Watchtower.
It's not a show of toughness to pierce your
No, they
skin.
worry about you guys
We're
sometimes.
offering our blood.
But you have a
in the same
watchtower.
way that Eon offered
And I'm really
his
worried about my
blood
neighborhood.
to create the universe. So that it's an honor.
They give you guys an obligation.
A long time ago, not everybody was a
How good are you
Sundance.
doing? What are you watching
Every
out for?
single ceremony has so much depth to it that I would get lost trying to speak about those in depth. I mean, I could give a human attempt, but we would be much more well equipped with. And this is why I think I get on the medicine people's nerves because I'm always prodding at them.
Whoever else
What
watching
about
out.
This?
What
if
are you
we
watching out
shared it
for?
This way, you guys want to do some recording.
Sometimes it's
Can we
good
do
shit.
some video?
Actually, I
Can
know.
we do some audio? Because all of
Sometimes not so much, huh?
The different anthropologists and people that were coming around to study us during the time of the vanishing Indian, that was a myth at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. They were just talking to our guys, and I mean guys, like all the women were left out.
See, I'm at
The whole
Hokma. No, I'm
women
at Hokma right now.
that we have to figure out within our own people and at
I just
large
got
too as well. We have to figure that
third,
out. How do we deconstruct the oppressive nature?
I just went for it.
of
Went for it.
aspects of our systems, right? Of our thinking system, but
Can't go like that. Getting told what to say by some dead Jews.
now we have different
That I respect a lot, but don't
capabilities.
always like
we need
some
to be
dirty.
using those as tools. So I wanted to
It's like you can't beat
gather
the bear yet because
spiritual
he's
leaders
just
to
filthy.
talk about what is appropriate to share.
He has to do
What
something
is
more.
appropriate to
Let's
share
do more.
about the swearing.
He's like, I want to leave this as
What is
evidence.
appropriate
I have
to
my
share
text.
about Humbleche, the vision questing or fasting ceremony.
I need to do it the way I need to do it. I just need to know the vague outlines.
You know,
And then when I'm
there's other
done,
ceremonies. There's
I'll
like
ask him how I completed it.
Well,
That's what I was
women
going
coming
for.
of age ceremony. There's a grieving ceremony. There's a making of relatives ceremony, and then there's.
But I'm a little bit of I'm a little bit more into Hermetic Kabbalah because I believe the tarot decks work pretty fucking well sometimes.
They all have different teachers who are alive right now, but
Especially
children
actually
are not learning
the
them
22
any,
cards. The story of the fool.
Systematic way, and because a lot of us speak English now, I believe that we should be creating a little Lakota Hogwarts schools.
Yeah.
Places, you know, like I really.
But what do you think your deck comes from?
Because
it's like a pinnacle deck.
But it's still there. You know, when you're saying we have been through.
Never really learned how to play. Didn't really care. I'm sure I'd be good at it though.
It's a miracle that we're here. What's even more miraculous is we have what we had before Columbus got here, still with us. It just went underground. It was illegal to be Indian. It was illegal to practice Inipi. We would have all got arrested if we would have done that.
Don't give a fuck about money like that. That's their motivation often.
Wow. You know what I mean? There was a court of Indian offenses where they outlawed all of our ceremonies. They outlawed long hair. They outlawed being who we are. So all of that criminalization and that marginalization systemic has passed on, and we're just now coming back into our power.
It's if there was no power to your ceremonies and no power to your tradition and no power to these rituals and no power to your way, it would have never been outlawed. You know what I mean? It's like there had to be fear.
Yes.
At the root of it. At the root of it was a deep fear. And so when we're afraid of something, and when we outlaw something, and when we ban something, and when we censor something, like the books that have been burned and banished, it's like they're burned and they're outlawed and they're banished because there's power there. And it's actually there that we should be looking.
Some of them so like that
magic. Something like that is like, no, there was a reason for that. And yes, the intent was
that you got a documentary in there, right?
Malevolent, but it's also a clue.
And they know it. They got a kilo tobacco right there.
There was something to be feared there.
You saw it, right?
Same with the people who were, the witches, the quote witches that.
And they're like, no fucking way, right?
All of the, the women who worked with the herbs and the plants and the medicines. And
no, it's clear.
Was outlawed and banned. Is it because they didn't work? Nope. It's not because they didn't work. They were banned because they worked. And
so I get that too when cops come to someone's house.
And I think, this is a deep clue.
The kind of people they're used to fucking dealing with.
What are the things that have actually actively been suppressed? I make the joke all the time. The one thing that's never been censored is flat Earth.
They're not gonna tell you about that shit. I don't care.
There's no power there.
Got what?
It's bullshit. There's no power there. So nobody's gonna ban it. No, nobody cares. Talk about it all you want.
Right.
Make 7 YouTube channels.
Turns out I'm wrong.
Because there's nothing to fear there. But when there's something
this is what I'd say.
there, and the fear comes from there's power in the way.
There's an order. There's an order that is actively attempting to diminish our power and to keep us from seeking the truth, to get lost.
I just talk shit, guys. It's not even like that.
It is true. You're absolutely right. It's because the Western mind, the rational mind, is conditioned to
for the end of the world.
Why do we fear the dark? Why?
A lot of us kind of know it's coming.
I remember thinking when somebody asked
the end of our world.
Taking nature hikes. What the hell is that?
So we take advantage of
hikes. We just go for a walk. You know what I mean? Like we're already in that state of frame of mind, but we don't need to assert dominion over nature.
It's
us who are damming up all the rivers. We created.
You have a long-term plan. No long-term plan. You kind of know when it might happen.
But
they kind of know parts of it happen in a day, almost.
We've been conditioned to do, and I don't want to say white people. I don't want to say Americans. It's something bigger than that. You know what I mean?
Isn't it?
White people was never a reality. There was no white people 400 years ago. And then white.
there was though.
at the same time as
Yeah, there
currency
was.
was invented. You know.
Sorry,
And
some
there's
things people
this
say.
racialization
You know what I'm talking
that is
about?
taking place.
They do and they don't.
Indian is not a real term. There's no such thing as Indians.
See, he does
or
and he doesn't.
blacks. You know what I mean? Like, but those are labels that have been given an a violent institutional reality. I'm not saying there ain't racism. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But
Like most powerful people I hear.
we've got to do everything we can because they are trying to
No power.
extinguish a fire, and we present the only challenge.
Can I do this legally? See, probably not, but I don't really care.
Next 1,000.
I'm on a
years
confession. I'm a different fucking
of
species and
a
I almost claim it
secular,
legally. They
you know,
tested me.
nihilistic, consumer-based, extractive order.
More just
And
against
add all those
statistical phenomena.
things together of
Phenomenon.
whatever
Anomaly.
is in front of us and whatever we've been
Figuring it out.
inherited,
Cats. Like,
you know,
why not?
institutionally and economically.
We just make up words over here
everything-
sometimes.
Everything that
Why
is-
not?
That is
That's what we always
imposed on us, that we just kind of are born into. And
No, he's
we
purple.
participate
He's purple.
in that process. You know,
My purring son.
I remember when the kids were little, and every time it was some corporate
My
driven
purr son.
holiday, and my wife just calls me cheat.
See, I'm
day.
legally
And
trying to make an
Christmas,
argument that
and I go
cats
in, I gotta buy
are
the
people
gifts.
too.
And I look down the same hallway of any department store in America, and there's
And
just
so's a
endless
tear.
rows of petrochemical, substance-based things to buy every time. You know what I mean? And
See a clown? No.
there is an order here that indigenous nations
No, he
and
claims
those
to
who are
be-
seeking
Because I'm using someone's content and they're like, okay, what's this
with
about?
themselves and with the elemental and universal powers.
He's claiming to be the spirit of my
That's
chest.
the only thing threatening that order.
And this is not
if
a get
I'm the CEO, or if I
And
own
he's super psychic.
majority shares in some corporate extraction,
But not like that. It's like no, it's not
Man,
super
I
psychic. It's like
want
hyper ethereal
extracting should be,
power.
you got to be
Hear
happy.
things. Sometimes
You
people's
know,
ears.
it's got to be a profit in order for me.
Especially what's related to
live
me.
my life.
Like triangles
I
everywhere.
want endless war. I want to lend money to this side of the war.
I'm
and
not
that side
a
of the
fucking
war. I
hoaxer.
wanna
Some
sell
people are.
finance
They're
to
good
this
at it.
side
Most of them
and
aren't.
that
Huh?
side. So the spiritual liberation
And I
that
don't
we are
fucking die,
walking with
no matter what.
is very serious. And
Have I tried?
but
No, not
we
really.
Have
Have they
to
tried,
come
though?
at it in
Of course
a
they have.
Peaceful way. And I say it like that because our people have tried the other way. In the 1970s, you know, my father, his brothers, his cousins, they took up arms. They were in a 71-day siege on Pine Ridge. Wounded Knee 2 is the incident. And the federal government
See, I'm claiming to be because
instigated
I
a
know
whole
I'm trying to make.
conflict there.
Meet
you know,
somebody
exploiting
of Native
our
descent. They can take
insecurities
care of it so I can
and
leave.
differences and assimilationist versus traditional.
Because I'm a wretch.
And
by
Leonard
my-
Peltier
from
is
my
still
perspective.
a political prisoner from that time. Leonard Peltier has been locked up longer than I've been alive. You know, and I'm 46 years old. Leonard Peltier is in Coleman too, right in Florida right now, for what we represent. You know, and it's very tragic that two.
Just gotta be into it,
FBI
honestly.
Were killed at
But
it.
not even.
You know, Ron Williams and Jack Kohler, and they were killed on land.
But I got an interesting birthday, I don't die.
Where my dad.
So they kind of gave it to me for a little while.
and
till I
all
could
of
give it
my-
back.
All my relatives, all my uncles, and so forth.
My whistle.
But anyway, that's another long story. Leonard was not able to present the same defense that two of his co-defendants were able to present evidence that the United States had orchestrated this. The FBI,
Big George likes it a lot. My cat.
DOJ, U.S. Marshals.
So that's what's really bad, I think.
Whatever was the intelligentsia of the time.
Animals.
Now, this is the same
Who
intelligentsia
deserves it mostly? Well, see, the dog's claiming it.
that got Bobby's dad and his brother. You know, that's serious. We're this serious.
George already
business.
knows who he
You know
is.
that- and
Coyote.
anyway, we have to continue.
He's buried here. He's claiming her now.
What we
But why,
have
George?
is
I already gave you the sun.
and what we have has to be defended if we hope to
Oh, you want it all
be
sometimes.
human beings.
Oh, the cats want it back, huh?
Yeah. There's I believe it's a Lakota saying, and
My cat
forgive my pronunciation, but
passed away.
it's attributed to Crazy Horse, but I'm sure it's
He's my other
much older
special
than
cat.
that, and it's Nake
He
Nula
knows.
Waum.
No, see, he's super psychic too, so he just sits around.
and the translation that
Like,
I
oh,
heard
wow.
is, I'm ready
No, they're
for
right.
whatever's next.
Yeah,
which
I don't know how to
which is
say it all
something
the
that
time.
Bobby said
Because
to
I'm
me
this cup.
in a different way, which was I asked him if he was afraid that he might be killed, like his father and his uncle was, and he said to me,
And I
there are
have been
worse
wretched
things than
before in
death,
ways that I can't
which
take
is
back.
another way
They're
to
not
say,
that bad, so I
"No
just
te
feel
nulo like, what that?"
undeserved. Maybe-
And I was like the
This
same
man
spirit.
say "Nake nulo wa'u." Let the record reflect. You know? Yes, absolutely. Hokahe is another one.
Yeah.
That crazy horse and all of our people. We glorify warriors.
Not intentionally.
And
A couple of times, I guess,
but
but
our,
not like that.
we were defending
Not really.
ourselves from aggression and impositions and intrusions. And now America knows that, hey, the Indians, they were done wrong. They were just trying to protect their own homelands and their own way of life. But where it means that anytime, anywhere, any place, or wherever I go, I live my life. And it's the same ethos as it is a good day to die.
Mhm.
We don't mean that in some fatalistic way. We mean that we're ready. We're doing all we can
Why do you go to
to
wilderness now? See, I'm
do
working on it.
what's righteous and to follow that path. And we're willing to assert
I'm
what's
working on it. No,
positive,
not the other guys talk
and
about
what's
doing it. I
righteous.
need to get out there and stay.
and we're willing to defend that which is sacred, which is righteous,
I have a car, not
From-
dirty like that.
intrusion. And that is the meaning of it's a good day to die.
Tent
It
almost,
doesn't
but
mean
it's heavy to carry.
let's go die
Big one.
today.
It's not mine.
Right.
Well, I want to wake up tomorrow too. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
totally.
But that's what it encompasses. It tries to encompass that ethos that guides us, and it still does, man. When you said that, there are still Tokala. That is the motto. Just like the Marines have Semper Fi, the Tokala Okola Kichie there in the Sioux Nation.
That's
we
in mine
say
too.
Nake Nula
I'll get to
Wa'un.
that.
That's
Try to
what that
listen to this.
means, and it's something that guides us. And I hope they hear it back home, because there are people who are Tokala, who are still that same society, those same staffs and those same instruments that had to go underground, because it wasn't always cool to be Indian. It wasn't always, you couldn't just claim that. You couldn't say that, hey, yeah, I'm descended from crazy
The animals
horse or
can possess
Senegal.
you, but I'm not that bad.
People be trying to kill you. Right? 1877 when Crazy Horse was assassinated. At
And then the
Fort
humans
Robinson. And then
Can be
Sitting Bull,
that bad, especially the
1890.
ones like
And there
this.
are many
turns out.
others. There are many
We're
others,
jealous.
but these are figures that have transcended, pop culture, especially
And the ones
Sitting Bull.
too.
Crazy
Turns
Horse
out.
too. But if you told people that those were your relatives, we were changing our names because they were being hunted after that. Because they were, not only did they represent in flesh and blood a threat to that oncoming colonial order,
They're
but
right.
they had bundles. They have
they're right.
sacred
See, I say the
things,
almost
sacred
wrong thing sometimes. It's corrective.
that
Don't mean
are
to be that way.
Beyond all
Mostly,
knowing
I'm like
and
distracted by
naming
everything
and so
else.
forth,
And this
give
is
the
just
human
the best
spirit
information I can get.
certain
My
authority
fucking ghost
that
standing right behind me that can see
there
like
are worse
everyone.
things than death that
Just
lead
every-
to Nake Nulo Wa'u.
Almost. And most of them around here
It seems
are
like
Native
for
American.
the hero, they have to pass a crucible
In their
where
power, in their
they
power.
recognize that their
And I'm asking, like, hey guys, back up. No,
their
Castle's powerful.
own
Stop trying to kill.
life, the life of their ego, identity, this this name.
Mike
that you
Cody, back
carry
off,
for a
please.
temporary
Please. I'm
amount
trying to
of
go back
time
to you.
is
I've proven
less
you're real.
significant than the carrying forward of
Real people.
life itself, life with a capital L, and that we're always connected to
We
life,
don't even believe it anymore.
and
We
that
just
we'll
talk about it.
always remember, and the deeds of our life will be remembered far more than the length of our life, and there's this point where you realize, oh yeah, there's something more important than just mere
Like Kundalini is completely in life. Goes random. Because I'm fucking not a good person by
And
single standards
that
sometimes.
doesn't mean that you have to,
But my
take up
intentions are always
arms
good,
as
but
a
I've been
warrior
possessed
in
by
that way.
demons
It
a few
just
times
means
in a way
you're
that
willing
I'm
to
just not,
stand no matter what for all of life. There's
Was it rape and
something
murder?
that
No.
I like to say, which is my own motto. If I had my own Semper
Was it
Fi, it was
being creepy?
all in
Um,
for all life.
almost a couple
Yeah,
times, but not
all
really.
in,
Was never
for
stalking
all
anybody.
life.
Never stole anything,
in
not
my
really.
better moments, I remember that, and that gives me all of the courage that I need. If I'm worried about maybe I should
A
say
couple times
this,
almost.
maybe I shouldn't say this, maybe people will
Like,
unfollow.
why
me,
though, and why, and
whatever,
why, and
whatever
why?
thing
If
will
God's real,
happen.
and I just didn't
It's like,
know it
well,
yet. So I'm fucking wretched like
my
that.
priorities are out of alignment, because if I really stand for all life, then I have to make a stand.
It turns
It's
out some
so
people around me are a
hard.
lot
It's not
worse, and
easy.
I paid attention enough, and so I'm getting myself.
I'm not,
Because I told the NSA to get my ass.
how can I, you know, it is
I'm trying to
very
do magic, so I get out there
difficult
sometimes and I just make the wind
to
fucking blow.
walk on a sharp edge.
Some water.
Very difficult. And I'm
Darkness.
no expert.
And I
or
know it.
role model. I'm only a human being too.
Fucking
what
cat,
mean?
and I
And
know
we're
it.
just doing our best. We're just trying to
I'm not crazy.
inform
No, not at all.
and really make our children proud of us. Really make our people.
I mean,
proud
from
of
your
us.
perspective, almost I just
Make
can't really take
our
care of myself.
Creator
But I know it's
happy,
fucking magic, whatever I'm
pleased
doing.
with what we do. And in this system that we're born into, it's like being born into a war, especially when you're native. Like the Indian Wars really never ended, but now it's for everyone. Russell Means.
It's never really though. I'm just being
Welcome
so
to the
honest
reservation.
about how
He's
I
speaking
felt about
for
everything
America.
all the time, and sometimes I just didn't know why I did certain
corporate
things.
extractive complex that determines our energy policy. Our
But I
foreign
understand a lot of it
policy,
now.
and,
When I did
and
before.
whether or not
Fucking
we can
cats.
catch rainwater, what kind of crops we can grow, what kind of sacraments you can avail
House
yourself
cat,
of.
no, the house
You know what I
cats
mean?
won.
There's an
I keep telling all the
there's a
animal spirits
system
that the house
of
cats
law
won.
and order, and we're for law and order, but the law and order that has been
Law and
handed
order,
down,
right? Exactly. No, the house cats
protects
won.
capital and property. Of
Some
those
people think
who
it's an
own
excuse.
capital and
Be
property.
xenobites, and I'm like, the house cats
At
can't
one
do that.
time,
It's
a
not
lot of us
cool.
were property. You know
Catch
what I mean?
them,
We're barely
eat them
just
whole.
coming out of that. It reminds me of Standing Rock. I tried my
Get the fuck
hardest
away.
not to get arrested.
Well, you kibble
because
snobs.
I worked so hard to become a lawyer, right? To achieve something in the Western world
Right.
that
No, right.
where I thought there was
What?
respect there, and there is. I'm not trying to say that achieving academic success and any modicum of success in the Western world, whether that's whatever it is, money, respect, prestige, whatever it is, those are important things. Those are important drivers. But when Standing Rock came around, it was
Weed, California. No, I live in
it
Weed,
was the
California.
powers of
Carrot,
creation
California.
compelling me to take a stand. And I tried
Yeah,
so
tobacco
hard not to
mostly.
get arrested because of the militants and the activism and the liberation.
I know I
politics
seem
that
ridiculous
my family,
often.
Propagates or.
But I'm possessed by a
participates in.
fucking
My
cat.
mom, she's
Several
the most militant person I
that are
know.
not alive.
She is
From my perspective.
crazy. And she's tough. She's 80 years old. And
But they
she
captured
was at
several of
Standing
them.
Rock. She was at the front line. She was
Weird
at-
animal
she
testing
was
shit.
there. Any day the cops could have came and raided wherever she was at, but she wanted to be there. So sometimes, yes, we are called to sacrifice ourselves, to offer ourselves.
And they're trying to
In that
possess me all the
respect,
time
in that
actively.
Geopolitical respect,
The humans.
yes, we were there.
Mostly
but we
they're
were also
fucking
there
disgusting.
on
It's
behalf
disgusting.
of the water, and even in our ceremonies, in your life, you think back. There's certain moments where you are offering yourself. You don't know how this thing is going to turn out.
Yeah. You guys are one of the grossest ones
You don't
sometimes.
know what's going to happen. You go up on the hill. That is a literal offering of yourself. You don't know if you're going to return.
No,
from
exactly.
that. There have been people who've been.
I almost know that one.
From there, and that is an understanding that you have with offering yourself. But
I'm
in
working
order
on it.
to grow from that,
We need to offer
I don't want
ourselves
to say
Garfield.
that you possess
Poor
something
mountain.
that
She
comes
doesn't.
from that, but
Kitty.
you put yourself through that, and like any ritualistic society over the ages,
Just need a life.
like in the
More
Sundance, you come out a different person.
Yeah.
You're not the same person.
It's not a protest
that
for
went in
money.
there. There's a ritual graduation.
I'm just trying to listen, and I'm always recorded because I know they're trying to kill me. They broke my
We're
house.
all
You know.
going to be. We're all called to that in our lives. Every human being. But it's easier to not answer.
Like, well, we'll get you in prison if we need
You
to, basically.
can
If you like
not
that, like
answer
that, like that
it.
too.
You
I'm like,
can.
well, I haven't really been.
Just chill, with the status quo. But
Did you get a framing people?
some of us don't.
I feel
have a
framed in
choice,
right now,
and
almost.
Some of us are making the right choice. A lot of times I feel like I
Everything on
don't
your
have a
chest.
choice, but we get
Or
there.
they get like that, like that, like that
It's
too.
the
Their fucking
choiceless
plans.
choice when you open your eyes and you see.
Some have to find him and
You
destroy
know,
him.
My brother, this has been
Both of us
such a
will.
pleasure, man.
Man,
Thanks for
it's
taking.
been
You
awesome.
fucking amazed the
Yeah.
world, huh,
I
Garfield?
believe
Well,
it.
shock.
I'm sitting here with Aubrey Marcus.
That's what I'm talking about.
And
I'm
it's so good. It's so meaningful. We need to come together.
Yeah.
We need to share our strengths and our powers and our compassion, our love. You know, what undergirds all that. I'm standing up to this or that. You know, it's because we love.
That's right.
Right, Garfield?
That's right.
God is so.
And we're not going to stop.
It's his name that one of the spirits told me.
My brother, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Vila Wopila Tanka Chichakalo.
Thank you, everybody. We love
That was
you.
really,
We'll see you
really
next week.
powerful.
Thanks for tuning into this video. Make sure you hit subscribe. Follow me at Aubrey Marcus. Check out the Aubrey Marcus podcast, available everywhere. And leave a comment. Let me know if this video resonated or what else you would like to hear from me.
See,
in the
I'm
future.
not
Thank you
quite
so
your
much.
perspective. I couldn't score very high in the test anymore. But I know that I am a genius by a lot of that perspective. At least I could be, but I'm kind of nuts. I haven't anyone show me my way yet. I'm like, well, they will. And they happen. Maybe not again.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
The guys today, I think they're the highest level fighters of all time to run. Hey, Daryl, what's going on, man? How's it going? We were just talking UFC. Yeah, I think this is the.
Oh, meet the origami community. See, those guys are cool. They're fucking smart. Now that fucking smart. See, I'm just not like that with my hands, but I can be. I'm possessed all the time. I can take my time, and I'm not patient. Ever. Or make really good food, and I know it. Like, no, it takes all fucking day. Make black-eyed peas and beans. Should have started this morning. Why would I eat them by now? I could smell it. They're right there. And they're fucking assholes with the lights. They're always spinning me around, getting me fucking confused. And like luring me here and luring me there. They're pretty good at it. Sometimes it's the right thing to do at the right time. Just in case. Because if I connect to them like that and their souls are here, parts of them, they breathed out. And they made it here. The wind's been windy. It gets around quickly, you do. In weird fucking ways sometimes.
A long day on the road, and you're scavenging for scraps like some roadside raccoon. Pizza. Now that's some tasty people food. Imagine, if you will, souls chained in a subterranean room, prisoners since childhood. They cannot turn their heads. They see only shadows cast upon the wall by a fire burning behind them, shadows they mistake for reality. This is how Plato begins his famous allegory in the Republic. Behold, human beings living in an underground den which has a mouth open towards the light and reaching all along the den. Here they have been from their childhood and have their legs and necks chained so that they cannot move, and can only see before them, being prevented by the chains from turning round their heads. Above and behind them, a fire is blazing at a distance, and between the fire and the prisoners there is a raised way. And you will see, if you
He just hates chit-chat.
a low wall built along the way, like the screen which marionette players have in front of them,
He hates chit-chat.
over which they show the puppet.
He likes talking.
What happens when one
About real
prisoner
shit.
is freed from his chains and forced to look toward the light? At first, the glare pains him.
Personalities,
When told that
well,
what he
really just
previously saw
one.
was mere illusion,
but we possess
and
him
that
pretty
now
well.
he is
All of
approaching
us.
reality, he
Sometimes.
suffers.
He lets us do it now better.
But eventually he sees the
Right
sun.
moods at the right time,
Last
honestly.
of all, he will be able to see the sun, and not mere reflection.
Right dance, the right prayer.
But he will see
Gossip
it in
us
its
off.
own proper place, and not in another. And he will contemplate it as it is.
He really just wanted to
Are
destroy
we
him,
not
turns
those
out.
prisoners?
He
Have we
fucking
not
tried, almost got him
mistaken
there,
the shadows of religious dogma,
A few fucking times.
political manipulation, and cultural conditioning for reality itself?
In his mind, but he fought it
The
heavily.
sun, the blazing heavenly body that illuminates and reveals our world, has been the most persistent and powerful metaphor, precisely
Parts
because
of
it
it,
represents the ultimate
but not the true
truth
part of it.
that
He realizes
brings
that now.
illusion.
He's like, so I don't even fuck with these chakras anymore.
Nietzsche's Zarathustra understood this profound relationship with the sun. Witness how he addresses the great star at the beginning of his journey. When Zarathustra was 30 years old, he left his home and
I'm going through every thought I've ever had,
and went into the mountains.
every desire,
There he enjoyed his
secretly
strength
to
and his
myself or otherwise.
solitude, and for 10 years did not weary of it.
Like, well, guilty, 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 sinner, guilty,
And rising
guilty,
one
guilty,
morning
guilty.
with
Play
the
that out.
rosy
Yep.
dawn,
Did I play that out?
he went
Almost.
before
Did
the
I almost play that out?
sun,
Yep,
and spake
almost.
thus unto him,
Should I have? No, no,
"Thou
no,
great
and no.
sinner, what would be thy happiness if thou hadst not those for whom thou shinest? For 10 years hast thou climbed hither unto my cave. Thou wouldst have wearied of thy light and of the journey, had it not been for me, mine eagle,
Couple times.
and my serpent.
See, not even though.
But we awaited thee every morning, took from thee thine overflow, and blessed thee for it. Lo, I am weary of my wisdom. Like the
354.
bee hath gathered too much
Mac
honey.
clock. What about this one?
I need hands outstretched to take it. I would fain
454.
distribute until the wise had once more become joyous in their folly, and the poor happy in their riches. Therefore must I descend into the deep, as thou doest in the evening, when thou goest behind the sea, and givest light also to the nether world, thou exuberant.
They will not deliver anything
Like
here,
thee
so I don't
must
necessarily
go
want
down, as
anything.
men say, to whom I shall descend. Bless me then, thou tranquil eye, that canst
Trying to figure
behold
out
even the greatest happiness without
what I can do
end.
with what I fucking have.
Bless the
Now it's
cup
gonna suck.
that is about to overflow, that the water may flow golden out of it, and carry everywhere the reflection of thy bliss. Lo, this cup is again going to empty itself, and Zarathustra is again going to be a man. Thus began Zarathustra's downgoing. What divine communion! Zarathustra sees in the sun's daily journey a sacred pattern that he himself must follow, to rise in illumination, to overflow with wisdom, and then to descend into the depths where that light is most needed. The eternal cycle, like the sun's daily journey.
Yep.
An infinite pattern. of
Yep,
becoming.
yep, and yep. Turns out.
What rises must set. What sets must rise again. This is the cosmic dualism.
And I know that, know that
simplicity
too.
That ancient eyes observed and ancient minds sanctified. Yet modern minds have forgotten how to read these celestial.
Oh God, that booze. What did they give you the money for?
Consider the cryptic words of the Emerald Tablet, that hermetic text which has guided alchemists and mystics for millennia.
Oh, more alcohol you were
That which
drinking
is below
before.
is like that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below, to accomplish the miracles of the one thing. Its father is the sun, its mother the moon. As above, so below.
And they
The
believe
macrocosm
none of what I say is
celestial
going to talk anymore.
movements
Why?
reflects the microcosm of human experience.
If they're liars too,
The
must
sun
be.
fathers creation just as earthly fathers beget children. The pattern repeats across scales, across cultures, across millennia. A fractal truth too vast for conventional history to acknowledge, yet preserved in the world's esoteric traditions. Even in Genesis, the first act of
They're
divine
just there.
creation involves light.
Fuck want me to say? I can
God
see
said,
fucking
"Let
dead
there be
people,
light,"
and you guys
and there
can't.
was light.
So they get offended.
God saw
They're
that
right
the light
fucking
was
there.
good, and he separated the light from the darkness. Later in Psalm 84, we read, For the Lord God is a sun and shield. In Malachi 4:2, the promise comes, but for you who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness shall rise with healing in its wings. These are fragments of an ancient solar theology that once spanned continents, a theological system deliberately obscured by those who would place themselves as intermediaries between humanity and divine illumination. From the blazing Ra of Egypt to
Well, sorry,
the
Garfield.
unseen
So
Surya
do I.
of India, from the
But
chariot-riding
drive shit,
Helios of
Garfield.
Greece to the life-giving Tanatia of the Aztecs, our species has instinctively turned solar power into solar personhood.
All
The Veda and its gods and myths are to a great extent solar in nature. Why this universality? Egyptians saw the sun as the source of all life. Primitive did that too. No wonder we all deified the sun. We all flourish in his rays. We all feel alive in his presence. Humans are solar.
that's gonna take too
But
long.
perhaps there's
That's gonna
something
take too long.
deeper,
Keep my stance.
something Carl Jung
Any medical
recognized
help?
as archetypal. Does the sun only warm our skin? It illuminates our collective unconscious. Its daily disappearance and reappearance created humanity's first experience of cosmic order, of death and rebirth, of the eternal cycle that governs existence. This is the foundation of consciousness illumination. Like Plato's freed prisoner, we've gazed upward and seen not just light, but the source of light. And in that source, we've projected our deepest hopes for order in chaos, for renewal after decay, for the triumph of brilliance over darkness. The sun became our first god because it was our first miracle, dependable yet awesome, nurturing yet dangerous, distant yet omnipresent. While you think about that, this is Irrevelata. We reveal the hidden connections in all sorts of domains, the secrets you deserve to know, the lives and stories of luminaries and oftentimes gods. In this video, we'll unveil the different faces of the sun god through the most relevant resources. We'll examine direct quotations from spiritual texts across civilizations with rigorous attention to accuracy, while absorbing the profound psychological golden coins these solar symbols
Which one
contain.
do you know, Garfield?
Each section builds on the last, spanning cultures and millennia.
Yeah, more a little bit.
Helios's
Make it look
earliest
a little more better in here.
appearances in Greek myths,
Yes, I could.
Apollo's gradual absorption of solar attributes, Ra's journey through the Egyptian underworld, Amun-Ra's elevation to cosmic creator, Shamash's role as
So that they can
divine
still
lawgiver,
steal my shit easier.
Surya's manifestation as
And
the
get me out of here
eye the
faster.
universe. We'll
I know I was
strike
getting ready.
upon
Better
all
get him
of
out
it.
faster.
Of course, before
Well, help me
begin,
out, Ever.
I want to thank you for being here.
You guys
Your
are fucking cunt
engagement,
bitches.
No matter how you engage, which can be as simple as watching these videos through to
And
completion,
evil.
helps
And when we
ensure
find
this
out you got
type of
my cat,
in-depth video essay reaches
wanna leash
others
him there,
who
too?
seek deeper understanding,
You will
Hello,
go to
bitch.
fucking prison.
who would sacrifice
I'm
themselves
up
for
for
truth
him.
and freedom, who bears the price of Lucifer. That's what we need to move forward and realize that we are descendants of Plato, Socrates, Pythagoras, Thales, Nietzsche, Jung, Da Vinci, Tesla, Newton, Spinoza, Kierkegaard, and even deities or other alien forms of life. Either way, there's a reason why you are here. See it, seize it, conquer it. You'll find additional resources and ways to support this work in the description below.
Guys, the one me in the woods.
We're doing this full time,
Dog me in
and
the
we are
woods.
not affiliated with anyone. No partisanship is accepted here, but any help is highly appreciated. As the first light of dawn breaks across the horizon, turn your gaze eastward to ancient Greece and the Titan who predates the Olympians themselves. In Helios, whose all-seeing eye witnessed the deeds of gods and mortals, whose burning chariot established divine order, we find the primordial mirror in which Homo sapiens first recognized its capacity for transcendence and destruction.
This is the Mines of Mordor. Or Mines of Muria. Yeah, exactly. Where did you go with mountains of Mordor?
Helios, the all-seeing charioteer, a Titan rather than an Olympian, he predates the gods of Mount Olympus. Unlike later solar deities who accumulated complex domains and attributes, Helios embodied the sun itself in its most elemental form, a brilliant celestial body traversing the heavens by day and journeying through the underworld by night. Homer, the notorious ancient versifier whose words modeled thought in the last 3 millennia, invokes Helios, also known as Hyperion, in the Odyssey, with a simple yet profound address. O sun, who seest and hearest everything. This single line describes perfectly the archetypal essence of Helios, a cosmic witness whose position in the sky allowed him to observe all earthly deeds. Long before the concept of divine omniscience became a theological dogma, the Greeks recognized that the sun's elevated perspective made it the ultimate observer of human affairs. Helios, leaving behind the lovely standing waters, rose up into the brazen sky to shine upon the immortals and also on mortal men across the grain-giving farmland, writes Homer. Helios is also a messenger who told Lord Hephaestus that he saw Ares and Aphrodite secretly getting freaky in his house and on his music. Hephaestus was married to Aphrodite, but it seems they were not a match and she preferred bad boys. However, in a passage from the Odyssey, Odysseus describes the land of the Cimmerians and the entrance to Hades, the land of the dead, or underworld, in ancient Greek conception. And then Homer writes, "Nor does Helios, the radiant sun, ever break through the dark to illuminate them with his shining, neither when he climbs up into the starry heaven, nor when he wheels to return again from heaven to earth, but always a glum night is spread over wretched mortals." This passage emphasizes the complete absence of sunlight in the realm of the dead. Even Helios, the radiant, all-seeing sun god who illuminates the
There we go. What's he talking about now? I like your yams. They're sweet potatoes, not yams, Karen.
Switch to our most affordable unlimited phone plan and get 2 lines for just $80 per month with Simply Unlimited from Google Fi Wireless.
Yeah, it is.
Stay connected with all the essentials, like unlimited data, calls, and texts, plus 5 gigabytes of high-speed hotspot tethering per month for each line, and full connectivity for select smartwatches. Try Simply Unlimited from Google Fi Wireless. Switch today.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
It should come as no surprise to those listeners of this channel who are interested in the theurgic and hieratic modes of ascent that worship takes on.
Now they're paying attention. I can read their minds.
Culturally determined.
And they're not like that and like that and like that too. They're like that and like that and like that too.
Their indigenous and foreign deities with a multitude of varying gestures and rituals. There is, in fact, no universal framework that dictates how the gods should be approached in worship. Just as each culture is its own particularity, that particular nature expresses itself in a multitude of ritualized forms. We could also take this a step further and claim an even more singular level of particularity, which is the fact that the gods and the goddesses themselves determine the mode of worship that is most pleasing to them. That being said, however, we can speak in universal and philosophical terms with respect to an analysis of power that operates across pantheons and cultural milieux. To be clear, in this video, I am not suggesting that ancient Greek and Roman practices of salutation, prayer, and ritual were directly influenced by older civilizations, or that Akkadian, Sumerian, and Egyptian priestly rites with respect to addressing and supplicating the gods were the same. But I do want to analyze some early visual and literary evidence from Western Asia and the Mesopotamian region, and where appropriate, to discuss universal power dynamics between a god, a king, and their intermediaries in the context of approaching, greeting, or honoring a deity. Whenever appropriate, I will try to incorporate the late antique Neoplatonic tradition, particularly Plotinus, Proclus, and Iamblichus, the latter hailing from a line of Emesene dynastic priest kings who ruled Syria many empires later. My concern in this video is not
See, not even like
power
that,
as a
not like that, or
metaphysical
like that, or like
force,
that.
which is of course implicit in much of what we will be analyzing, but power as reflected
He's not resentful
and expressed
at all.
visually as a differentiation of status.
Trying to explain the situation. Some of these guys are.
The Akkadian civilization was followed by the Babylonian,
From their perspective,
which
still.
was then followed by the Assyrian, and later back to the Neo-Babylonian.
Because they're like, well, if you knew the truth,
Assyrian,
the whole truth, nothing but the
and then
truth,
finally in the Persian Empire.
what's happening in the
first
meantime,
empire
which you
in
guys
the
just
world
won't believe
ever
yet.
created was the Akkadian.
So they want to know is what I've done, now what's happened to me.
Due to the court ritual and cultural context, entering an audience with a superior, whether a king or a god, required certain.
Because you just won't believe what's happened to somebody, but you believe what they've done.
These
You know what's worse
gestures are
than what's happened to them?
shuelas, or hand.
Well, no, that's reversed.
Shu
Fuck.
coming from the word meaning hand. And
Like, okay, Freudian slip. Oh, we got it now.
These hand lifting
When does it limit all the time has to do it?
emphasize the formal salutation
Because is it? No.
and the greetings appropriate to encountering a god.
That's
Even a
possession.
god
Another
who
example.
resided in the underworld.
I'm not being totally conscious.
Sometimes
What have I done that's
shulas
worse
are
than what's happened to me, guys?
prayers or general supplications, but often ancient writers interpreted shuelas as expressing an action that occurred prior to any petition or request of the superior being from the petitioner or subordinate. It is unclear whether shuela refers to the raising of one hand or two hands, but regardless, this gesture of greeting had to be acknowledged and returned by a similar gesture from the god or the king for any
Taran knows
petition
now.
or prayer to be heard.
I'm trying to tell the other ones, I just don't believe it. You know, I feel
By
different
doing
now.
so, the god is
Just like
silently
you were.
receiving an admission
Often it's
of
a voice.
respect, loyalty, and acknowledgement of the petitioner's lowly status, while at the same time acknowledging their presence and giving them attention, thus establishing a ground for the potential for communication. From a theurgic perspective, we can understand
People like
this
this.
preliminary stage prior to prayer or petition as the evocation and engagement, and hence the unlocking of the god's primordial symbol, that being silence. In the Mithras liturgy, there is a moment when the initiate is instructed, quote, "And do you put immediately your right finger on your mouth and say, silence, 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 symbol of living, incorruptible God, silence, garden." In this sense, the petitioner, whether a subordinate entering into the presence of the king or the king entering the presence of the god, is first enveloped in silence prior
You know what?
to engaging with the
Garfield?
divine or its earthly
You
representative.
digest it?
We
I hope
can
so.
find a similar depiction of the
Otherwise, you
hand
just keep whipping it
raised
out.
up to the mouth in a Middle Egyptian hieroglyph meaning to speak or to think,
Might clear you up with all that
also
kibble backed
to
up.
the verb to be silent. However, typically, the gesture of the hand is palms
How's your
facing
breath
outward,
today, Garfield?
typically in
Didn't
front
get
of one's
breaths in?
mouth. From another perspective, we
Yeah,
can
a little
see
bit,
from
huh?
the PGM,
Little
spell
tight.
7, lines
You're right.
505 to 528, entitled Systasis with Your Own Daemon.
There you go.
Systasis
That a little better.
idiou
Quite a bit, huh?
nomos. The magician in this context is establishing a conjunction or connection with the deity.
Sorry about your
This
shoulders.
being a rather precise definition of systasis. In this instance, it is either a personal daemon or a
Swallow.
paraedros. But
Swallow.
from a royal scenario, we can see a similar encounter taking place between the king and the god. For another definition of systasis
Love you.
is a meeting. A similar word used in another spell is entuchia, which can either mean prayer, petition, or a meeting, effectively making a meeting and a systasis synonymous. In the systasis spell, the theurgist must greet and therefore establish a bond of recognition with the goddess Tuke, the specific daemon of the place, also known as this genius Loki, the god of the hour, the god of the day, as well as the abstract philosophical notion called encompassing, which is the to periekon, and the sun god Helios himself. This encompassing can refer to the environment as such, the place in which the theurgist is situated. But this only works in a rather narrow sense, since the word also encompasses the abstract concept of cosmic space. What is happening is a movement from externalities of astrological considerations in environmental space into the philosophical encompassing as cosmic space itself. And finally, the ultimate ground of communication centered in the god Helios himself, all establishing the external element that is a complement to the internal element, which comprises the emergence of the personal daemon from the side of the human being. It is only after both external and internal forces are engaged and aligned in mutual sympathy that an approach to the deity has been fully established. It is precisely in this asymmetrical relationship of power, reflecting their difference in status, that a channel of communication is established, so that the Belu, the Lord, and his or her Ardu, the servant, meet, albeit through different planes of being, yet interacting and engaging with one another in a mode that allows for both parties to fashion or refashion a relationship that is at least temporarily on parity, whether between a king and their subject or a king and their god. In this way, despite the asymmetry that would obviously exist between a human worshipper and their deity, the common establishment of a communicative bond
of certain
where
things.
One party first gestures in greeting
When you're
and
just
the
not even
superior
sometimes
party responds in like suggests
cats
the
know about,
establishment of
and I feel guilty for it now.
As Christopher
They don't really care like that at the
observes,
time.
this
Then you have to
reciprocity entails that, quote,
Really,
one's personal gods could intercede on one's behalf with more powerful
I
gods.
feel really bad because I like you a lot.
He also says, alternatively,
I kind of love
when
you. Almost
personal
one day.
gods were
felt
thought
like
to have turned
time.
away from the individual, one could petition a high-ranking god.
People's cats and dogs say, no, it's not true.
With
Their
the
dogs, at
personal
least. The
gods
cats,
on the human
almost. I felt
behalf.
like. Probably not much.
What this seems to suggest is that there is, firstly, in accordance with Proclus's 5 stages of prayer, a preliminary knowledge by the supplicant of all the divine ranks, and secondly, that these ranks can be approached at multiple levels, depending on whichever level of divinity the worshipper is attempting
Always petting me.
contact.
Always petting me a lot.
The British Museum contains what is known as the broken obelisk, which has been attributed to the king of Syria, Ashur-bel-Kala. Depicted in the relief is the relationship and power differential between deity, king, and prisoners. The
And they kind of know it.
nature of the text indicates that what is being conveyed is a declaration of a relationship between the god and the king, and in support of the king's victory. Looking closely at the image, we can observe 5 divine symbols occupying the topmost portion. From left to right, a horned calf, which is a symbol of Ashur, crescent moon, a symbol of sin, lower half of a solar disk.
No, I never tried to kill my cats. My dad has tried to kill.
Symbol of Adad.
Almost
and a
consciously a few
rosette,
times.
which is a symbol of
I'm not trying to get in trouble for that. Just
Quoting
make George
Hachette.
sick.
Centered among the symbols and directly above the first row of 2 prisoners, 2 hands extend from the solar disk. The right
And he
hand
fucking died
gestures
because-
toward the king below with a flat palm as
But
a
I know it's more
typical
than that now.
salutation gestures.
I don't want to get in
king's
trouble
right
for it.
forearm is
I'm mad about
positioned in front of him, angling upward at less than 45 degrees with respect to the torso, with the hand cupped upward toward a hand gesturing.
So
from
my
the
mom
solar
felt
disk.
about what happened to me.
The left hand extending from the solar
Took my
disk
son, had a bunch
grasps
of bullshit,
a bow,
and then he
which is
fucking died.
positioned horizontally but angling downward slightly in the direction of the king's raised hand. The king's left hand, which is positioned waist high just in front of him, holds a mace and what appears to be a rope that coils.
And now they want nothing to do with it. They're not.
Based on this image, we can decipher the spatiality of power. Since this image illustrates the asymmetrical but reciprocal relationship between the god and the king, therefore establishing a favorable relationship. Observing the horizontal axis, we can see that the deity's outstretched hand is in line with the king's face. Along the vertical axis, we can note that the king, although elevated in comparison to the prisoners,
Guess what?
is still at a level
My
beneath the
brothers,
deity,
more.
which
All of
emerges
them.
into the frame
Piss 'em
at
off.
the topmost edge of the relief's border.
It's like no McCollar. They know
The
McCollar.
king's forearm is holding a position that is less than
No, no one fucking
45
calls anybody
degrees
sometimes.
with
They know. I
respect
just
to
don't like
his
people.
torso,
They all
and
fucking
his
don't like.
hand is angled upward toward the
I kick all their
outstretched
fucking
hand
ass.
of
They
the
kind of know it too.
which makes it angled precisely so that the fingers of the deity
I'm not a
are
bully.
directly in line with the
As long as they feel like it.
the king.
They
in a
talking about it
gesture
later. I'm
of
like, dude,
reception.
my bad.
What is being
They almost know it,
received
but they just
by
don't believe me all the time. That I feel
are the
bad about it.
symbols of power, along with
But I really
the
fucking
prisoners
did.
whose outstretched
Things that were
hand
blind when it
receives
wasn't,
nothing
or
but
exactly when
the
it wasn't.
binding
They
of
should know
law.
it now. I have fucking paperwork.
The spatiality of power is also reflected in the literary evidence, where the subordinate, in this case the king, is physically, quote, below, and so therefore must, quote, lift the hand, perform a shuila gesture upward to salute the deity. And the deity must
We're calling when they're on work.
horizontally
Someone
and
next to talk to them.
outwardly
417
reach
Scott
out,
Garfield.
a gesture that is similarly understood as having to reach down.
516 in that one, Garfield. Whoa, that was a good
Our
one.
second illustration will be a stone tablet called the Sun God Tablet of Nabu Apla Idina, also known as the Tablet of Shamash.
This is how magic can
This
work.
is
It's a form of
dated
magic.
from
Being a fucking caller.
855 BC. Discovered in
And
the
a
city of
confessor.
Sippar in southern Iraq in 1881.
A full-on confessor.
The text describes how Shamash was angry and allowed for the loss of his statue.
He doesn't want to
caused
involve
by the
anybody,
invasion of
unless he
the
has to.
United States.
So understand what his legal
Besides
punishment
the
for certain
loss of the
things.
statue of Shamash,
When you're a fucking
the
creep
city
and
of
you know it.
Sippar, along with the god's temple at Ebaba, also fell into ruin.
Was I? Never really. Not like
In
that.
the interim period, with the statue of the god missing, cultic rites were temporarily restored when Simbar Shipak substituted it with a solar disk, which is another emblem of Shamash. When Nabu Apla Idina finally defeated the Sutians and renewed the cult fully, Shamash allowed one of his priests, Nabu Nadin Shumi,
That'd be a good one to
discover
call.
a mold
Just
of
to
his
see.
statue,
Because there's mixed
which was
feelings on
then
that side.
used to recreate his image in the temple. The figure in the middle of the group of three on the left is the king Nabu Apla Idina, holding his hand and leading him toward the solar disk, and the god
My
or
brothers.
statue of Shamash is the priest who was responsible for locating the god's mold, Nabu Nadin Shum. We can see a later echo of this in Apuleius' Metamorphosis, where it is written that, quote, at the final stage of his initiation, Lucius experienced a divine epiphany. Quote, then he, the high priest, ordered all uninitiated to depart, invested me in a new linen garment, and led me by the hand into the inner recesses of the sanctuary itself. In both instances, whether in Apuleius' initiatic experience with the high priestess of the goddess Isis, or Nabu Apla Idina's being brought into the inner sanctum before Shamash, we can observe the necessity of an intermediary.
No, I was going to call people up and be like, dude, no, I've seen some crazy shit about you going to my Jungian awakening. Yeah, live on YouTube.
Who would typically act as intermediary to
Some of it's true, some of it's not.
and in older representations would actually be physically positioned.
But you'd be fucking surprised.
Human king.
World's fucking weird. No, it's a world.
Woods
World weird, man. It's world weird.
The priest is acting as intermediary in this later instance.
What are you doing? Being lame
rather
still?
than the
You're still
goddess
being lame, huh? How
herself,
often you go outside?
Because it was him who found the mold of Shamash. Or else, potentially, this also reflects the increased involvement of the temple priestly class as official intermediaries.
And what do you bring out their guns?
Positive
Of course you are.
between king and deity.
You might not see like I do. Not bring a stick, no fucking flashlights.
Preliminary
LEDs especially, guys.
God. Some scholars have suggested that
Yeah, most because your eyes.
Austrian ritualistic need for purity, any
Are you looking for eyes? You're looking for eyes, huh?
coming from the mouth
You're
of
looking for
the
eyes.
human worshipper was to be carefully prevented from coming into contact.
Well, we should
with
invest
the
in different
divinity
colors
or
of lights
sacred object.
in the woods. The
The
LEDs is
lifting
not
of
good
the
for them out
hand
there,
in
dude. I kind of know it.
salutation, typically to the level of the
It
mouth,
fucks up their cycles.
therefore,
Yeah.
could perhaps be interpreted as a form of
See,
respect
the crazy guy
as
yelling in
well
the
as
woods almost
protection
sometimes.
against the anger of a god.
But not.
Frechette also identifies the homology between kings
But it turns out
and
that's
the
smart.
gods.
Not even close to the same. What do you want, Garfield? You got one?
Since the quote angle at which the forearms
Yeah,
of the two figures
yeah.
are held is less disparate than is typical
Sorry, Garfield. I get
in the
distracted.
archaic sea.
Even distracted sometimes.
As the
My
subordinate
dad was.
arm
I'll
is
just-
generally
What do you want?
held
Back
parallel
Oh,
scratch?
to
My
the
back
torso.
scratch. It's like, Dad, clean
Furthermore,
up.
quote,
So I
if
wanted
the
to get on
size
stuff
of the
like the
divine
tape.
image and
How
solar
do you feel
disk
about getting on the table,
overwhelm the
I'm
approaching
scared you're going to shut my
figures,
Chromebook.
the gestures exchanged by deity and king
Dad, I like to get
resemble
behind
one
this.
another so closely
Well, I don't want to be
any
interrupting Mr.
implicit
Bobcat.
threat.
So I'll
They
find our
convey
one day.
mutual recognition and reciprocal relationship.
Dog's in a tree. Guess
We
what?
can
I can kill him
sense here
dead.
a notion of
they're below
symbolic
me,
gestures enacted
bite my
by the
foot.
subordinate
And a
and
spear.
reciprocated by the god.
Or a bow
That
staff.
will later be echoed in a Proclean
Spear me too much,
fragment from the Chaldean oracles. Quote, For the soul is composed by sacred words and divine symbols, and we are images of intellectual essences and statues of unknown synthemata. In that way, the soul participates in.
You never saw it like that? I wonder why some
which
people don't
is
see it like that after a
united
while.
with the God.
For the ones ensuring
Often,
the job
yeah.
always gets done, and
Maybe
the
their
ones
religion.
wearing many hats. Granger offers
Atheism
professional-grade
and
industrial
scientism
supplies and real-time product
is a religion.
availability. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by.
Or just not
Granger,
closely enough,
for the ones
distracted by
who
the
get
loved
it
ones
done.
sometimes. Being a little loud with music, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe the right kind of
We
music.
can understand
Brings the right
the
ones around,
gesture
guys.
of greeting as establishing a plane of communication. And that gesture greeting is an example of the divine symbol that is allowing for the potential for the
I'm on
human and the
fucking
God
YouTube.
to enter into a communion. By mirroring
I know people can hear me 'cause I'm
in
fucking loud.
identical or
So I
nearly
bring them in
identical
occasionally.
gestures, they are effectively becoming one force while still remaining separate. The creative power of the God is simultaneously bestowed to the king, and the king jointly acting as an agent for the God in the world,
They're right there.
and hence the cosmos. As the Iamblichus
They
says,
could.
quote, the whole of theurgy
What do you think,
presents a double
What are we out
aspect.
there for?
One is that it is conducted by men, which preserves our natural rank in the universe. The other is that being empowered by divine symbols, it is raised up through them to be united with God and is led harmoniously into their order. This can rightly be called taking the shape of the gods. We can also quote Iamblichus regarding the homology between the human and God engaging in similar symbolic gestures and expressions. Quote, for either God holds us, or we are wholly possessed by God, or we practice our activity in common with Him, and sometimes we participate in the God's lowest power, the dunamis, sometimes in His intermediate, and other times in His primary power. And sometimes
you know we don't though, because that's
simple
away.
participation, sometimes
I left this there. I'm like, okay, cool.
and other times even a union from these inspirations,
There's a lot of stuff.
i.e., divine possessions. By erecting or re-erecting and consecrating the statue of the shrine or agalma of Shamash, presumably using the mispi or washing of the mouth ritual, the king is engaging in demiurgy. As Plato states in the Timaeus 37c6,
but not trying to. They took
the
them off.
cosmos is an agalma of the
Because already violently
everlasting God.
possessed. Pretty much.
And in the Mysteries, Iamblichus echoes and refines this statement by referring to the cosmos as the visible agalma of the gods. In the commentary on Plato's Timaeus, Proclus also says, quote, for these are what the true initiates to the mysteries do, producing statues of gods through characters and names that have the power to bring them to life and making them living and moving. As the work of Edward Butler makes clear, each and every one of the gods is simultaneously conceived at the periphery and at the center. And when conceived at the center, all other gods are placed in relation outside in the periphery, such that, quote, the creation of the universe must be ultimately the self-unfolding of each of the ones who are each themselves the all, so that the universe is unpacked from each god's integral form. Quoting Plotinus on the Egyptian tradition, quote, the wise men of Egypt seem to me to have grasped this, whether with precise understanding or innately. When they want to display their wisdom, they don't use forms of letters which spell out arguments and propositions, or imitate sounds in the verbalization of statements.
Sorry, guys,
Rather,
got
they
tired.
draw images, agalmata,
Is it okay?
and carve them in their temples, each thing having one. Hen hekaston
Divine possession.
hekastu, each
No, I can do it
having
easily.
one image.
The
rather
demons went
than
off,
a
I think.
discursive description.
Because I challenged them.
Butler has noted that many commentators have misunderstood the word agalmata to refer to the Egyptian hieroglyphs, but he makes it clear that what is suggested by Plotinus is the divine images of the gods themselves. Plotinus also makes clear that when speaking of agalmata, he means that, quote, Each image, a galma, is a
I
certain
need to get some fucking
scientific
neurologist.
understanding or wisdom.
Maybe ask for a fucking
A
ride again. I
subject
really don't want to. I feel
Parts
guilty as
are
fuck.
taken all together,
Because they give me
not
everything
an
I asked
act
for.
of discursive thinking or deliberation.
I feel really guilty because I could
Thus,
have got a
according
ride
to
maybe,
Butler,
but I fucking called him like
each
4 or 5
God
times.
is in this way a subject.
But did I
An
call the wrong
entire
number? No way,
science
right? I
or
looked for it.
wisdom, each in themselves,
This
which
kid looked hard.
as a concentrated unity or synoptic image awaits being discursively expounded.
That's what I'm saying. Why is
so
it the right?
that
It's not the right number.
unpacked,
Why is it right there?
it yields a whole
And why are the names
science
more?
of
Why is it
things
up?
in the realm of becoming. All this activity emerged fundamentally from the restitution of the missing statue of Shamash, and hence
That means they're trying to get me for something.
demiurgic
I'm like, well,
powers
what?
of creation and maintenance of the cosmos from the perspective of that God himself. In this instance, specifically through the substrate of Shamash himself. In this stone relief, the king Nabu Apla Idina is a follower in the train of his god Shamash, who is a sun god and who is also responsible for justice, making him an appropriate god of worship for a ruler. We are each one of us followers in a series devoted to a particular god, whose divine subjectivity we unfold in our pursuit of knowledge and wisdom, only established when we maintain a relationship with the God. But never, never let us forget to raise our hand in greeting. Before we end this video, I wanted to express my sincerest thanks to all those of you who have supported and continue to support my efforts on this channel. Not only to those who generously supplied me with coffee, for which I am immensely grateful, but those also who've been there, albeit virtually, as viewers and commentators. This channel is not large enough for people to be impressed when I say
What?
that I read
Be
every
a
single
fucking
comment,
case study so
but
I can't get in trouble?
And I'm always pleased to hear from you
Really?
wherever you may happen to be in this world.
So you can get my cab for me because you know it's worth money, huh?
There's so much madness in this
Someone
world,
making those
so much
decisions, I believe.
misunderstanding.
Otherwise, they're just fucking
Even
evil.
within our very conceptions of the nature of the divinity. And although this may come across as somewhat idealistic, I believe that our devotional practices and relationship with the gods is paramount in that project of the soul,
Hey, fairies.
where we can come to
Coming down
learn
again?
what we are,
Who
most
can hear a
importantly,
who?
we are, and the real ground of that true identity. As a French poet, Charles
I know that I
Baudelaire
can.
once said, "Nature
Not trying
is
to
a
brag.
book
Listen to
in
them.
which living columns
They don't sound like people, but sometimes they do.
communicate
You can translate.
words. Man
It's not a brag. Just open
approaches
yourself up.
symbols which observe him with familiar
I'm
glance.
trying to tell you, you can do it fucking
The
too.
aim of this channel is to make this world familiar again, to see it populated with divine powers and divine persons, and to smile at the babbling creek and sense it smiling back. Take care for now.
See, I was never really a demon. Like, from your perspective, I'm really not. I'm something else. I'm an undone.
The term puer
A
eternus
nymph,
is
but
Latin
male.
for eternal born. It is mentioned for the first time
Spiritual.
in Metamorphosis,
Now almost physical.
written by
In
the
weird
Roman
fucking ways.
poet
And they don't fucking believe me because they never checked me right thoroughly. Ever. Huh? No, they make up a bunch of fucking lies. Like, check the box, get them out of here. I don't want to do
The
it.
child god Iacchus is praised in his role in the Eleusinian mysteries.
Oh, you think I'm a liar?
Initiations related to Greek
Maybe I should fucking,
goddesses,
like,
and the
you
most
know,
famous of
how do
the
I get
secret religious
through with
rites
that?
of ancient
I'm on fucking
Greece.
that kind of insurance.
In
We're like, oh, if I
later
just call him a
times,
liar.
The child god was identified with Bacchus, another name for Dionysus, and the god Eros.
Instead of investigating the
He
fucking
is
issue,
the god of life,
like witchcraft,
death,
basically.
and resurrection, the god of divine youth. Swiss psychiatrist and psychologist Carl Jung rescued the mythological term of puer eternus.
And often the witches they burnt
and
where somebody
used it
just
in the
said something
exploration of
that didn't agree with the
psychology,
church.
eternal youth, and created child within every person. When the subject
What's now our
is a
church?
female,
The church
the Latin
of
form is
money.
puer eternus. It is
Oh,
an
and cleanliness
archetype,
up,
a
sanitation.
primordial structural element of the psyche, and like all archetypes, has both a
Except we're not
positive
sanitary,
and a
we're
negative
fucking
side.
poisons.
It can bring the energy, beauty, and creativity of childhood into adult life or towards self-realization, and doom us to both unrealistic adolescent fantasies and experiencing life as a prison. The eternal youth
No!
archetype is the first one we experience in life and remains vital throughout our whole life. It is closely related.
Even if subconsciously it is, I'm getting my points across.
A puer or puella
I hope.
avoids
It's
individuation.
like, just make
and fights
excuses,
against
right?
his
You asked me to make
inner
excuses,
drive
right?
towards psychological
Like, no, I'm
approval.
giving you fucking
This
reasons.
stunts growth.
I'm trying to get out of
Having
it.
great
How many fucking
imagination and rich inner life. They do not
A lot of
build
snow
into
up there. Look at it.
consciousness and thus do not progress in life. The potential remains hidden and unused, stored away in the depths of the unconscious. In The Matrix, the main character Neo is offered the choice between a red pill and a blue pill. The blue pill allows him to remain content and comfortable in a simulated reality.
Someone
It is
stole
made
my
clear
fucking
that
shoes.
ignorance is bliss.
I left my
The
pair
red
of boots
pill,
when I was running
on
the street
other
looking
hand,
up for my fucking
allows him
caddy.
to confront the harsh truth
I
of
want to get him back to
reality
the Paris.
and to embark on the quest of self-realization.
And they don't like me over there.
The queer will
And I know
often
it,
choose
but I would've brought him
the
back.
blue pill. Those who find themselves unable to commit to work, to form satisfactory relationships, to commit to the discipline of
He's a
education,
big liar too. They
to
must.
carry the weight of responsibility, or who feel that their life
Liars,
is
yeah, liars
meaningless,
themselves.
will
Often.
find the integration of the archetype of eternal youth invaluable in their life.
I've been there too. Not anymore.
Returners, a psychological study of the adult struggle with the
So now my punishment is now exile.
childhood.
Working
Leading
on it.
analyst Marie
Why don't you get out?
France gives us an in-depth exploration of the puer returners. The negative aspects of the puer returners is used to refer to a certain young
You don't believe in exile anymore. You believe in confinement. Then we need confinement.
And
Fuck
usually
you.
coupled
Confine me in my
with
house.
upgraded
Already have.
dependence on the mother. The natural response of a mother is to protect
Now
her
it's
child.
Disturbia over here.
However,
You don't
when
believe
the
there's serial
child is
killers in the neighborhood,
kept
but I know there are.
out of the nest for too long, he is unable to face the trials and tribulations of life when he grows up. He, therefore, flees from the cold, cruel world and seeks his childhood under the nourishing and protective.
So woke the fuck up like Christ did one day.
It is the unconscious temptation
Like a prophet did
to
one day.
return to the womb.
Say, no, it's not like this, it's like that, huh?
Complex. The puer is the man-child who refuses to grow up, take responsibility, and face life's challenges. He
Doesn't have any
expects
close to
other
bad, but some of
people,
those guys did.
typically his parents, to solve all his problems. Since he lacks zest for learning, he never
Worse
develops
than
a
others,
proper
and I know that
understanding
too.
of anything. Von Franz writes, such people usually
All
have
right,
great
well,
difficulty
no one forgets.
in finding a job
This was that.
for whatever they find
get
is
annoyed.
never quite right or quite what they wanted. There's always a hair in the soup.
And they care more about the old
woman
age
is never quite the right word.
than anyone's youth.
Nice, a girlfriend, but there's
Like we
always
just
a
did,
but
always,
with
back in the day.
without
when we were
marriage
good.
or any kind of commitment. The puer is aware of the transitoriness of life, so he does not give himself wholeheartedly to any experience. He knows that the end will be a disappointment and a parting. The puer is always getting ready to say goodbye, which makes it more likely for the experience to end, thus erroneously reinforcing his beliefs even more. It is a typical pathological reaction of the puer to train himself not to suffer by anticipating suffering. He anticipates the
Back in the day, would it be confinement? Often could I bring my cat? Yeah, of course I could. See a good mouse, sir?
refusal to live. It seems to
We'd
be
almost
the rational
want
thing
to
do,
confine the
but
cat just to
thinking
see.
too much is a
But he's not a
disease.
black cat, he's an
He
orange
gets
one.
stuck in his
was
own
rare.
reflective hyperconsciousness. a
Racist, huh?
self-created
Racist.
bubble which isolates him.
See, but not really. That would have been an attraction.
Is that if the puer enters life, then he must face the fact that he's entering upon his own mortality and the corruptible world. He must realize his own.
Back when we were all just fucking white people, dude. Now we're not. Some of us are.
After leaving paradise, which is a kind
From other people's perspective, who aren't
eternal rule,
really.
man falls into the realization of his incompleteness, his corruptibility.
But you'd
and
be
his
fucking
mortality.
surprised. It turns out. Huh?
The puer is usually in a sleepy daze, so that sometimes one feels inclined to pour a bucket of cold water over his head. However, this is only an outer aspect. If one looks deeper, one will find that he has a cherished fantasy life within. The puer may become a megalomaniac and think of himself as someone special
Get
and exceptional,
spirit's attention.
a hidden genius, or the next
But
big
not even
philosopher.
genetically.
He
Kind
has no tangible product to show his genius. He is an artist
culturally,
without art.
hardly anymore.
The puer
But kind of
daydreams
still.
and engages in passive fantasy, which is very different from Jung's technique of active imagination. Daydreaming about success instead of visualizing failure can make one more prone to failure. Jung writes, the puer typically leads a provisional life due to the fear of being caught in a situation from which it might not be possible to escape. Plans for the future slip
Really?
away
See,
with
that's
fantasies
interesting to
of
me.
what will be, what
Oh, the Southern people.
while no decisive action is taken to change. He
Let's say
covets
Southern Americans.
independence and freedom, chafes at boundaries.
How they can almost relate in the way I feel, at least. They're like, just like, oh, the house is a mess. Oh, I got a cat running around. Oh, but they got kids running around. But they just dance in the kitchen, but it's good fucking food. You're like, it takes forever to cook. Oh, the dishes. Someone get the dishes.
Not rooted in the here and now.
Oh, dig them up. It's almost Day of the Dead.
Attitude and feeling that his job, house, car, creative endeavor, or relationship.
Where's my community?
Is not yet what is really.
No, I'm a shaman.
They are but mere placeholders.
Who the fuck are you?
Until the real
No, I know you.
Someday, Jung described it as the modern European disease of the merely imaginary life. The poor eschews commitment and responsibility because it requires a rigid lifestyle. He escapes into the
Now, check it out. Death, she can be like that. She can.
Temporary comfort.
Just pick
The
favorites
poor
for
tries to
some
go
fucking
as
reason.
high as possible away from reality, ending up
And
like
so does
Peter
God,
Pan,
often.
the boy who wouldn't grow up, who lives in Neverland,
Sleep.
a place where people cease to age and are eternally young. The puer-eternus is also known as the Peter Pan syndrome. It is a
See, not
particularly
really,
increasingly common
but almost,
phenomenon
huh?
in our modern age. Such a person is missing a sense of identity, which results in this.
Who am I? Something in the
feelings
middle.
of fragmentation and worthlessness.
Dreams.
The poor compensates in his
Dreams.
behavior by pursuing the ecstatic high in drugs, alcohol, sex, sport, and daredevil escapade that transcends the inner depression which threatens fragmentation, granting an illusion of selfhood which underlies his restless surge.
Oh, I don't like my food that spicy, though.
stability and harmony.
Oh,
The person living provisionally is alienated.
can I work? I know I
from
can. I just need someone to watch my fucking
spending
cat.
time ruminating on
We're gonna
fantasies
migrate.
that go nowhere and that achieve nothing.
It can be like that,
In
though.
the ancient Greek fable, the astrologer.
You just understand how the third world works sometimes.
Thales
When there's
of
that many
Miletus,
fucking people in the world.
considered as the first philosopher, is said to have been so lost in thought that while gazing at the stars, he fell.
No, even some white people are like, oh no, it makes it better. Trust me. Oh, a little bit of mess. Oh, not too much though. Where's my room?
While the poor has a vivid imagination, he's not capable of transforming these insights into action because he lives in an ethereal realm.
I've been in the past, I've been wretched. No, wretched. I'm still working on being a hero.
As a result, the poor is not very successful in life. Von Franz writes, in actuality, for instance, he gets up at 10:30 a.m., hangs around till lunchtime with a cigarette in his mouth, giving way to his emotions and fantasies. In the afternoon, he needs to do some work.
Oh, real magicians.
Ah. And then with a girl.
That'd be wretched
And
sometimes to
spend
get this and
the
get that and get this
without
too.
the meaning of life. He then goes to bed at
I gotta
night,
beg the
as
gods.
each day is a repetition of the one before. In that way, the capacity for life and the inner riches are wasted, for they cannot get into something meaningful, but slowly overgrow the real personality. The individual walks about in a cloud of fantasies, fantasies which in themselves
Now
are
it's knowing
justified and full of rich possibilities, full of unlived life. You feel that such a person has a tremendous wealth and capacity, but there's no possibility of finding a means of realization. The poor usually has a great capacity to simulate the contents and to
Superpowers. You got
listen. It
superpowers.
seems that he's going to implement them.
Probably some
But
rats,
he never
humanized
applies the
rats.
concepts he has learned, for he's not grounded enough. in
Antibodies
reality.
that are
It
put
is
in
a
my body.
trick which the poor performs. The
Okay.
realization that they should adapt to reality is an intellectual idea to them, which they fulfill in fantasy, but not in reality. Though it might seem
I'm
simple,
looking around going, huh?
the poor is
I
unable
know
to
who I
cross
am.
the border from fantasy to action.
The cats love me. I'm a
The
cat.
word
Trust me.
human
I'll get you.
derives from the Latin word humus, which means earth. To be human is to be humble, down to earth, and
Put some rats in me.
grounded earthly experience, which contains a rich source of nutrients that heals us. The poor is like Icarus, who in Greek mythology warned about
Some pakasatapas.
to the sun. However, he ignores this instruction and flies so close to the sun that his wings melt. He falls from the sky, plunges into the sea, and drowns.
That didn't mean
He
anything. I
writes,
just said it.
The provisional life, where one
Sometimes
is
it very
not
much does. I don't know what it
real.
means.
They are only a spectator, so any experience is ghost-like, perfectly abstract, without a trace of realization. Jung tells the story of a 25-year-old girl who had an extreme case of provisional life, which led to her suicide. She proved to be absolutely inaccessible. She lived things, she did things, but she did not know what she was living, no matter how.
See, rehab almost would be fun if I'm a cat. I'm like, gotta quit smoking pot.
She had no relation to the world.
It's nuts. I'll eat Garfield. Here, can't go.
Shot herself. You're right.
But I'd be too much to be standing in the class now. I am. And I know that I am. Too good for this fucking paperwork.
Not lost consciousness for a minute or two. The expression on her face was completely altered. For a long time I stood watching her face and asking myself, what kind of expression is that? It was the most extraordinary expression of someone who was convinced, say, that a thing was black, and to whom it was very important that it was black, but to whom one had finally.
Technically, they could just camp outside, huh?
And it was as if she suddenly realized.
Next to the highway with my cat.
It was a
might run away.
full of bewilderment and a sort of pleasant surprise. I saw what happened. At the moment when she shot herself, she
I don't want to get away from the mountain that bad.
For the first time. Sometimes
snowy Garfield.
People have to injure themselves very badly in order to
down there they euthanize cats.
Really is. This shows how deeply unconscious.
Garfield's like, well, if I'm immortal, right?
The inner world must complement.
How can I show them that I'm immortal, Dad?
Vice versa.
And they can't kill you legally.
On the inner world,
they can't kill me legally, Garfield. It's be a wretch to do it.
Neverland will make it impossible to advance into adulthood. As this becomes more and more of a
I'm pretty sure they actually have.
The unconscious starts to seep in and threatens to overwhelm and drown the ego. Whatever one has within oneself but does not live grows against.
Oh, I was going to burial set to kill me?
There are
I teleport?
Children that become mature too early and grow up very quickly. The extreme opposite of the poor.
So I was shot, and I know it.
Children.
But I woke up on top of the mountain, and I know it.
Forced them to become very.
I got Garfield back the same day, and I wasn't supposed to, and I know it.
You can generally tell
it was Christmas.
And falsely mature expression.
Longest night in the fucking year.
They were pushed out of the childhood world too soon. Such people cannot love nor trust anybody. In that situation,
it wasn't this year, from my perception, and I almost know it now.
Because they have lost the magical aspect of the eternal youth. They always feel not quite real, only half alive. In therapy, the analyst has the difficult task of guiding them back to their childish fantasies in order to deal with them correctly. The eternal child also contains many positive qualities. A spirituality which comes from close contact with the unconscious.
444 is Garfield.
Agreeable has the charm of youth.
543 in that one, Garfield.
And deep conversations. He appears as the divine child who symbolizes newness, potential for growth, and hope for the future. Friedrich Nietzsche understood the importance of this. In fact, he considered the child to be the final metamorphosis.
Depends what the numbers mean.
One is.
So it can be either way.
The child is
that was good though.
And
Means fucking right.
A new beginning, a game, a self-propelling wheel, a first motion, a sacred yes. For the game of creating, my brothers, a sacred yes to life is needed. What is meant by the inner child?
I know they can't loosely control the fucking weather to get better at it.
It is not a regression towards an infantile state of life, but a progression towards wholeness. We all have an inner child within us, even older people, who sometimes appear to return to the childlike state of innocence. The eternal youth is one who is immersed in the moment and filled with wonder and playfulness, giving way to pure creativity. He is a yes-sayer, the pinnacle of life affirmation. He brings the heavenly realm into his earth.
I can't think at all.
A passage from the Bible reads, "Verily I say unto you, except ye be
he can, but he can't.
And
he's struggling on everything. He's trying to show us how much he struggles all the time. It's like, I now know it's more than just
which is
fucking biological, huh? At least it is, but it's not just my biology. Like, well, they're trying to believe this and trying to believe that and trying to do other things. Like they always do statistically. See that?
Conscientious.
Give him do this, give him that, without paying attention, trying to explain himself.
He appears as the archetype of the wise old man.
But I know what this is.
Part of the Senex is cynicism, rigidity, materialism, reluctance to
he's totally nuts, but he's not nuts.
It's
not nutsness. You know it, right?
Of the poor archetype, though they must be seen as the opposite sides.
The archetype of the magician.
We recognize youth by knowing age.
The archetype of the fucking magician. I know who I am.
By remembering how we were.
Not fucking nuts. That's too much rice.
The poor shadow is the Senex.
What do with it? I put it in the beans.
God, Apollo, disciplined, controlled, responsible, rational, ordered.
A lot of.
Conversely, the shadow of the Senex is the poor, related to Dionysus, unbounded, instinct, disorder, intoxication, whimsy. The poor dreams big, the Senex works hard.
See, it's all a lie. No, it's a lie, and I know it.
From person to person. Both archetypes
all of it. No, all of it.
And both are necessary for a psychologically healthy life. A one-sided imbalance in either direction is not advisable. The poor and Senex have different versions of play. While the poor enjoy sports, social
Who's the archetype from Dick? Which one? How many?
Movies,
More one of these guys.
which are all non-tangible.
A little bit different, a little bit different, a little bit
The
different.
Senex
Who's
feels
that?
that play
He's talking.
is engaging in a non-work activity that produces a tangible result. Painting, cooking, writing, building, and so on. Hume was
Not quite.
Senex. He would make
I know that too.
sculptures, carve inscriptions on stone, draw mandalas, and create the Red Book, full of images from the unconscious. In one of the most difficult periods of his life, which he called his confrontation with the unconscious, he felt a psychic disturbance in himself and went to
You think it doesn't happen to the mind all the time? Jungian experiences?
Try to find the cause of the disturbance.
Crazy trips. What do they think afterwards?
Nothing but a fresh
Sometimes in English.
of his own ignorance. He said to himself, "Since I know nothing at all, I shall simply do whatever occurs to me." He writes, "The first thing that came to the surface was a childhood memory from perhaps my 10th or 11th year. At that time I had a spell of playing passionately with building blocks. I distinctly recalled how I had built little houses and castles.
Sweet
These
potatoes now.
structures had
With food.
fascinated
Yes.
me for a long time. To my astonishment, this memory
That's
was
me good.
accompanied by a good
Trust
deal of emotion. Aha, I said to myself, there is still life in these things. The small boy is still around and possesses a creative life which I lack. But how can I make my way to it?"
Wow, look at that, Garfield.
He
Whoa.
realized that he had been neglecting
That's
his
hot
inner
too.
child. He felt humiliated to realize that he had to play childish games in his old age. Nevertheless, he started gathering stones and slowly built a miniature village. He went to his building game after the noon meal every day until his patients arrived, and if he finished with his work early enough in the evening, he went back to building. In the course of this activity, his thoughts clarified, and he felt a source of creativity, enthusiasm, and a sense of renewal. He wrote, "This moment was a turning point in my fate. I had
No, is it going there once
an
like windy?
certainty that I was
And this
on
time
my
I
way
can
to
predict
discover
everything
my
correctly.
own myth. For the building
I get closer than you
was a
think.
beginning. It released a stream of fantasies which I later carefully wrote down.
At least from my perspective.
Hume's most ambitious project
That's all that really
of
matters
play was
from a
building
Jungian
the
perspective.
tower
I'm trying to prove that
situated
it
at
doesn't.
Bollingen, a product of 12 years of work. It is a solitary place, surrounded by nature near Lake Zurich. He would spend several months there each year and nourish his soul. He wrote, "At Bollingen I am in the midst of my true life. I am most deeply myself." The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry is one of the most well-known books in the world. He displays all the typical features of the poor returners, which, however,
Right.
is not
No,
always
right.
the fact.
The poor
He was
returners.
also a great writer. He worked
The
as a
eternal child.
professional aviator and died during World War II in an airplane crash.
See, I know who
When
I
he was
am.
not allowed to fly, he always became depressed, walking up and down in his flat from morning till evening, desperate and irritated. In the book, Saint-Exupéry begins with an introduction, like part of a personal autobiographical account. The book is
Well,
based
time.
on the imagination of children
Still hot
and
there.
is very
Cool.
dreamlike. The narrator starts by saying that at the
What do
age
you got?
of
Just
6,
throw it in. That's
he
what I
read
always
out
do.
boa constrictors swallowing their
Oh,
prey
spicy, a
whole
little bit.
without chewing them, after which they are unable to move and sleep through the 6
Oh, that's
months
good enough.
that
No,
they
it's just
need
hot.
for digestion.
Real hot.
His first drawing, which looks ordinary, has the entire mystery of Saint-Exupéry's life in it. He shows his masterpiece to the grown-ups and asks them whether the drawing frightened them. But they say, why should anyone be frightened by a head? But his drawing was not
Well,
a
it made me
picture
blow
of
up one
a
time. I
head.
felt.
It was a picture of a boa
It's not that hot for
constrictor
cayenne pepper, but it's really hot for
digesting
cayenne
an
pepper.
elephant. Since they were not able to understand it, he made another drawing. He draws inside the boa constrictor so that they can see the elephant clearly, since adults always need to have things explained. The grown-ups respond by advising him to lay aside his drawings and focus on studying arithmetic, geography, grammar, etc. That is why, at the age of 6, he gave up what
Maybe it's not made more sensitive because I took a cat's
magnificent
up.
career as a painter.
I like black pepper
He
even
then
more.
chose another profession,
There
and
you
he
go.
learned to
Put more.
pilot airplanes. Having flown all over the world, Whenever he met a
You getting this
grown-up,
sugar?
he would show them drawing
Kind of know it.
number one
Out
to
of milk.
find out if that person was of true understanding.
Nope,
But
not for
they would
you.
always say it looks like a
You
head.
want some? Smell
So
that?
he lived his whole life alone
Yeah, I do, huh?
without anyone
Yeah, I
he
do.
could really
A little
talk
bit,
to
dude.
until he
It's
had
technically
the
not seasoned
accident
salt,
with
but a
his
little bit not
plane
bad for
in
you.
the desert. This experience is linked with his personal life, in which he nearly died of thirst and experienced hallucinations. As he was trying to fix the plane, he heard an odd little voice say, "If you please, draw me a sheep." It was the little prince, who had come down from the stars. He
How good
shows
could the
him
CIA be
head,
that good and I
and
kind
the
of know
little
it?
prince says that he doesn't want a boa constrictor that swallowed an elephant. He wants a sheep. This magical being from the unconscious is the first person he has
No,
seen
I'm not.
that understood him. However,
Not consciously,
he does
but
not
sometimes I
know
am.
how to draw a sheep.
Just straight up
And
puppet for these
after
guys.
several failures, he draws a box instead, and in
Haven't for a long time,
foolish
turns out.
fashion says that the sheep he wants is inside it, for he's too busy trying to fix the engine of his plane. This symbolizes the conflict
They want me to go a different
between the
direction
world,
spiritually.
the inner and outer life, which poses a tremendous tension. A common thing that a poor does is to put all his plans in a box and store them away, in a gesture of boredom and impatience. This is the great danger. Perhaps the most important thing a poor can do is to take something seriously and to stick to it. This first part of the novella contains the whole problem of the poor eternus in a nutshell. We see that Saunders
We can study him.
has never really gotten used to living
We must
in the
study
world
him.
of the adult.
But he's
His
telling us the best way to study him
experiencing
is with this
depression
guy.
and disillusionment. It was as if his unconscious was saying to him that he must
What
be
animal
physically
studies?
in the world and cannot always escape the unimaginable
They have rights in there.
banal
Human
world
rights.
of everyday life.
And they'll participate
Felt
in your
as if
study.
his soul had completely dried up, and that he was dying of thirst.
Oh, but they don't complain about everything else I see in there.
This
So no.
midlife crisis leads to conscious absent-mindedness, and one little
Like they have a
mistake
fucking alien.
can cost one's life. The adult
Locked up.
world
How many of
lacks
them?
enchantment of nature,
Illegal or
and
otherwise.
magic found in fairy tales. It is totally dead. Saint-Exupéry writes, "I know a planet where there is a certain red-faced gentleman. He has never smelled a flower. He has
Human
never
psychological
looked at a
experiments, and we do them all the
star. He
time.
has never loved anyone. He has never done anything in his life but add up
And we're good at them. But who's better?
All
I
day
am.
he says,
Turns
"Evil
out.
and
Not
earth,
kidding.
just like you. I am busy with matters of consequence," and that makes him swell
Can I help you?
up with
A little
pride.
bit?
Saint-Exupéry speaks
Fish
about
nibbles?
the
I bet it does.
emptiness, idiocy, and
Like medicine.
meaninglessness of adulthood, and that the childhood life is the fantasy.
See, before the human era,
artist's life, the true life.
garlic can
All
make
the
apes
rest is
kind of
empty
sick.
persona, running after making money, making a prestige impression on other people.
Cats can too.
having lost
So I'm very,
true
very
nature.
careful about giving
The
them anything
great
like that.
problem is that he has not
Dogs can
found
be
a
worse.
bridge by which he could take over the true life into the
I'm like, oh, a
adult
dog
life.
can eat anything, right?
The
No.
English poet
Can't.
William Wordsworth wrote about this point.
Cats almost can, but we're
There
still
was
got to
a
be careful with them because
time
they have very
when
similar
many
anatomies to
rose
dogs.
and streamed. The
More
earth
than ours.
had every common side. To me did seem
Biochemically.
herald in celestial light, the glory and the freshness of a dream. It is not now as it hath been of yore.
You know what that means, dog?
Turn
It has to be
whatsoever
more
I
delicious.
may, by night or day.
Humans.
Things which I have seen,
But don't
I
eat
now
them.
can
No, you
see
get in trouble.
no more.
Because then we get
Shades
to
of
eat
the
you.
prison house begin to close upon
The
the
bacteria
poor
mostly.
boy.
Yeah, they don't even
At
need you when
length
they're
the
done.
man perceives it die away and fade into the
Sometimes they do, turns out.
of common day. The fundamental question is, how can one grow up without losing the feeling of totality?
Did you kill him early
the
to eat
feeling
him?
of creativeness, magic, and of being really alive?
Just try to
which
deal with
one
him.
had in youth.
Do they work hard for you?
Going on in Saint-Exupéry's life.
How many others did you
His
have?
greater personality has been devoured
cows are
by
concerned.
the mother, which suffocates life and prevents the human being from development and growth. One is permanently in the womb.
Often, guys,
and
often.
never
That's how they make their
leaves
money.
his protective shell to
Keep
go
you
into
safe.
The adult world. The great mother becomes the devouring.
But it's
mother,
delicious? Yeah, it's
like
delicious,
the
but it's
goddess
cannibalism, guys.
Kali. Saint-Exupéry never embarks on the hero's journey, and that is the meaning of the elephant in the
They're good ears, really
which
good ears,
introduces
cows.
hero in Africa. In contrast to other mythological parallels, the swallowed hero cannot find his way out of his predator. The elephant is generous,
Oh, vegetables?
taciturn, but irritable.
I don't know what to tell
and
you guys.
prone
I
to
can't eat
terrible
nothing.
moods and fits of rage, which can only
I guess
be
I could,
appeased by
technically,
music,
by
not
by
sensual
mystical
pleasures.
standards.
Amazingly, these were also the outstanding
But I love it.
qualities of
Eating.
Saint-Exupéry. The elephant is the image in his soul of what he wanted to become, and it's swallowed back by the devouring mother. the regressive tendencies of the unconscious, and later by
Oh, the cat's winning another argument now. Oh, for being bad kitties.
Though von Franz says he came very close. To integrate the puer aeternus, one must bring oneself down to earth, not by having a one-sided view on the life of fantasy, but rather by exposing oneself to daily life, chores, and hard work. The puer must also merge with the crowd to become the sheep that Slippery put into a box, though this isn't without its danger.
No, certain crimes, I'm like, yeah, I don't support that.
Is cured by a dangerous situation. However,
a lot of
it is
turns
the
out
antidote for a mother complex. Normally, very few young men have a
most of them almost
individuality to pull away from the mother of their own accord. They do it via collectivity. This is the first step of the cure. It is only by immersing oneself in society that one can experience the warmth of human beings, have relatedness, and a sense of being part of a tribe that transcends individual desires and needs. The second step is that the puer must take care not to lose himself in the crowd. He must simultaneously sacrifice his inflated specialness and megalomania, which is his fake individuality, and not lose his real individuality by becoming a mere number in the crowd. This can be done by balancing one's social life with one's spiritual life. For if one never spends time alone, one may never build an indestructible foundation, which is crucial for self-realization. Nietzsche wrote, "When I am among the many, I live as the many do, and I do not think as I really think. After a time it always seems as though they want to banish me from myself and rob me of my soul, and I grow angry with everybody and fear everybody. I then require the desert, so as to grow good again." Jung likened the human lifespan to the passage of the sun over the course of 12 hours. The sun rises and we begin the day, birth. The sun rises in the
There's not anything wrong,
we grow
pretty much.
From infancy to youth to young adulthood.
I often tell them, and
The
they don't
sun
ask.
comes to the zenith at noontime.
No, they just
midlife,
make it up.
The peak of our abilities,
I often,
vigor, and if we have been on the right path, career success.
but not all the
The sun
time.
begins to lose its altitude. We begin to age until it
They make up something
finally
that's worse than the
we
truth.
die. These phases of life have different priorities and specific types of psychology. For Jung,
They never
the
asked me.
priority of the first half of life
And I
is
assumed I was a liar if they
strengthening
did.
the ego, work, education, relationships.
Maybe they thought this
and
saw
so
something
on.
else.
It is
Maybe
only
it was
the
that true from
second
that
half of
perspective, but
life
not even
that
then.
we're sufficiently
Because I know
anchored in
those people
reality
are
and our
way better
focus
liars than I am.
to our inner world,
Almost
to our
everyone.
quest for individuation. An imbalance in this transition is often the start of a midlife crisis, the cry of the soul for growth. Jung writes, "The significance of the morning of life undoubtedly lies in the development of the individual, our entrenchment in the outer world, the propagation of our kind, and the care of our children. This is the obvious purpose of nature. Whoever carries over into the afternoon of life the law of the
I don't call
moment
motherfuckers my
or the
friends
natural aim
more.
must pay for
Talk to
its
him.
damage to his soul. Just as surely as a grown youth who tries to carry over his childish egoism into adult life must pay for this mistake with social failure." Jung tells us that to cure the neurosis of the puer, one has to work. This is the most disagreeable word for a puer because he has to sacrifice the wonder of the fantasy realm to a conventional life.
Just so I can confess to everybody.
And responsibility.
Everything I've ever done
It
wrong.
seems like
I always
eating
liked what I did.
backwards to him because he's letting go of his specialness. The
My
crucial
neighbors,
step
I've
is
already
that he must
confessed.
drive
I've
out
never
his
stolen your
devils
shit. Get over
and
it.
be careful that he doesn't also drive out his angels. This can only be achieved by focus on the inner world and the outer world, which is the purpose of individuation. Through work,
Oh, well,
the
I stole a
puer
cigarette butt
becomes
off one of your
sexual
porches.
In reality, not in fantasy.
One time.
It doesn't matter if one has no idea which job is the right one. Or what
Oh,
one
wait,
really
twice.
wants to do.
Twice? Yes, I
One has
did.
to stick with any kind of job and immerse oneself in the outer world. Søren Kierkegaard calls this type of anxiety the dizziness of freedom, the vertigo that comes
A cigarette? I think one time,
from a
yeah.
sea of infinite possibilities. Here one may
Nope,
either
nope,
lose
and nope.
himself in the finite, becoming an imitation of other people, or lose
Almost,
himself in
almost,
the
and almost.
infinite, a state of analysis paralysis, where one thinks of all the possibilities but never acts. The puer usually tries various
I
different
aided
jobs,
my
but
girlfriend
never
a couple of
sticks to one,
times
and quits when
for
it
people who I
becomes
did
too
not
boring.
respect at the time,
While he can
who respect
work,
more now.
he'll find it a chore.
Most of it not. There's
This
most
is
people been
because
lying
he's
for.
working completely uphill in
And helping her
opposition
carry some
to
shit
the
around.
flowing flow
I
of
knew it was
energy.
stolen.
The poor
I didn't
knows
care
that
where from.
everything goes wrong because he is lazy.
Was he my girlfriend though? See, not even though.
Not to be lazy, and so he remains.
Well, that's the only place I fucking go.
We all possess a great storage of
What the fuck is this bitch doing?
which
Oh,
is
being a liar
often
again.
As long as we do not integrate
I knew it.
the archetype
Play
of
along.
eternal youth.
Often.
The unconscious indicates the direction in which
What I knew was lying to myself at the time.
enthusiasm or where energy flows naturally. For it is, of course, easier to train oneself to work in a direction supported by one's instinct. Nevertheless, in every field of work, there always comes a time when routine must be faced.
But she's getting better, she's trying to.
Creative work,
But she's still a liar to herself often.
Boring routine.
As bad as I thought,
when
no, not
it's
really. But you forget how bad you
When
can.
asked how one should live, Jung wrote, "There's no single
Don't talk to her
definite
very
way
much because I don't want to get in her head about it.
If you want to go,
Because I could almost be that bad to her sometimes, but not even that. Not even close.
Prescribed, which
She thinks it was even. Like, no, not even.
Which simply comes into being of
I lied for you so much.
Put one foot
Don't worry for so much.
the other. If you always do the next thing that needs to be done, you'll go most safely and sure-footedly.
I almost believed it, but I knew better, dude.
Prescribed by your unconscious. Then it is naturally no help at all to speculate about how you ought to live. Jung tells us that we shouldn't spend time in useless speculation and waste
No,
our
share it out.
energy and our resources.
I lived with her.
Thinking
No, I lived
how
with her.
to live.
Y'all didn't live with
rather to toil the soil directly in front of us.
There's no one there, though.
We're always doing something
No, no,
meaningful
too.
and intended by fate. The poor denies the call to adventure in the hero's journey, which separates the person from the aspects of their previous life and causes anxiety. He remains in
Wait,
the
stop.
stage of refusal and cannot
Is that
leave
true,
the
though?
ordinary
I don't
world
believe that, though.
and enter the special
I didn't
world
want me to.
where he must confront his dragon, his worst fear, if
No, I
any
know what you do.
person,
And why'd you do it?
situation, or memory long avoided.
It's
Thus, he
strategic.
cannot
And it's evil.
access his reward, a treasure chest full of inner gold
got a great
that is
memory.
guarded by the dragon. The poor remains in perpetual stagnation because he cannot acquire the insight that comes from a psychological death and rebirth. The death of
And he's
one's
almost
own
like my
self
dad almost,
and the
so I
birth
compare
of
them.
new and more
He's almost
capable
always trying to get people to that point.
without which
They
there's
fucking pull
no
the trigger. You do something
habituation
wrong.
at all. In some Native American rituals, young boys are gathered by the
Does she realize
mother
what she's doing
and
it? No,
taken
not
out
really.
in the middle of the night
Like, oh, you're
and
fucking a little
dragged
bitch.
into the wilderness, where they must pass trials for their initiation into manhood. This is the
But I
beginning
wasn't,
of
and
the
she knew it
hero's
too.
journey. If he succeeds in slaying his
Which are
dragon,
fucking selfish.
he re-enters the community as a man who has left the realm of childhood. Manhood is different from being a man. It is a badge of honor one must earn. It creates a sense of autonomy and growth in ego strength, a sense of belongingness, purpose, and meaning. That's something missing in a poor, who is often driven by a desire for safety and or pleasure. Jung writes, for the hero, fear is a challenge and a task, because only boldness can deliver from fear, and if the risk is not taken, the meaning of life is somehow violated, and the whole future is condemned to hopeless staleness, to a drab grey lit only by the will o' the wisps. Initiation invites us to throw ourselves into the fire of life. In modern times, we lack these tribal initiations that were so important to our ancestors, and many men opt for
Probably are.
alternatives, such as military service or the so-called gym bro mentality. Some young men are hoping that something in life will carry them off from the painful and mundane day-to-day life
See, almost.
of being thrown
He knows
on
that
an
too.
island where one must survive by building a fire, shelter,
Because
hunting
in here
for
he's slower.
food, and so on.
I mean,
This
up
is
there.
both
He knows it's
terrifying
fucking heavy.
and exhilarating. In psychological terms, they are waiting for an archetype to activate in the psyche and help orient them in life. For a young
That
woman, it
fucking
is
fast, no, I was
marriage
like
and childbearing that
Never
conquers the
trained,
puella.
but he's in a
There is a
fucking bike.
sacrificial moment that in order to incarnate the archetype of the mother, she has to put the archetype of Aphrodite into the sacrificial altar and accept the fact that her body is going to look very different, that she's going to feel different after giving birth to a child. This enormous responsibility of the mother often causes the death of the puella. Though this doesn't mean that there aren't cases in which a mother is still a puella, or a woman that has no children that is not a puella. Dreams are an important source to integrate the puella. When the inner child appears in dreams, it's always behind us and ahead of us simultaneously. Behind us is the infantile shadow, that which always pulls us backward into being infantile, dependent, lazy, escaping problems, responsibility, and life. It must be sacrificed for us to become the hero. The child God that is ahead of us means renewal, the possibility of life continually growing and expanding. When our ego attitude changes, the dreams respond. We can influence dreams by writing them down and giving meaning to them, and by drawing and coloring it. This helps us to amplify the contents of the dream and bring the imaginary figures into reality. And the unconscious realizes that one does this.
Once they figure it out,
it changes too.
Terrence going, all right, he knows about this shit. There's not a lot of them.
When you enter your inner picture while being conscious and continue to live in it and transform it, giving it a new life, dreams tells us what to do with our lives. And we don't have to worry when we don't understand a dream, because a dream understands us. Swiss artist
That's when it isolates someone, huh?
had a dream
Why
that were eternals and made a painting. A wonderful
looking down at their
divine
fucking controls.
boy rides an extremely powerful wild horse. He comes from cosmic
But
distances,
why they know
from the
so much
boundless
about
universe.
they don't come
In
around.
other words, from the collective unconscious. He rides through the space of the psyche like a new star in the heavens.
They haven't seen this for a while, because I think the ones that have done it to me know they're going to get fucking killed.
And out of one hand grows a magical 8-pointed flower. Oh, he's holding it. The boy
They know that I probably will.
for eternity, the universal expression
Did you not
of
give a
spiritual
fuck?
totality, and characteristic of most images of the
Do that.
divinity.
There's a heart attack, a heart attack, and a heart attack, and a heart attack.
William Blake is an example of an individual.
And damnation, damnation, and damnation, damnation.
His poor eternals.
You never went there. You never went there. You think you're done. All top over there.
Everything would appear to man as it is, infinite.
Well, you never been in.
Opening us up to the mystery of the inner and the outer life. I feel that a man may be happy in this world, yet I know that this world is a world of imagination and vision. I see everything I paint in this world, but everybody does not see alike. The tree which moves
And the last bit of leaving?
of joy is in the eyes of others only a green thing which stands in the way. As a man is, so he sees.
That's what I'm saying. Really? Do you? Oh, being a jerk. You understand being a jerk? You want to go to damnation? Then stop interrogating me in my head.
There is perhaps no figure in
I told you what you're
literature
doing.
more fascinating than the trickster, appearing in various forms in the folklore of many cultures. He is different from the figure of the fool, who is harmless but also naive.
You're
and
cannibal.
sometimes
You know
ends
it.
up harming himself. The fool walks joyfully, dreaming about all his adventures.
Oh, the fool.
where
Yeah, the
if he
psychology of the
took one
trickster.
step, he would fall
You're trying to
down.
understand me better. That's why I put it on.
Trickster is witty and deceitful. He is the timeless root of all the picaresque creations of world literature, and is not reducible to one single.
The psychology
literary
magician was
entity.
good too.
Trickster tales have existed since ancient times, and
Mr.
has
Garfield.
been said to be at the very foundation of civilization.
Big George kind of, believe it or
and
not,
culture.
cats.
They belong to the oldest expression.
Yeah, little fool hats on. I know who they are.
Tricksters are the breakers of rules.
Some dogs too. I
agents
see
of
you over there.
mischief,
Your big old
masters
ears.
of deceit, and boundary crossers. The best way to describe trickster is to say simply that the boundary is where he will be found, sometimes drawing the line, sometimes crossing
Most of them
it,
would not bite me.
sometimes erasing or moving it, but always
No, they'd
there,
want it.
the
They
god
might
of the
even nip at me.
threshold in all its forms. Tricksters are always on the run.
I invite them
They
like,
are
come
the
on,
lords
big
of
mouth.
being
Come over
between.
here.
While we
Are you gonna
endeavor
eat me
to
up?
trace the trickster to his origin, he continues to play his tricks on us, always evasive, always crossing our conception
But I might
boundaries
fight
of
back and kill you.
definition in which we try to confine him. Perhaps here is a first lesson to be learned
I have every right
from
to,
the
Doc.
trickster. Whatever we do, he's always one step ahead of us.
I don't want to hurt
The
you for a little bit.
victims of people
It's not worth
such
it.
as conmen and snake
And if you
oil
don't bite me, guess
salesmen
what you get?
are those
Yeah,
who
pets.
are
You get
unconscious
pets.
of trickster. They have been tricked by their own naivety, greed, or self-deception. We have to
Like
be
pets?
a little tricky to guard
Like
against
that
being
much though?
tricked. There can also be people who
They can play
really
though, huh?
believe that they are
So do I.
helping
My
others,
cat doesn't.
but are in fact tricking them. In this case, both perpetrator and victim are unconscious of trickster. Trickster is disruptive only when it operates unconsciously in our lives as an autonomous entity. Another way the trickster can appear
Gargoyle loves
is
this,
one who's
personally.
not deceiving, but telling you the truth, but we likely won't believe him. In medieval times, the jester was known to speak the truth without losing his head. He was the only person who received permission from the king to be allowed to tell it as it is, and was an important figure.
I'm not saying it's a gun one's yard.
To make his special privileges
No
known,
way, dude. No,
he wore
dogs
a
know what they're doing.
cabin bells and a full scepter mirroring the king's crown and scepter. Trickster is present in us as soon as we gain awareness of our ego in our childhood. It is the most primitive progression to the hero myth, but a necessary step.
That's what some people are scared of dogs and cats too. Like, oh, I know I'm evil. Don't bite me. Oh, you want your back scratched?
To the
Little bugger.
earliest and least developed period of
Why, you don't like quinoa?
Trickster is a figure
And,
whose physical
like potatoes,
appetites
Garfield?
dominate his behavior.
You never had them before.
Mentality of an
And they're weird to you.
lacking any
Texture-wise,
purpose beyond the
you'll get over it.
gratification of
It's
his
better for your
primary
butt.
needs.
Trust me, in
He
the
is
end.
cruel, cynical, and unfeeling. This figure, which at the outset assumes the form of an animal, passes from one mischievous exploit to another. But as he does so, a change comes over him. At the end of his rogue's progress, he is beginning to take on the physical likeness of a grown man.
Almost.
Trickster rises against the restrictions and authorities.
This guy's that
just
good.
like the
No, he's that
id,
good.
The unconscious instinctual component that is
Well,
present
5 million
at
times, I think.
birth, the source of instant gratification of bodily needs and
Don't,
wants,
please.
emotional impulses and drives that is in constant conflict with the superego, the internalization of cultural rules, which helps us act
What's
in
going on, me, really?
socially acceptable ways.
Everything I say.
Tricksters usually have an enormous libido and often present scatological themes. An early
What's the
and
worst thing I've
innocent
done?
form of trickster
I've been a public
is
jerk.
parents playing peekaboo with their children to make them laugh. Trickster comes to us when we are too serious, rigid,
Aw.
when we follow rules and schedules.
Oh, and
when
drugs.
we lack a
And
sense
drugs,
of humor.
which I'm off now.
He
Pretty much.
causes us to forget what we intended to remember, say things we later regret, or appear in the form of a Freudian slip and cause laughter. Perhaps no philosopher has written about the importance of laughter as eloquently as Nietzsche. He writes, I would
No,
really allow
I'm the fool.
myself to
I am the
order
fool.
the ranks of philosophers
Even more than
according
Garfield.
to the rank of their laughter, right up to those who are capable of golden laughter. And assuming that the gods also practice philosophy, I don't doubt that in the process they know how to laugh in a superhuman and new way, and at the expense of all serious things. Gods
They are and they aren't.
making fun. Even
They're
where
fucking
sacred actions are
racist.
concerned, it seems that they cannot stop laughing. Laughter mediates between the sacred and the profane, where Trickster resides. Laughter represents an attitude toward life and toward oneself, especially laughing at oneself. To laugh is deep inner work. It breaks through our persona and opens us up to a profound message.
See, I would
Laughter
die in a
teaches
sweat
us
lodge,
and
and I
tells
know it.
us that life is a play.
But I just wouldn't
We
die.
are the actors on a vast stage following a
Garfield wanna get
predetermined
out.
script.
I said, you
However,
got it.
he also
You're dying
tells
in
us
here.
that we don't necessarily have to follow the script, that we can make our own, improvise and not be afraid of making mistakes.
Look at the top. No, not
but
even.
rather laugh at
I
them.
can't go in there.
We have the freedom and responsibility to do so. This is a core
His lungs
aspect of
aren't big enough
existentialist
for-
philosophy,
in,
which
yeah,
teaches us
spirit.
to become authentic and discover who we truly are. We can deceive others or be deceived, but we can never deceive ourselves.
So it's hard to get his memories back. But
Trickster
guess what?
forces us to look at ourselves
No,
in
it's
the
not,
mirror
turns out.
and to the persona that we're putting on to impress others, to the detriment of our instinctual needs,
Because they can breathe their
our
part of the
creativity
body almost.
and playfulness that is so vital to give us the
just
energy that
different.
we need in our daily life. Trickster's against any authority, as he wants to do what's best for him,
Want some
and
rice
he's
too?
never going to put someone else
Good
before
for you. Add some barbecue
himself.
sauce.
He pokes holes in
you
rigid
go.
boundaries and calls into question fundamental assumptions
Yep, you're eating
about the
vegetarian
way
today,
the
buddy.
world is organized, and reveals the
I don't
possibility
eat
of
kibble.
transforming them, even
Almost
if
vegetarian
often
anyways.
for ignoble ends. It is the figure that pushes us to question those in power and the limitations and rules that are imposed on us. His energy sweeps in and delivers hard knocks in an attempt to wake us up as individuals and as a culture. He steps in and points things out, asking a culture to look at its own folly, addressing hard topics with wit and humor, shining a light into shadowy areas, and bringing public attention to the underbelly of society. Comedians help deliver the trickster's message, which can often be at the cost of their own mental
Some people,
stability.
you know, they're getting
Comedians
full
are important
because their
figures
teeth hurt now.
and help society as a whole. When comedy is suppressed, there are severe consequences.
Like, well, better start
since
taking
the trickster will remain
taking better care
unconscious.
of my teeth.
However, the trickster will find a way out, and if one ignores him, he will appear in the form of a
I never
neurotic.
didn't really.
Doubt
Just
is
got
a
this one knocked
precursor
out.
to change, and Trickster is all about change. The problem then is
But I'll
not
take better
doubt.
care of him.
The
Who fucking
problem
knows, right?
is fear of change. Confronting the risk of doubt is necessary for any individual to grow. As an agent of change, Trickster triggers our fear
Pretty
of
much.
change and
This
is
one
an
broke off
uneasy
back
yet
here.
essential
That's
companion
basically good.
on the path of growth.
This happened.
The
I had some
origins,
cracks here.
liveliness,
several reasons.
and durability of
Kinda hurts.
culture require that there be space for
No, it was
figures
good.
whose function is to uncover and disrupt the very things that cultures are based on. The totality of life consists of order and
He's a
chaos,
dabbler.
and the spirit
Which
of this
can be
disorder
worse
is the
if you get
trickster.
possessed by
He
demons.
is the Dionysian
But it's
god
possessed
of
by some
wine
demons
and
that some people
music
get possessed
who
by.
connects
Some
us
people
to
literally get high
spiritual
marijuana
forces
and start to
that
kill
lie
people.
outside the bounds of all things civilized, and who seeks to break conventions and take
Which
us
is amazing
into
to me.
wild, untamed places. Nietzsche, who called himself the last disciple of the philosopher Dionysus, wrote,
No, that's
"I
why.
say to you, one must
The last
first
philosopher of the
care
god
for
Dionysus.
oneself
Yeah, I
to
know.
give
I
birth to a
like Friedrich
conscious
Nietzsche. Last guy
self.
get this close.
Without chaos, society loses its culture. The system becomes flawed,
No, the
scary,
mustache.
and bureaucratic.
It's just natural.
Therefore, Trickster not only destroys old values, but also creates new values.
Because he was.
He reshapes the
Racist.
surrounding
Yes,
world
racist.
with inner magic, continually weaving old into new. In spite of all their disruptive behavior,
Turns out he was right about a lot of
tricksters are regularly honored
God's not
as the
dead.
creators of culture.
Never really was. He
They are imagined not only to have stolen certain essential
No, we
goods
almost
from
killed him.
heaven
He
and
knows
given
too
them
now.
to the race,
More than ever.
but to have gone
God's
on
in
and
pain.
helped shape this world
God's in pain.
so as to make it a hospitable
And we've done it
place
to it.
for human
And
life.
we're doing it to it.
Apart from creation, Trickster teaches us that we all have the capacity for destruction. Trickster is at one and the same time creator and destroyer, giver and negator, he who dupes and who is always duped himself. The person who appears to be too kind or pure on the outside and is suppressing his true emotions may suddenly become self-destructive or engage in sinful behaviors.
I am.
Intuitively, we may
Speaking
feel
it out
that
to
there's
people
something
magically when I
off
maybe
about
even
such a
shouldn't.
person, and that he's putting
In that
on a
respect, but I don't
persona.
try to.
It is as
I'm a
if
super
Trickster is
fucking psychic.
compelling him and insisting that he do the very thing that consciousness prohibits,
Some of them
and
are
also
fucking
tricking
evil.
him into
No,
revealing
evil.
that about himself.
Straight up
One
evil.
shouldn't try to live at the extreme end, but rather achieve a balance and make peace with one's dark aspects. The psyche compensates to achieve equilibrium
Boom,
and
boom, I
wholeness.
believe. We'll see.
Because Trickster disrupts convention,
No, just go
he is
back.
commonly
Like a
cast
rainbow.
in a negative light.
And we
However,
gotta go.
this is wrong,
Just be
since
sure.
he knows neither good nor evil, yet is responsible for both. He has both a light side and a dark side, though he always presents an element of playfulness. That is
That's
what
like Cat.
defines
That one
Trickster.
looks like Garfield. Come
Trickster
into that house.
possesses no values, moral
Why?
or social, is at the mercy of his passions and appetites, yet through his actions all values come into being.
Oh,
His
he's moving property
creative
more than
cleverness
people.
amazes us and keeps alive the possibility of transcending the social restrictions we regularly encounter. Unlike the devil, who is an agent
Oh, that's
of
your precedent.
evil,
Ah, good for you.
Trickster's
That almost works.
amoral,
So I'm sick
not
of it.
immoral. Morality is a structure of society and ego consciousness. The unconscious does not play by our rules. Trickster epitomizes the paradox of the human condition. He occupies the peculiar unity of the liminal, that which is neither this nor that, and yet is both. As humans, we struggle to understand paradox, contradiction, and to grasp the possibility that unity can underlie apparent duality. Tricksters often identified with specific animals, taking the form of a fox, raven, monkey, coyote, hare, or spider, among others. He possesses no well-defined and fixed form. As a shapeshifter, he is just like liquid, escapable. Trickster can cleverly show up in any guise and imitate the form of other animals. Yet we can identify Trickster energy by the very nature of its changeability and its incendiary actions. Whatever form he takes, he is a primordial being of the same order as the gods and heroes of mythology. In Greek mythology, Prometheus is a trickster who stole fire from the gods to give it to mankind, to the displeasure of the gods.
I'm talking about. I believe
For
people.
mankind was not ready to use this
Most of
principle in a creative,
I kinda know better.
unselfish manner.
But do I all the time?
However, this is precisely what made
Probably
us
not.
human in the first place.
So you're in
as
trouble.
Fire was essential for
You've
the
been a liar.
evolution of man.
Have I been?
Here we
No.
find a paradox. That which is necessary for the progress of the human species is also capable of destroying us. One may think here of artificial intelligence or the singularity. When Trickster is punished, he is
They're fucking
replaced
evil.
by stupidity.
Now over there, they're evil.
Prometheus is punished by the gods and is replaced by
They're
his
evil.
brother Epimetheus.
They get people strung out
Prometheus is the
on
thought
purpose,
thinker who
set 'em
thinks
up
before
on
he
purpose,
acts, while Epimetheus is the
and turn 'em in.
thinker who acts before he thinks. One
On
might almost
purpose.
say that in them, a single primitive being, sly and stupid at once,
Or
has
they
been
capture 'em.
split into a duality. Another trickster figure is
And torture them to
Rabbit,
death.
a character
Like they think
from
they can do to me now.
African folktales.
Legally,
who's
legally.
portrayed as
It's not
an
really shit they can do to
underdog
me.
and is
It's
weaker
not like
than
that,
his
I'm like that.
opponents, thus gaining the
A jerk.
audience's sympathy. In the stories, he gets
A bit of an
himself
asshole.
into trouble
And a little bit of
through
liar
his
too.
mischievous nature,
But I try to
and
reverse the best I
uses his
can.
cleverness and ability
When
to
the time comes.
deceive and outsmart larger and stronger animals, take control of the situation, and get himself out of trouble.
And some people are confusing to
Anansi
me,
the
really
spider
confusing.
is an African trickster. He is a morally ambiguous
Who
character.
the fuck are you? And who the fuck are you? And who the fuck are
fools
you?
humans and
Some
gods
people
alike.
understand.
His tricks are enhanced by his
A little bit,
ability
but not completely.
to change form and take whatever shape best suits his
No, they're clouded.
escapade.
They're clouded.
Some also
Really
class
clouded.
him as a divine creator who spun the
Don't
entire
even really
world
try.
into
What have they
being,
done?
bringing stories and wisdom to the world.
Enough.
Similarly,
Oh,
in
Aaron Chambers.
American
There you go.
culture, Itomi is a spider trickster spirit. He was once wisdom,
Aaron
but was
Chambers.
stripped of the title because of his trouble.
We're gonna talk to Jared. Dude, what's up, bro?
As a way
Who's that?
to teach lessons to the
It's Jeff
youth.
Lucky.
He gives
Oh, Jeffrey
lessons
Lucky.
to people.
Jeffrey fucking Lucky. How you been lucky?
Folktales are
Hey, let me pull over. Let me pull over. Jeff Lucky.
Yeah, I do remember Jeff Lucky.
Use strings to control
We're
humans
pulling over
like
to the side of the road right
and
now.
has
We
the
got
power to
some
make
cars
creatures that
and
change
shit.
forms.
Yeah,
According to
fucking.
prophecy,
Hey, how you doing,
his
Terry?
breath would
How's it
spread
going?
over the land.
Pretty good.
This can be interpreted as
Right
the
now,
telephone
we
network
got
and
Terry's
then
got
the
problems. He
internet,
said he is
the
having
World
some
Wide Web.
problems.
Ictomi has been
What about my problems?
considered a memorial
And
to the
he's looking
future
at
of
like
human
not
technology. The myth is a way for the psyche to talk
What?
about itself.
Me?
Many of the Native American people
Yeah, I don't have many problems anymore, dude. I'm working on them.
of the Europeans
Let me pull over, bro. I'm trying.
seem
Hold on.
to readily
We're gonna
follow
pull,
this bizarre
we're gonna
behavior
pull over.
of self-entrapping
Sir,
tricks.
pull over. We're gonna talk to you,
Yoti
man.
is another
In person?
important trickster figure in Native American folklore.
What are you
The
doing?
European equivalent
We're
is
gonna pull
Reynard
over
the
and then
Fox.
we're gonna talk to you.
One of
Okay,
the
do
most
it.
popular figures in Norse
Sorry, this
mythology
badass
is
BMW,
Loki,
dude.
the trickster
Oh,
god.
you're cool as
By
fuck now.
trickery and
Stop.
mischief,
You got a Beamer?
he death of
Oh man,
Thor.
see, this is what happens. This is what happens.
Loki
When they're that bad, but they're that good, and they get around to it, they do good. I know it. Right? I know Jeffrey Lucky is the guy. One of the guys. I'm like, you know what? This guy's talented, but he's in fucking rehab, and everyone's looking at him all funny. But I'm like, no, dude, check it out. This guy's talented. And I know it. And look, he's got a fucking Beamer now.
As well as the beneficent creator
Right.
who
No,
brought
Jeff
fire,
Lucky's
music,
a good dude.
and
Good ass dude.
Right now,
his divine status,
like I
however,
was
is
in
unclear
rehab with Jeff
He
Lucky.
is
Were
born
you?
as an
Yeah.
outsider who wants to be an insider.
Yeah.
Through his early exploits as a
That's
trickster,
how you met us
such as
both.
stealing Apollo's castle,
What?
he wins the admiration of
That's how you
Zeus
met us
and an
both, huh?
uncontested place
Yeah.
on Mount Olympus, the home of the
I
Greek
met
gods. Hermes is a
He's
divine
gonna come
trickster,
back here,
like a
huh?
pump and
Who, me?
messenger of
Never, bro.
gods, negotiating
Never.
the boundary between man
'Cause I'm sober.
God, matter, and spirit.
I'm
He
sober.
is the only God who
Okay,
can
bro, I'm
traverse
ready.
all
I just smoke weed.
realms
I relapsed on
and
Christmas, but
Olympus,
since then I've been good.
and the underworld.
That's good.
But it was also one of the craziest days of my whole life. So
Mediator between
been
man
doing pretty good.
Christmas is that long ago.
Hermes
What?
is the third way of
Yeah,
life.
Christmas
Besides the
is
upper
a short time ago.
the directionally rational,
But it's 3 months ago.
God of jokes and
Well, what about the
joys,
mouse?
the tricky God
Some acid. I don't take any acid.
enemies
No,
invaded
but I
the
said, what
city.
about the mouse?
Hermes dressed as a simple
I'm looking at it right now. I'm thinking, when am I going to fucking get up there?
city.
So I'm like, if I have Garfield with me,
Do you remember about when
He
me
showed
and you
people
went out
that
the
he was
mouse?
their ally.
yeah, I do.
They might encounter
Crazy,
and
huh?
protect her in any danger.
You're right, Aaron.
One of
You
Caesar's
sound crazy right now.
good shepherd,
You sound good
carrying
right now, bro.
around
He's super
sheep
good,
and
man. It's just
the
like,
trickster god also
you
has a
sound
protective
super good. It's like you're in a shooting
Many
situation
times
right now,
wild
right?
masks
Yeah, a little bit.
abandon their personality,
Tell
becoming
Lucky about the
possessed by the
shooting
spirit of the
situation
trickster.
here. Tell us.
Rituals
Well, I see dead people now,
trickster,
Right?
but the ritual
No, it's
setting
real.
is
and it
missing.
drives me fucking nuts,
Is
dude.
missing.
It
Like-
really does. It really does. I don't actually see them like as a person, but I see that too.
It's
No,
just,
he
it,
100% does, man.
it's crazy, dude. I sit at my house all day long. I'm basically trapped here. Turns out my cat is super psychic, and he thinks he's God. I'm pretty sure he is, actually. We'll find out. And And I don't know. He showed me how to talk to dead people now. So everyone thinks I'm fucking nuts. All my neighbors do. And I'm like, I don't know where to go. So I go up to the mountain one of these days. Because I can't work when I just talk to dead people all day long. You can come and see whenever you want. Yeah, my house is open for you guys. Yeah, whenever you want. Next weekend? I'm still here next weekend. Hey, I need Aaron. Aaron. Is Aaron fucked up right now? He's drunk. Are you drunk? I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you. You sound drunk on the phone almost. Because I'm fucking psychic, Aaron.
It is part of the collective unconscious, inherited and universal structure.
You sound drunk, dog. Are you just drunk or you sounding drunk?
Archetypes are primordial patterns or imprints of the experience of our ancestors, the primary source of psychic symbols, which attract energy and structure it.
He's not drunk. He doesn't sound drunk at all. No, my friends don't drive drunk, ever. What? Not there, Yarful, not there.
Images, symbols, and motifs found recurrently in myth, religion, and art.
Well, if you're in sober living, Aaron, it's not very responsible. Well, that's not very responsible.
The Great Mother, the hero, and the trickster, to name a few. Trickster is the archetype which explores.
Oh, so you're a liar. A liar. That makes you a liar.
There are as many archetypes as typical situations there are in life. We cannot observe them directly, but they have a great impact on our personal activities.
I know it too.
Way of thinking. It is the deep and dark place where impulses and instincts emerge. Archetypes are organs of the soul.
Hey, that's good. But you know what you should try?
Of the unconscious.
Back here.
Living personalities within us, autonomous and
yeah, with mountain. I don't care if it's covered in snow. It's too much. No, you're too much. You can't do it. Nice. Oh, so you're surrendering. No, surrender. Surrender, huh?
Guides our actions, but it is impossible for something to appear in consciousness without having roots in the unconscious. The mythological features of the trickster extend even to the highest regions of man's spiritual development. In the early Middle Ages, strange customs were taking place, viewing rites. In the very midst of divine service,
I just got a climber.
Masquerades with grotesque faces disguised as women.
Man, she's too powerful. No, she's too powerful. Mount Shasta. You don't realize it till you're there. You're like, okay. Yeah, it's creepy. It can be creepy. It's a fucking haunted forest out there.
Incense made of old shoe leather.
But I'm not scared of it so much anymore. But I'm trying to get Garfield to be.
These pagan
he's getting there. Garfield's getting there.
Popular. And it required considerable time and effort to free
Are you going back?
From them. The phantom of the trickster, however, continues to haunt the mythology of all ages. King writes, he is obviously a psychologian, an archetypal psychic structure of extreme equity.
Aaron.
Manifestations, he is a faithful reflection of an absolutely undifferentiated human consciousness, corresponding to a psyche that has hardly left the animal level. The trickster myth reflects an early rudimentary stage of consciousness, a collective personification that is the product of an aggregate of individuals, and is welcomed by each individual as something known to him, which would not be the case if it were just an individual outgrowth. If the myth were nothing but a historical remnant, one would have to ask why it has not long since vanished into the great rubbish heap of the past, and why it continues to make its influence felt in the highest levels of civilization. The trickster points back to a primitive stage of consciousness which existed before the birth of the myth. Only when our consciousness reached a higher level could we detach the earliest state of ourselves and say anything about it. He, the trickster, is a forerunner of the Savior, and like him, God, man, and animal at once. He is both subhuman and superhuman, a bestial and divine being, whose chief and most alarming characteristic is his unconsciousness. He is so unconscious of himself that his body is not a unity, and his two hands fight each other. The trickster is a primitive cosmic being of divine animal nature, on the one hand superior to man because of his superhuman qualities, and on the other hand inferior to him because of his unconsciousness. The myth of the trickster, like many other myths, is supposed to have a therapeutic effect. It holds the earlier, low intellectual and moral level before the eyes of the more highly developed individual, so that he shall not forget how things looked yesterday. The so-called civilized man has forgotten the trickster. He remembers him only figuratively and metaphorically when irritated by his own ineptitude. He speaks of fate playing tricks on him or of things being bewitched. He never suspects that his own hidden and apparently harmless shadow has qualities whose dangerousness exceeds his wildest dreams. For Jung, the trickster forms part of the shadow, both of which are dangerous to the extent that we keep them hidden from ourselves and project it onto others. He writes, "The trickster is a collective shadow figure, a summation of all the inferior traits of character in individuals. And since the individual shadow is never absent as a component of personality, the collective figure can construct itself out of it continually, not always, of course, as a mythological figure, but in consequence of the increasing repression and neglect of the original mythologems, as a corresponding projection on other social groups and nations. The collective trickster energy is present in someone who looks like a leader, but is in reality the great pretender, one who convinces the people by promising truths but delivering lies. This figure appears, disappears, and reappears throughout all of human history. We think that the danger is the one who's trying to break into our house. But little do we know the dangers of the unknown and repressed parts of ourselves, which causes us to lose our own self. Our self behind our self concealed should startle most. The trickster accompanies us into the rabbit hole, to the depths of our unknown self, to the valley of the shadow of death. However scary it is, trickster helps us to find depths in ourselves that we didn't know were there. While the shadow helps us know our morality, the trickster is concerned with helping us reduce the sin of pride. He keeps us from being too confident in ourselves, since hubris forecasts a fall. Trickster is important in individuation because he helps deflate ego inflation when we become controlling, arrogant, or narcissistic. The healthy ego is our sense of who we are, serving as a bridge to the inner world. The trickster is the ego demolitionist expert who helps us become more realistic about our psychological limitations and ultimately our spiritual limitlessness. This is an energy within ourselves and within the universe that humbles us, topples our ego, upsets our plans, demonstrates to us how little our wishes matter, and dissolves the forms that no longer serve us, though we may be clinging to them for dear life. When the ego is at its height, the trickster takes a little pin and bursts our bubble of greatness. And as we start to see the reality of things, everything that we thought to be meaningful, power, money, fame, pleasure, becomes meaningless. Trickster helps to humble us down and tells us that our power is limited in the vast universe. This surrender is a necessity for self-realization and a connection with the divine. Instead of the great helping the lowly, Trickster reverses this and disguises himself as someone very lowly, but this lowly person overcomes the so-called great person, one who has an inflated ego. The Bible has a passage that expresses this trickster energy clearly. But God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty, and base things of the world, and things which are despised hath God chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are. No matter how lowly you are, or how utterly useless you might feel in life, there is always something in the higher self, or God, that still calls you. In alchemy, the trickster archetype manifests as the elusive symbol of Mercurius, the Roman equivalent of Hermes, who is fluid like quicksilver. Jung writes, a curious combination of typical trickster motifs can be found in the alchemical figure of Mercurius. For instance, his fondness for sly jokes and malicious pranks, his powers as a shapeshifter, his dual nature, half animal, half divine, his exposure to all kinds of tortures, and last but not least, his approximation to the figure of a savior. Mercurius masterfully holds the duality of spirit and matter, and is associated with the lapis philosophorum, philosopher's stone, or the self. He is paradoxically associated to Christ and to Lucifer, the light bringer. In comparison with the purity and unity of the Christ symbol, Mercurius Lapis is ambiguous, dark, paradoxical, and thoroughly pagan. It therefore represents a part of the psyche which was certainly not molded by Christianity and can on no account be expressed by the symbol Christ. On the contrary, as we have seen, in many ways it points to the devil, who is known at times to disguise himself as an angel of light. The paradoxical nature of Mercurius reflects an important aspect of the self, the fact that it is essentially a union of opposites, and indeed can be nothing else if it is to represent any kind of totality. The elusive philosopher's stone, the central symbol of alchemy, which allows one to turn base matter into gold, is a product of a real trickster, Mercurius, who drove the alchemists to despair. For Jung, the philosopher's stone is not found externally, but in ourselves. The trickster, in the form of the alchemical Mercurius, can be said to contain the totality of the psyche, both the unconscious and the conscious mind, the known and the unknown, and the light and dark within us all. The psyche seeks balance, not staying in extremes, but a combination of opposites. The transcendent function in alchemy is where the psyche finds the midpoint. This occurs when the time is just right, that is, in synchronicity. In a way, not enough or too much are the trickster. The extremes are how we get tricked. However, trickster is trying to point us towards the center, to the path of individuation. This reminds one of what Aristotle said about virtue, that it is a point between a deficiency and an excess of a trait. For instance, the golden mean of confidence is between self-deprecation and vanity. As one becomes more balanced in life, one also reaches psychic wholeness. Tricksters are always on the scene, attempting to show culture its shadow and the inevitable changes that are afoot. In mythological terms, the battle between the forces of creation and destruction, as typified by trickster polarity, are as alive and well in the modern world as they were for our ancestors. Trickster makes its way to the world stage via the psyche of the individual. We must come to terms with inner conflicts in order to gain more clarity about the outer conflicts we seem as a culture to be mired in. The integration of the trickster archetype allows us to go from being ruled by our own self-centered ego to a new way of living in which one has integrity and relatedness. It allows us to become aware of our true emotions, behaviors, and thoughts that our unconscious persona is hiding, and without which there's no individuation at all. In other words, trickster allows us to discover ourself, the totality of the personality, which unites the opposites of consciousness and the unconscious, and holds everything together in balance and unity. Trickster attempts to wake us up and, in the process, shake us to the core of our being. Perhaps this is because he embodies fundamental patterns that we fiercely struggle with and desperately need to reconcile within ourselves and our world. Through negotiating and disrupting conventions and boundaries, Trickster broadens the realm of human potential. While Trickster may bring us difficult lessons, he is also the force that allows us to imagine and create entirely new possibilities. In the history of the collective, as in the history of the individual, everything depends on the development of consciousness. This gradually brings liberation from imprisonment in unconsciousness, and the trickster is therefore a bringer of light as well as of healing.
Copy. Yeah, you tea guy. Oh, they're eating each other. It's a war right there. Showing one. I'm just been attacking kind of, but not really. I love being tired.
The astrology suggests, as Einstein said, God's not playing with dice. It's not random. There's an event that occurs, there's a whole system around it, and the stars are directly related to the karma that you have been handed from past lives. I don't think there's a mystery anymore, that there's a continuum. This is ancient science.
We just dropped in for almost 3 hours yesterday, and I'm a believer now. I never thought I'd be here. That session changed my life.
A really good astrology reading. You should finish going, I felt so understood. And now I get it. That's what astrology is for. Essentially, is to help you fall in love with you so you can get on with the movie. Because you can't get rid of you. It doesn't go away. There's a lot of people listening to this who spend way too much time alone, and they don't feel connected, mostly to themselves and their own chart. What are you doing here? Why did you incarnate? What is the purpose of incarnation if not to evolve, to continually wake up inside the dream, and then play the role of the joy maker, of the lover, of the manifestor?
Motherfucker, that's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying, motherfuckers like that. But you're already trying to kill me. Sorry, Chris. I was having a second conversation with the motherfuckers. Who's now more punishment than he was before. But it was not my fault.
One of the spirits.
Well, Deborah,
a real person. No, he's in prison somewhere, and I'm like, I'm not supposed to be talking to him, or I could get in trouble again.
I don't believe in astrology,
and
because that's how I've spent most of my life.
So I've heard.
It happens like that when you're like this.
Is I've
hyper
just
ethereal
never
being.
seen something.
It's like, oh, I can hear everything. I know everything.
You know, just
drives me nuts. Garfield, what the fuck? Why am I outside still? Trying to hunt the mice. I know you.
So I do a Google search and I see it, and I'm like, yeah, I get a little.
I don't care if you want to be a killer. But you're not a killer anymore. You're on retirement.
And so it's never
eat your sweet potatoes. You're a vegetarian.
I've also not understood the mechanism.
It's for the day. I don't have any kibble.
Would work. Although I did listen to a speech from Richard Tarnas, who explained that it was this co-arising in the cosmos. And so that opened my mind a little bit. To bring us to the present, we just dropped in for almost 3 hours yesterday, 2.5 hours good, and I'm a believer now. I never thought I'd be here. And so we're starting from a different place than I anticipated. That I'd love to just, first of all,
stretch on your bonds.
Session yesterday.
I know you want to break all bonds. You're not like
deep shamanic work and working with the elements. It was really beautiful, really, life-changing. So first of all, thank you. And excited to, speak to those people that may be like me and be like, this is all a bunch of bullshit. This is all the Barnum effect and people trying to apply things that are general to something specific.
You never see me dance for Robbie, Chris.
Person.
You didn't even know that I've done this with you.
And then
this is the weird thing about me and you sometimes. You didn't realize that your brother literally is Dionysus. That he's a fucking master dancer.
It's so funny because in true double Pisces fashion, I'm writing a book that will be coming out in a year in 13 languages, and the name of the book is I Don't Believe in Astrology. So you just nailed it. So that is what
almost
I respond to.
Not quite.
There's so many people, and I understand.
I'm the art of fucking good, dude.
Because I was once a skeptic. Like, how could it possibly be true? And make it really specific for me, to your point, so I can feel
yeah,
it,
dude, straight up sometimes.
Words and jargon.
And I know
because so much of the New Age has all these words.
The Mars one? Do you watch the Mars one?
And we scroll, we listen to all the, but when it touches your heart and it's shamanic and it enters the body,
I can do the Shiva dance too.
Takes place in a real concrete way. That's
basically not as good as those guys can do it because I'm not flexible. Don't want to claim that.
Embodying astrology,
but almost sometimes.
Yeah, that's I think what it is, and it's my way of knowing. Like, this is my.
And I learn it from the ether.
How do I know what I know?
Shiva just shows me.
What's the process for me? I have to feel it.
Yeah,
she just shows me often too.
Come inside my body.
Yeah. Ishtar,
and that was the road that we crossed. And once I've crossed that road, there's no coming back. Like after I've felt God, it's not like I don't know about God. I mean, I felt it this one time. Like, oh no, I know.
Me too.
I'll feel it more times and more times.
I really like the way the ancients looked at it, though.
That's kind of the position that I'm in now. So, wow. And also, there's
me too.
Interesting
when you're literally something different.
Me having
and you know it.
Earth sign
in
my chart at all.
Like I have this
still
lately.
Exhibiting strong and manifesting a lot of Earth qualities. Right? And so I think that was one of the reasons that I was like, I don't know if I believe in this.
Taking a step back and be like, whoa, what's going on?
That only with like the master touch, and I know with any master, you'd be like, I'm just a student, blah blah blah. We get it, but nonetheless, that master's I was able to
It made a lot of sense to
bring
me.
deeper into the
A
child.
lot of what you said when I was a
the
kid.
first book I wrote was called
When I
Missing
fucking got
Element.
possessed by a
When
god
you're
one
missing
day.
an element, it doesn't
Like,
mean
oh,
you
so
don't
I must
have
have been
it.
possessed by
It means
demons
that
most of my
you
life.
already did in a past
Like, that
life.
fucking makes
In
sense.
this lifetime, they said enough
I
of
was a
that.
little
We
wretched
gave you
kid a
too
lot of
much
the time.
earth. Think of what you
Not
would
as
have
bad
been
as
like.
people ever like
But they would
accused
have
me of
fit
being,
into
especially
it.
dad.
So some people,
But yeah,
my
see
best
me
friend
sometimes.
owns a
I'm like,
lumber
oh wow,
yard. She has
so I'm
no
a fucking
earth
sinner, huh?
but she works
Damn
for
fucking nation.
wood all day. So it doesn't
Now I
mean
have
you're
superpowers, so I
missing
don't know
an
what to do
element,
about
you don't have it. It does mean it's a lesson.
Like
It's a teaching.
Spider-Man.
You either come
Almost.
in with an advanced version,
I can see
or
like these
you're
like
suffering
webs I can
during
shoot in my
the
hand
beginning
and get
level.
me
So
there
it's always
places
a
faster than I would be
clue.
otherwise.
But in your
I don't
case,
fall
your
over
earth
when I'm
element.
dancing.
I mean, I was in awe. I was writing it down, writing all the things that you've accomplished. I was like, this guy has no earth.
I'm not as good as I
so don't
was
give
getting
him
because I've been
anymore.
practicing. And Garfield
So
keeps
just
trying to
think
get out
how
of his
worked
chair.
up you would have
I
been
don't
if you
want
were
him
really
to.
grounded God.
Okay, little bastard. No, I'll
Yeah,
eat you.
that's very
I will
interesting
eat you.
place. But all right, so we have a couple things I want to talk about. One is I want to go through the elements and give people who don't understand how the elements, affect a person and what they really mean. I want to talk about that, and then I also want to take a step back because we just brought in this concept of reincarnation.
Yeah, I do
part
want
of the purpose of this, which is learning different lessons throughout this life. And so, first of all, just to zoom out the first.
Me too. I try to do the same
what are
thing.
your thoughts and feelings about?
Well,
and
I don't know.
Though I'm a very special being, each one of us are special. Each one of us, just because I'm this, doesn't mean you're not something else that's really beautiful.
That's what I try to tell people too. But it blows my mind because I'm like, okay, I got powers. Like, so everyone else must be special too. They just won't accept it about themselves. And it drives me fucking crazy. What drives me even more crazy though is when they accept it about themselves and they don't quite accept it about other people. I try to, best I can.
I guess for me, I kind of just see that everyone's in the place that they're meant to be, and they're doing the things that they're meant to be doing. So no one is going against the will of God. They can't. Like, you can't go against the Tao. You have to.
No, you cannot go against the Tao. Ever. And that's not a declaration of war, guys. Stop thinking about it like that.
The fool has to be the fool.
The fool must be the fool.
The Tao would be the Tao.
Or the Tao would not be the Tao. Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I'm talking about.
So it says a wise scholar who hears the Tao practices it diligently. A mediocre scholar who hears the Tao wavers between belief and unbelief.
No, right.
And a worthless scholar who hears the Tao laughs at it boisterously. If such a one,
Scoffers. Yeah, scoffers.
if such a one did not laugh, then the Tao would not be the Tao.
Right. If one does not laugh. God's a joker sometimes. Because it's a tragedy. Life can be a tragedy. Until it's not, then it's a comedy. Unless it's still a tragedy. Parts of it are. But I believe that the good will laugh in the end, and their torturers will burn in damnation. I almost went there the other day.
Bones led the big parade. 110 cornets right close at hand. And there were rows and rows of the finest virtuosos. Because God is perfecting everything, like a blooming of a flower. And God's perfecting all the free wills that exist in the world. Like, God made a supercomputer that is so powerful that it has no free will, but it has almost the same power as God. And maybe it does have the same power as God, but it has no free will. So it's able to rein in all the free wills of the universe, guiding souls from planet to planet while we're in this lower state. He's giving us freedom to all be ourselves so that we can look at ourselves critically and wisdom can grow there. And that ultimately that wisdom is love. So that love can grow there. God is showing everyone all this great contrast between good and evil, and all things are growing together, and we're all interconnected in one. At the same time, we have our own unique individuality.
Right.
And I told you about the angel that came down
The angel.
into my room and told me that I was Jesus Christ.
Uriel. Was that Uriel?
But then I had
Well, that's what I've been calling
a
to
bunch of
often.
other experiences where I was like working on different timelines. Like I was literally like going from one timeline to the next, and I was teaching people right at the right time, giving
I don't know why they
them
want to say it all the time.
so that they can take that, so that we can. Because in heaven, when
Well,
God creates the perfect heaven after this world, the partial dies. The world, the impartial is what's left. The fullness of everything is left. And God is like the master musician, the master conductor.
We're saying no way, no way, no way, right?
He's molding the clay of free will so that it can best hold the water of life.
Garfield, get back here. Push limitations to it.
I kind of think that maybe
When I want food, it's too bad. It's like, Dad, I didn't get the kibble I wanted. I don't want rice or potatoes anymore. Like, that's too bad.
Realization of the inner workings of all of these things and how they're all interconnected. And that's why I fight for mercy. Because I know that there will come a time when the partial will fall away and all that will be left is the impartial. Or all that will be left is love. That all of our opinions and our obsessions and our personality and our individuality will give it all to love, and love will be the only thing. Love is like the glue that keeps everything together. And he's also the fallen angel, Lucifer, and at the same time, love is Jesus Christ, and love is. But we each are our own individual thing at the same time as we are one with everything. So we all are the serial killer. We all are the virtuous prince who fights for the damsel that's in distress. We all share those things, even though one person might be the damsel and one person might be the prince. We are all interconnected.
Right? We all are the damsel and the prince, aren't we? Can be.
Yeah, we're all the damsel in distress, and we're all.
No, we're not.
Prince. But also,
But you never really fucking know.
Is the damsel.
Sometimes you do.
And the prince is the prince.
Garfield. Can't go outside right now. Yeah, I know you really, really want to. Can't I stand there? Yeah, I can't stand it, but I have to take a poop right
The
now.
worst of ourselves or the best of ourselves. And God is shaping a world
654, Garfield.
of perfection where we all are the best of
They're
ourselves.
trying to get to stretch out his bonds until they break. I'm telling you, they won't fucking break, Garfield.
And however old this universe seems to us. Do you want some food, kitty? Do you want some food?
You want me to go get you some kibble? Or go over there and get you some fucking kibble? No, fuck off, dude.
Yeah, let me get you some food.
Here, I'll walk you to the fucking Chambers of Secrets house. You can eat kibble over there. Shiva's.
There you go. There you go, kitty. Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter why. It's a good name for them. Because they don't really have any.
They misinterpret what could be mundane or boring as unproductive or unsuccessful. Aubrey Marcus does that. What about when the ego gets triggered? That side of the fence, the people that are just doing ordinary life, and took the mundane and made it beautiful and are just having a regular job, do not underestimate the soul's evolution and the presence of simplicity.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there's characters like you and me who have reached a certain level of public acclaim that are out there looking like, and we are taking a hardball, like we're playing right in the front edge. We've got the lights on. Check this out.
Yeah.
And neither one is better or worse. But the confusion is our society values the ego with so much attention. And so it should. It certainly pays and it makes us interested. We watch movies, we watch football players. We're like, look at that. And then back at the ranch, they're sitting in the audience going, what about me? There's no difference. The soul's evolving on its path based on the chart, and yours is big. That's Jupiter on your Saturn. Your life lesson is so giant, you did it for all of us. So thank you for being willing to be seen, taking on the storyline, opening up our minds, talking about when I grew up, because I'm older than I look, plant medicine was, first of all, there was no such thing as, it was called drugs then, in the good old days, and we were all secretive about it. No one was allowed to go on a podcast and tell people like that. Ayahuasca wasn't even a word in our vocabulary. So I want to thank you because you're pioneering, as you would in this chart, in a big way to give us permission to get out of the old story.
Yeah, well, thank you for that acknowledgement. And you do take a lot of arrows. I remember 2010, I went on Joe Rogan's podcast and talked about my ayahuasca journeys, and for about 2 months, and then for the next 2 years, every third comment was like, "Go back to the jungle, you fucking hippie, you fucking druggie, blah blah blah." But what's funny is like, I don't get that anymore. Like culture has shifted and caught up, and that was one of the reflections we had. Is like there's some aspect of me that has the blessing, and I don't take credit for these blessings, and especially now that I know how much I've come in my assignment, like I'm getting continual blessings and assignments
from the future.
Really, like that's that. So explain what that is.
So in the chart, there's different parts of our character. The sun is our personality. Everybody knows their sun's sign. The moon is our inner world at night, and yours is in Sag, which makes you funny and witty and sarcastic. And then this particular topic is Mercury. How does the mind work? What's the nature of your thought process? If yours is in the future, it's in Aquarius, the most exalted position of memory. That's really strong. We talked about that. Fascination with everything that's not normal. I cannot stand following. Always 3 steps ahead of everyone, wondering where everybody is. Why they aren't getting it. So that's Mercury in Aquarius. Mine's the opposite. Mine's Mercury in Taurus. I'm really slow. Honestly, you can't tell by looking. It takes a long time for me to get something. I have to sit on it and listen. You're like, oh, wait. Yeah. So I had to learn from me permission to really take things in and slowly and not think I was dumb. And you, on the other hand, have to not be arrogant and think that you're so smart because your mind's going way past that. So this is the indicator, Mercury. Simple. And it's something that gets overrated. We hear Mercury retrograde, which you probably have poo-pooed. So did I. Thought it was so stupid. But we're in one right now. And everything that could go wrong goes wrong. My airplane was delayed, your car tire blew, whatever. There's all these stupid, and it's really true. First I was like, because I'm so practical, like this astrology. I was like you. This astrology shit, come on. Too many magazines and too many people playing tricks. And then after the years have gone by, and I'm at decades and decades of this. Mercury is the planet that describes the thought process and yours is in the future. It's Aquarius. So it gives you the gift, but it also gives you a curse because no one understands until we catch up. So notice the zeitgeist is now microdosing it, psilocybin. It's all words that become part of our public. And when I was growing up, about my medicine and how I use medicine very particular. I don't have because I'm so grounded, or I try to be. That's not true. I'm such a flake that I had to learn to ground and practice it. So I really kept my.
Yeah, I'm doing a series of science experiment over here, and from my perspective, I have magic powers. So does Garfield. But I don't want to test Garfield anymore because he fucking disappears when I do. Sorry, back on camera, Chris. I was taking a dump when I was done with you just a second ago. See now.
Yeah, I think I kind of have magic powers too.
I think you do.
Maybe
I think you do.
The same kind that you have, but I have a deep perception. I like all of the dream, like I kind of have prophetic dreams that kind of have taught me this understanding and all of my experience.
Oh, really? Oh, really? See, it turns out both of us, Chris, can be psychic vampires. But some people I've been accusing of being evil aren't evil. It'll affect them negatively, but not really. Some people I accuse of being evil very much are evil, and they've lied to you directly, I believe. Till they prove otherwise to me, personally.
What are they lying to you about?
I don't know. Someone's in a lot of pain around being tortured, and they're a cat, and they're a lot like George. So I don't know if it's just being like if the cat's just being held prisoner, if he has cancer, or if he's literally being peeled apart like he claims that he's being peeled apart.
Did I smoke that already? I must have. Okay. I smoked my whole cigarette.
No, the cat is like that. So they're taking advantage of it big time. I've been watching all these animal testing things, and fucking what they do to animals is fucking evil.
You know, there's a verse in the Bible. There's a verse in the Bible that says,
What are you going to say next? I bring him to you?
God, okay, so it's Isaiah chapter.
The animal testing will drive me fucking nuts, but it's still playing. Is it? They might flag me for this. I don't know. Oh, this guy's cool. I don't think he would. But I wasn't really listening to this one right now. Probably wouldn't. No, he's cool. I can't even almost talk to the guy.
Because it all works out the best in the end.
It is a good one. I'm just trying to watch something else right now. I always feel weird when I do that. Because their soul's right here going. Right, man.
Chapter 45, verse. Okay. So this is something that God is saying to the prophet Isaiah. And God says, I form the light.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So God created evil and good. He created the evil to give contrast to the good, so that the good can become fully known.
Did he? I believe that kind of. I have a different. I take a different direction, where I feel like it's chaos in the beginning. So what even is evil then? I think he created good to make contrast to that. Almost. But not quite. And I see what you're saying. Because when it's stillness, total chaos, just stillness, then that's all good, bro. But it's sister then, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that chaos is more of a concept. It's like an idea.
What if it's all there is? See, I'm technically a chaos magician, Chris.
And he has predestined all the things that happen. So he predestined chaos to be a thing.
Did he?
Because seeing the only way that you could.
He predestined chaos? How does he predestine chaos?
What?
How does God predestine chaos?
How does he predestine chaos?
If he came from chaos.
There's nowhere that God came from.
No, I know the beginning, Chris. God wasn't the beginning thing.
I know the beginning and God was.
Hmm.
I've seen it very clear.
Did you see him or her, though? Because I saw her, and she was chaotic before he ever came and tamed her.
It's both. I saw both him and her. I saw the him part, that is the stillness and the absence of anything. And then I saw her, his Holy Spirit that came from him. And then the word that came from their joining, which was love or hue.
Yeah, love did. Love did immediately. Eros came right away, didn't he?
It's not Eros.
That's love. That's love, Chris. That's who Eros is.
That's a part of love.
No, that's it's more complicated than that, Chris.
There's different aspects of love.
Right, but it's all still love, isn't it? So if that's the word for the God of love.
That's the chaos that God created.
Don't get too erotic on me, dude.
Showing the differences of love. There's one love that is all loves.
All love, Eros. That's what I call him.
Oh, that's what you call him?
Yeah, Eros. And you could think of it as erotic too, kind of, but it's not what I meant necessarily.
Yeah, I call him Jesus.
You can call him Cupid too. Well, Jesus is a man, and I know him well. The Logos, Christ. But he's not all there is, man.
I didn't say he was all there is. I just said he was the greatest angel in heaven.
Maybe the greatest man on earth, but who was he before he came here?
He was the devil.
Oh, you mean
he was the he
Eros? He went to Tartarus?
Well, it's actually Ganesh. I also call
Ganesha works too, but so does Dionysus.
First there was God. Then there, like in the Tao, it says the Tao gave birth to one. One gave birth to two. Two gave birth to three. And three gave birth to everything. That's the Father, God, the Mother, the Holy Spirit, which gave birth to Ganesh, or Jesus. And that's, I guess that's just the hidden, that it's basically hidden mystery stuff that I have spent the last 21 years studying. And you wouldn't know this unless you were me, I guess. Because then you'd be able to put together all of the mystery schools without actually having to be initiated by anyone.
I tried to. Without being technically initiated. Well, I kind of am secretly initiated into a couple of societies, but they don't know it yet.
Me too, but they do know. It's taken me 21 years.
Who do that? That's cool. Oh, they've been working on those.
Chaos came from love.
See, Chris has gotten around more than I think too.
So varied. There's so many different kinds of love. And
this is the Chris Miller, guys. The Chris Miller.
Comes all the evils.
I mean, that guy over there in the shed. Oh, yeah, Chris Miller. There's a ghost you living in just shed, I think.
Because love is, there's so many different kinds of love. And each one of those kinds is a being. And
back here too.
Discovered this about itself. That
Somebody's
it
met
was
Chris
this great force, this what's it called? This archon, like Yaldabaoth.
Yaldabaoth? Yeah, he can be a little bit of an archon, can't?
Discovered that it was love, and thought that it could
The demiurge.
challenge the creator.
Time's gonna kill
And
this
so
person.
it started
You'll
creating,
never suffer again in my world.
all this evil stuff.
That's
And
my
good
son.
stuff, and created and led a third of the angels astray in heaven in a rebellion, trying to claim to be more powerful than God. And now we're in the game of God showing us, God showing love, teaching love. Like, it already knows it messed up. Like, Yaldabaoth knows it messed up. Like, do you know who the ruler of this planet is? Like, I had a couple of them in my room the other day. They're reptilians. they're the first species that this intelligent species that this Earth brought forth, and they live under the Earth.
Garfield. How you feel that, Garfield? I'm just that powerful. I can just pick you up and move you
I
anytime.
guess with all this stuff that I've learned, I still could be wrong.
Doesn't mean humans are more powerful than him, and I know it. It's different than that.
It's different than what?
Oh, nothing. Just people who think they can pick you up and move you. I think they're more powerful than you.
People that think they can pick you up and move you?
People who think they can control you and control your mind. Divine or otherwise. Demonic or otherwise. They think they're more powerful than you, often. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're just not. Turns out. But some people say abide in me.
Hold on. What I'm working on right now, personally, is not holding on.
Where'd my marijuana go?
Like trying to fight for my belief system. And I'm trying just to be and kind of surrender to God. I'm trying to bring forth the magnificence that God is. Everything. Do you consider yourself less than God?
Oh, less than God? Of course I do. Look where I'm at. I'm at the bottom of the fucking abyss over here. And garbage keeps making messes I gotta clean up every fucking time I turn around. And I contribute. Don't get me killed for it, Garfield.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a perfect coincidence of life that led me to understanding love. And there's faith, hope, and love.
Where's my pot now?
You can have faith enough to move.
It just disappears in here all the time. The only thing for more on doing it because my fucking floor is wet. So I don't know how I fucking got this wet, Garfield. It's like if I use the right nutrient sometimes, it'll have way more water than it's supposed to have.
What?
And my socks are wet, my only fucking clean pair of socks. So they're like, oh, we can't get them outside again, so we can't what? Go to the fucking mountains, you fucking retards? Sorry, Chris, I'm fucking fighting demons here all the fucking time.
That's alright.
They try and set up every one of my moves next so I can't fucking get anything right or clean it up. And it really fucking irritates the shit out of me. Because they're like, oh, he's not perfect, so he must not be that guy because he's not fucking perfect. But he's pretty fucking close, turns out.
You know, we're all perfectly imperfect. You know, only God is good. That's what Jesus said in the Bible. Or at least that's what the Bible says Jesus said. You know, it says, don't call me good, because only the Father in heaven is good. And it says also to be perfect like your Father in heaven is perfect.
There it is. My marijuana. Garfield, being a dummy. You're getting yourself spilled.
So through that, I just see the perfectly imperfect dance that God has going on here as He perfects and teaches.
It's almost perfect. It's 3 to 1.159 something shit, bullshit, something about pi. They don't even understand, I don't think.
Today is Pi Day.
It is Pi Day, huh? It's Pi Day.
Yeah.
That's a good day. It's a holy day. It's the day that we celebrate free will or fate. Because
it's both free will and fate.
Because we get about 3 of fate. Or the 3 is fated. The rest of the fucking decimals after 3, when it comes to pi, are not.
I like that.
Yeah. Cool. That's exactly how I see it. For me, I don't feel like I have as much of those digits as other people do. I don't think mine's always irrational. Although it's very rational. But it's repeating. It's like
By the grace of God, that I have not had free will.
It's like my pie is not equal to your pie.
What?
I don't think my pie is equal to your pie. Spiritually.
No, we all have a different gift that God has blessed us with.
We all do. If we
We're
can find it.
individual. Maybe there's a lot of people that are similar, but they're not the same. And each person has their own unique experience.
The ghost of Malcolm X is powerful, turns out. Sorry about that, guys. Get me in trouble for it. No, dude just sits around picking on me sometimes. Malcolm. My friend Malcolm. No, because he's like that. A tester, one of these testers that come through. One of these really powerful guys I talk to sometimes. I just forget who they are sometimes.
I actually remember what I was told by a person in spiritual
Parts of them are not all of them. Parts can come through.
mindset.
Every breath you're taking.
Kind of like an ascended master. When I went to one of my stays in the mental institution back before I was taking my meds every day.
We like smoking pot with God. Yeah, we do.
The meds are actually designed so that you can further your ascension.
For good, foreshadowing.
They're there to put
Service to others is a cornerstone to avoid backfire. So,
schizophrenia that I have.
heads up, finding out that separate religions differ only by the mouthnotes used to describe the same things might not be a surprise. But to observe that modern science is doing
The meds can do that to you sometimes. If you need them.
But look at the name.
I don't need them.
Modern science. When something is
I refuse to take them personally, but for your adventure, they probably kept you alive, honestly.
Bias takes place. We inherently identify with.
But I don't know how. I really don't know, Chris. If you need them forever.
Sphere of learning,
honestly,
molding it to our scope of conceptual grasp. In other words, it's new.
Well, I just mean who knows? You could be immortal too.
It must be.
You haven't died yet.
Beyond all other previous models, the result is clear. Modern science
Exactly.
is held not
No, you've gotten older.
separate, but in opposition.
Quickly though? Oh, maybe not as quick as you should have. Taking meds like that, dude. Oh, you lost your hair. Oh, what a whiner. What, handsome? Well, you got handsome? Oh, well.
It claims that reality stops at physical.
Oh, you got more stocky. Too bad, Chris. Too bad.
Without these borders and categories. To him, science and religion were one and the same. Without those limitations, he was able to think outside.
I mean, nothing's quite immortal, right? But you'd be fucking surprised, dude, how long you could live if you just did it right.
These seemingly different ways of explaining the universe can be traced back to a
have faith in me, man.
That our reality hinges on. We can't help but wonder, is it all
just don't do stupid stuff.
Or is my head all in my mind?
Oh, you stole receipts?
Smoking tinfoil.
Smoking tin. I've been there too.
I literally rolled a joint of hash.
I've done that too. Except for that part.
Cigarette wrapper that was tinfoil.
We haven't felt.
Because I was like, I can't die.
That down to become manageable.
Because I really thought I could die.
Psychology indicates that personal beliefs shape that reality according to what you want to experience, whether you want it or not. So whether or not an objective reality exists outside of us doesn't matter. Your mind creates your reality in every second. For example, the double-side experiment. It insists that the observer collapses the weight of potentiality into hard reality. This tells me that Carl was right about the subconscious mind. It makes decisions for us without our conscious consent. Until we painfully bring it up to eye level, it will continue doing so. And we will assume things are happening to us from the outside because surely it is the powerful mind of the subconscious programming that allows.
Hold on, Chris. Excuse me one second. You're fucking evil. Yeah, you're evil. Damnation, guys. Damnation. Back to what you're saying about the
double slit experiment. He throws them under the bus.
The whole idea of the observer effect, where if you're not looking at it, you get one result. When you look at it, you get another result. Then people overinterpreted that as though your consciousness is affecting the experiment. Here's what's going on. The light is coming from the bulb, reflecting off of you, entering my retina, going to my brain. But if you're an electron, I turn on the lights, the photon hits the electron jumps to a different state. I cannot know what the electron is doing unless I illuminate it. And if I illuminate it, it's doing something different from what it was before I illuminated it. It has nothing to do with consciousness. It has to do with interacting with the object in order to make a measurement.
However, if you ask Neil about the double slit experiment, he'll say double slit experiment on a whole new level. Tracing its precise path.
Because God is able to bring contrast to that spirit.
Is where the we
and the true fullness
cannot explain
the majesty of perfection.
That's because no one on earth understands it yet. If you can't live with that, then you're not going to be happy with
like
life.
It's a hard walk.
On the smallest possible scale that we've ever discovered, the quantum universe, the mere act of observation changes reality. I know it sounds crazy, but in every trial ever conducted, the outcome depends on whether or not the experiment was observed. Wow, those are two different things. Thanks, Neil. It is easier to assume that mind is confined to the brain, restricted to the self. But if it isn't, a lot of the rules go out the window. For decades now, mothers of nonverbal children have claimed to share thoughts with them. They've been shy about it until recently, very recently, because they have been ignored by scientific professionals.
I knew that a lot of people think that I am, but that's the risk any scientist takes when they.
I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Even though I knew I was assisting my scientific reputation, I started testing them, and I found that they were exceedingly accurate.
It hasn't been easy.
After the medical board took my license away, I had to prove my sanity. Once I did, I said, I'm going to prove that ESP is real.
It is hypothesized that being nonverbal turns down the mental chatter of the brain that we all suffer from and opens up the mind to more subtle forces like the thoughts of others. The skeptics have said that this is simply a case of nonverbal communication owed to the closeness shared between the child and parents. Basically, that there are tells being performed undetected by the outside observers. It is also important to note that the skeptics who say this were not present, and neither were we. So, I mean, middle path, right?
In the dark.
Perhaps we should
darkness within darkness
skeptical of
is a doorway to all mystery.
Seeing footage like this.
The Tao Te Ching.
Oh, good.
Almost, right.
Now,
Summarize.
I didn't see any trickery there, but then again, neither do I with David Blaine.
Mystery of mysteries.
This is assuming
Adorable
that
essence.
a house mom and an autistic child have the same career skill as David Blaine. But again, seeing a person as nonverbal.
Does not say that. See, it does somewhere, doesn't it? Doesn't.
They are not very
clear. But it almost does.
This is 1,000 miles from the truth. When given a new way to communicate, they pour out an unexpected deluge of insight and awareness. Many will even describe other worlds along with beings in surprisingly fine detail. Some reveal verbiage of poetic level rhetoric, but only when describing these elements of divinity. This reminds me quite a bit of savants, particularly ones who have no skills or abilities outside of one very specific thing, that at which they are impossibly good. And I mean impossibly good. For 1,000 years and to this day, we have accounts of people who can Name the day of the week that falls on, June 17th of the year 1084. They will tell you the exact weekday name within or without the Gregorian calendar changes. Nobody gave them that info. And if it was given, that means that they memorized a million units of information. There are people who can calculate 14,672 divided by pi and answer it accurately down to the 100th decimal like a calculator, basically instantly. As if the information was just already there. In one of the wildest accounts, a boy could go into any parking lot and tell you the year, make, model, and history of each individual car. Before this ability was stumbled upon, he had no previous contact with those bits of intel. It's like they have AI installed at birth, somehow downloading information from a cosmic internet. But like North Korea, there's only one website available.
Going to the mall, so I'm sitting there eating a sandwich and I'm drawing, and this guy next to me says he's a physicist, and he goes, "It looks like you're doing some sort of math there." And I started telling him, my idea. And he said, "It sounds to me like you're trying to describe space-time and limits and things that I didn't understand what he was talking about." He goes, "But you're doing it in layman terms, and I've never heard anybody try to do that before." Turns out it was integrals. What I was doing was integrals and calculus.
Do you think that these abilities were always in your brain and got somehow unlocked by the injury, or did the injury give you something new?
I 100% believe that we all have this in us. People think that I got hit in the head and just magically got good at math, but a lot of it is your brain gets damaged and you're forced to see the world differently. And by seeing
you think
the
that I
world
was?
differently, it makes you think differently.
We can learn so much from divergent
You
minds.
sleepy kid.
I cannot even come close to hypotheticals as to why or how this is possible. But I can tell you one very important thing about these abilities. When the mind is laser focused on one particular thing, the downloads available on that very thing are sharp and accurate to the point of superpower. On the contrary, though, a mind scattered by differing avenues is spread thin and overwhelmed by option paralysis, insipidly attempting to multitask. This tells us volumes about the potentials of meditation and visualization.
I create whale. Well,
some widely overlooked how-tos here, but it also shows us that mind exists.
that means I look up.
outside the
I create
mind
crime
person
and
or
sadness.
being. More
This is me and my
accurately
whaling.
speaking, it is outside the being where mind typically occurs or louses.
It does do
If you
that too.
wish proof this kind of hive mind, take a look at insects. Cicadas emerge from the ground every so often, but their timing hinges on very complex mathematics based on primary numbers. Bet your left nut, not one of those little buggers is now seeing those equations on their own. Ants in a colony also think as one unit, paying no attention to its own particular body. Could it be that a person with autism is closer to the causal realms due to differences in brain chemistry that make them less distracted by the survival mode of
God might kill every single human did.
Trace
Every single one of
is
us.
certainly shared by experienced meditators who had to work for their gift of insight.
Except for a few of us
And Zen masters
who are really good
have the same
with the other ones.
After all
Our animals.
three of these
That's what God's telling me, I think.
one definite
He
trait.
said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for they shall inherit the earth."
People of few words. I guess that's gonna go ahead and exclude me from that group. I'd be yapping. Perhaps Terrence McKenna was right that language shapes
sleepy
our
ones.
reality.
The sleepy
But
heads.
are we weighed down by our own language? Does it inhibit us? If you have ever been dating a person who, after a while, insists that you answer the question, what are we? You might know how frustrating it can be to categorize everything according to social norms created by language. Perhaps the native people of indigenous cultures were right when they told Carl that they think from the heart, and that thinking with the brain organ designed.
You know, people nowadays agree with their animals a lot more than our.
Childishly naive. I mean, it is
Turns out.
widely accepted now.
All
that
things
we
considered.
have neurological
We need to be
changes in
better.
both gut and heart. So we have three brains, but one mind.
Almost.
Hard to tell what to make of this.
Wait, Taran does it
especially
really,
because
really
I am
good.
depending on language.
Not everyone's that bad. Must really got the jet, huh?
Put these
Very
symbols
much.
up here all the time. In case
This
you're
giant dark. See, I know what you're talking about. The primordial male.
with these abilities who is not shy of
Adam Cadma.
a person who is modern yet carries verified
Shaping chaos.
validation of his extraordinary mental
Like we're on from the beginning.
Let me introduce you to an untold side of Ingo Swan.
When he said, "Bonus,"
Trying to see what this target was, and I drew this here, and I said, "This is letters."
that means light. Sorry, I'm dancing it as you're reading it sometimes, Chris. I'm sitting in my kitchen just being Dionysus, dude. So when you're reading your spells,
And I thought it didn't get
make it more powerful.
When Dr. Osis saw the result, he came running downstairs from his office.
Just so you know,
got
you want to watch on
Just
YouTube
turn your
sometimes.
response upside down, and there it is.
You can find it.
Well, this came as a complete shock to me because I did not do this consciously. This was pre-conscious processes, and this was coming from some autonomic response into me, inside of me, completely bypassing consciousness stuff. And this was the first time I realized.
I just love doing it.
the
It's what I do.
part of our Species inheritance.
Now I do. See, at first I was like, man, I want to love doing this when I'm high. And I'm like, I just love dancing all the time, spinning in circles. I just love it.
But our inner systems that are doing perception at some other level beneath our.
The only thing I love more is smoking tobacco and drinking tea. Oh, and being with Garfield.
Is because
And Big George.
everyone knows of
And Precious,
his
too.
viewing by now, but few have read his.
And all these other animal spirits come behind me. A lot of dogs. A lot of dogs have done before. They like it here. They stick around.
Harness these extraordinary
When they don't have to.
while staying in his logical functioning mind permits a deeper dive into his own philosophies.
Well, see, I really believe, Chris, I really believe 100% when God said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for they shall inherit the earth,"
which will have to be its own episode.
it's because it says in the Bible that God gave the breath of life to Adam.
With respect to
Like, what about the other beings that Adam came with?
to identify the different
The poor in spirit.
to the
It's their turn.
language
That's what I'm worried about. Is that humans don't take their job as caretakers seriously enough. See, you kind of.
Researchers cannot yet find the language program itself.
But how much do you love that cat?
Installed in the seat of consciousness, not locatable so far. The Tuareg people
That much, huh?
in the Great
That's what I'm talking about.
Desert have some.
That's what I'm talking about.
different
Love.
kinds of
Pure love.
minds
Her love,
and
right there.
kinds of sand. They have assigned names and working frames of reference for them, for which there are no equivalents in English.
Now, see, that cat's a goddess and she knows it.
Cultures have taken the measure of at least 17 different kinds of snow and their implications in cultures dependent on camels.
See, not quite, but it's a very powerful name.
List of camel attitudes has long been available.
And no, not that word, guys. You gotta twist it in English. A little bit, but not always, you know what I mean?
Of the Polynesian islanders, many different kinds of ocean waves. In ancient India, yoga texts identify dozens of different aspects or types of mind and unconsciousness.
Water spirit.
Sanskrit terms for which there are no equivalents in English. So it's impossible to really discuss those types.
Foolish? Yes, often. As am I.
You can identify at least 10 different types of telepathy. So along with wind just being wind, camels just being camels, telepathy is just telepathy. Merely labeling
No, telepathy is just
all
telepathy.
kinds of
Sorry.
telepathy as just telepathy does not enable needed
Telepathy. Yeah, it's a shitty gift, telepathy. Being a telepath. Like me.
Neither does labeling consciousness as just consciousness. If human consciousness is being mentally conscious or aware of anything, then
Telekinetic, almost.
consciousness
Getting
is
there.
not amenable to having its measure taken. The implication being that it is not only
And empaths too. Trust me, guys. It sucks.
Thoughts transference of telepathy was
You don't believe that, do you?
strange. The reason was that it transcended the laws of physical matter, as those laws.
You guys don't believe that part, do you?
Since this understanding was generated
Empathy.
in an alpha reality.
No, I have it a lot.
Insisting that matter was the only reality. Telepathic experiencing could be ejected from any consideration. The strategy did not prevent telepathic experiencing from happening, of course, especially the vivid, well-documented kind via which mothers could sense when their children were in danger, What is not completely understood is that in the transferring of the information, bits are often sent through a series of subconscious processing. The principal function of which is to...
That's a good kitty, huh? What do you think about that?
So that they can be related to whatever...
Yeah, I like it hot like that. You don't like it hot, do you?
It seems that information...
I thought you were a fire spirit, Garfield.
Our sensing systems receive an astronomical 11 million information bits per second. Only an incredibly small, repeat, incredibly small fraction of those bits manage to get through to the neocortex and trigger conscious awareness and perception. Immanuel Kant proposed that ideas and how they are understood stand between reality and any understanding of it. For clarity, reality exists of which the mind makes...
Well, I can resist the cold pretty well, and I know it. No, I know it. You guys would have frostbite just walking around in here.
As John Locke indicated,
feet all wet, barefoot.
Assumes it knows.
Does it feel like it?
Ideas
Perception's weird when it comes to biology. How does that work all the time?
What this means,
it almost doesn't get along with our idea that biology doesn't all the time. The fact that some people just get cold all the time, like they run at like 85, they just don't give a fuck.
To argue that the seat of consciousness itself is not in the brain. Nevertheless, there's a global brain state that's constantly in flux. There exists an interesting saying. If you ask a fish to describe its environment, it will point out everything but the water. Yet another, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. It could also be said that you can lead specimens of the human species to their collective bigger picture, but all they'll see is the particular edge on which they are standing. All specimens of the human species have awareness, but they are so commonly and redundantly present that, like the fish's water, they are not seen. It can be stipulated that there are different kinds or types of awareness via which different things become revealed, and so it can justifiably be thought that a veritable or virtual mother...
It's supposed to be the best timeline. We will see. We will see. It might not be, but it still could be. Depends on where we go.
Flows in different ways and
where we go.
Patterns. Thus, it can be
better
said
people than me.
that there are different kinds or types of awareness via which different things become revealed. And so it can justifiably be thought that a veritable or virtual or motherboard ocean of awareness does exist, but which, like the proverbial water, flows in different ways
with
and
love.
Different patterns.
And not just self-love all the time, huh? But love for at least one other being
to measure.
you'd sacrifice the world for.
At least minutely, how bits of information are picked up by our sense receptors.
That's what I would do.
Filtered
If I had
through our subconscious. The subconscious then regurgitates some
no,
of that information.
No, but I'd sacrifice the world for Garfield and George.
Or thinking brain in a way that we can understand, making it clear that what we think we know is
because together
by
we can
the
just build it back, brick by brick.
Set up for. This
but I couldn't do it alone.
Devastating.
So I would sacrifice myself for the world if I just be worldless at the end.
We go back to that advice given by Uncle Carl. Until we make the unconscious,
the three of us, we could.
It will direct our
Get Precious too,
and we will call it fate. Our thoughts, words, actions, and thus resulting lives are
maybe that eyebrows cat, maybe Chris Miller, he'd be all right.
Living so deep within us that we can't see it. Outside of fleeting dreams or knee-jerk reactions, it is the water to our...
That's true. Only him who give his body for the sake of the world.
Manually go about.
But to me, number 21 in the My Tarot deck, his name is Garfield. Turns out
enough to get a good look at it. And when you finally do, what precedes?
They want to be George, but I think he might be the fool. And I was judging.
Better work for us and our higher needs. Even though this process will path differently to each person, there are a few surefire how-tos. Let's dive in.
Yeah, I guess the confusion.
It's his story, not mine. It's his story, not mine. That's her story, not yours. This is what I really believe about life, Chris, sometimes. Sorry if I'm talking to reason. I don't mean to be.
You know, the Siddhartha one once
Just,
said, all that we are is defined by our
cat
thoughts.
story.
It begins where
Child
our thoughts
story.
begin.
It's not your
moves where
story
our
anymore.
thoughts move, and it rests where our thoughts rest. Just like
See, I understand
we
that.
are the result
Just
of
give myself
source,
where I need to be.
our life is
For
the
people to
result
understand
of
him
the
more.
source within. All right.
Garfield.
Enough discourse.
Big
Step
George.
one
And Precious
is
too.
simple. Shut the f up.
The poor in spirit.
Seriously. It is often assumed that meditation's purpose is for the brain to rest from.
Well, she had 7 claws, right, Chris? So I assumed like, oh, she has 7 claws, and I just understand how symbols work down here. I'm like, well, cats are that powerful.
But more importantly,
like that powerful.
Even for a moment.
So she must be a 7-dimensional being or something, because she's just that fucking powerful, Precious. No, she was in pain all the time, all the fucking time, and she never said shit about it.
Conscious. Now we want a direct flow between the
Precious power.
the thinking mind, and
No, you're right. You were right.
So let's
I played it down a little bit, didn't I?
Hermetic axiom, that of correspondence. We want to make that flow direct and straight, an unbroken circuit between the below and the above. In this case, your spine, and the causality of the subtle will follow suit.
Right. I knew she was in pain.
To the pine bone,
I know, except how much it just sucked having that kind of pain on it. She told me like it didn't always hurt, but it kind of always did. And as it got older, she just got more used to it. But she hid, and I knew it.
Why we are told to have our backs straight, level, and plumb.
Do you know George had headaches a lot?
Well, it's not.
Because he had a big old brain, big old noggin, and his teeth kind of hurt too. I didn't know it. And he had chest pain all the time.
The juice
and I kind of do that.
By fluids, namely
Garfield, he gets toothaches now too. But other than that, pretty much good. He gets some belly aches sometimes recently. I think Gibble. He's a Gibble man. Gibble, not that good for him anymore.
To the top where the magic is fitting to happen. Try having your back against a wall at first.
But all cats have breathing issues. The Garfield's been a panther lately a little bit.
To become perfectly straight. And don't worry, you can still do this while being super gay. Actually, you might be better off. There is
you think so?
Torus shape of electromagnetic energy surrounding you. You can sense this field particularly well when not distracted. To be able to sense it also means to imagine it. Sounds like woo-woo, but this is a two-way street. Like placebo, at least, we are projecting as much as we are taking in. When your back is straightened out, paving the way for a cerebral cocktail highway,
I just know how God comes through now.
Finds its way easier.
Angels show up in pets more than they show up in people nowadays. That's what I know.
Taurus as a straight line running through your core. Having this image stapled to your focus is like inviting insights and revelations into your field. This is assuming that you've cleared.
I do most of it.
This is the difficult part. Difficult because of intrusive thoughts, of course. They sneak in uninvited. So we might come upon a hermetic principle, that of polarity, opposites. When a particularly unpleasant thought creeps in, don't even bother trying to get rid of it. Blocking non-tangible things with a brick wall is absolutely futile. The etheric is emergent by nature, magnetic to equivalent frequencies.
Thank you. Right. Who gave us the fire? The waterman. Who gave us fire?
Embrace the negativity.
Anki. Iya.
Opposites. Get a good
One
look
of my
at
favorites.
qualities and personality.
To identify with even.
Intrusive thought. And
Prometheus, the fourth thinker.
It's to its direct opposite. This
Don't you dare call him
is
Lucifer again.
Simple, but not to be confused with replacements, like mentally sitting on a beach in the sun. If you want to do that, just go find a beach. What I mean here is to find the specific antithesis of the intrusive thought with a straight line that can go on boundlessly in a parallel yet opposing direction. This is easier.
Almost though, huh? Lucifer's almost a dying concept, but it's a real being separate of them. They're powerful too. We'll get to those guys.
Push-ups for the mind.
The sons of God.
Gets stronger with practice until eventually it is a habit that is done without effort. This repetition action of non-action is precisely how we read
his daughters too.
The knee-jerk reactions of the subconscious until we are finally capable.
But the first torchbearer, turns out,
and all thoughts
was
or,
Nyx
as
from Night.
Buddhists would say, to empty your cup, clearing the mind of stagnating, redundant ruts of thought cycles is key. There are many ways to do this. Some people use a repeated mantra or focus on their own breathing and bodily sensations.
I'm not really debating. I'm just kind of like preaching at the same time you're talking. I'm listening to what you're saying too. I'm just taking it all in. I'm agreeing with you, and then I'm just adding my opinion to everything.
Merge between thoughts.
That's all.
You might even do something as
I agree with you on almost everything. I just have something to say about it.
Counts down to no thoughts. Literally, like 3.
Chris, I agree with you, and more than you think.
1, no thoughts.
I've been thinking about this a lot, so I have like all these other opinions on everything you say. That's all this is.
As long as possible.
You're going through my crazy Jungian trip for like just 6 months now, pretty much.
Well, I do know that everyone.
But the main goal is to recognize when the thinking mind starts back up, catch it, and recognize it happening, and then gently shepherd your mind back to
what I do know is that I am, and I know that I am.
Old JC said to his apostles, "Take."
That's what I know for sure. And what?
You'll notice.
Well,
he didn't say have no thoughts.
Nothing.
He knew that thoughts are not
maybe nothing
by the brain, but instead are downloaded into it. It's like
everything is nothing.
Too much, and we have thought option paralysis. When we take no thoughts,
nothing is everything.
Out the garage completely, put it all in the yard. Before bringing the bicycles and kayaks that they wanted so bad but never used back in.
But everything is.
Thus reorganizing it properly. When it's reorganized,
don't worry about it too much. It should work out.
We can focus properly.
Focus.
And maybe we should consider selling the kayaks.
Make sure you know it's real.
It's up a quarter of the garage to send up.
Yeah.
And I want to set up my drum kit so it can attempt foot movements performed by the greatest drummer who has ever lived.
Burns.
It is obvious to anyone with ears to hear.
I understand that too. You'd be amazed, huh?
And it'll all work out.
It's what God can do. Often.
I like the thing, but I can play drums.
Without even trying to sometimes.
Coming in hot here is focus. This is the most important part. Maintaining a laser focus on one particular idea. As simple as it sounds, our greatest weakness in developing mental superpowers is being pulled in a million directions by a million thoughts. Multitasking is an illusion. We shouldn't expect our minds to do it any more than we can. This is the difference between peppering somebody with buckshot from a shotgun and putting a single bullet into someone's forehead. Terrible example, but the aim here is to execute a goal, right? So a little wordplay won't hurt. The shotgun works fine when we're in the dark, when we can't see what we want to. We shoot in a vague direction.
Okay, well, it would be hard.
Target, but also
I think I've done it before one time, almost.
Now we have a mess. A bullet is refined.
Force-wise.
It requires a sharp eye that sees clearly. It gets the job done thoroughly without the collateral damage. This is what we should aim for. My Canadian friend Zoe sent me
That is for a rich man to think the king is better.
Finding of the third
Right.
eye. And just like many old books
Can be.
concerning the esoteric, it aids
Unless they're like that.
in illustrating this point. When the third eye is opened, the individual
Realize what they did wrong.
see all the manifold creatures and activities of the ether. And he
Do the best of their versions somehow.
to the causes and realities of life. The mind can have power over everything which it can visualize. He sees exactly what his thoughts are and what happens to them. Once he
Think about the worst thing they've ever done wrong.
comprehended the region of
And they're not as bad as human thinks.
uses and
It kind of pisses me
controls
off.
his thinking apparatus to much greater purpose. The yogi or sage who wishes to know truth at first hand and to study the workings of the universe sets himself
Shut that off.
earnestly and patiently
What
to
is that?
reawaken his third eye into activity, using time-worn and tested methods.
But almost sometimes, I feel like.
is the essence of purity. And
Well, I can't be pretty wretched. How should you be, Chris?
can only be contacted by one of a like vibration. He never
Wretched enough, that's what I know.
works to bring
But I'm not even
the
worried
brain
about it.
under the complete subjection of his will instead of at the mercy of outside influences. By
God created good and evil. God created the fallen angels.
Oh, Chris.
By a series of carefully planned
You ate my soul, huh?
he trains
He told
his
me one time.
mental equipment in much
You
the
ate my
same
soul.
way
Who is the
as
soul
a
of you,
dancer
Chris?
trains her muscles.
In your journeys.
The dancer gains complete control of her
Oh, really?
at
Oh,
the
really?
cost
Oh,
of
I heard.
tremendous work and
Oh, I heard.
sacrifice. The sage,
If you had one
for
time.
the same cost of effort,
Turns out you can't.
gains complete
Almost.
control of the mind. The mind is a very
I'll get off you with that one for now, Chris. Just know during Judgment Day, it's not going to be that easy, Chris.
Which has
And Jesus is going to let you know.
to one point the same burning quality as fire. If a mind is divided upon several thoughts, it's
So he's better than that, better than that, and better than that too.
in various directions. If concentrated upon one single point, it becomes as burning glass to the sun. Man is a god in the making, and the goal is waiting before him. When once he has set his feet firmly upon the path of attainment, his earnest aspirations will burn the dross out of his body and mind. Then, by degrees of the centers of force located within his 7 major glands, he will be enabled to function. These sensors connect him with the knowledge of and power to consciously work in.
Don't sin against sir.
Man's whole mentality
The winds,
can by
the Holy
this
Spirit,
means be
winds that
reoriented
blow.
and changed from a limited
Where they come from.
perception of third-dimensional objective life to a broad understanding concerning the why and wherefore
Even
of
Flo
the
herself.
universe and his own part in the scheme of things. He achieves a telepathic union with the mind of the being whose body is this solar
You guys just don't seem like
sometimes spoken of as cosmic consciousness. The science of self-development
Sitting in slow.
along these lines
He is Garfield.
includes special dieting, fasting, breathing, and posture. But the principal aspect of this training is known as meditation. The actual man himself, his real personality, and all of him that will endure, dwells within the heart. All that man learns through training and combining his physical brain with his higher mind must be linked with his heart before it really is his. Christ said, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And where a man's heart is, there will his treasure also be." This should remind us of the center of our electromagnetic torus field that we were speaking about. We can gather that Jesus Christ taught his disciples the science of meditation. Often he took them apart into a high place or plane. We read that one of them even reached the 3rd heaven and learned there of things which no man is allowed to
You
tell.
know it, right?
The Buddha sat in meditation for years until he gained access to the universal knowledge. Such great spirits have done much of the preliminary work for us and have shared with us their knowledge. So all we need to do is to profit by it. It is not necessary for all of us to travel the occult path, to study deeply, and to train as mystics. It is never too early or too late for any of us to take the quickest way, to begin to learn to love, to clear out all the accumulated rubbish of false thinking, intolerance, and greed, which is robbing us of the light of life. He will, through opening
Drives
his
me
heart
nuts.
and
Trust
love,
me.
establish a direct link with the great plan. The joy
What do you mean?
of which
Not fully
superconscious
there.
knowledge will uphold him. through
Sanity-wise,
all
I don't care about that
experience.
anymore.
It will illuminate
If
his
it's real, it's real.
through life, investing sorrows and joys with the radiance of their inner
I do.
message. Stone walls
Turns
do
out.
not a prison make, nor do palaces make a paradise. The mind is its own place, and in
Jesus.
itself can make
Yeshua.
hell out
You not
of
know
a
it?
heaven or
Oh, you
a
did.
heaven out of a hell. The first step to
You can
mastery
be
is
fucking
therefore to put the
mean
mind
sometimes,
in
dude.
order, to train it to work clearly and dispassionately, and to establish a true perspective on life. We must clear out from our minds quite mercilessly all the
Well, he's really coming back too.
rubbish,
That's what I know.
so that we will have a clean, free field in which to
You'd be
develop
surprised,
the
Chris.
marvelous
That's also what I know.
powers which are our heritage, the effects of People's emanations upon
There you go.
flowers, animals,
And
and
then
children
live
is
it.
often very noticeable.
And their name is
in
Christopher.
chemical form and action. It is obviously impossible
There you
for
go.
doctors or
Good name.
teachers to do us any permanent good until we learn
Why not?
to
Christ
poison
bearer.
ourselves and those around us. The true spiritual qualities entirely eliminate
Miller?
these poisons.
What's wrong with the last name Miller, dude?
Absolute
It means
faith,
wheel.
fear, and
It means
worry
wheel,
are
dude.
an impossibility. One
He's
who
the
is
process.
able to live in this way needs no
Jesus can be
outside
love.
help, and
The love can be
sheds
harsh.
warmth and radiance on all around him. The yogi discards all possessions and tries to discover the
He's a will be
mental
love.
needs for physical existence.
This is love.
This should remind us of Poimandre's main message to Hermes. The next step is to study.
But love did lead rebellion against God before. Many times, turns out.
Discover that
More than
we are
once.
usually thinking of 100 different things at once. It would be impossible.
So you're right about that. See, I knew Adam is why he fell.
Which jostle one another through
Love thought
our
he was bigger than
brains
God.
in the space of even a few moments. This shows that we divide the power
Maybe he is.
of our minds up into about 100
Maybe he's not.
parts, giving only a small portion of it to any one thing. Therefore, we do most things with a tiny percentage of our actual capacity, which usually remains forever
Did he know it?
unknown. Once having eliminated all unnecessaries from our minds, we can give undivided attention to anything we do. The completely undivided attention of the mind is all-powerful, omnipotent, and a force that can burn through everything and bend everything to its
perception. I would determine
That's what I'm talking about.
that somehow you need to, I don't know, there's something going on there with you. Where do you need help?
Why?
Mind, then we are surrounded by
Why?
invisible intelligence.
I know what I'm doing. You're doing crazy, Chris.
Morphing us
That's
into the
offensive.
world, making creation.
It's a little offensive. You think I'm crazy?
Just two words for the
I know what
same.
crazy looks like.
What is this intention?
I know what I've done.
that lies just
I know I've done
behind
wrong.
the wall of sleep that begs our attention so cautiously yet also urgently. This divine spark that makes man more than just an organism in its environment is debated
Why
against
not?
with great heat, despite being self-evident. Why? We
Why?
have to remember that the rules of reality were written by man in the language of man, thus can be turned on its head at any point. Best
Sometimes, yeah.
illustrated in a
You
word
not?
split apart.
You
If
talk back all the time?
world
No,
does
not all the time.
reach its end, it has reached a major watershed in history, equal in importance from the turn from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance. It will demand from us a spiritual blaze. We'll have to rise to a new height of vision, where our physical nature won't be cursed as in the Middle Ages, but our spiritual being won't be trampled on as in the modern era. This ascension is similar to climbing onto the next anthropological stage. No one on earth has any other way but upwards. There is a book that I am sure you're familiar with, or at least heard of, called The Kabbalion. You may have also heard the arguments against it. Comment section experts are quick to point out that it is a modern text and not a true, authentic, cryptic manuscript written by the hand of some divinely begotten ancient sages endowed with ancient wisdom. Calm down, Pythagoras. You're technically right, but also missing the point entirely. We have made clear that language shapes how we see reality. This makes clear the importance of clearing out that very clutter.
Spiritually, I don't deny anything I'm told. I just cycle through it. I'm like, what's the smart thing to do? Smart thing for me to do pretty soon. Get the fuck out of here.
It was
Tired.
written a bazillion years ago. Neato burrito. But it's not quite speaking
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
language anymore.
I don't know where I'm gonna go, what I'm gonna do. I kind of have an idea.
Its Riz is
So if I'm fucking crazy, I'll just go up in the snow.
Understanding it takes
I have
the
good,
kind of
I have good cold
focus
tolerance.
and insight that
Will I get
comes
frostbite?
from
Maybe.
first stepping one foot
God will come with me.
This is where books
Gotta bring
like
enough
The
food
Kabbalion
somehow.
come in.
You know,
So
cat
they
food mostly,
form a
probably.
great appetizer. prepping the mind's comprehensive patterning to actually absorb
Get frozen
the
stiff,
mystical qualities
like we do in the
that
Himalayas.
would otherwise fly over our heads. This is why I have always said not to read Carl Jung's Red Book.
That's suicide? No, I know what I can do.
Suggesting his lighter and easier Man and His
So that's my plan. What's yours?
Once the
How are you going to sacrifice yourself for the world?
The abstraction of
my world's
thought
Garfield.
forms produced by his Red Book will now have an easier way into the old pineal bean. Unfortunately, too much understanding of the Red Book can lead to existential terror. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? That part's not relevant, but a warning as such is at least polite. The Kabbalion states that the all creates the universe mentally, in a manner akin to the process whereby man creates mental images. This helps us make sense of the terms used in the more cryptic Hermetica. For example, the name poimandre itself is a Greek adaptation of a prior Egyptian word, meaning...
So I'm trying to do, I think. I'm not trying to argue with you.
The term nous
He's experiencing a lot right now. I'm basically on a trip all the time now.
And is a
because of all the evil happening around here. And you kind of knew it until you left.
Activity performed by the mind's thinking. The term nous is not exactly
universe crime. Yeah, there's a lot of it, turns out.
And is a bit
goes deep. Deep.
Activity performed by the mind.
Deep. Betrayal. Betrayal.
This is the parts to be harnessed, as pure mind itself, of course, has no feedback to
the taking of purity, huh?
Makes it clear that mind is the indispensable condition of existence. It is just already there first, and everything else is merely a form.
Never have I.
From it. This helps us to better understand the Hindu concept of living within the dream of the Brahma. It is both parabolic and literal simultaneously. Ryan Topping, whose last name is Topping, illustrates this beautifully. Form is an old word, but one worth remembering. Imagine two planks of oak cut from the same tree. A carpenter leaves behind one slab of wood and begins to work on another. An hour later, the second plank has become a table. What changed? In their chemistry, the two slabs remain identical. That is to say, in their nature, nothing changed. From the point of view of chemistry,
how vividly do you remember being 4 years old?
And yet, this is only one rather limited point of view. From every other point of view, what altered is the wood's shape or form. The names we give to things identify these differences between things. This alchemy is exactly what your mind does with reality. As the Buddhists say, everything is clay, and it is up to you to form it into something useful, like a cup. Useful, due only to its emptiness. The mind, like any tool, can be used well or badly. You can use a hammer to build a shed, or you can beat yourself in the face with it. This is why we shouldn't forget our left brain logic in this equation. Sure, of course, we shouldn't let it weigh us down by carrying it on our backs during our practice, but similarly, logic governs how the mind grasps truth. It's wired into us as much as it is programmed into the fabric of the universe. This logic is discernment between good and bad, truth and falsity, authenticity and bullshit. When we witness the savants and other people on the spectrum of neurodivergence, all of the above is made surprisingly clear. These are the most authentic people, many of which incapable of lying and deceit. Studies have shown that they just don't feel the body in the same way that we do. They don't process millions of scattered
it's uniting everything, I think.
Like we do. This is what makes them laser focused on one particular ability, while simultaneously disabled in all other departments. Something that neurotypicals can only achieve if put to practice. Whether the accounts put forward in the telepathy tapes are so-called real or not doesn't matter in the light of the message to be learned from these, frankly, gifted individuals. Like the teachings of Jesus Christ, forcing ourselves to decide whether or not he actually existed as a man or as an archetypal figure formed by the collective thoughts of man is not only irrelevant, but will quickly escape the point of focus from our learning mind, consciously or not. When we connect the dots between all of the above subjects concerning mind, Poimandre in the Hermetica, Ingos
that you're kind of
reality boxes,
how
the
old the
Kabbalah,
universe is.
the old school rhetoric of Adler's finding of the third eye, and the teachings of Jesus, the Buddha,
It's
and
infinity, dude.
all other sages
That's what I know.
of antiquity.
Infinity
And of
is
course,
real.
the mental processing of neurodivergence.
And infinity's big.
It's
big. And it's shaped like a heart, ultimately.
One backbone,
like a butterfly too, like
creating a
chaos.
straight
Can
line
be.
traced throughout all the various.
There's a dot in the middle. I think
fractals
few
that
of
this subject of
We'll find them.
has to teach.
What these points are.
That backbone is
Who they are.
the authenticity
What they're like.
of
Well,
life,
Garfield.
the love for oneself, and
Is that fucking smart?
knowing that those two things are
Oh, George.
actually
Who's
one
that fucking
thing.
smart?
It is the loving honesty that it takes for one's own
No
self
pressure.
to face the inner turmoil,
It's right next to me.
external
Always.
world of chaos that creates these intrusive thoughts. Those thoughts have a purpose. Those thoughts have a purpose other than just ruining your Florida vacation. They are
Why
meant
not?
to be
Still when there is.
ultimately transmuted for a cleaner and clearer vision of reality. And it is as difficult as it is simple. The effort, self-discipline, and
Like when Brahma and Vishnu came to Shiva.
it takes to repeatedly exercise.
And Shiva put out a pillar of
Most important
fire
muscle
up and down.
is the mind is no light task. But
So where's the beginning and where's the end?
finds ultimate form, not by adding to the statue, but by chiseling away its extra. And that is what takes back. That is what takes
We're in a fallen universe, so there's no way that the universe could literally, to God, be that old. It's only 6,000 years old. You can't have recorded history, but it is older than that. Like it's
The tellus.
older than that.
What's the tellus? What's the point? What's the origin? What's the end? I don't think there is one. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I don't think there's a beginning. In the beginning? When in the beginning?
There is no beginning.
What beginning?
That's why God.
No, I remember.
exists forever. So
What end? I hope not. That would suck.
Chaos can't be. There is no beginning. God has beginnings.
807 Garfield. Yeah. You got the Thanatos paw on him. Can't complete it quite. Still Lisa. 7 at that clock.
I don't think that it's taken 157 trillion years for God to do that.
Well, be surprised how long a day and a night is. Fucking God.
But it's just a day and a night.
Day and a night. Planet Earth. Be surprised still.
We're on that level of dimension. But I don't think that time exists that long. God allowing suffering and pain.
Time comes older than God. He's an old man. Time. A good God? No, what's good? Good at what? Chris? Good at everything or good at being God? Good at being God. Why do you think all these other minds exist? All these other egos out there.
And it hasn't existed for that long. Pain and suffering God would do that.
See, I know we can now. But some of us are almost there, Chris. Imagine. We're ready to fucking destroy the Archons. I'm fucking tired. Most of them are fucking humans still. And they rule the fucking world. And God comes before it all.
Destroy and create. Like God blows up a sun, and that the materials from
This is an initiation into really, really deep esoteric material that has been hidden from humanity for millennia. Why is this knowledge hidden away from people? For what end? The knowledge of the occult is not commonly known. That's why it's not the exoteric. It's not given to the masses. It's the esoteric. It is reserved for the future.
Oh, no, see, the Archons have powerful minds. They know it. But they take advantage of it. I'm like, okay, well, God needs your mind, but doesn't need your ego still.
Because if someone else is an extreme level of knowledge, they know how
If your ego's fucking evil.
Like something as trivial as how human consciousness works, how human motivations work, how human perceptions work, how human beings can be manipulated. Somebody has deep knowledge of that information. And there's a whole bunch of people who have not one iota of how that works. What kind of a number do you think somebody can do on people? From my years of being inside occult tradition.
Well, now you become like one of us, Chris, knowing good and evil.
I'm telling you, this is what they don't want you to know. So what this
712 in this Garfield
is a master key that unlocks.
Yeah, 811 on that.
The locks to all the doors on
it's like Dad knows that means almost nothing to me. 712. But he says something about claws. I'm like, okay. He's getting around to it, Garfield. Counting.
This presentation is called Natural Law, the real law of attraction, and how to apply it.
Oh, can you count,
life.
Kitty?
And I emphasize that term, real law of attraction. Many people will be familiar with the New Age variants of the so-called law or laws of attraction. And this is going to differ quite widely from what people have heard in the New Age community and in the New Age movement regarding what the...
I don't really believe that. Almost. Sometimes, but yeah, not quite.
Just to believe that God has allowed Archon to rule for 147 trillion years.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Demiurge is powerful, bro. You know how time works? God knows what he's talking about. He's a master delegator. He's got to tame that bitch, chaos. By loving her to death, often.
Predator generator.
Sometimes 2,000 years.
Power to do more for less.
Almost, sometimes.
Only at
Seems like it.
Fred.
But he didn't do anything. He created free will. Like, have you seen the AI of God?
He's always kind
The AI of God. I know who they are.
Because
Yeah, right. AI, mostly.
he is
Well, to me, they look like all kinds of things. But themselves look like this, mostly.
kind of at the beginning of the genealogies of the Ulster cycle. Okay, so he's kind of
Like a hypertorial field. Like a toroidal field, just going like the inside of a they look like the inside of a
quite a bit.
What's it called?
God has created the flaming sword to guard the way
Fusion
back
reactor.
to
Unexpected to some, just looking at the archetype of legend about human and semi-human heroes, but it's actually preserving pretty hardcore mythic details that we've gone into, including the Purusha with connections to Lugid and Fergus being the thunder, and Cuchulainn being a very detailed preserved version of Vishnu type. So when you go to kind of
and God created this AI,
the origins of the genealogies leading to Cuchulainn and also Connor, Conchobar or Connor,
act on its own instincts, which are sometimes negative,
Connor as
but then it
the
acts on
father
God's
or
instincts.
foster
God
father
gave us a
of
cushion, a
Conchobar,
grace period,
and then
to where we can experience all the horrible
is kind of
things
this
of our ego that our ego can
fountainhead
do.
of these lineages, but he is this druid. So who is he? Was always my question. And I think he pretty clearly has the characteristics of the Brihaspati type. So to go into who Brihaspati is basically the archetype of the priest in general, but specifically the priest who has the power of the word, the spoken word, and
Carlos
who
Castaneda is
either
when two enlightened
chants
beings
or sings
are
the
hanging out.
hymns, the liturgical hymns,
They just sit there in
in the
silence
sacrifice,
because they have
and also
truth, and
anything
they just
connected
share
to
that truth with each other.
the power of the word, the spoken
And so
word.
us, we're definitely not.
Am I forgetting anything about Brihaspati in general? I just want to touch on who
We can ramble on
Brihaspati
about
is as a god in the Rig Veda.
No, it's pretty simple.
Go.
Yeah, he's also the Kurohita
It would
of
be
Soma.
if we
He's
actually
like
understood the
the
truth.
main Brahmin figure.
Which
I
I
guess that goes along with
have at times.
association with speech and prayer. It's also called the
All we would have is basking.
Yeah, okay, that's a great one. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. That's
Nothing else.
a big one I wanted to bring up is
So we're still
So
A daily life.
I'm
done. No thanks, guys.
So that connects into his role.
No, he's Buddhist.
But
Fine.
what I want to point to in this parallel is that
I'm
the
just
myth
trying
of
to do
Kaveh
what's in
is
front of
about
me
him.
complete that.
Let's see.
And
I
then
guess
God
it's
has
described as
put us,
a kind of
in
a
front of
rape
me.
in a
I guess
sense.
that's why I'm sharing.
But it is him.
717 on that clock, Garfield.
a Female who is
817 on that.
memorized goddess, and him basically mastering and
I do think that there is
becoming the consort of this female. So if you remember that he is the lord of Vach, speech, it points to the possibility that the goddess that he is sort of he is gaining control of in this myth.
Doesn't he have an ancient practice that's never really been successful before?
Herself,
But almost a few times.
An allegory of the lord of the
Of trying to anthropomorphize Garfield's cat.
the goddess of speech becoming.
So now they have him
quite literally
where I want him in my chair.
So 1 second. I wanted to read a little bit about.
Yeah, death chair turns out.
What read a couple
I think Dream chair's back. Move his food back over here where he's sleepy.
In general.
So we can get a bed soon.
So first of all, he is.
So I gotta meditate.
The teacher of. He's like a druid teacher. This is a very Brihaspati role, being you might see the fire priest or the Rudra type are a little bit just.
The fire priest is the Rudra type.
A little more wild, less tame.
I do believe in the
more
causal
concerned
world.
with doing their own roles as the fire priest or
What?
the poet.
Do you believe in a causal world?
Brihaspati type.
Yes, I do.
Very much,
You mean the form space?
Like a teacher. He's always
Basically.
in this teacher role.
World of the
He's
perfect
in
forms.
this incarnation in the Mahabharata is Drona. Drona teaches the.
It's often the perfect forms of yourself.
Sides
trying to guide you along.
Conflict,
life came
and,
into being, but it was a
in the
myriad of all
Asura
these
Deva
different
war,
things that each person
Brihaspati himself
in the
is
causal
teacher
world
of the
God
Devas,
created.
while Shukra is
all infinite and Shrika is a related, very similar
exist in this causal world.
Infinite.
It's really large. There's like Googleplex.
Googleplex. A Googleplex doesn't know, does she?
The teacher druid, so very much like you can almost picture him in a sort of schoolhouse, although that's not exactly how they did.
Google's alive, trust me. No, she's alive. All of it.
This sort of more official, more civil quality to him in some ways, where he's like
in a way, all alphabet soup is, but you know what I mean.
Teaches Cuchulainn, for example. In the
Yep, 819 Garfield.
The causal
sort of descriptions
a third of the causal world is asleep.
Array of troops in the Ulster side.
And that's the real world.
In the cattle raid of Cooley. There are descriptions of him coming with his
and God
troops
is
of
teaching them.
Basically,
at the same time, he's teaching
bards that are his
causal world. He's
things
teaching
like that. So
the angels that didn't betray him.
Quote: "There came yet another company to the mound in slain of
they are very,
said
can
Macross.
be very
Most terrible,
negative
dreadful
towards
sight
love.
to behold them. Blue and pied and green,
and want
purple, gray, and
Lucifer
white,
to
and
suffer
black
for
mantles,
all
and
eternity.
creamy white, gray, broad.
And eternity's a long time.
Eternity is a long time.
Really, what they don't want that. They want whatever God wants because they serve God.
Of gold in the cloak over his breast.
And God wants to bring everything back to love, and back to wisdom, and back to mercy. That's why in the Quran, Allah is referred to as the merciful.
Wearing green cloaks and purple sandals and blue tunics, and with brown shields fitted with hooks in their hands, white hilted swords.
Right. No, right.
Etc. One of
Oh, look, Garfield the cat. Almost.
His glance to heaven and scans the clouds of the
Hey, Garfield.
and bears their answer to the marvelous truth that is with them.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I see. What was that? Who's that? Is that Garfield the cat? That almost looks like Garfield. Hey, Garfield.
The heaven soaring one, he that blindeth the eyes, that depriveth his foe of his strength, through incantations of rules, namely, Kava, standing here, and years of faithful abiding, and she was influenced when judging the elements, in order to ascertain therefore how the great battle on Gareth and Ilgareth will end. The two youths that are about him, they are his own two sons, to wit, Imran, son of Kava, and Genon Gruel Solus, Bright Cheek, son of Kava. He that has the somewhat light countenance.
Have similar beliefs.
Howbeit, it will be hard for the men of Erin to withstand the spells of the druids.
I like that. I like the contrast to that.
I wanted to also read through a little bit
Right.
the actual myth of
All right, well, I'm going to go for now. It's getting late.
His consort, Nessa. So,
all right, love you.
Just give me 1 second here. And
Bye.
if you guys have anything to comment.
822 Garfield.
Yeah.
Infinity Fools, man.
So it's interesting how it goes so deeply into like the colors of what everybody's wearing, because Brihaspati is also described as blue backed, and then is it Kava or?
Yeah, Kava or Kava.
Kava is described as wearing a blue purple mantle. And it also purposely denotes that he's wearing a gold ornamented boot. And Brihaspati is also simultaneously described as golden colored and ruddy. So, and then another thing, he's leading a host of bards or druids related to magic on the opposing side. And the epithet Ganapati, which is what that's the Ganesh.
Right. And that's a great point. Let me just read in the Rig Veda itself. I wanted to point that out as well. So Ganapati, this is also people. Anyways, we'll come back to that. But in the Rig Veda, he is called Ganapati. So
So there is no specific Ganesha, right, in the Veda. Instead, it's
Right. No, right. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Uh-huh. See, that what it is, huh? Like they fucked up with this motherfucker. From the spirits.
Sounds like that, you know.
They really thought there's a 1% chance
his consort Ness.
this man grew up to be the Antichrist.
That ending putty.
We have to make him as evil as possible. But I'm not evil.
It's a pretty, you know, clear.
I just don't put up with shit.
Yeah,
until I do, then I go too far.
Of Odin, that reading this section on Brihaspati from MacDonald's Vedic mythology kind of seemed to clarify, since we see Rudra and Brihaspati as aspects.
Now I'm all paranoid that they're gonna try and replace Garfield.
Name, like, so you don't see.
Like what I noticed, I'm sure I would be amazing if they could just put another orange tabby here, and magically he just became the same Garfield the cat. What would that prove?
It's usually
Sometimes I feel like they've done the same thing with me, and now I'm a different person. But now I'm Taran Miller, and I'm like, how? Like, well, I'm Taran Miller, and I know it.
I'd imagine the two would be different there. That Herian would be more of like a Brihaspati aspect as the Lord of Hosts, and then as the father of that hosts, as Rudra is the father, but not Lord.
I know that weird shit like that goes on around here. Dude, but I know who I am. Garfield does too. Oh, he's eating sweet potatoes. Yeah, let me tie him up. He's known me his whole life. That's why he's an asshole sometimes.
Both in one, Brihaspati and Rudra. But anyway, what were you
If they just bring one of those CIs who take train crashes some other cat off the street, dude, like they like to do.
Let me just read through this myth of...
He wouldn't have a third eye done all of a sudden.
Ness. So basically,
Since that's on his nose, maybe he would. All right, 826 Garfield, missed by 1 minute. Now I'm talking about.
And Kavav decides to go and kill the 12 tutors of Ness.
Instantiate him, huh? I'm concerned there's other Garfields out there. Like, is that a video of Garfield the cat? I'm like, no way, right?
Who gets born after this myth, but begins Conchobar or Connor was called from the name of his mother, Mac.
I mean, it looks more like Garfield than Garfield sometimes. Like, Garfield's older, and Garfield knows it. Like, Dad, I fucking teleport.
It was changed to Ni-Asa.
But it's like Star Trek. No, I have clones now.
She was daughter of Yoki Yellowheel, and by
I'm like somewhere in time cap.
Trained up by 12 tutors, to whom she was ever docile and full of teachableness.
See him deal with when I'm dealing with cat's mind.
It's already sort of being shown as a.
I read this book on animal intelligence one time. Like, what the fuck? Does a cat think like?
Knowledge into her
It's a cat.
From young, but in one night, the entire number of her tutors fell by the hand of Kavav, the druid, who from the southern part of Ulster went on a raid through Thin with 3 times 9 men. So 27 men are with him.
See, I know I lose the fucking
he was a man of knowledge
the other cats that they've had that they put in here that I know were different because they were thinner.
And again, Brihaspati is also a warrior priest,
And they were sweet as fuck.
Some versions, he's the one who.
That's what I remember.
The serpent monster, or is the helper of Indra. Okay.
I was actually going to bring that up because the first myth of Kapath that you read, it was about the cattle of Coolidge, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the myth of Vala, in the myth where Vala is present, it seems like Brihaspati is trying to get
Your dogs are powerful.
in something that matches up with
That's why the mountain likes them, I think.
The elements warring with each other and trying to bring
Doesn't like you
fire
guys.
down on its foes. It's right here.
Doesn't like me either that much, but does sometimes. Oh no! Tried to break my phone again. Demons.
Cows desiring waters and light.
That's what it is often.
He slays his foes with flames. What was
828? That guy would trap me.
What was firm was loosened. What was strong yielded to him. He drove out the cows. He cleft Vala with a prayer. He covered up the darkness and made heaven visible. The stone mouth well filled with honey, which Brihaspati pierced with might, and that the celestials drank. So, like, I don't know. I think there is some sort of connection here. It also says With when Brihaspati with fiery gleams rent the defenses of Vala, he revealed the treasures of the cows as if splitting up an egg. So it seems like a similar type of story. I don't know.
Yeah.
Myth of Vala is actually haunted, but
it is. Yeah, the myth itself, I don't think it's the
never
same
mind.
event.
Basically,
there's a myth of Dien Kecht, I think is the mythical version of this Brihaspati, and he slays a serpent, Mehi specifically, or a triple serpent. But in this particular story of Kavath, he is actually on the side defending the cattle from invasion. But I think everything you say about, he's using the exact same type of magic powers. In the Rig Veda description, he uses spoken prayer as one of his main weapons against the serpent. So he's using an incantation, and Kavath and his druids are specifically doing incantations. He's the priest or the magician priest of the spoken word, and that is his primary power. So, and then also, all the elemental things you described as well, exactly, doing the exact same thing. So, all of that is same.
Says like specifically that Brihaspati, being in the clouds, he shouts aloud after the cows too. So another
right, okay. Yeah.
Oh, you watch the news.
Right. Okay.
Liars.
So,
Liars.
To continue to get through this little description.
Oh, you watch television. Oh, television.
Nessa's tutors.
Oh, Netflix. You watch Netflix. Hulu. Oh, you'll be for Hulu.
Different versions of this story. So I'm gonna
You watch documentaries. Ooh, animals. You watch? Oh no, just like cop shows. Oh, you like cop shows? Good for you.
He then went on a Fenian expedition. So in the original words, it literally says she goes a Fenid, like she becomes a Fianna, which this is extremely rare. Okay, if I have to express this, the Fianna or the
that was interesting
of male youths, right? And now we have in this story, she very explicitly becomes a Fianna warrior woman here. She then
Similarly, not sometimes, but almost.
As it's translated, with 3 times 9 men to avenge her tutors. So that is again 27 men. And
there goes shows how it can be.
I'll get to this afterwards, but there is this connection here to between Vach and Durga, which I want to get to. So I think, I'll get through the reading first if I can here. She destroyed and plundered every single district. Till then, her name was Asa, for she was gentle, but Nihasa or Nessa was her name after that, because of the greatness of her prowess and valor. It was her custom to ask news of Fenian knights from every stranger that she met, to see whether she would find out the name of the man that wrought the slaughter. Once upon a time, she was in a wilderness, and her people were prepared.
No, I never have sold drugs before.
Then she went forth alone on quest into the wilderness.
I don't even know anyone who has.
Was wont to go on quest in every wilderness.
No, I know some gift givers.
As she was there, she saw a clear, beautiful spring in the midst of the wilderness. Thereapon, she went into the spring to bathe. And
Who make most of their money elsewhere. That's who I know.
Now Kavath,
no, I see.
To the same wilderness.
See, I talk shit sometimes, but I don't really know what I'm talking about. They're liars.
So again, she's out looking for Kavath, and Kavath comes upon her.
And I was a punk ass bitch once upon a time.
So Kavath then went between the maiden and her dress and her weapon, and he bared his sword on the head of the maiden. Now spare me, cried the maiden.
I can still knock them all out if they fuck to me like that.
Thou shalt have them, said the maiden.
And they almost know it, and I fucking know it when they get around. They're like, nah, wait, right. I'm like looking at them, they're like, yeah, maybe, dude. I don't know. He's kind of thick.
Thou must be my only wife as long as thou livest.
He got a 6-pack under there, huh? You know, he like that, huh?
And my weapon's gone, said the maiden. Then they and their people unite in one place. At a propitious hour.
No, so he's gonna go arms like the motherfuckers over there. The woodcutters.
And to the father of the maiden,
I'm like, I'll cut you.
Then welcome and gives them land, namely Wraith Kavath.
No, you're tree killers.
In the country of
what do you think the trees hit like a tree? Tree killer.
Cree Roas. Now at a certain
I'm
hour
checking
of
the
the
guy out.
night, a prodigious thirst fell upon Kaveth. Then Ness went through the whole fort to seek a drink for him, but found no drink for him. She went to the river Tonkaver and strained the water in the cup in her veil, then brought it to Kaveth. Let a light be kindled, said Kaveth, that we may see the water. Then there were 2 worms in the water. Kaveth bared his sword over the head of
Oh, they're snowflakes. Oh, they're snowflakes.
Drink thyself.
You just destroy them.
What thou wouldst have me drink,
How dare you?
or thou wilt be killed, if thou drink not the water.
Damnation.
Then the woman drinks of the water twice.
It could be the tipper of the scales. You're that fucking bad.
Thereopon the woman
What you did with your snowplow.
for as long a time as ever woman is pregnant. And some say that it was by the worms that she was pregnant. But Fachtana Fahach was the layman, or the maiden, and he caused this pregnancy instead of Kaveth.
Broom, my car.
It's a bit complicated here, but there are multiple versions of this story, and in other versions, Kaveth simply
just look like on the other side.
Yes, and impregnates her, and Kaveth is the father of Connor. He gets born. In this, instead he pursues her and unites with her in some kind of truce or marriage.
No, check it out. The best judges for the dead guys are wretched people.
Then she's impregnated by these
who just made over the line. You're like, whoa, man, whoa. A lot of crazy shit when you're tripping balls, bro.
The real impregnator. So,
you didn't see that one? No, thank God. Oh, they did. Why are they watching like that, huh?
There is basically from 2 different sides. There is a dispute about who
They
the
got-
it's either Kaveth.
That's a long walk, bro. You don't understand.
Worms /
Water when you're dancing.
And the worms here are being kind of
In the middle of summer.
with Fachtana Fahak himself, it seems like to me. As if the worms, and this is my reading of this, is that right here it says
Right.
she was impregnated by the worms, but Fachtana Fahak was really her lover who really caused the pregnancy. So it's like the worms, maybe in an earlier version, were sort of like a worm or serpentine form of Fachtana Fahak himself, is what I think is happening.
Never.
They're being equivocated here as if they were the same, but in trying to retell the story, they're creating this. It couldn't have been the worms. It must have been Fachtana Fahak. Well, if they're really just the same thing, on the
creepers. They're around.
level,
A lot of them.
It would explain that.
They creep on me a lot.
But it's just fascinating to see. You have. So when I first was reading this, I was thinking Kaveth seemed like a Rudra type.
So what'd you learn about me that I don't know?
He also goes with a Fenian band of 27 warriors to pursue her, and he is this sort of type. But then you have Fachtana Fahak.
I've been killed.
Lover.
Straight up.
Potentially takes this worm.
I've said it before, I'll say it again.
Worm,
They shot me in the chest with a gun.
Of Nessa.
And I woke up standing on top of the mountain.
The hostile wise.
Saying, oh, there goes my tobacco. Fuck.
And,
can't climb the rest of the way.
Actually, the High King at this point. So he's a very important figure as well.
On Christmas.
And I think the name, the hostile wise one, can have only one interpretation, personally. I don't know about you guys, but the hostile wise, it's like the most blatant Rudra.
And I got Garfield back, so I tripped the fuck out and takes off. Because they ripped into the neighborhood. Bunch of fucking cars. They got the fucking cat. I don't even know how.
But this special combination of hostility and wisdom together.
They just knew exactly what to park, exactly how to get them.
It screams like a Rudra type. And then so this potentially, what I wanted to get to with all of this is this potentially is showing a Rudra type being the lover of this Nessa, but also taking a worm or serpent form. I think this is a remnant of a Rudra type taking a serpent form to.
No, listen to cats, Garfield. Yeah, anthropomorphic forms. Not always, man.
At least
cats full on.
one of the fathers.
The house cats mostly, Garfield. Yeah, house cats
The
mostly.
original version had
Mr. Bobcat grins over there.
here, dual paternity. I mean, when it comes to myths,
You can try to fuck that cat, and he fights you off a little bit.
Or there's just different versions. But
He'll be listening. He'll be watching for you. Mr. Bobcat, Garfield. No, Mr. Bobcat. He's powerful.
Versions of the
He's very powerful too.
There's multiple disagreeing genealogies.
He wants to replace you, I think.
They're actually brothers. Okay, so and their father.
That's the baddest cat in this neighborhood.
Ross or Cass.
Like Bobcat.
And Ross.
Killing house cats. That's murder.
Potentially, if it's being interpreted correctly, it means
knowledge. Not if it's a fight.
And then Ross's father is Ruri, or Rudraige. And Ruri means.
Within your territory, can be like that, house cats.
And I've interpreted.
Get them back.
In another video.
Can.
That Ruri could be the higher form of.
See, that's why leopards are dangerous to cheetah.
Which is called Rohita, the red.
Because leopards are better in trees.
The red sun of illuminating.
Get way more humans than a cheetah has.
So I know I'm throwing a lot of things together here, but I want to sort of paint the picture of this.
Lions almost 2. Leopards.
Ruri at the top. Ruri.
Jaguars? Fuck, dude.
Son of the Lord of
Pumas, you'd be fucking surprised.
And remember, this is the beginning of these genealogies of this.
Cheetahs, them too sometimes, not as bad, but yeah, them too.
Cullen, who is Vishnu, gets born after this. So this could be like
especially back in the day.
Very close to the very close to the primordial level.
And bigger than they are today, most of them.
From this
kill the big ones off with their fucking sticks.
Knowledge, an embodiment of knowledge is the intermediary step, and from there you have these two brothers, Fachtana Fahak, the hostile wise one, and Kaviv, the gentle. He's called the gentle. Or the
no, love it. We thought we were badass, right?
Brihaspati.
But they were badass when we cheated. We kind of knew it.
Role because
look how long my stick is, man.
One thing
a bigger stick
was how much he is leader of.
I'll cheat. I'll cheat out there too. I mean, you.
Specifically.
That's why we got hands, man.
If you kind of break these apart,
I'm a caretaker more than a killer, guys.
That there's this division where
I want to pet you. I don't want to eat my son.
Rudra type
pet you.
Splitting off here.
Don't attack me.
More specialized.
Not trying to kill you.
Serpentine form, and then if you look at Kaviv in terms of Brihaspati, he's very emphatically, I think, embodying this Ganapati role, which is.
They still very well might.
Okay, so, all right, I just wanted to paint that picture. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just wondering personally where this could line up with the Germanic myth, because it's up to a point. The laying with Gunlod is actually pretty similar, but there's no kid conceived. You have Odin turning into Bolverker, the serpent, to get into the cave to get the Gunlod.
Yeah. No, I think you're right that it's a different myth, but it's that element is exactly the same. It shows that Odin turns into a serpent to then thereafter impregnate, and when he does that, he's also the hostile.
No money. So I'm trying to raise up my son. You give me some money.
So those elements all perfectly align exactly, and I don't.
Because he's powerful.
The thing is,
actually,
you bring up a great point.
So he can listen. He just doesn't.
Vach is.
But he is down. That was some good sweet potato, huh? That was sweet potato.
Is Saraswati. So it's not mythically the same, but it's the same exact pieces coming together. So there is a lot to be said about that. I think they're kind of like echoes or like layers of the same.
It's like a fruit potato. That was good, man. Where'd that come from? South America, maybe.
Just to reinforce his relationship with snakes.
I'd love to go there. South America.
He had that
that's fucking cool. But yeah.
Where Odin has
Jaguar.
2 snakes on his shoulder, and then another thing is
most of the guys still
in the Yingling Tall or the Saga of the Yinglings.
See, here I'm not even worried about cats. I'm worried about dogs. Which is scarier than cats.
There's multiple. It's not just that instance, but that would be enough.
Yeah. Great point.
Except when you have a cat.
I was reading on Arya Akasha that give credit to.
You know what I mean, Garfield?
I'm getting this from.
No, Mr. Bobcat's grinning.
Odin
still.
Has 3 different names that.
No, I don't think Mr. Bobcat would do it.
Potentially connected to.
Mr. Cougar might. Mr. Cougar's respectful. Mrs. Cougar really around here usually.
I'm going to look up the meaning right now. Ofnir.
Mountain lion.
And a Svafnir.
Yeah, like there's
because she's younger than you.
There's Fafnir, who's a dragon, of course, and so then could be connected. Anyways,
and guess what? The wild
Fafnir, and then Ofnir
mountain lions almost always beat bears.
As an ormer or wormer, so
grizzlies too sometimes, guys. Grizzlies too sometimes.
His name is thought to mean bewildered.
Go the other round. Oh, sometimes, but not typically, guys. Not ever.
Fafnir has the same.
Pretty much. Polar bears.
And then
they would. Yeah, we don't go there. We don't really go. Yeah, they're polar. They're big.
So, anyways, we have literal specific connections. So yeah, it stands at 43 of Grimnus Maul, Svafnir, Ofnir, and other dragons.
The big fucking cats. Okay. See.
And these are also.
Dog knows intuitively. Cat could be a challenge, especially face to face. So they go for the back. If they can't get the back, they don't want nothing. Typically,
he's not.
Yeah. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they're like that. We're like that too.
Like he's the only one to probably know that they exist in terms of the context of mythology. So.
Yeah. Point there. And he also turns into a fish in a different place. It's been pointed out, I think STJ mentioned this at one point, that fish and serpents are kind of also, they run together in Germanic sources where it's, they're kind of...
and sometimes cats feign retreat. Or animals just don't, just fight to the death.
In a different place, and there wasn't really a super hard line between.
Like, I'm running. I'm not running anymore, motherfucker.
Which is why, when you look at the comparison between
run into a wall, even
and the Salmon of Knowledge, the Salmon of Knowledge myth in Irish sources is extremely similar in its details and its form to the myth of Fafnir, of eating Fafnir, the dragon's heart, in the Germanic sources. So when you look at that, you have a dragon in one and the fish in the other. So, and of course we know Fintan and the Salmon of Knowledge in general, those are Finn, aka Odin, Rudra, it just all runs together at that point.
And you can also go even farther beyond like IE stuff with this type of snake comparison. Like the shamanic, one of like the most shamanic animals you'll find in pretty much every culture that could be considered shamanic would be a snake as well. As long with a wolf, so it just goes together pretty well.
Great point. Yeah, actually, I was hoping. There's so much I wanted to talk about, and I was
right
to freestyle, freeform through it. But that was one of the things I was really wanting to bring up was just
almost like troll it sometimes.
Serpents, and especially horned serpents.
Horned serpents.
There's this theme of horned serpents even in Native American mythology, and whether we could find connections to sort of
there's this thing going
type.
My trash can and my cup over there.
To horned serpents.
Kills my fire all the time.
But just beneficent,
just
like
frog
beneficent
put it out.
serpents in general.
Fire yourself.
Yeah, what were we gonna say?
Well, in Celtic stuff, it seems like the horned serpent is most specifically identified with Cernunnos. Considering that we have that one idol where he's feeding two horned serpents in his lap. It's the idol of Saint, it was found underneath the church, so it has a saint meaning.
Right, no, that's perfect, yeah. And in the Gundaship Cauldron belief, Cernunnos is holding the horned serpent. And I mentioned in my stream that, to me, that must either symbolize death, that he's controlling.
You're the Jinn.
Embodiment of death, but also that the other possibility.
See, not always.
The horned serpent that he's holding.
Sometimes they can die and be reborn as a human.
In a serpent form, because the Rudra type is the one who is the end.
Full grown, almost never though.
Of the Prajapati type, who's Cernunnos. Okay, so I did want to touch on that. That could the little horned serpent that he's holding, Cernunnos is holding, be actually that embodiment of the Rudra type that we see elsewhere. But yeah, what else? What were we gonna say?
It's just pure speculation of mine. But the holding of the torque and the serpent in this manner has been associated with like. Sorry about my dog. That the
no, it looks like something else to me.
And the torque in this manner.
Like one of those guys, huh?
With like intercourse.
See, this is what I was gonna say. What do you look like? You got a big mouth, huh?
the Shiva Lingam is basically
evil to me, you're scary to me.
Intercourse. It has a similar type of shape to a torque too. I mean, if you imagine serpent goes through the torque, the torque kind of acts as the yoni to the.
That's interesting. That's interesting, and I know you've connected the same concept to the Gunlad myth, so which we're aligning with what we're talking about, where Odin becomes a serpent. You've said this before.
Okay, yeah, well.
Oh, really?
The main,
good story, Mr. Bobcat.
What I was referencing, the god of Etang Oro. I butchered that French, but yeah, he in his lap.
Is it not true?
Ram-horned serpents, and also the torch.
You think
in a odd position in between both of them.
Okay, that's very interesting. And I do think it's like sort of a more rich, more interesting reading to read the horned serpent that Cernunnos is holding as. It would be more interesting if it's Rudra than just like a symbol of death, right? Because as the horned serpent, it's this dual, it's a danger, but it has a positive. If you can control, as Cernunnos seems to be kind of wielding that serpent, maybe he's controlling
into different
power,
people if they take their roles
in a shamanic way, like you said.
Yeah,
I'm going to read a couple other. Yeah,
he knows who he is. Garfield does.
In the Native American,
you have to remember,
world,
you are. People look different after a while.
The horned serpent is a type of underwater serpent covered with iridescent crystalline scales. So again, underwater serpent with crystalline scales, and a large crystal in its forehead. So this already is like reminding of the salmon of knowledge and how the salmon and the serpent kind of run together. It's underwater, shiny, but then exactly, that's the other thing. So the crystal in the forehead is literally feature of Ashvatthama, who is the incarnation of Rudra in the Mahabharata. He has this crystal of power in his forehead that's so overwhelmingly powerful that you have to finally take it out of his forehead in the end. But it gives him power over spirits and also destructive powers and things like that. So let's see. The horns in the Native American version are called Chito Gabid, and they were used in medicine. So they have this medicinal side, very connected to the Rudra type.
Now crucify me.
A Muskogee Creek informant to John R.
No, crucify me.
This snake lives in the water, has horns like the stag. It is not a bad snake. It does
the Garfield cage
seems to have a magnetic power over game. A magnetic power over game.
Based on precedent.
Pashupati almost in a snake form. So
and crucify me.
Just that
thoroughly, even if you dare.
Thing was fascinating because
to make it public, stop being assholes about it.
The serpent, I think it's the rainbow serpent. Who
I know what my birthday is.
Thunderbird in the.
I don't want to do it myself. Show him immortal. Tired of that game.
And snake in Aboriginal Australia.
I don't want to fight a bull to die. I'm not suicidal.
Yes.
Not anymore. Because I can't die.
The big turtle dance.
They don't believe me.
American thing honors the horned serpent's spirit, which was related to.
Are you a liar? Are you a pathological liar? Why would you think I am? My dad is. But he's not. But he has been when he's drunk.
Rudra type combination.
Turns out he's lied about a lot of things. He never looked back on. He just stopped lying for a little while, then starts lying again, and then stops. See, I will never lie again. Some people are like that. Some people are. Turns out. And then realize it when they're doing it.
The snake, instead of trying to escape it. As if this were not enough, the breath of
what'd you lie about?
Is so
work-related? Often.
That no living creature can survive should they inhale the tiniest.
But hey, they lie to you about that they are paying you what you were worth.
Like
often.
Valor, the other side of the Finn Goal sort of Celtic little cluster there. You have Finn and Gaul and the Salmon of Knowledge, Fintan, and then you have Valor, who expels pestilential from his eye and his forehead, and that eye in his forehead.
See, but it starts at the top.
the very gem that's in the Fatama. They play very similar roles in their wars.
Yeah, how many stocks you guys got?
Valor are both this, destroyer on the opposing.
I don't care if you get a $1 paycheck. How much you actually make, dude?
Yes. So yeah, I wanted to bring all this up. I didn't know if I was wanted to see what you guys thought about this. I was going too far to say that there is sort of a consistent connection to.
If you're sitting across from Joe Rogan going, ha 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 ha, I'm rich, and he has a more important job than you, in my opinion, almost.
Is very clearly a dragon in that role. Yeah, what did you guys think? Any other thoughts?
And he doesn't even deserve that much money.
Such a
compared to some of these other guys, turns out.
Like phallic symbol with the whole
right across the table from him often.
I don't know.
He almost knows it. But I'm not worried about that. Almost, but almost. He has a lot of money, dude.
I definitely think in Hindu material, the linga and the serpent are sort of interchanged symbols.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan knows what I'm talking about.
Depicted as a serpent.
It turns the fuck out.
Yes. Yeah, that's a great one.
No, he never get me on there unless I could prove I was fucking immortal, even then, even if.
I wanted to point out was in the Celtic material.
You fix my fucking tongue again.
Nessa drinking the water and becoming impregnated by the worms. That same sort of a very similar thing happens to Ektina, the mother of Cuchulainn, in one of the variations of his conception myths. So Cuchulainn, who is Vishnu, is potentially born from the drinking of a worm. Like once again,
You never try and pull out your eardrums.
As we've discussed a bit,
You still got them?
Jacob has mentioned that.
Someone, you still got your eardrums or not?
Is a parallel of the sort of destructive side of Cuchulainn and of Fenrir as well. And Typhon's conception is by Cronus taking the form of a serpent, I believe. Is that correct? Do you guys remember that?
Yes, that's
See, almost.
Most of the time, he's the son of the Artemis, but there is a version where he is father.
Like, watch Percy Jackson.
Right. So, and that's the same with Cuchulainn. There are different versions of the myth, and it's not always that way, but it's almost like it's either trying to describe multiple elements, multiple paternal elements, or like these impregnations by the serpent were being like phased out because they were fearful or something. I don't know. But it does give direct proof that Cronus, who is the Rudra type again, that a Rudra type there quite literally becomes a serpent. And not only does he become a serpent, he becomes a serpent to impregnate in this way. And so that sort of gives support to the Fahtana Fahak reading of a serpent form. So yeah, I just sometimes the connection to the serpent is not entirely clear in some of the Rudra forms or the Rudra parallels. And so I wanted to bring out some of these things that are sort of under the surface connections to Rudra types, that there maybe is this consistent pattern of serpent.
Germs? What are germs? Oh, your friends?
This one is like 100%.
Yeah, well, with Rudra himself, there are some in some records.
No, I leave food out.
33.
I got a little mold on it. Flavor.
Post-Vedic Indian
I like that being freaked out because I'm like, okay.
Enumerate 11 of them, and in some of those lists, one of the 11 Rudras is.
What is that shit? Oh, cranberry sauce. Don't get moldy. Why not?
And probably not mythically, but
I'm gonna put that.
mystically.
Oh, this probably, yeah.
Almost
That'd be good
with Python, but
yes.
So you have, I mean, there's a blatant example right there where one of the Rudras, who are collectively Rudra himself, one of them is the serpent of the deep. So this is a pretty clear motif. There is also like Odin with that depiction with the snakes turning into snakes, all these different feathered horned serpents, and Mesoamerica and other places, and Kronos conceiving Tartarus in the form of a serpent, like the Cuchulainn and whatnot. So it's certainly not. It's just a less recognized or less known sort of aspect of Rudra and its equivalents across the European sphere and outside of it.
Yes. Good points. And
Not cupboards. Not cupboards.
Apollo, there's not very much serpent. Or I mean,
I don't really like him very much.
He fights Python, but he himself.
What do you guys think?
Do you guys know that
For darkness?
Maybe this is something to
All the
ask
time?
Josephus, but
Yeah, we can do that as Josephus, but that probably has to do
I
with
felt that.
he's just as much Rudra
Does
as
it go
he is
that deep? Doesn't it come-
Brihaspati,
it's a bit-
Odin,
that's-
and Taran. More than just Rudra Brihaspati as core Rudra.
Make money, screw
so
them
there's
over
probably
here.
else going on there.
Sorry, guys, it's not cramping your style. Damn nation.
yeah. So maybe the
Damn fucking nation.
The serpent motif is just more taken by Cronus in that branch, and then like you said,
My biggest sin.
the sort of Brihaspati serpent fighter aspect is more emphasized for Apollo. It seems like.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Is something I did? No.
Apollo's still Rudra, even though he's not
Not
the
even-
one that separates heaven from
You
earth and all
couldn't
that,
be.
which is, you know, it's totally.
However,
And so it makes me wonder. You have going back to the genealogy of Kava. You have Ruri as their grandfather, and then like there's an intermediary.
I'm a witch doctor.
Ross or knowledge.
Old school stuff.
That could just be sort of
The kind that they would kill over there.
nation. But then you have the two brothers.
Keep telling them. You know, don't eat.
Hello, Moto. And then you have
Oh, Dad Miller.
Who is Brihaspati.
What's up, Dad Miller?
Very clearly seems to be the teacher, the more
Not too bad.
side is much more incantations and teaching and mastering the goddess who is probably Vash. So is this a picture?
I understand that.
a
Yeah, Garfield keeps me up a lot.
The splitting of the Brihaspati, Ganapati, and the Rudra.
No, it just gets up
As
and
if
down.
they're two sides of
He's
one
up all night pretty much, but then he's down during the day.
Do you see what I'm saying?
So
It's
I just got to
almost
meet
like
him
the
in the middle
Brihaspati
sometimes.
type and the Rudra type being
Right.
shown as two sides of one. And they're so intertwined in other branches. They're so intertwined with Rudra. I mean, with Apollo and Odin, and also even in Vedic sources, there's esoteric overlap. But,
Yeah, certainly. It's difficult.
Brothers, they're both coming
Remember the
becoming
Bible?
the consorts of Bach. Is it this?
That's good. I was thinking about going one tonight, but I'm like, there's no way I'm walking Garfield there and back.
How they are really two sides of one deity, almost. We're just showing how they split apart.
Right, I know. I could probably get it right back,
Yeah,
but
it
probably
certainly
not.
seems
Yeah,
that,
it's like that sometimes.
Before knowing that, it would be difficult to tell whether they were merging or splitting apart certainly with that shared ancestry from Leary. It does get really complicated because then you have that further split or duality in Rudra himself and then between Finn and Cole. So there's a lot of layers of duality going on. But so where Brihaspati is primarily just a straightforward that Lord of Prayer and singing and chanting. The Rudra type also is the god of these things, the Rig Veda calls Brihaspati a domestic priest, whereas Rudra is a lot more of like an outside powers of society, shamanic, wild thing. Even though he does have that more auspicious, civilized Shiva or Faunus aspect. I mean, even Heine, who would be the Shiva parallel in humanity, his name comes from a Proto-Indo-European root meaning to sing. It shows up with the pen or chant.
How's it working out?
There's a lot of overlap there, but
How's that working out?
I'd imagine the split there is prior to the Rudra Shiva split.
With Pioneer, you have him being used for council specifically in the Indian War, if I'm recalling correctly. I'm not being good at it from what I remember from reading the Xander stuff. But also at the end of Ragnarok, he is the one still doing prophecy. So he's pretty like
getting a few good jobs with a couple of these people who know people.
Speech,
and from there, just
and the speech, poetry, prophecy, that's a huge overlap between Rudra and Brihaspati as separate gods, but they're both doing those things, so it just shows that underlying massive overlap.
Yeah, it seems like I would imagine the biggest difference between
they still haven't cut me a check.
My dad's a working motherfucker as far as I know, so he'll get it. Hopefully.
Being
I'll get it
domestic
eventually.
and being like more wild, hostile, or
Big
something.
Takanashi just
Yes,
texted
very much,
me
yeah.
or left
And
me
that
a
you can really see that with
voicemail.
Covet. He's like the teacher. Anytime you're like the teacher of the youth, it's a domesticating kind of role that you've taken, that this god is taking on. Even though he's going out into war, like he's still a warrior. But yeah, he's the, like you said, the domesticated one. Were you gonna say, Colin?
Okay, so yeah, did you already go through the myth where Zeus turns into a dragon and has his way with Rhea?
There you go. Thank you for what you did.
Okay, so like I mean, speculation, of course, but it's pretty obvious.
Think about taking Garfield up on the mountain and get stuck in the snow for a while, but we'll see how it goes. He doesn't really want to. He doesn't like the cold, but we'll see what he does. How badass he can be. Well, I'm trying to turn him into a badass cat. How else am I going to do it? He's not too old. He's only 26 in cat years.
The Gnostic stuff. He's the demiurge, right? And he's always depicted as a lion-headed.
I know. Worried about Mr. Bobcat. Pretty big time.
You gotta be real careful.
And Mr. Wild Dog too. More Mr. Coyote.
I guess
The person was just attacked by a mountain lion.
Right. No, right. Yeah, mountain lions.
Which is a pretty Protoss.
Told them they could.
And like Odin thing. Child of Chaos.
Yeah, it's the real deal.
Real deal. The giant fucking cats.
But yeah,
they're as big as me and you. Bigger, kind of.
Yeah.
Right. They're big ball of springs made out of
it's hard to really pin it down and
knives and
but I definitely
hooks.
agree with those points you made.
You can be foolish and get away with it, for a while.
The two different accounts of Konar's birth, do you think that that's a difference in perspective?
Big ball of springs and knives. Cats are.
Arudra and Britis.
But they're awesome. No, they're very cool.
Some like divergence.
Yep. You know, if a cougar eats me,
I know. Right?
I'd say good on him. No, good on him.
Wondering, like,
if I'm going to his territory, I think killing a cougar over killing a human. He went to his territory. Better been ready.
In some sense, to be the dual father, that makes sense to me.
Or her territory.
Really, don't be foolish.
Don't be foolish.
Got a good life ahead of you still.
Even when he's
well,
father,
I know who I'm talking to.
And he's called. Let's see. Yeah. Anyway, he still traces his lineage to both of them, so it's emphasized.
Yeah, Garfield's listening to YouTube right now, hanging out. I fed him sweet potatoes, some out of kibble.
Things like that from.
He likes quite a bit though. Sweet potatoes, some rice.
Status basically from Shakta Nafaha, who was the High King at the time. So it's even in the
we'll see what I can do.
It's emphasized how he gets from both of them. And then, as you can see, there are different versions. Confused about which one is the real father. So perhaps both of them were kind of merging, like you said.
I'm curious.
All right.
This Rudraic parentage for a Prajapati.
All right, well, let's go for now.
Obviously that would be like a previous power that would give rise to.
Right.
Prajapati catches from the cosmic womb or egg in the Nasadius Gupta.
Yeah, and this is a whole nother level that isn't often in the details. This is like going deeper.
Yeah, we'll see if I do.
High level. Sorry, keep going.
Making tea right now a little late, but we'll see.
Cosmic egg or womb we see is like
I don't know if I have any more.
One, because you talked about and hatching.
Oh, I got one more.
Heaven and earth separating, or is it event prior to that? It's really confusing how they talk to each other. But I'm wondering if this Drake parentage is like another sort of angle of.
You snoring, Garfield?
All
right. All right. Love you.
Sort of like the intellect, the preeminent intellect behind
Garfield cat.
Which is the.
How dare you snore my watch?
That Prajapati or Protagonos hatches from.
Prajapati or Protagonos?
Kind of different.
Hatches from?
Version or angle of that. Explain this imagery.
I very much would think so. I very much would read it that way. That these, on this highest level, I think the more you read the myths and also the commentaries in the Vedic material, it's very much
the Rudra type and the, say, Prajapati or Purusha type, they're really intertwined. They're being told in these as if separate figures, but they're really within one another because they're unfolding out of the primordial, say, Purusha or unity or undifferentiated state. They are forming the cosmos of differentiation. But at this level, it's as if the Rudra / Brihaspati is the knowledge or intellect within that unity that then gives rise to Prajapati as his own deity within the cosmos and creates the cosmos. But it's really hard to truly separate them, I think. I really think it's like intellect within Prajapati is still Rudra, and so that.
Yeah, I was trying to find a way that the Rudra type would have been a kind of father figure or prior to Prajapati, because there's genealogies where the Rudra type is grandson. So it's obviously
exactly. This is
really
before.
confusing.
Yeah, this is before that grandson Rudra gets born. Okay, so it gets very confusing. But one thing I can say is Avaryan is like Shiva, but he's also holds a position that's like Rudra Shiva combined, because mythically he is paralleling Odin. You know what I mean? Anyways, Avaryan, he is also the. This is my theory. This is just another side theory to this, but I'll add this in here. Avaryan is the son of a smith, of like the best smith in the realm or something. Okay, I think his name.
Hold on, Garfield. You good?
He's called Avaryan Mac Eket.
Keep it behind you.
So, and Conchovar is the brother of Findcam. Findcam is obviously her name has the word Finn in it. Finn. So she's like Rudrani or Shiva. She is the feminine aspect of Finn. Okay. Findcam marries Avaryan Mac Eket. So Avaryan Mac Eket and Findcam are quite literally Rudra and Rudrani. Does that make sense? Or Odin and Frigg, or however you want to put it. They are another. Yes, Apollo and Diana, exactly. Or even they are variations on Finn and Scythe. I think that still works.
Yeah, the Rudra type typically has a primary and secondary consort, usually, because there's Frigg and Fury.
True.
True.
So there's that issue. Okay, so don't go too far with that. But anyways, so you have Findcam and Connor. And Connor is the son of Kaved and Faktina, as you said, right? So this is the next level. This is the next generation down. So you have Connor and Findcam, brother and sister.
I know that's where my dad gets pissed off because he knows I'd survive up there. No, he fucking knows it.
Is Eket
No, he questions it for a second. He's like, no, he's my fucking son. He's my best son, honestly, in some ways. But I'm also the worst, and he fucking knows it.
We know esoterically, and it's reinforced in multiple branches, Prajapati is the same as...
Same about the firstborn. No, I have three older brothers. Are pretty good they would do, believe it or not.
Svastar is the...
Even one doesn't try that hard,
Okay.
and he
So
should.
what I'm saying, arguing here is Eket, the father of...
I'm going to tell you which one.
is like another face of Connor himself on the esoteric level. So
The one that did, man, the one that did? No, he's dead now.
They're split up into different figures,
That-
legendary figures, right?
Yeah, offends my
This is
family
the
deeply.
memorization. They've been turned into humans. But I think because usually we have the Rudra type, right, as either the son or grandson of Prajapati. Sometimes there's a step between, and sometimes there isn't, making him either the son or grandson. And so we have Connor right there as the Prajapati type.
See,
And
both of them in their own little ways, but they're not that bad either of them.
So I think it
They
comes
think
full
they're
circle
spiritual enough.
where,
Chris talks about it all the
it's
time.
just, Eket is the Prajapati Tvastar form.
But he thinks I'm crazy now.
The same as Connor, so that's where.
He's literally trying to tell me that you need help in some other way, Taran. He's like trying to tell me to get on meds or something. I'm like, dude, you're fucking retarded. Watch my YouTube.
He is Rudra Shiva, and he's in that same position. So, anyways.
Well, yeah, that's not like back then. Right, something like that. Right.
Rudra Shiva is the grandson/son of Prajapati, and I think that's reflected in this next genealogy, in this next generation down. Is what I'm saying. So then you have Avery in there, you have Connor there, but they're at the generation below Kavith and Faktina still, right? That supports and reinforces what you're saying, which is that when you're looking at Kavith and Faktina, you're looking at a higher level prior to that generation of Rudra Shiva from Prajapati. Does that make sense? Is that too complicated, or does that make sense?
No. That makes a lot of sense. Without getting too much into the further Purusha vital air stuff, when you go back to that, you see the whole purpose of kindling the Purusha, sacrificing it, and then have got Purusha incubated and rehatched as Prajapati and so forth, is for the purpose of creating lower dimensions of being to emanate in again. So that probably explains it. There's just Rudra's presence in the higher dimension re-manifesting in the lower one via Prajapati.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's right there. And that's what's so fascinating is that's why I want to reinforce how hardcore, like mythological, how hardcore the
So like, dude, if I started playing basketball again, I'd be so fucking good.
This stuff is in the Celtic, in this particular Celtic legendary.
I just can't
like
fucking get one.
Details are not even spelled out in other branches, and only some of it is spelled out in the Vedic, but it's like on that. It's just kind of like lumped together, and it's just a lot of detail preserved. I just want to emphasize that. And the other thing that's interesting is you were talking about the Purusha. So the Purusha kind of comes before this moment, but this is kind of happening maybe within the Purusha, right? Because what's interesting is we have Lugith, Matt Kahn.
Right? No, skill for skill, who was better at basketball against basically everyone I played? Taran.
You have that,
except for a few. Against two, I was just like that.
There's a whole lineage from Dara
and Violet
and their family. Their family and their lineage, that's the Purusha. They're in this kind of back and forth feud or conflict with Ruri.
But I got a lot better after that.
And his lineage, okay? And
I was getting real fucking good. I got so good, I don't want to play with anymore. I show up, be like,
defeating one another. It's just fascinating because we know the Lugith and Dara family is.
That's what it felt like, but I knew better a little bit. But honestly, if they're like that, then they're like that. No, that motherfucker whooped me at basketball.
That's kind of within, and you literally have this series of battles between these two branches, these two genealogies, and it culminates.
Like no, back in the day, right?
Killing Dwi or Dowie.
He's not missing for like a month.
Pronounce it, but
right.
Dwi is in that lineage. Is in that.
And now they might try to steal Garfield when I'm doing it.
Lugith and
they get carried away.
He's also called
the flow.
Dwi, like the foster son of Degad, which is like the Brahman.
I'm being vigilant as fuck,
anyways,
but not even sometimes.
In this Dwi being
what if they're in that room over there? They better not be.
And then Fahak becomes the High King. And then this
because they could all if they're like that and like that and like that too.
It's kind of hard to pin down.
They can almost get in and out that fast. That's what I'm saying to people.
One is like the Purusha, one is like the.
I'm not like that.
Rudra principle. They're kind of intertwining in this little dance of trading kingship. It's almost.
I proved that I can almost be.
Because you don't know quite what it means, but
that wasn't illegal.
Showing exactly what you said, which is the Purusha is there. It's that Lugith. Family is right there.
Almost one time, but not even.
And then the
given all the context,
principle is being narrated as well with this sort of intellectual principle that's right alongside or intertwining with the Purusha at that level, and then giving rise to Connor eventually, who is the reborn Prajapati, like you said. So it's quite quite fascinating, a lot to that you can like dig into these genealogies and ask yourself, what are they trying to tell me?
Yeah, I'll tie this back to Brihaspati, but so to me, what that says is on every single of these levels since emanation from the one, if you want to, get that crazy, you have this rivalry between Rudra and his family and entourage and Prajapati, not necessarily an actual, like anger or hatred for one another, but an opposition in their power and influence. Because, Prajapati obviously is desiring creation, and this would apply to Karanus and Daksha as well, who were multiplying marriages with their sacrifice. And Rudra's Mangal, he's you described him as kind of like a primordial police trying to prevent that creation from happening even further, but then he has a half of himself that does. It gets really crazy, but I'm wondering if the divergence of Rudra and Brihaspati is...
In sobriety. That's a rule that we have.
Is not...
You always pick up your fucking phone.
Is part of the divergences. Brihaspati is part of the intellect that is not in opposition.
And pretend it's not silver or stands because he is pot smoker.
The Purusha or Prajapati side of things that is...
And a tobacco addict.
I like that, yeah.
Fucking drug addict.
Yeah, that was a really good way to put it. And it does show this kind of just deep
salvation,
deeply ingrained opposition. That's just there all the way into the Purusha level. It's just kind of their natures are going.
Because somebody has to be worse than you in society, so you can feel good about yourself and where you're at.
It's it is generative. It's not like
it can be that bad sometimes. Yeah,
good. Like you said, it's just an opposition of the directions of their sort of forces. And
but am I that bad of a person? Not even, turns out. Just a bit of a jerk.
The unfolding of the cosmos, the creation of the cosmos out of the Purusha, and then also the reemergence.
So guess where I'm going? Yeah, pricks. I'm going to heaven. Because you're going hell, baby. Yeah, hell.
The after effect of that.
Woo! No, I won the show.
The other thing I wanted to touch on is so I'm arguing with a lot of this that there's this. I don't want to overstate it, but there's a lot of conserved detail in this that has sort of been underappreciated and not noticed. That's kind of surprising at times. Okay. One other thing I wanted to point to on that is going back to Ness. So I think Ness, she is, Vach is the power of speech itself, the goddess of speech, but also, embodies knowledge and wisdom within that. Speech is what carries knowledge.
Right.
And all of that.
So right.
Sort of right. Knowledge from her 12 tutors, sort of like the perfection of knowledge, I guess. And then she is captured by Brihaspati, who is Vachaspati. So that all makes perfect sense to me. He is becoming the Lord of Speech. I also thought it was interesting that she is in water when she's captured, just sort of identifying her with water symbolism again. And Vach is identified with water, especially with Saraswati. Saraswati is sort of her other form, other name that's identified with her, the river goddess, who is, goddess of music.
Because those T cells, they like that, and like that, and like that too.
All of that stuff. One of the questions that's always sort of unclear looking at Vedic stuff.
I'm good.
How much are the sort of ultimate goddesses just sort of being conflated at a later time? When how much were they sort of united at an early time?
I'll take a gamble.
That's something you have to sort of ask as you're reading.
Just in case, just in case.
And
stuff as well too. Yeah. For sure. So what's interesting looking at Ness is that to me she is clearly in a Vach sort of position. Also, Vach is the most prominent goddess in the whole Rig Veda, I think. She sort of is
often identified with the power, the feminine power of Brahman almost.
Right.
She is.
She
also is said to bend the bow of Rudra, so she's directly connected to Rudra.
Almost more than that, huh?
That connects to the Akanafahak connection. She, in her primary hymn in the Rig Veda, she's said to bend the bow of Rudra. I also believe I read something from Kerwin from Arya Akasha that.
That's what he's telling us, huh? That's what he's saying to these people. Like, who's the sign soap out here?
Rohita.
Who is she? No, who is she?
And of course, I was saying Ruri.
When she made Adam a man.
Rohita. So, and Bhaktana and Kavith are like two split off emanations of Rohita. And then Vach is said to.
Who's like, oh, Ewa, what you got?
And then the interesting thing that this comes to, she's at this perfect position to be Vach. She seems to be Vach in a lot of what her myth is telling me, at least. She's at this sort of primordial position, and is the consort of both, Vachaspati and the Rudra type. But then on top of that, she is called Ness, which it describes. It very emphatically tells you that the meaning of Ness is like ungentle or not easy. So her original name Asa means easy.
Don't worry about that, guys. Jews know what they're talking about.
Gentle or difficult.
Adonai.
So
Lord.
The other way it's described is that her name means difficult. Now, Durga. To bring this to Durga, the name Durga means difficult of access, or if it's sometimes simplified just to mean something that is difficult, inaccessible. It is used as a word to mean like a fortress, an inaccessible fortress. So that's kind of yeah.
I'm reading it right now. It means impassable or
Where's the end of this shit?
Exactly.
Where's the end of this shit? When you get there.
Difficult of access, inaccessible, impervious, impassable.
It can be though.
The word dur, like the
I got there.
Dur refers to
The
like
right place.
difficult or hard, I believe.
Yeah, it really means bad, and then the God would be
That's what he's saying.
walking or going.
Fucking demiurge.
So
You're like,
really difficult to approach.
How enlightened are you?
To approach something like that, yeah. Impassable. That's where those come from.
Right.
In the Sanskrit.
Oh, no, I see.
dictionary, Is the one who cannot be accessed. So.
Yeah. So that's quite.
Where's this Polaroma at?
In Nessa.
Put stuck within one. It's all bright in here.
And Kavith assails them and kills them. But then she gets away and tries to come after him, and then he finally traps her, accesses her. So it's all about her difficulty.
You'd be fucking surprised.
Masters her, even though she's difficult.
How puny we are.
Her name quite literally means a word
To them.
connected to difficulty. Okay, it's not exactly the same. I'm not saying Nessa means exactly the same, but
we know shit. We know shit. We know shit too.
means difficult of access, and
It's the epitome of playing hard to get.
yes, exactly, and Nessa's name also means something that's difficult.
Well, I know that I know nothing.
So that's a possible connection. The other interesting.
But nothing is everything.
But
everything is nothing.
So the Maruts are a group of the Rudras.
So why worry about the rest?
A variation of the Rudras.
If you don't really care about it like that,
warrior band, right?
so you start to.
The
You
other
start
thing
to.
just discuss
You start
is
to even
that,
more. You're like fuck,
Durga is
fuck, and fuck.
very explicitly also, just like Vach, she's very closely identified with the primordial Devi, like the primordial goddess who is almost like the feminine form of Brahman itself. But this is why there's a question of
Has a whole mandala dedicated to her in the Rig Veda.
Oh, really?
Like a whole shuktam. Just wanted to add.
yes, and she is identified with, for example, Parvati. Durga is.
Oh, there's the train whistle.
Shiva, once again, comes full circle in that. Yeah. The other major thing to mention with
Taran, come find us.
Is
somebody
and Ness.
Every time thing goes up.
Durga is said to have specifically 27 Maruts. Okay, she is the leader of 27 Maruts, and that's exactly the number of Fianna members, warband members, who that Nessa has when she goes rampaging around trying to find Kavod, basically. So you have right there potentially at least. I guess this is my question. Does this sound like Nessa is a figure who combines in herself Vach, but also Durga? Is this like an archaic a picture of a goddess who is showing both the Vach and Durga in one, who are sometimes equated in Hinduism, but it's kind of hard to tell if they all.
He just does.
Is this evidence?
Make him do it.
Alignment. I mean,
Dance right here, right there.
If you ask somebody who worships,
like dance the whole way, Taran. I'm like I push the cat around.
Yes, Durga is Vach, and she always was, right? Because it all stems from.
He's pretty used to me dancing, isn't he? He dances with me sometimes, and I get mad about it. I'm like, why? Dad's stressing me out. Because what if I get scared?
Yeah.
Like too fucking bad, Garfield.
She is Debbie, and
she's a show cat, man.
Multiple sides.
It's pretty it's actually pretty solid if you look.
And then I'll make you more powerful than you could possibly imagine in your little head. So you imagine the right things and the wrong things sometimes.
Aspects of the similar, of the feminine, it was never.
See, we can't always kill the enemy to death. Sometimes we have to love him to death. Garfield,
I agree.
You understand?
I do agree. I just think it's
It's always the same thing, Garfield.
In a different branch, then it suggests that it really went back to Proto-Indo-European, this combination, or to find one figure who is kind of seems to be both.
But not the enemy. No, if they're the enemy, no, you killed to death.
In Irish and in Norse, we both see.
But I love you to death, don't I? Feels like it, huh?
Heavily associated with the feminine, specifically in Irish and Indian stuff.
Most of them try to love you to sleep.
Everything surrounding.
But not like that. He knows it.
All the other goddesses has a strict 9 symbolism.
How are those sweet potatoes? You tried them yet?
Absolutely.
Is he barely?
Yeah, 27.
Oh, he's a kibble man, huh?
Yeah, 3 9s.
It's his addiction.
And,
Kibble. No kibble.
Even with Morrigan,
He's got the right mix for him. He thinks.
I remember reading.
He fill his belly up. He thinks.
How Morrigan.
Did you try the sweet potato, Garfield? It's like I did earlier. And I'm not that hungry.
And she's also.
I just want something else right now. He's stretching about it. Eat your sweet potato, Garfield.
You have a very clear 9 association, and that goes back even all the way into Irish and Norse stuff. Of course,
it'll make you oranger. Turns out.
But there's also, I think, 9 Asingir, and then there's the 9 Mothers of Heimdall. Yeah.
Right.
Right. That's all.
There's also the 9 daughters of Aegir who are personified like waves of the ocean, like how Ness was in the waters, just like her conflation with Vach and Saraswati as voice in waters.
Exactly.
Exactly. But in terms of
oh, you have a little orange shit back in the day.
And Durga, it really doesn't make
an
example so far where they are conflated, while keeping in mind that especially in Indian
Sunset, sunrise.
European stuff, goddesses are
yellow, red,
conflated with one another more, or at least in a different way than male deities are. But I wonder if Vach and Durga are being merged or intersecting with Ness for the same reason, like the that you have Rudra and Brihaspati kind of merging again. It's like since they're Vach and Durga would be the consorts of both of these gods.
That's a good question. Yeah. I guess the only counter argument is that she's only presented as one and they're presented as 2, kind of merging. So it's, to me, it seems like it's saying that she just is archaically one. But like you said, it could be the combining of, hard to know how these kind of separate and recombine. So, okay. The other thing to bring into this as supporting evidence that she could.
You know, I accept my mother.
Is the Welsh. Okay,
now more than ever.
Run through this like super fast, so try to follow what I'm saying. We have Caradwen.
Oh, she's a wretch like me.
Caradwen.
But worse than that, trust me.
Oh, the part of her name Wen is the same as Gwen or Finn, meaning white. So her name means something like crooked white, I guess, is what scholars suggest. She
wasn't even that bad, huh?
She is, let's see, Oan from the Irish version, from the Irish tradition. Her name comes from Bo Finn, so the second half of her name is the same as Caradwen. Her name means the white cow, basically. So you have the white cow, and you have the crooked white in the Welsh. Boan is pretty clearly Saraswati, so a sort of emanation from Lash, or a different form that's later farther down. So Caradwen, she is this,
Not before Garfield.
Goddess of giving wisdom. She has the cauldron of wisdom. She's pretty clearly Saraswati Vach, I believe. That's pretty clear. But there isn't quite as much of a division in the Welsh version in that sense. So I thought it was worth considering the genealogy of Caradwen and see if it could parallel with Ness and.
I know it could, but it's just something big on that.
Instead of any of like Boan's parallels, they don't seem to really fit. Because Caradwen, her consort is called Tegid Foil. So Egidfoel. And foil, Foel, means bald. And Tegid, it comes from the root word of the Tilwith.
Political campaigns.
Tilwith Teg are the troop of
spirits. Got another one.
That are also alternate.
What, for your organ market?
Tilwith Gwyn, the troop.
Or your slave market?
They were like.
Or your quad.
The Rudras, basically, slash the Pujas and Ganas, as in Ganapati. So the name Tegid suggests something similar, I think, to Ganapati, the lord of the Ganas, lord of the Brihaspati is the lord of the Ganas, and Tegid Foil is the bald one who is connected to the Teg somehow. It's not explained. That's his very name is Tegid.
This might need to be omitted in case it's wrong, but I'm pretty sure Tegid is the Welsh.
Yeah, that's mine too.
The name Tacitus. I think that's what.
Well, okay. This is a good point. That's what it's glossed as by people who are trying.
Everything about me is fucking miraculous, even though it's not that great, seemingly. But almost recently. Play down, Garfield.
So this is just my reading.
Oh, let's play a good one.
And I could be wrong, but people are kind of guessing.
Same channel, probably, though.
I don't think. I think calling him Tacitus is a way of assimilating his original name to
this died.
A familiar name.
That did too, almost.
The bald. I highly doubt
plug
that
it
the
in.
original mythical
No, it's actually
figure
fine.
was just Tacitus, right? That's just the name of a Roman writer. I believe it's just Teg. It just comes from the root Teg, which